Martial Peak, Chapter 5473. A Step Too Late. Song's words flashed across Yang Kai's mind once more. The 10 of them had relied on the power of the World Tree to gain enlightenment on how to reach the open heaven realm before passing on that knowledge to future generations, becoming the martial ancestors of the current martial Tao. This was how the humans managed to carve out a place for themselves in the harsh, brutal environment of ancient times. It was also the spread of martial Tao that put a stop to the encroachment of black ink strength. Song also said that this was a form of self-preservation. The 10 martial ancestors had been chosen, and likewise Yang Kai was chosen as he had received a World Tree clone. Since it was a form of self-preservation, who was the one who was trying to save themselves? Was it the vast universe? Was it some mysterious and inexorable will that somehow existed? The World Tree was the key factor in this method of self-preservation as it worked through the World Tree's power. One was focused on self-preservation while the other was determined to destroy. Thus, it stood to reason that it was impossible for the World Tree and MO to peacefully coexist. There were too many mysteries and unanswered questions from the ancient era. Perhaps Tsong had some of the answers, but everyone from those ancient times that they could possibly ask had passed on, and it was difficult for even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the present era to fathom the circumstances of that distant past. Yang Kai did not linger on these unanswerable questions, and instead turned to Mo and sincerely tried to convince him, Mo, just give it up now. The human race have sacrificed too much throughout all these years in their attempt to fight back against the Black Ink clan. The 3,000 worlds is flourishing. Why must you destroy everything? Mo eyed Yang Kai with interest. Will the humans let me go if I stop now? The humans can form a truce with you. You can have the Black Ink battlefield, and as long as you promise to never invade the 3,000 worlds again, the human race won't interfere with the Black Ink clan, Yang Kai replied. Mo suddenly chuckled. I thought you were a smart person. Who knew that you'd turn out to be a fool? You're an 8th Order master. How can you represent the entire human race? I can't, but there will be someone who can, Yang Kai declared firmly. Mo slowly shook his head. It's impossible. You're telling me to give it up now because the humans are at a disadvantage. However, if there comes a time when the humans have faith that they can overpower me, they will surely try to find a way to get rid of me once and for all. The humans and the Black Ink clan have been fighting for countless eons now. The chasm between us that grew out of our blood feud has grown too deep. This bitter resentment will only end when one of us has been completely wiped out. Cannot be resolved with a simple truce. When there's a will, there's a way. Mo stared at Yang Kai fixedly. All of a sudden, he started looking a little wistful. Mu used to say that I'm very naive. I didn't understand what that meant back then, but now I do. Yang Kai did not care about Mo's insult as he continued to try and persuade the latter. It'll be an unthinkable catastrophe if Black Ink strength invades the 3,000 worlds. You don't gain anything from doing this, so why do you insist on being so stubborn about it? It was Mu and the others who betrayed me first. Mo became furious all of a sudden. I never thought about destroying the 3,000 worlds. It was them. They were the ones who thought that my very existence was a sin. That's why they locked me up inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. I had no way of getting out even after millions of years. But you know what's ironic? They died just to keep me locked up in there. Yang Kai had nothing to say in response. Even though Yang Kai knew that he would only be wasting his breath, he still had to try, and now that he had tried and failed, there was no reason for him to continue. Just as Mo had said, a blood feud that lasted countless years could only end when one party was completely wiped out. The truth behind the conflict and being right or wrong no longer mattered in this war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Mo slowly rose to its feet. Although its movements were sluggish and somewhat clumsy, every single move it made seemed to give off an inexplicable pressure that suffocated those around it. As Mo stood up and its feet pressed down on the ground, even the demon ceiling land was struggling to bear its massive body. You're so wearisome, Mo snorted as he reached out to grab Yang Kai. It felt as if the sky had come crashing down as Yang Kai suddenly felt a heavy pressure descend on him. It was as if something was weighing down on his shoulders, thoroughly immobilizing him. Even so, he did not attempt to flee or hide. He raised his head to stare at Mo's face, which was nearly out of sight, and sighed quietly. "In that case, you'll just have to join me in exile." Space principles flared as the world force from Yonkai's small universe flooded out. In an instant, a vast swath of the black ink sealing land turned into a shattered mirror with a myriad of cracks spreading out like a spider web as far as the eye could see. All the streaks of void cracks were incredibly sharp, and even high-rank open heaven realm masters would have a hard time defending themselves from them. One false move and they might end up getting sliced in half. Mo's large hand continued its motion though. The void cracks left streaks of bloodied cuts all along its arm, causing black blood and black ink strength to spew out, but it remained unaffected. The next breath, the massive mirror that covered the demon sealing land shattered entirely, and the area crumbled apart. After a brief delay, a huge region of the demon sealing land caved in and started collapsing towards its center. As space warped, everything inside the demon sealing land, including Yongkai and Mo's soul clone, were all dragged in as well. Meanwhile, outside shattered ruins, old ancestor Xiao Xiao charged straight through the divine ability sea, rushing all the way until she arrived at divine spirit ancestral land. However, as soon as she entered, her pupils shrank as she saw the expansive void twisted up and teetering unstably. The collapse lasted for a brief moment before an impossibly large black hole appeared, filled with chaotic nothingness. Her silhouette flickered and she immediately arrived outside the black hole, staring at it as she ground her teeth. I was a step too late. She knew that everything she saw in front of her right now was a result of Yonkai's use of space principles. While she did not know what the situation was like now, she knew that it could not be good if Yongkai was forced to this extent. Even though she was a ninth-order open heaven realm master, she was unwilling to charge into this black hole because, once inside, she was not certain she could find her way out again. After thinking in silence for a moment, she turned around and flew off. What she now knew for sure was that the opening in the Barren Territory battlefield was connected to Wind Mist Territory. So if the Black Ink clan did awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land, it would surely head for Wind Mist Territory. All she needed to do was wait there, and she would be able to stand in her opponent's path. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was in a rush, so she pushed herself as quickly as she could, and soon she left the divine spirit ancestral land. However, she did not get far when she sensed a massive outburst of energy emanating from behind her. Turning around to see the source, she witnessed space itself being ripped apart as a massive hand the size of a mountain emerged from within. The black hand was pulsating with extreme amounts of black ink strength as it ripped the void apart in a flash. A large silhouette appeared and roared, "Do you think this is enough to trap me?" The black ink giant spirit god, old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook. Immediately after, she spotted the tiny silhouette beside the huge figure. Yongkai. Before she could rush over, Yongkai used space principles once more to invert space and drag both him and the black ink giant spirit god back inside the void crack. Inside the void crack, Yongkai was extremely distressed. The black ink giant spirit god was too humongous and his power was too immense. At first, Yongkai figured that since he could not kill the black ink giant spirit god, he could at least exile Mo's soul clone and leave it lost inside the void crack. Mo's soul clone would never be able to escape, and thus, the human race's present crisis could be resolved. However, he never expected that Mo could easily find its way out of the void crack. There were no traces of Mo using space principles, and Yongkai had never heard of Mo being proficient in the Tao of space, and yet, the void crack which frightened even ninth-order open heaven realm masters and royal lords seemed to pose no threat to Mo at all. It was as if it was walking on normal ground. Mo could seemingly tear apart space with its bare hands. After easily finding a weakness to exploit, it ripped through space and escaped through the opening. Initially, Yongkai thought it was just a coincidence, but after Mo escaped from the void crack a second time, he then knew that it was not a coincidence. Mo could not be trapped within the void. Mo noticed the confused and disbelieving look on Yongkai's face and sneered. "I was born from the chaos of nothingness and existed inside of it for countless millions of years. It was my birthplace and home since before time itself. Do you really think this would be enough to trap me?" Yongkai was struck with realization. He finally understood why Mo could easily escape from the void crack. Mo was the primordial darkness born alongside the primordial light when the universe first formed, and just as Mo had said, it had lived inside that chaotic nihility all that time. The void crack might be an inescapable prison to all others, but to Mo, it was just the warm bed that once nursed it. How could such a place serve as a trap for it? Yang Kai felt chills down his spine. He no longer had anything else up his sleeve. After all, he was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That being said, he did not stop trying to drag Mo back into the void crack to delay it. All of a sudden, he heard a cry and sensed a familiar aura rushing over to him. He turned around and saw a flash of light shooting over. When the light came close and formed a silhouette, Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "Old Ancestor!" It was Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao who came. Originally, she wanted to head over to Wind Mist territory and make preparations for an ambush, but upon noticing the aura of the black ink giant spirit god, she immediately changed course and rushed over. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao did not have any time to spare in greeting as 2 different colored lights swam around her figure, and she struck heavily at Mo. Mo's blood spurted out and rained down as it roared in pain, raising its hand to swat at Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao. A grunt was heard as the 2 colored lights shattered and Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao's silhouette reappeared. Blood was dripping out the corner of her lips, and it was clear she had suffered an injury. She then shot over to Yang Kai in a flash and dragged him away with her. Mo showed no intention of going after them. Although it was a lot more powerful than Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao, it would not be easy for it to kill her if she was determined to flee. So instead of wasting time here, it was better for it to start heading for its next destination. This was also the reason why it did not bother killing Yang Kai earlier. Although Yang Kai was a fairly weak human, he was proficient in the Tao of space and would not be easily killed. Moments later, somewhere in the void several million kilometers away from the demon ceiling land, Yang Kai and Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao's figures came to a stop. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai asked in concern. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and shook her head. "I'm all right. Did Brother Ji of the Dragon Clan deliver my message?" Yang Kai asked. "Yes, but alas, I arrived a little too late." Yang Kai could not help but feel a little dejected as well. He had also been a little too late. If he had managed to stop Luan and Yi Ming before they entered the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, perhaps things would not have been as dire as they were now. Now that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the Ancestral Land had been revived, the situation was not something Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao could handle by herself. Who would have thought that the Black Ink clan would come up with such a plan? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5474, All-Out Escape. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God began striding through the void. Though his movements appeared clumsy, every single step he took spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and everywhere he went, the light faded and the area turned to darkness as black ink strength diffused all around. Yang Kai and Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao stared at the massive silhouette with the same thought in mind. The shattered heaven is doomed. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and said, "He's headed for Wind Mist territory, which is where the other passage the Barren Territory battlefield connects to. He wants to go there and work with the Black Ink clan in the Barren Territory to open the passage for good." Wind Mist territory? Yang Kai frowned. He had never even heard of this great territory, let alone been there. However, after hearing Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao's explanations, he realized that he had been mistaken in his earlier guess. He thought that the other portal in the Barren Territory battlefield was connected to the Shattered Heaven, but from the looks of it now it was connected to Wind Mist territory instead. The only passage between the Shattered Heaven and the Barren Territory battlefield was still under the human race's control. Thus, Luan and Yi Ming must have traveled from Wind Mist territory to the Shattered Heaven instead of appearing in the Shattered Heaven directly. Yang Kai quickly pulled his universe chart out and studied it before saying, "Wind Mist territory isn't far from here, just 3 great territories away, which means there'll be 3 territory gates in the way." Yang Kai's eyes lit up at once. "I can seal off these 3 territory gates to buy us some time." In the past, he would have assumed that the Black Ink clan would be stuck once he blocked off these territory gates, But since the Black Ink clan managed to erode even a portal in the barren territory despite the human ancestors having sealed it off for hundreds of thousands of years, it proved that it was just as Ji Lao-san had said. Sealing off the territory gates was not a foolproof plan. An ordinary member of the Black Ink clan, or even a royal lord, might not be able to reopen a territory gate that had been sealed. But the Black Ink giant spirit god was Mo's soul clone and could use his pure and abundant Black Ink strength to corrode the boundary walls to reopen the portal. Even if Yang Kai managed to seal off the 3 territory gates in the path that led to Wine Mist territory, this would only serve as a delay. He could not block off Mo's soul clone's path entirely. Then what? Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. Yang Kai quickly said, "The only ones who can stop the Black Ink giant spirit god are the true giant spirit gods or other equally powerful beings. Old Ancestor, is there a bald giant spirit god at Barren Territory battlefield, apart from the giant spirit god with a tuft of hair on his head?" "I haven't seen one like that." Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head. At present, there were only 2 giant spirit gods in the Barren Territory battlefield. One was on the side of the humans, which was the one with a tuft of hair on his head as Yang Kai described, while the other one was a Black Ink giant spirit god. These 2 beings had been fighting for hundreds of years now, not showing any signs of fatigue. It seemed as if they would carry on until the end of time. "Ada isn't in the Barren Territory," Yang Kai concluded. If he could find Ada, perhaps he could get him to stop Mo's soul clone. Of course, Yang Kai had no idea where to find Ada. There had been no news of Ada ever since he left the star boundary. Although giant spirit gods were easy to spot due to their massive size, they could also control the size of their body at will, or else they would not be able to pass through the territory gates. When Aer brought Yang Kai through the territory gates back then, he had shrunk down a lot. Plus, giant spirit gods were also heavy sleepers who frequently napped after a meal. What's more, a short nap for a giant spirit god would be several years long, while a long sleep could last for over 10,000 years. Since there was no way of locating Ada, Yang Kai's only choice was to seek help from 2 others who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the giant spirit gods. Yang Kai made up his mind and said, "I'll leave you to handle things here, Old Ancestor. I have to head to the chaotic dead territory." Upon hearing this, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao immediately guessed Yang Kai's plans. "You wish to seek the help of the burning light and serene glimmer? There's no other option left." Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao's brows furrowed. Words seemed to be on the tip of her tongue, but in the end, she swallowed them back down and nodded. "Go. I'll do my best to delay the Black Ink giant spirit god." She could not stop the Black Ink giant spirit god by herself, but she could still find ways to stall him. Furthermore, Yang Kai was able to seal off the territory gates, while he was the only one who had a chance to convince the burning light and serene glimmer to descend the mountain and enter the war. However, it might not necessarily be a good thing if they did. Yang Kai was less experienced and did not know just how terrifying those 2 were, but Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao knew better. Those 2 supreme beings were avatars of disaster and destruction, but thankfully, they seemed content to remain in their home and never actively left the chaotic dead territory. If that was not the case, the 3,000 worlds would have long ago ceased to exist. Since things were decided, Yang Kai dared not waste any more time. He left at once, and with a flicker of space principles, his image lurched into the distance. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at the Black Ink giant spirit god who was making its way across the void, took a deep breath, and transformed into a streak of light that lunged at its massive back. A series of divine abilities and secret techniques flashed out as she flew forward. Prior to this, Yang Kai's attention had been completely focused on the Black Ink giant spirit god, so he did not notice the changes in the shattered heaven. However, now that he was rushing to his destination, he noticed that a lot of humans had gathered in groups and were heading towards the shattered heavens territory gate. They appeared frantic, as if they were fleeing in panic. Yang Kai immediately realized what was going on. His earlier plan must have taken effect. Earlier on, he asked the 2 envoys from Heavenly River Palace to spread the news about the appearance of Black Ink disciples. That way, cultivators in the shattered heaven would remain on alert for suspicious people. The situation had not seemed that bad back then, for even if there were a few Black Ink disciples, The troops under the command of the three divine monarchs in the shattered heaven were more than enough to deal with them. However, now that Luin and Yiming managed to enter the divine spirit ancestral land and awaken the black ink giant spirit god, the situation had turned abysmal. When Hong Hu left with a gravely injured Kuan-Ao, she actively spread the news that the black ink giant spirit god had been revived, shaking all the people living in the shattered heaven. If anyone else had been the bearer of such news, the reckless and lawless inhabitants of the shattered heaven might not have believed it. But Hong Hu was a mature divine spirit whose strength eclipsed even the three great divine monarchs. Yet even she was fleeing in a fluster. Who would dare not believe her words? Those who feared for their lives naturally packed their things and escaped their hideouts as soon as possible, wanting to evacuate from the shattered heaven as quickly as possible. However, the majority still chose to stay behind and observe the situation first. Most of the cultivators in the shattered heaven were those who had no other choice but to hide in this place. They would not be accepted anywhere else in the 3,000 worlds other than in this place. Thus, even though Hong Hu's news was incredibly alarming, with no place to go, many chose to remain within the shattered heaven. From the start, the shattered heaven was the land of chaos and violence. Right now, the people's hearts were filled with fear, and the three divine monarchs had all gone to the barren territory battlefield to aid in the war effort. Thus, with no powerful masters to keep some semblance of order, the shattered heaven completely fell into chaos. There were signs of killing and robbery everywhere, which was the sight that greeted Yang Kai now. His heart grew heavier as these scenes came into his view. News of the revival of a single black ink giant spirit god was enough to wreak havoc across the expansive territory of the shattered heaven. So what would happen when the black ink clan army invaded the 3,000 worlds? Would there still be peace anywhere? Unfortunately, chances were that all the great territories would turn into what the shattered heaven was like now. Yang Kai traveled at breakneck speed, and in just a few days, he arrived at the territory gate. However, he was surprised to find that many cultivators were gathered outside the territory gate, forming a long line as they waited to pass through. The order they maintained surprised Yang Kai, as these were not civil people who would follow directions. Soon, though, Yang Kai understood why this was so. A seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master was overseeing things at the territory gate, along with a group of cultivators who were standing guard together with him. Anyone who wished to pass through had to pay an enormous fee. Yang Kai was immediately infuriated. Even when all of the shattered heaven was in chaos, some people were trying to profit from the situation. That being said, he knew that those holed up in this damned place were not the kind to uphold the pillars of morality. In the past, not many people used the shattered heaven territory gate, so a business like this would not be very profitable. Now that a lot of people wanted to leave the shattered heaven though, someone came up with the brilliant idea of making money out of it. Yang Kai stormed up to the territory gate, his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation on full display, terrifying the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at the portal. No one would have expected the arrival of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at a time like this. There were only 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the entire Shattered Heaven, and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master heard that they had all left for some unknown reason. Otherwise, he would not have had the gall to throw his weight around out here. He was originally a cultivator from a small sect, and though he was talented, he had coveted the sect master's wife and did something reprehensible. Thus, he was forced to flee and hide in the Shattered Heaven. However, he thrived in this place and after many years ended up becoming a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was an ambitious fellow and did not choose to serve any of the divine monarchs. Instead, he formed a great force of his own as he believed it was better to be the head of a dog than the tail of a lion. All in all, he led a pretty carefree life. When he found out that a lot of people were leaving the Shattered Heaven to seek refuge in other great territories, he led his forces to block the territory gate and demand a fee from those who wanted to leave. Some tried to protest, but they were killed off as examples, causing those who remained to not dare to fight back anymore. In front of these scattered cultivators, he was a high and mighty 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he knew he was nothing in front of an 8th Order Master. Understanding that escape was impossible, he choked down his fear and came forward to meet Yang Kai. Bowing politely, Flower Butterfly Sect Nanyun greets Senior. His manner was cordial and respectful as he observed the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's expression to try and figure out what he was thinking. Only those that were quick to adapt to situations could survive in the Shattered Heaven, while those who could not died off before long. Nan Yun was highly adept at reading other people's thoughts and feelings. However, after glancing at the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his heart clenched up tight as the stormy look on this person's face made it clear that he was enraged. "I'm doomed." Nan Yun sorely wished that this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was kind and benevolent to others. He had only just managed to flaunt his power, but from the way things were looking now, he might end up dying here instead. The act of forcibly demanding payment for use of the territory gate was something that easily enraged others. After all Open Heaven Realm Masters would have had to use these territory gates. How could they possibly have enough funds to sustain themselves if they had to pay a fee each time they passed through one? Nan Yun had only taken the risk to do such a thing because he knew that no masters were around in the Shattered Heaven. As the saying goes, the monkey acts like the king when the tiger leaves the mountain. He never thought that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would suddenly show up. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5475, Save 1 or Save 100. What made Nan Yun even more uneasy was the tension he sensed in this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's posture. In that instant, he couldn't help but think of fleeing, but he was also aware that as a Seventh Order Master, he had no chance of doing so in front of an Eighth Order Master, as it would only take a wave of the other party's hand to kill him. With cold sweat dripping down his forehead, Nan Yun knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. "Senior, please forgive me." This junior's thoughts were clouded by greed. "I dare not repeat the same mistake. Mercy, Senior." It was extremely rare for a majestic Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master to be so meek and subservient. After all masters in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm were considered mighty existences in the 3,000 worlds. Even in cave heavens and paradises, they still existed as elders and were highly regarded by many. For such a master, it was extremely hard to lose his composure and make such a meek and subservient gesture. However, Nan Yun was not born in those cave heavens and paradises. As a result of his lifelong wandering and hardships, he developed a fear of death and a tendency to behave to his benefit and act in accordance with the situation regardless of shame. As long as he could save his life, put aside begging for mercy, it wouldn't even be a big deal if he had to address the other party as grandfather. It was not like he hadn't been in such a position before after so many years in the Shattered Heaven, facing the majesty of the three divine monarchs. Little did he know, Yang Kai's tense complexion was not due to this small character taking advantage during the disaster. It was just that a question crossed Yang Kai's mind at this very moment. What will the cultivators of the Shattered Heaven do if I block this territory gate? Although the vast majority of cultivators here were criminals, there was no small proportion of kind individuals whose luck was just bad. In addition to that, many cultivators born in the Shattered Heaven were here simply because of their forefathers' wrongdoings rather than their own. This was not a matter of one or two cultivators, or even one or two great forces, but rather the fate of all living beings in the Shattered Heaven. The black ink giant spirit god was already on its way here, and the black ink strength it naturally gave off was many times more intense than even the royal lords, able to stain and corrupt countless cultivators wherever it went. Once the portal here was sealed and the Shattered Heaven cultivators had no way to escape, the entire Shattered Heaven would soon become filled with black ink disciples. However, without sealing the territory gate, the black ink giant spirit god could not be delayed, and the black ink disciples hidden in the Shattered Heaven would also escape to other great territories. By that time, it would be a situation where a tiny spark kindled a whole prairie of fire. Perhaps the black ink disciples have already left the Shattered Heaven by now. Yang Kai looked down at Nan Yun, who was kneeling in front of him, and quickly commanded, "Get up, I have a task for you." Yang Kai's previous silence made Nan Yun feel like he was under a mountain of pressure, and the fear that he might die at any moment enveloped him. So as soon as he heard Yang Kai's remarks, he dared not hesitate. Rising up swiftly, he smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Senior, if you need anything, just give me your order. You can count on me." Yang Kai pointed behind himself and declared, "Lead them to a secluded and safe hiding place." The shattered heaven's fate is already sealed, and it won't be long before there is no pure land left here. Spread the word as widely as possible for everyone to go into hiding and not come out until the issue is resolved. Nan Yun was taken aback and inquired, because of the black ink giant spirit god? If it was more than a month ago, Nan Yun would have no idea what a black ink giant spirit god was at all. However, the black ink giant spirit god was no longer an unknown since Hong who spread word about it after she left the divine spirit ancestral land. Nan Yun initially did not take this matter all that seriously, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, he felt that he was too naive previously. The situation in the shattered heaven was probably far worse than he imagined. Otherwise, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of him wouldn't be so solemn about this matter. Can you do it? Yang Kai asked in a solemn voice. Nan Yun cupped his fist and replied, Junior will do his best. Yang Kai nodded. Go. The more isolated and concealed, the better. After he waved his hand signaling him to leave, Nan Yun retreated respectfully and quickly used a secret technique to command everyone to follow him. Of course, there were a few who were unwilling to obey. Nan Yun tried to persuade them patiently but failed, and as a result, he lost his composure and wounded one of them. Later, he secretly cast a glance at Yang Kai, only to see no reaction from the latter and taking it as tacit agreement. Unshackled, Nan Yun wounded numerous people who refused to obey his commands one after the other. Now everyone was obeying him. Following Nan Yun's order, all the cultivators gathered in front of the territory gate turned around and headed for the depths of the shattered heaven. Yang Kai felt desolate. Blocking the shattered heavens portal was equivalent to cutting off the escape route for many cultivators. But if it was not sealed, it would only make the situation worse. When disciples first left their sects for life experience in the wider world, their elders would often ask them whether they would save 1 or 100 to test their morals. If they chose to save 100 people would die. If they chose to save 100, one would die. How would they make the decision? In truth, there was no right answer to this question. It all merely depended on their heart. Yang Kai never imagined that one day he would really face such a choice. And his choice was to save 100. Blocking the shattered heaven territory gate now might doom everyone living here to a miserable fate. But if it was not sealed, that disaster would multiply hundreds of times over as disaster would descend on the entire 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, even if the cultivators here were corrupted by black ink strength, they would not be at risk of losing their lives immediately. They would just lose their sense of self and become subservient to the Black Ink clan. Such chaos could still be restored with purifying light, so there was no reason to hesitate. This did not solely apply to the Shattered Heaven, of course, but to the 3 great territories on the way to Wind Mist territory as well. The most urgent issue at the moment was keeping the Black Ink giant spirit god from entering Wind Mist territory. Yang Kai did not dally after Nan Yun took the crowd away. He flashed into Territory Gate, manipulated space principles to disrupt the void, and sealed the portal. Having previous experience sealing the Territory Gate connecting the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield, it was far easier this time for Yang Kai. The portal had been entirely smoothed out by the time Yang Kai rushed through from the other end of the short void corridor. With no delay, he immediately rushed to the portal leading to the other great territory while along his way, he warned everyone he could. While Yang Kai was doing his best, the human race and the Black Ink clan began a violent battle on the barren territory battlefield, surrounding the body of the slain Black Ink giant spirit god. How could the human race sit idly by now that the location of a breach in the barren territory had been discovered? Under the mobilization of all the army commanders, the human and divine spirit forces quietly moved to occupy this portal. As long as they could seize control of the territory gate, the Black Ink clan would be unable to establish a link to the 3,000 worlds. Likewise, the human race might be able to find a way to close the portal permanently. Before this, the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan had gradually decreased in intensity. After all these years of fighting, both the human race and the Black Ink clan had suffered tremendous losses, with even the number of royal lords and old ancestors falling to a third of their peak. Both parties sought to maintain their strength while waiting for the circumstances to change. Initially, the Black Ink clan was unconcerned with this tiny loss, as their armies were essentially endless, with fresh troops being sent from the Black Ink battlefield constantly. There were over 100 high-rank black ink nests, many times more mid-rank black ink nests breeding new soldiers, not to mention countless low-rank black ink nests doing the same. The black ink clansmen could be created indefinitely as long as there were sufficient resources. They could use this advantage to conduct a battle of attrition with the human race, slowly wearing the enemy down and eventually gaining an absolute advantage. However, Yang Kai's return trip from the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield completely wiped out that advantage. He sealed the territory gate that connected the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield. How despicable! This seal was not unbreakable, of course. The Black Ink clan still had a Black Ink giant spirit god who was capable of tearing open the sealed territory gate. However, because it lacked the necessary intelligence to be aware of its surroundings and was entangled with air in a battle, it did not have time to deal with the sealed portal. Only a giant spirit god could fight another giant spirit god. These two giant spirit gods were engaged in a fierce battle on the barren territory battlefield, and no one from the Black Ink clan nor the human race dared to get within 1,000,000 kilometers of that clash. The Black Ink clan never imagined that their side would one day face a shortage of troops. Many royal lords despised that human with all their hearts, and they all secretly swore that they would rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces if they were ever given the chance. Because of this, for the past 10 years or so, the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan had settled down considerably, to the point where it almost seemed tepid. The strongest masters would simply never join in the battle, and the two armies would often just launch tentative attacks, only pressing ahead when they were certain they would win. However, the fragile peace was shattered the moment the humans tried to seize control of the second territory gate. The armies of the two races were never frightened of death and soon were going all out to gain control of that region. The original human army was not dominant in terms of military might. After all, they had suffered way too much over the preceding years of war. However, they were on equal footing at the present moment. This was thanks to the assistance of the divine spirits, who made up for much of the human race's lack of high-end battle capability, particularly that of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan leaders who were stronger than even the strongest Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. These two were, after all, from the races that ruled over the entire early ancient era. When the dragons and phoenixes ruled the 3,000 worlds, the human race was still among the weakest of all living beings, not even comparable to the monster race. It wasn't until Tsong and the other martial ancestors were enlightened to the open heaven realm that the human race's status gradually rose. On top of that, the cave heavens and paradises recruited reinforcements from all the various great territories, bolstering the human army's numbers. The only element they were lacking was sufficient numbers of warships. Every time a battle broke out, numerous warships were either damaged or destroyed, and even though the artifact refiners strove their hardest to refine more and repair those that were broken, they were unable to keep up with the rate of destruction. Complicating masters were the many cultivators who were new to this kind of battlefield. These 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had never engaged in a real war and at best had experienced some struggles between rival sects. None of them had participated in such a large-scale battle involving millions of cultivators. It was not until these cultivators from the second-class great forces entered the barren territory battlefield that they understood where all the heritage the cave heavens and paradises accumulated over countless years had gone, and only then did they realize how great the sacrifice these top forces had made to protect the 3,000 worlds. They couldn't help feeling shame upon learning the truth. Martial Peak, Chapter 5476, Third Soul Clone. The initial location of the second territory gate was overlooked because it was covered by the corpse of the first Black Ink giant spirit god. The human race never imagined that this was all the Black Ink clan's deliberate attempt to conceal the truth. Now, however, this region had become a battleground for the forces of the two races, with control seesawing back and forth numerous times. The battle was so intense that the likes of it had not been seen since the war outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction 500 years prior. Under such tense circumstances, the human race could no longer dedicate additional masters to other tasks. So, despite the fact that Hong, who delivered the news about the ancestral land Black Ink giant spirit god awakening, only old ancestor Xiao Xiao was able to intercede. It wasn't that the other old ancestor didn't want to help, but that they simply couldn't. Originally, old ancestor Xiao Xiao believed that if she arrived in time, the matter of the Black Ink giant spirit god could be perfectly resolved, but unfortunately, she was one step too late. The black ink giant spirit god had awakened and was now passing through the shattered heaven, heading towards wind mist territory. Yang Kai raced through several great territories, sealing the territory gates as he went. Simultaneously, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was continually pestering the black ink giant spirit god that had awakened from the divine spirit ancestral land, delaying it as best she could. She, however, quickly realized that something was off. According to her and Yang Kai's previous speculation, Mo's soul clone would head from the shattered heaven to Wine Mist territory, where it would cooperate with the barren territory's Black Ink clan armies to rip open the sealed territory gate and allow an invasion of the 3,000 worlds to begin in earnest. If that was the case, though, the Black Ink giant spirit god first had to leave the shattered heaven, then travel across 3 great territories before arriving at Wind Mist territory. It was also due to this consideration that Yang Kai took the first step to block those connecting territory gates. However, after more than a month of entanglement with the Black Ink giant spirit god, old ancestor Xiao Xiao realized that the route Mo's soul clone was headed was not to the exit from the shattered heaven. She first assumed that the Black Ink giant spirit god was lost since it had suddenly awakened. After all, even high-rank open heaven realm masters could get lost in the enormous void without an appropriate universe chart in hand. A universe chart was a must-have item for all open heaven realm masters to travel through the great territories. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao first felt fortunate, because if the other party had truly lost its way, it would be delayed for longer. But after a few days, old ancestor Xiao Xiao realized something was off. This Black Ink giant spirit god appeared to have no intention of heading to Wind Mist territory, as the direction it was traveling was actually towards the territory gate leading to the barren territory battlefield. There were only 2 territory gates in the shattered heaven, one connecting to the adjacent great territory, and the other to the barren territory. The 2 portals were on opposite sides of the shattered heaven, and no matter how lost the Black Ink giant spirit god was, it couldn't be that foolish. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was shocked and instantly recognized the issue that had been overlooked for so long. What method did the Black Ink giant spirit god use to erode the boundary wall? Was it only the Black Ink giant spirit gods who were capable of reopening the sealed territory gates among all the Black Ink clansmen? Realizing this, old ancestor Xiao Xiao's increased the intensity of her attacks greatly. This change caught the attention of the Black Ink giant spirit god, who had been silent in the face of old ancestor Xiao Xiao's attacks, finally prompting it to speak. This is your end. It is destined that the Black Ink clan will rule the 3,000 worlds. All of you will become my servants. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was taken aback, and she asked in surprise, "You're sentient?" Whether it was the Black Ink giant spirit god encountered outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction or the one awakened from the late ancient era battlefield, the human race were left with the impression that they were dealing with a monster who knew nothing but how to kill and destroy. Everyone believed that the Black Ink giant spirit god was solely created as a weapon for battle by Mo. Nobody ever imagined it had sentience and was capable of communication. The Black Ink giant spirit gods had never communicated with the human race, after all. Mo laughed. Sentience? Didn't that naive fellow tell you that all Black Ink giant spirit gods are just my soul clones? This sentence disclosed far too much, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao's beautiful face paled. You're a Mo? Yang Kai never informed her that the Black Ink giant spirit god was Mo's soul clone, as he had only recently learned about it from Luin. Before that, no one would have guessed that such a massive and powerful master was solely a soul clone. Seeing the sudden realization of old ancestor Xiao Xiao, Mo sighed. You are all much more foolish than Mu. In this world, there was probably no one smarter than Mu. How would old ancestor Xiao Xiao care about this mocking attitude when she was so irritated at the moment? She clenched her teeth as she asked, "Are you heading to the barren territory?" While sprinting clumsily, Mo nonchalantly answered, "Of course." As Mo passed by a universe world along its way, it waved its hand and sent out a wave of Black Ink strength. The previously beautiful rivers and mountains were dyed with Black Ink strength that instantly corrupted all living beings it touched. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao grit her teeth as she watched the scene, but was helpless to stop it. Mo had performed this act several times along the way, contaminating countless universe worlds and spirit provinces with Black Ink strength. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped attacking as she knew it was useless. It was a better idea to recover some strength and pry for some information. You're not going to wind Miss Territory? Mo laughed lightly and said, I don't have to go there. Someone else went there? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao frowned. Mo shook its head. No one went there. He was originally there from the start. Various thoughts flashed through the mind of old ancestor Xiao Xiao before she blurted out, the last 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Ji Lao San reported that 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples had appeared in the Shattered Heaven and were being pursued by Yang Kai. Yang Kai guessed that they were seeking to revive the Black Ink giant spirit god sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land. That was also why old ancestor Xiao Xiao hastened forth to assist. As for who the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples were, old ancestor Xiao Xiao had no idea either. But she was certain they were 2 of the 3 individuals who had been corrupted by the Royal Lord's secret technique some years ago. There were 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were corrupted by Black Ink strength at that time. 2 went to the Shattered Heaven, so what happened to the last one? Nobody has given it much thought before, as although an 8th Order Black Ink disciple was certainly dangerous, it was insignificant in comparison to the awakening of the Black Ink giant spirit god. It wasn't until now that old ancestor Xiao Xiao discovered that the 8th Order Black Ink disciple had a significant role to play. He remained in Wind Mist territory, on the other side of the half-open territory gate, for some unknown purpose. Perhaps Mo was in a good mood since the plan it had been plotting for so many years was about to succeed. So it freely chatted with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Given that annoying guy's capability to block portals, he must be quite gifted. But even if a territory gate is blocked, there always remains some traces which can be traced. My strength is not something that can be stopped simply by sealing those portals. In fact, even if he was capable of destroying a territory gate, I could always force it open again. How do you open them? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. Mo was quite satisfied with this listener, so it continued patiently. Song was wrong to open the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. At the time, I sent 3 soul clones and a thread of my own will. That threat of will could not completely leave the primordial heaven's source grand restriction though, so it does not affect the overall situation. Putting that aside, can you guess where my 3 soul clones are right now? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao quickly said. One was used to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god on the late ancient era battlefield. One is in front of me and one is with that 8th Order Black Ink disciple? Mo praised. You're pretty smart after all. And that 8th Order Black Ink disciple has my 3rd soul clone. The territory gate connecting your 3,000 worlds to the barren territory has been blocked for many, many years, so it is actually quite challenging to force it open. I had to borrow my half-destroyed soul clone to open that portal, but that wasn't enough. Thankfully, I have another spare soul clone, and by sacrificing it, that portal will be completely opened. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao clenched her teeth. Since you are capable of completely opening the portal, why did you send people to Wind Mist territory rather than doing it from the barren territory? Mo replied, awakening this body was always part of my plan. Besides, would you humans allow me to take action before this body was awakened? An ancient existence like Mo was certainly malicious and cunning. To achieve its plan, it was willing to sacrifice a few royal lords as well as 2 of its soul clones. However, the outcome was extremely remarkable. 2 out of the 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that were corrupted by Black Ink strength went to the Shattered Heaven to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god, while 1 remained in Wind Mist territory, preparing to open the portal by borrowing the power of the last soul clone to erode the boundary wall. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao felt helpless in the face of such an enemy. Yang Kai had no idea about this since he believed Mo's soul clone intended to head to Wind Mist territory, hence why he went all the way to seal the territory gates in between. He even planned to ask the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer to descend the mountain to intervene directly in the war. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao could only hope that Yang Kai would notice the situation when he arrived in Wind Mist territory, giving him a brief opportunity to foil the Black Ink clan scheme. As for her side, there was no need to engage with the Black Ink giant spirit god any longer, as she understood she couldn't stop this soul clone of Mo on her own. It was difficult for her to conceive what would happen to the humans if this black ink giant spirit god entered the barren territory as well. With this in mind, she no longer hesitated and she shot ahead. She had to rush back to the barren territory before the third black ink giant spirit god to warn the others. Mo didn't even try to stop her. In fact, it actually stopped and simply stood there watching her leave. At this point, all of its plans had been flawlessly carried out, and all that remained was to savor the sweet victory. Despite having won though, it did not feel much happiness. Wind Mist Territory was not well known among the great territories of the 3,000 worlds, with many never even having heard of it before. Yang Kai got here less than a month after parting with old ancestor Xiao Xiao as he had pushed his speed to the limit the whole way. After blocking the territory gate he passed through, he took out his universe chart to check his route. Next, he would proceed to chaotic dead territory and ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for help. If they were quick enough, they might be able to halt the black ink giant spirit god before it arrived in Wind Mist Territory. With how dire the situation was, Yang Kai dared not be careless. He immediately mapped out his next route and determined he had to pass through 5 great territories to reach the chaotic dead territory. It would take 1.5 months with his current speed, so 3 months in total for a round trip. Yang Kai clenched his teeth. Time was critical, and he was unsure if he would make it in time. After all, a black ink giant spirit god was also extraordinarily fast. He could only pray that the sealed territory gates would buy him enough time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5477. Wind Mist Territory. Not daring to delay a single breath, Yang Kai set out. There was also a universe temple in Wind Mist Territory, but since Yang Kai had never been there before, he had not left his imprint on it. Otherwise, he would be able to save a lot of time by utilizing the universe transference law. However, he could leave his imprint at the universe temple now, which would save him time on his journey back. A few days later, Yang Kai noticed a quaint grand hall floating in the void from afar and realized that he had arrived at the universe temple of the Great Territory. Just as he wanted to rush into the universe temple though, he saw countless cultivators streaming out of it, frantically flying in all directions. This sight made Yang Kai feel uneasy. The number of cultivators pouring out from the universe temple was so immense that he couldn't help but suspect that all the cultivators in Wind Mist Territory who could traverse the void were gathered here. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather so many open heaven realm masters in a great territory like Wind Mist Territory on usual days. Flashing forward, he grabbed a young man who had just stepped out of the universe temple and was about to depart, then questioned in a solemn voice, "What happened here?" The cultivator was enraged that he was seized just as he was panicking fleeing for his life, so he tried to break free from Yang Kai but failed. Fortunately, he was smart enough to realize that the other party was way stronger than him, so he restrained his rage and explained impatiently, "I don't know what happened. All I heard was people saying the void had shattered and Wind Mist Territory was about to fall into a catastrophe. Everyone is fleeing, and so am I." "The void shattered?" Yang Kai muttered in a daze. Taking advantage of this, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master struggled again, and finally successfully broke free from Yang Kai, fleeing in an instant. At that moment, Yang Kai heard the sound of conversation from numerous individuals, so he instantly turned to look. He noticed those individuals were 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master talking to each other, and it appeared that they were the leaders of some great forces. Yang Kai stepped forward, and learning from his prior experience, he deliberately released his 8th Order undulations. The presence of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among a group of 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters undoubtedly gained everyone's attention. The 3 masters, who were conversing, fell into silence immediately and looked over at Yang Kai. Striding over in an instant, he cupped his fist. "Star Boundaries Yang Kai would like to inquire about what happened here." The eyes of the 3 people brightened, and the oldest-looking 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master hesitated before asking, "Is Senior the Lord of the Star Boundary?" They were all aware of the mighty reputation of the Star Boundary. Previously, these 3 had intended to send their talented disciples there to train in order to experience the nourishing benefits of the World Tree Clone, but unfortunately, they lacked the means to do so. They also knew that the Star Boundary had several great emperors recognized by it, one of whom was Yang Kai, who bore the title Void Great Emperor. It was just that, according to rumors, this person had been in retreat for 1,000 years and had not been seen for that long. They had never imagined that they would be able to meet an individual who claimed to be Yang Kai of the Star Boundary. It is this Yang. Yang Kai nodded. These three were equally delighted and shocked by his response. After many years of being unable to form a connection with anybody from the Star Boundary, they were ecstatic to meet the Lord of the Star Boundary in Wind Mist Territory's moment of danger. What shocked them even more was the fact that Yang Kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master already. As far as they knew, the Lord of the Star Boundary was only a 6th Order Master when he disappeared from the public eye some 1,000 years ago. While 1,000 years sounded like a lot, for those in the Open Heaven Realm, it could not be considered a long time, especially to cross 2 orders. Are the word tree clones benefits that astonishing? They assumed that Yang Kai's rapid advancement in cultivation was a result of the world tree clone. However, this was not just a case of them being ignorant and uninformed. The world tree clone was largely aggrandized by many, and so the general public were unaware of its secrets since they had never visited the Star Boundary. Additionally, the information made public by High Heaven Palace, the representative sect of the Star Boundary, was the reason they believed Yang Kai had been in retreat for 1,000 years. Though many individuals in the cave heavens and paradises were aware of Yang Kai's true location on the Black Ink battlefield, it was unwise to inform the public about it, so they only announced that Yang Kai had been in retreat. The three masters exchanged greetings right away once they realized the man in front of them was indeed the Lord of the Star Boundary. These three were sect masters of the strongest 3 sects in Wind Mist Territory. The oldest 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them was the Wind Mist Sect Master, Zhaolongji, and the other 2 were subordinates of his. Facing an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was also the Lord of the Star Boundary, they dared not act nonchalantly. So Zhaolongji immediately explained the situation from start to finish. Some time ago, a disciple of Wind Mist Sect discovered something strange in the void while he was outside traveling. Since his cultivation wasn't high, he dared not conduct a hasty investigation and instead quickly went back to his master sect to report the issue. In turn, one of the vice sect masters led a team to investigate. This vice sect master was soon startled by what he saw. It only took less than 10 days from when the disciple discovered the anomaly to when the vice sect master led people to investigate. But in that time, the void, which was initially only slightly warped, seemed to have broken apart and a hole had appeared in it. From that hole, something that looked like the blackest gas imaginable had flowed out, filling the surrounding space. Being a cautious person, the vice sect master ordered a disciple to enter deeper to investigate the matter. But how could he have expected that as soon as that disciple entered that black gas, it would latch onto him and cause a kind of mutation which he struggled hard to resist? Fortunately, the vice sect master was strong enough to subdue him. But what was shocking was that the disciple became perfectly normal after being subdued. Only after the vice sect master carefully examined this disciple and determined that there was nothing amiss did he release him. After several investigations, he realized that any disciples who came into contact with that black substance would struggle hard at first and then be perfectly fine as soon as it dissipated. The vice sect master was baffled and had no idea what in the world this black substance was. The cave heavens and paradises had recruited many 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to join the battle in the barren territory, yet they still did not disclose any news about Black Ink's strength to the outside world. So, the Masters from Wind Mist Territory were all not aware of the existence and characteristics of Black Ink's strength. When Yang Kai heard this, he knew something was wrong. This was unmistakably a case of being corrupted by Black Ink's strength. A cultivator would instinctively struggle while being corrupted, but after they were completely overcome by Black Ink's strength, it would be impossible to see anything wrong with them unless their small universe was checked. It was just that it was unthinkable for someone to want to inspect another's small universe. After all, in the 3,000 worlds, this was one of the greatest taboos. Many store their greatest secrets and valuables in their small universes. Thus, it would be highly offensive to ask to see another's small universe. Did the portal that connects Wind Mist Territory to the barren territory expand enough for Black Ink's strength to begin leaking out already? This was not a good sign. The Black Ink giant spirit god had yet to arrive. But if this situation persisted, the territory gate might be completely opened all on its own. What about those disciples who are contaminated with that black substance? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Zhao Longji sighed. They're dead. Something went wrong with them which caused them to suddenly assault Vice Sect Master Lu, who later put them to death on the spot. Unfortunately, Vice Sect Master Lu was also stained by that substance despite him escaping. He somehow managed to retain his senses and hurried back to the sect to deliver a warning. Before the black substance completely changed him as well, he understood what fate awaited him, and so he pleaded with this Zhao to spare him from it. It was a duty that this Zhao carried out with great reluctance. Vice Sect Master Lu was also a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and a master like him was rare among sects such as the Wind Mist sect. Zhao Longji was devastated that had to be killed in this manner. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked at him seriously and reached out to grab him. That startled Zhao Longji, who originally wanted to fight back, but was instantly seized by Yang Kai, completely immobilizing him. Immediately afterwards, he sensed an overwhelming force intruding into himself, examining his body inside and out. Only then did he realize what Yang Kai was doing, so he instantly said, Senior Yang, rest assured. After Vice Sect Master Lu, this Zhao found out about the peculiarities of the black substance and did not allow it to infect anyone else. When Yang Kai confirmed that Zhao Longji was clean, he nodded and replied, It seems you do understand the dangers of black ink strength now. Anyone that is corrupted by it will become a black ink disciple, who appears no different on the outside. The only way to determine the truth is to investigate their small universe. Forgive me for the offense. Black ink strength. Black ink disciple. The few of them looked at each other. This was the first time they heard such terms. Then, Yang Kai sighed. Have you all received the conscription order from Cave Heavens and Paradises? All three of them nodded upon his words. Some masters of their sects also received the order to gather at the Shattered Heaven. The Black Ink clan is our human race's greatest enemy, while black ink strength is the power they hold. It is extremely corruptive. Once stained by it, it cannot be dispersed. Just like your Vice Sect Master and the few disciples, they will end up as black ink disciples and lose their original selves. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have been fighting against the Black Ink clan on a distant battlefield for countless years, preventing them from invading the 3,000 worlds. Zhao Longji and others turned pale in shock. We never knew about this. The Cave Heavens and Paradises purposefully concealed this matter to avoid causing panic. Yang Kai shook his head and said, But now that the situation has taken a turn for the worse, we need assistance from even second-class sects like yours. The three came to a sudden realization. They previously wondered why the Cave Heavens and Paradises suddenly sent out orders to recruit so many 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Not only Wind Mist territory, they also heard that all other great territories were the same. They had guessed that the Cave Heavens and Paradises had encountered some kind of powerful enemy, but they never knew that this enemy had actually been fought against for such a long time. Zhao Longji responded, If this is the case, is the opening in the Great Territory caused by the invasion of the Black Ink clan? Indeed. What is the situation of the opening now? Zhao Longji replied worriedly. It is expanding rapidly. The same goes for that thing you call black ink strength. We had no choice but to send orders to everyone to evacuate Wind Mist territory. As for what measures we should take next, we were discussing that just now. Many individuals objected to Zhao Longji's decisions at first. After all, Wind Mist sect had laid down its foundation in this great territory more than 10,000 years ago, making them reluctant to simply abandon it. However, after witnessing what happened to their disciples and Vice Sect Master, and seeing the rapid expansion of the darkness, Zhao Longji overruled all objections and ordered a general evacuation of Wind Mist territory. Several other sects immediately followed suit once word had spread, but the majority of the forces here stayed behind. To those smaller sects, they would be the largest sects after Wind Mist sect and other second-class great forces left, so they would now have an opportunity to rise. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5478. All efforts in vain. Opportunity and danger coexisted, or at least, for those that were weak, that was how they saw the current situation. Your foresight and decisiveness are praiseworthy. Yang Kai nodded. Although he was unaware of the present state of the territory gate, he deduced that Wind Mist territory was bound to be thrown into chaos soon. The only way for the inhabitants of this place to avoid a disaster was to quickly flee. Senior Yang is too polite. This is merely an act of self-preservation, Zhao Longji replied. Yang Kai nodded and continued to ask, "Is there somewhere for you to go?" "No. We have nowhere to go for now," Zhao Longji answered as he exchanged glances with the other two sect masters. When preparing to flee, Zhao Longji contacted the other second-class great force in the neighboring great territory, intending to shelter there for a while. However, this was not a matter that could simply be consented to despite their usual good relationship, as they feared that if Wind Mist sect had any malicious motives, they would find themselves in a vulnerable state. Therefore, Zhao Longji and the rest could only take one step at a time because they had nowhere to go after they completely evacuated Wind Mist territory. If they were fortunate enough, they might be able to locate a great territory that was not guarded by a strong great force to settle down and then make future decisions based on what happened in Wind Mist territory. Head to the star boundary. Yang Kai sighed as he vaguely sensed their troubles. Who would willingly accept competition, since each great territory possessed their own great forces? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Longji and others were overjoyed. Can we really go to the star boundary? If they were really permitted to go to the star boundary, they would willingly migrate there even if Wind Mist territory wasn't facing a catastrophe. Their response made Yang Kai question in confusion. Why can't you go to the star boundary? When Zhao Longji heard his question, he suddenly realized that this individual before him, who had been in retreat for many centuries, might not know much about the star boundary's current situation. So, he explained in a somewhat shocked manner, I'm afraid Senior Yang might not be aware that the current star boundary is not somewhere that just anyone can enter at will. To enter the star boundary, you need to be sponsored by one of the cave heavens or paradises, or by the local great forces of the star boundary. Moreover, there is a restriction on the number of people allowed in. Only then did Yang Kai remember that the star boundary had the world tree clone, which made it extremely attractive to all cultivators. If there were no such restrictions, the star boundary would instantly be overcrowded. Knowing that continuing to speak without understanding the specifics would just cause more trouble, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and used his divine sense to engrave a quick message inside of it before handing it to Zhao Longji. Bring this to High Heaven Palace in the star boundary, and someone will settle the following affairs. Zhao Longji was thrilled. With this faith token awarded by the Lord of the Star Boundary himself, entering the star boundary would no longer be an issue. He was under no illusions that he would actually be able to settle in the star boundary, but even remaining in High Heaven territory would be a massive boon. This worked in his favor as well because he was one step closer to his objective, a possibility of the talented Wind Mist sect disciples being able to cultivate in the star boundary in the future, helping them greatly. For this, he was extremely grateful towards Yang Kai. It's not only you few. I need you to evacuate as many people from Wind Mist territory as possible. Yang Kai waved his hand and ordered. He looked in the distance and continued, I'm afraid that this great territory will soon be engulfed in the flames of war. Zhao Longji's heart tightened. He had a question, but it was difficult for him to ask, so he only cupped his fist and said, Rest assured, Lord Yang. I will send disciples to the various spirit provinces of the universe worlds to deliver this message. Anyone willing to follow us shall not be forsaken. Good, Yang Kai simply said. Then, after some thought, he followed up. I still have other responsibilities, so I shall take my leave. Spread the news about the Black Ink clan and Black Ink strength along your journey to the star boundary. If any others are willing to follow you, bring them along with you. Zhao Longji realized the seriousness of the issue when Yang Kai said this, so he respectfully agreed. Soon, Yang Kai departed after asking for the exact location of the portal. Zhao Longji frowned as he watched Yang Kai leave. Although Senior Yang didn't say much, judging from his words, I'm afraid that Wind Mist territory really is facing a calamity. The sect masters of the other two great forces nodded their heads in agreement. They were not fools, so they had their own speculations and thoughts about the situation. How would Yang Kai have given such a command if the circumstances weren't incredibly dire? The reason why they were sent to the Great Territory where the star boundary was located was that Yang Kai felt that as the only open heaven realm cradle, the star boundary would be the last bastion of the human race if the Black Ink clan really invaded the 3,000 worlds. Any other great territories could be abandoned, but not High Heaven territory. As long as the star boundary remained, the human race would have a chance to make a comeback. After 4 hours, Yang Kai finally arrived at the breach in Wind Mist territory. His heart sank as he looked over the area. The void here was enveloped in incredibly dense black ink strength that formed into a huge black ink cloud. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen such a pure and dense black ink cloud. Even a royal lord's black ink strength wasn't this pure. Black ink strength filled a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, and it was still spreading out at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai even felt the fluctuation of space principles coming from the center of the black ink cloud. Things were far worse than he imagined. This territory gate from Wind Mist territory to the Barren territory appeared to have almost completely broken open. Yang Kai arrived at the same moment the battle in the Barren territory battlefield reached its peak. Both the human race and Black Ink clan had been directing vast amounts of troops in that direction, and now the whole void was nearly filled with blood and mangled bodies. The roars of divine spirits echoed without stop across the battlefield. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao had already hurried back, bringing back the news that saddened all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Another giant black ink spirit god had awakened and was moving in their direction. The human race had finally managed to stabilize the situation after borrowing manpower from the divine spirits and many second-class great forces. But if another black ink giant spirit god rushed in, all their efforts would be in vain. In the chaos, old Ancestor Xiao Xiao was able to get in touch with the Phoenix clan's leader and urged her to shut the territory gate leading to the Barren territory from the Shattered Heaven. The portal was immediately sealed shut after the Phoenix clan leader received the news. Her mastery over the Tao of space was stronger than Yang Kai's, so whatever he was capable of, she was too. The truth was, she had actually shut the territory gate from the Shattered Heaven to the Black Ink battlefield when the Dragon and Phoenix clans retreated from the Northern Pass, but it was forcefully reopened by the Black Ink giant spirit god. This was also the reason why Yang Kai noticed the expansion and distortion of the territory gate back then. It was because the Black Ink giant spirit god had torn it open. After the invasion of the Barren territory by the Black Ink clan, the Phoenix clan leader intended to repeat the tactic once again, but was not given the chance as her objective was too obvious. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there to help. He blocked the portal after the death of one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods while the other was being held down by Air. The Black Ink clan was unable to reopen the portal because they were lacking these Black Ink giant spirit gods, which as a result, prevented them from receiving reinforcements. The Phoenix clan leader was aware that shutting the portal would not solve the issue, only temporarily alleviate it. However, even another breath of time now was incredibly valuable. It was no challenge to her to seal a territory gate, so she finished this task within moments. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the blocked portal suddenly began to crack. Immediately after, a gigantic hand that seemed to come from another universe punched through the barriers, bursting into the Barren territory. Black ink strength emanated from the gigantic hand, and it was so intense that it caused the nearby soldiers to freeze in fear under the intimidation of the gigantic hand. Following, another gigantic hand burst through. Both hands then held onto the sides of the portal tightly, mercilessly forcing it open. Despite their greatest efforts, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao and the Phoenix clan leader were unable to hold back the Black Ink giant spirit god. Soon, a huge crack was torn open and a giant head poked in, black ink strength flowing off it like a tide. The humans in the area immediately scattered. Nonetheless, some were still accidentally stained. The Black Ink giant spirit god was far more powerful than a royal lord, so even if it was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they would quickly become corrupted and turn into a Black Ink disciple without being able to resist. Fortunately, all the humans carried spare purifying Black Ink pills with them, which they quickly swallowed when they noticed the danger. Both the Grand Army on the front lines and the Ninth Order Old Ancestors noticed the abnormality in the rear, but before the Old Ancestors could even come to support them, they were entrapped by the Royal Lords who knew that it was now the critical moment in their plan. The battle between the top masters of both races quickly heated up, and in less than an incense stick of time, royal lords and Ninth Order old ancestors began dying. Though the black ink giant spirit god had shrunk in size, it was still as majestic as a mountain. It struggled hard through the portal while enduring constant bombardment from old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the Phoenix clan leader, yet it showed no signs of backing down. Half an incense stick later, the black ink giant spirit god finally stepped out of the portal, reaching the barren territory. Its immeasurable intimidation spread around, and all the open heaven realm masters of lower orders trembled under its awesome pressure. The human race shall perish. Only this divine one, Mo, shall reign eternal. After letting out this roar, as though it was venting the hardships of being imprisoned for millions of years, the black ink giant spirit god immediately slammed down its sky-covering hand. When the Phoenix clan leader saw this, she wrapped space principles around old ancestor Xiao Xiao and escaped instantaneously. Just as she turned to look again, the black ink giant spirit god was already laughing wildly, heading in the direction of the second territory gate. On its way, black ink strength surged, forcing the human race army to retreat and give way. The sudden intrusion of an unrestrained black ink giant spirit god on such a battlefield was simply disastrous for the human race. Many open heaven realm masters who had set foot on this battlefield not long ago had all lost their will to fight at this very moment. They had never taken part in such a massive, violent war before they were called up by the cave heavens and paradises. They were also far less capable than the elites from cave heavens and paradises, whether it was their will or strength. Even with the full resistance of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Phoenix clan leader, it was impossible to stop this black ink giant spirit god from moving forward. The human race's earlier advantage, which placed both races on roughly equal footing, instantly vanished and only became worse as more time passed. Once it reached the barren territory, this black ink giant spirit god erupted with unparalleled combat power. Martial Peak, Chapter 5479. One man guards the mountain pass. In less than half a day, this black ink giant spirit god that broke into the barren territory from the shattered heaven arrived at the opening. This was where the body of the other fallen black ink giant spirit god was located, the sole clone of Mo that came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After its death, black ink strength that flowed out from its corpse transformed into a black ink ocean, covering a vast swath of the void. With the help of this coverage, the Black Ink clan secretly sent out 3 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples without alerting the human race. By this time, all of the Black Ink clan's plans had been fully implemented, and the human race was powerless to stop them anymore. With this Black Ink giant spirit god charging in all the way, let alone humans, even the divine spirits appeared small and weak in the face of such existence. The Black Ink giant spirit god opened its mouth and inhaled deeply when it arrived. Immediately, the vast black ink ocean was drawn in, accumulating towards its mouth like a whale gulping down water. In just a short while, the black ink ocean that filled the void was completely absorbed, strengthening the already ludicrously powerful black ink giant spirit god and causing it to grow in size by some 30%. Without the cover of the black ink ocean, the condition of the region where the sealed territory gate was located could be seen at a glance. The enormous void appeared to be a layer of thin ice that shimmered like rippling light on water in the midst of its warping and distortion. Along with those ripples of light, dense black ink strength could be vaguely felt surging from within as space contorted, as if it was about to shatter apart. The numerous Ninth Order's masters looked at the scene with fire burning in their eyes. They were all aware that the Black Ink clan's plan had reached its most vital juncture, and that the barren territory and wind mist territory would soon be entirely connected after the boundary wall was broken apart. Judging by the situation, it would not be long now. The Black Ink clan army had begun to gather from all sides, obviously with the intention of guarding the Black Ink giant spirit god and the region as a whole. The conflict over this territory had not ceased, as neither the Black Ink clan nor the humans would give up. Now, it was not exaggerated to say that 80% of the two races' armies were gathered in this region. In the past, control of this region had gone back and forth between the human race and the Black Ink clan. However, neither side was able to occupy it for long. However, things were different now. The Black Ink clan now had another Black Ink giant spirit god whose aura had just been strengthened after devouring the Black Ink strength left behind by the fallen soul clone. It would certainly be a challenge to the human race to snatch back this stretch of void from the Black Ink clan now. Under the orders of the Ninth Order Old Ancestor and army commanders, the human race army, from all directions, intensified their assault. Countless powerful divine spirits flitted around the battlefield, cooperating with the army to wear down the Black Ink clan soldiers. As the power of various secret techniques and artifacts continuously blasted towards their enemies, the auras of many lives disappeared one after another. The human race's attacks were repeatedly repulsed, however, as the Black Ink giant spirit god that charged in from the shattered heaven had broken the balance of power between the two races all on its own. While the two races were fighting, it sat still in the void. Although it rarely launched attacks, when it did, it carried an absolutely unstoppable force that even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters found difficult to resist. Only by working together could the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders somehow fight back, but they were still clearly at a disadvantage. The scene was incredibly disheartening. All of a sudden, the Black Ink giant spirit god abruptly turned its head to gaze at the position of the half-sealed territory gate, sneered coldly, then thrust out its palm, causing the already thin, sheet-like boundary wall to shatter. At the same time, on the opposite side of the boundary wall, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying several 100,000 kilometers just from the shockwave before he could stabilize himself. After cursing for a moment, he surged his space principles and used instantaneous movement to arrive in front of the almost broken boundary wall. Upon separating from the Wind Mist Territory's sect masters, Yang Kai followed their directions to locate this portal. Not daring to delay after witnessing the current state of affairs, Yang Kai tried to close and reinforce the breach. If he had succeeded, he might be able to delay things for a while, even if it wouldn't be enough to stop the Black Ink clan's plan. Yang Kai also found a dying man who was in the same condition as Yi Ming, whom he encountered in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Yang Kai didn't know which cave, heaven or paradise this individual came from, but he knew that he was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yi Ming previously carried a soul clone of Mo and used a secret technique to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, overdrafting his vitality and ultimately causing his death. Given Yi Ming's experience, Yang Kai naturally understood what occurred to this 8th Order Master before him. This individual also carried a soul clone of Mo. He had clearly unleashed the soul clone to corrode the boundary wall connecting this place to the barren territory. Yang Kai's expression darkened. He had assumed that the awakened Black Ink giant spirit god from the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land would arrive here, all because of the words by Luan before his death. It was Luan who told him about the instability of the passage between the barren territory and the outside world, which could only be completely opened if the Black Ink giant spirit god arrived and collaborated with the Black Ink clan in the barren territory. However, it appeared that this was not the Black Ink clan's plan. The Black Ink giant spirit god did not have to be present here, as there was already an 8th Order Blank Ink disciple with Mo's soul clone to erode the boundary wall from this side. Such a thin boundary wall would not be able to withstand the force of Mo's tremendously strong soul clone. Did Luan lie to me? If that was the case, it indicated that Luan had yet to rediscover his true self and was still a Black Ink disciple when he died. However, Yang Kai was unwilling to believe that. After ascending to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, Luan had dedicated his life to the Black Ink battlefield. He had no complaints even after more than 10,000 years of service, so Yang Kai hoped that he had died as a human rather than a Black Ink disciple. If Luan did not lie to him, the only explanation was that Luan was also unclear about the Black Ink clan's plan. His only mission was to wake the Black Ink giant spirit god in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land with Yi Ming. The task of the 8th Order Black Ink disciple here was to use Mo's soul clone to erode the boundary wall and open the territory gate. Of course, in the current situation, it was pointless to seek answers to these questions. What worried Yang Kai more was where the awakened Black Ink giant spirit god was headed if it was not here. Yang Kai understood almost immediately that it had gone to barren territory, the battlefield of the human race and the Black Ink clan. If that was the case, the human race would not be able to interfere, allowing it to achieve its goal by collaborating with its army and the other Black Ink giant spirit god. Even old ancestor Xiao Xiao could not stop it. As soon as Yang Kai understood everything, he dared not delay anymore. He wanted to quickly block and reinforce the already eroded boundary wall. However, just as he made a move, a tremendous force from the other side of the boundary wall blasted him away again. Yang Kai was so anxious that his eyes burned with fire. Now, he finally understood that the black ink giant spirit god had arrived as no one other than a master like it could cause such an impact across a boundary wall, no matter how thin it was. When Yang Kai rushed back a second time, what he saw made even his stalwart heart despair. The boundary wall had entirely shattered, and from the broken territory gate, the aura of another great territory flowed through. Yang Kai could even sense the chaotic energy fluctuating from the opposite side, obviously due to the battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race. And from the broken boundary wall, a giant hand that radiated incredible energy protruded out, continuously enlarging the gap in the broken boundary wall. With such a gigantic hand stuck in the boundary wall, Yang Kai had no hope to block the territory gate again, no matter how proficient he was within the Tao of space. The boundary wall between the barren territory and wind mist territory had been completely broken through. The next instant, a hulking figure with 2 horns on its head and the aura of a feudal lord emerged from the passage, displaying a smug sense of complacency. He noticed Yang Kai standing not far away and immediately grinned wildly. "How lucky of me! There's a human." Saying so, he charged towards Yang Kai. But before he even got close, a pallid light bloomed in his eyes, and his vision became distorted. In that distorted vision, he saw a decapitated body with black blood spurting freely from the neck. For some reason, he felt that this corpse was somewhat familiar. He suddenly came to his senses. "Isn't that my body?" Without figuring out what happened, his consciousness sank into darkness. Following him were more Black Ink clans storming through the passage from the barren territory battlefield to wind mist territory. Yang Kai clutched the spear in his hand, his expression cold as he weaved his supreme limitless spear art, using the Azure Dragon spear to unleash a barrage of spear shadows in all directions, slaughtering all the Black Ink clansmen that were emerging from the territory gate. These Black Ink clansmen varied in strength, but none were very strong. So in the face of Yang Kai's attack, they were almost powerless to resist. The Black Ink clan were no longer contained in the barren territory battlefield since the boundary wall had been breached. Clearly not interested in battling to the death with the human army, the Black Ink clan poured out of the barren territory once the Black Ink giant spirit god forced open a new portal. Only in this manner would the Black Ink clan be able to carry out their next plan. In such a predicament, Yang Kai had no choice but to stand his ground and kill all the enemies that came through. He stood alone in front of the passageway and wielded his spear. Before even gaining a clear look at wind mist territory, the Black Ink clansmen that poured out from the passage died one after another. As the saying went, as long as one man guards the mountain pass, even 1,000 warriors would not be able to enter. However, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he couldn't completely wipe out the seemingly endless stream of Black Ink clansmen that flooded out through the passageway. The Black Ink giant spirit god soon noticed the abnormality too and tried to use the gigantic hand that was forcing open the boundary wall passage to capture Yang Kai several times. But each time Yang Kai managed to avoid its attacks as they were significantly weakened across the great territories. As more Black Ink clansmen arrived, Yang Kai's rate of slaughtering became unsustainable. Initially, these Black Ink clansmen tried to surge forward to kill Yang Kai, whom they perceived as a formidable enemy. However, after a series of costly defeats, the Black Ink clansmen must have gotten some sort of command not to engage with Yang Kai at all and instead spread out in all directions as soon as they came out from the passageway. Yang Kai did everything he could to stop this, but he was ultimately just one man. Left with no other option, Yang Kai madly surged his space principles, causing the surrounding void to fracture like a broken mirror. Martial Peak, Chapter 5480, The Human Race Will Never Surrender. This time, things were much simpler. Even without Yang Kai having to take further action, the Black Ink clansmen that emerged from the passageway were cut to death by the myriad of void cracks. There were still some that managed to avoid being sliced apart by this web of void cracks, but Yang Kai's follow-up attacks took care of them. This secret technique was something Yang Kai only recently developed, and while it was not particularly powerful, making it useless against truly strong foes, it was highly effective against masses of weaker opponents. With such a secret technique deployed outside of the territory gate, any Black Ink clansman that rushed out from the passageway would inevitably fall into this trap. All Black Ink clansmen weaker than feudal lords would perish on contact with the void cracks. And although the feudal lords were slightly more powerful, the innumerable void cracks still severely damaged them. Only the territory lords were immune to the damage caused by this shattered mirror. All the current territory lords were innate territory lords directly created by most power. They were absolutely strong and were no weaker than the human race's finest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In less than an incense stick, Black Ink clansmen corpses were piled up as high as mountains outside the exit of the territory gate. It was impossible to estimate how many had died. Additionally, besides the weaker Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai even managed to kill 2 territory lords right after they appeared. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had reached his limits. More and more Black Ink clansmen were pouring out of the portal, and his space secret technique was starting to crumble, a sign that it would collapse any time from now. Yang Kai had the ability to cast the secret technique again, but he was currently being attacked by 5 territory lords, so he was rather occupied at the moment. Taking full advantage of his mastery of the Tao of Space, Yang Kai was fighting back fiercely against these 5 innate territory lords, and despite his disadvantage, it was the territory lords who were constantly leaking cold sweat in the face of Yang Kai's spear. After comprehending so many grand Tao strengths in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art had evolved even further, allowing each of his attacks to become illusory and unpredictable, throwing off these territory lords' senses and forcing them onto the defensive. However, these 5 learnt quickly after 2 of their own were injured and now refused to act separately no matter how weak Yang Kai appeared to be, insisting on battling him as a single unit. Yang Kai repeatedly cursed these 5 territory lords in his heart, but there was nothing more he could do. If they split up and acted independently, Yang Kai could still find a way to break through and pick them off one by one, but facing all 5 he was strong in will but weak in strength, frequently having to take risks to push them back, which only caused him to suffer more injuries. As time passed, more and more Black Ink clansmen emerged from the barren territory before quickly dispersing in all directions, ignoring the battle between Yang Kai and the 5 territory lords. In no time, their figures disappeared. Yang Kai experienced a deep sense of despondence and silently understood that Wind Mist territory was doomed. The human race would no longer have a place in this great territory with so many Black Ink clansmen arriving and scattering in all directions. Just like a spark, the Black Ink clan would set everything aflame with their Black Ink strength. No great territory could resist now that the Black Ink clan had breached the barren territory and were spreading out unchecked as the human army's main force remained in the barren territory. The human race had been at war with the Black Ink clan for countless generations, losing innumerable lives in the process, but on this day all those sacrifices were rendered pointless. After today, there would be no peace in the 3,000 worlds. Filled with shame and resentment beyond words, Yang Kai's movement became more and more vicious as all he could think about was butchering every single Black Ink clansman who rushed out from the passage. On the barren territory battlefield, the human race army was equally at a loss when they saw the boundary wall being completely breached and endless Black Ink clansmen streaming into it. No matter how difficult things were previously, the human race army was determined to fight the Black Ink clan to the very end because they were fighting to protect the 3,000 worlds and every great territory teeming with life. However, when the boundary wall was completely breached, allowing the Black Ink clan army to flood out, the determination and will that drove them previously ruptured as well. At that moment, countless were at a loss on the battlefield. Even the old ancestors unconsciously came to a halt. Defeat. The human race had lost. Looking back to some 600 years ago, it seemed like victory was within their grasp. The goal to eradicate the Black Ink clan and put an end to the threat they posed for millions of years was near at hand. They gathered more than 100 great passes and the accumulated heritage of the cave heavens and paradises from the past 100,000 years and launched a grand crusade to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. However, outside of the primordial heavens source grand restriction, 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods flanked them from opposite sides, causing the humans to suffer their first defeat and forcing them to flee back to the no-return pass. While retreating, hundreds of thousands sacrificed their lives to protect their companions. Despite gaining the assistance of the dragons, phoenixes, and several other divine spirits at the no-return pass, the human army still lost to the Black Ink clan. After this second loss, they abandoned the no-return pass and retreated to the barren territory. Now, after just 200 years of battle, the Black Ink clan managed to break through the boundary wall and completely connected the barren territory with Wind Mist territory. At this moment, the humans had been completely defeated, unable to recover from the invasion of the Black Ink clan. How did things end up like this? No one could figure out the reason. The human race was not weak, and they had never underestimated the Black Ink clan. But today, the Black Ink clan had beaten them. Though the human army remained mighty, right now they could do nothing but watch. Disheartened, all the soldiers of the human race army secretly wept. At this moment, the barren territory battlefield that was once filled with chaos and death became utterly silent. The only fight that continued was the one between Aer and his opponent. Their battle seemed like it would last until the universe itself shattered and died. These two giant spirit gods had not stopped ever since they first met. Even though it had already been 200 years, neither side seemed to have gained any kind of advantage. Suddenly, someone pointed at the gap in the boundary wall and shouted, "Someone is blocking the Black Ink clan army?" The territory gate had been substantially widened now, and the two great territories were entirely connected due to the arm of the Black Ink giant spirit god that stretched across the passageway, allowing the humans in the barren territory to see the view on the opposite side, though the image was blurry thanks to the distortions of the void. Just as all of the soldiers on the barren territory battlefield were losing the will to fight, they realized there was still someone attempting to stop the Black Ink clan army on the opposite side of Wind Mist territory. And it was just one person. This one unknown person had killed millions, causing blood to flow like rivers. Across the passage, black blood and Black Ink strength almost flood the entire void. This discovery soon spread as more and more soldiers looked up to see the scenario in Wind Mist territory. They didn't know who this person was, but they certainly knew that they were fighting alone, with no signs of backing down or becoming discouraged. Seeing this, all of them couldn't help but feel ashamed. That one individual was still fighting on while they, the grandest army the human race had ever assembled, had already given up. It was as if a spark had been lit and was now setting their hearts aflame with the burning desire for victory. The courage and will to resist that had almost died moments ago was stimulated once more, and the need to take action spurred all of them on. They were the guardians of the 3,000 worlds and the human race, fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield and fending off the invasion of the Black Ink clan. The sky was truly falling, but if they, the tallest and strongest, did not rise to hold it up, who would? The 3,000 worlds was home to their master sex, their families, their descendants, and everyone they knew and loved. In a battlefield unknown to ordinary people, they constructed an impregnable line of defense with their own flesh and bones, sheltering the entire human race. If they admitted defeat, it would be the end. The human race will never surrender. Suddenly, someone lifted his long sword and yelled furiously. His voice rang out across the void as his world force. That shout was followed by another, then another, and another. Never surrender. The shouts erupted one after the other, forming a torrent that shook the universe. The previously dejected ambience now burned anew. The Black Ink giant spirit god guarding the passageway was first fascinated by the human race army's hopelessness and grief. As this was something it had never witnessed before, it was extremely intriguing. But just as it was preparing to stir up trouble to further suppress the humans, they suddenly regained their fighting spirit and determination, even pushing it to new heights. The Black Ink giant spirit god was taken aback by what it saw and frowned as it gave it some thought before turning to look at the territory gate. Using its vision that could penetrate the void, it saw a lone human figure fighting against the territory lords in Wind Mist territory. The humans changed so drastically because of him. The Black Ink giant spirit god was suddenly enraged. If it had known this would happen, it would have gone all out to murder this annoying human back in the divine spirit ancestral land. Even if the human race did not know who was obstructing the Black Ink clan in Wind Mist territory, the Black Ink giant spirit god did. Not only did it know, but the Ninth Order old ancestors all understood who it was on the other side. The shift in the mentality of the whole army had also shaken the Ninth Order old ancestors out of their daze. Nobody could have imagined that one person's effort and persistence would inspire the fighting spirit of the entire race. Even they, who had lived for countless years, seemed to have become younger at this moment, with enthusiasm surging in their hearts. The young ones are indeed energetic, no? A ninth-order old ancestor suddenly said. Yes, there is hope for the human race with youngsters like these. We were like that once. It's a shame that the years have dulled me so. It was not simply due to their old age, but also the constant weight of their responsibilities. Their existences were burdened by their sex, their passes, and their entire race, disallowing them to be as carefree as they were when they were young. Who among you has the courage to be young and passionate with me once again? With a grin, the oldest and most respected old ancestor asked. This old ancestor was born in pure Yang Cave heaven and had lived the longest among all living old ancestors. Before many ninth-order old ancestors present here were born, he was already a ninth-order open heaven realm master. In terms of age, he could even be considered an ancestor among all ninth-order old ancestors. It should have been like this a long time ago. Ever since I ascended to the ninth-order open heaven realm and started guarding the black ink battlefield, my spirit has grown dull. Every move had to be made with innumerable considerations for all possibilities. When was the last time I simply took action? All I wanted in my life was to be happy and unrestrained. Indeed, indeed. Stop being so long-winded. Those who are truly young act as soon as the words leave their mouths. How can you sentimental old farts be considered young? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5481. The day has come. The ninth-order old ancestors were shouting frantically, losing their prudence, as if they were actually a bunch of immature youngsters who were oblivious to the immensity of heaven and earth. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, just smiled and brushed a lock of hair back behind her ear. You old farts, acting like a bunch of immature brats here. Only Wu Qing and I could be counted as youths in terms of age. How could you be considered young now that you've all got one foot in the grave already? Wu Qing, the former Yinyang Pass Southern Army commander, who ascended to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm about 1,000 years ago, had succeeded old ancestor Xiao Xiao in guarding Yinyang Pass. Only then did old ancestor Xiao Xiao have the opportunity to lead the Great Evolution Army to recapture the Great Evolution Pass. If there wasn't a new Ninth Order Open Heaven realm master to take over, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would never have been able to leave Yinyang Pass. Upon hearing her remarks, Wu Qing, who was pale-faced and injured, nodded, agreeing with her that he was indeed the youngest member of all the Ninth Order old ancestors. Regarding old ancestor Xiao Xiao's age, while it was unclear whether she was the second youngest or not, who would have the audacity to argue with a woman about her age? Immediately, another old ancestor laughed and said, Xiao Yuya is right. We are indeed all old. You young people are our hope and future, so you and Wu Qing should stay back. The smile immediately vanished from old ancestor Xiao Xiao's face as she protested angrily, Why? The oldest pure Yang Cave heaven old ancestor responded with a smile. Someone must remain to provide the youngsters with a protector and give them time to mature. Or are you going to depend on us old men to do so if you two don't stay back? Displeased, old ancestor Xiao Xiao remarked, Never mind about Wu Qing. I won't stay back. The old ancestor of Great Battle Cave Heaven shook his head. The future of the human race lies with the star boundary and Yang Kai. Among all old ancestors, you are the closest to him, so it only makes sense for you to remain behind and watch over him and the star boundary. Saying so, he transformed into a streak of light and headed towards the black ink giant spirit god, as the sword in his hand shook slightly, not wanting to wait for old ancestor Xiao Xiao's response. Just as old ancestor Xiao Xiao was about to object, another old ancestor walked past her and patted her on the shoulder. I will leave those useless disciples of Xianyuan Cave Heaven to you. Then he transformed into a bird of light and flashed away. Why not give us old folks one last opportunity to shine? Another old ancestor grinned and added. While laughing, he proceeded to chase after the two Ninth Order old ancestors. Like moths to a flame, the Ninth Order old ancestors rushed by old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing one after another as they charged straight in the direction of the black ink giant spirit god boldly, showing no signs of hesitation or regrets. In an instant, old ancestor Xiao Xiao's vision blurred. Her body trembled, as if she was attempting to go after them. However, her feet appeared to be weighted down, preventing her from moving. After all, the old ancestor of pure Yang Cave Heaven was right. Someone had to stay behind to protect the young ones. Wu Qing was selected by the Ninth Order Old Ancestors because he had just ascended to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, whereas Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao was chosen because of her relationship with Yang Kai. There was no prior discussion, simply an agreement made by all the other Old Ancestors in the moment. There was also no room for refusal or objection. She and Wu Qing were forced to carry this burden by the older ones, leaving them no chance to argue. After the Ninth Order Old Ancestors left, dragon roars and phoenix cries resounded throughout the void as a majestic and awe-inspiring sight appeared before everyone's eyes. Surging with the might of divine spirits, the leaders of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan unleashed their might as they soared over, causing both time and space to contort. By now, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's eyes were utterly soaked in tears. Wu Qing, whose face was no less wet, cupped his fist and shouted loudly, "This junior will not disappoint your expectations." Without looking back, he turned and ordered, "Withdraw the army." At this moment, crippled and defeated was the most straightforward way of describing the human army. Outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the humans were defeated for the first time and forced to retreat to the no-return pass. At the no-return pass, they were again defeated and retreated to the barren territory. This time was their third defeat. It wasn't that Wu Qing and old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't want to stand and fight to the bitter end, nor did the human race army want to retreat. However, even if they desired to do so, the only option they had at this moment was to withdraw to the 3,000 worlds. Simply put, dying in battle might be glorious and honorable, but what about the day after? Should the future be buried along them as well? Admitting defeat and escaping was certainly shameful, but only by living on could hope endure. In the present situation, living was undoubtedly the more difficult choice. Perhaps death in battle could be a relief to them, ending all their troubles. The survivors, on the other hand, would have to bear heavier burdens. To preserve hope for the future, it did not matter if they had to endure this humiliation. As a result, Wu Qing decisively ordered a full withdrawal of the army. The fact that the Black Ink Clan army was pouring into the Wind Mist territory from the Territory Gate and invading the 3,000 worlds could not be reversed. Instead of allowing the human race's current limited strength to be completely destroyed on this battlefield, it was wiser to live with this humiliation and blood feud. One day, sooner or later, they would make the Black Ink Clan experience 100 times the pain they endured today. Nobody knew how much it pained Wu Qing to order this retreat, but if one had looked closely, they would see his fist clenched so tightly that fresh blood was drawn from his palms. Although the fighting spirit and determination of the army had been reignited by Yang Kai, the army commanders did not let the blood rush to their heads and swiftly organized the march to the Territory Gate leading to the Shattered Heaven under the command of Wu Qing. The Black Ink Clan did not pursue them either because there was simply no need to. All they had to do now was to rush into Wind Mist territory and then wreak havoc. Chaotic energy impacts and violent shockwaves stuck from the army's backs. Yet nobody dared to turn around to witness the heartbreaking scene. Regardless, they could all feel the withering of extremely strong auras without having to turn to look. With the exception of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, all 35 of the remaining Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the human race died in battle that day. Both the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan leaders of this generation died as well. The barren territory was filled with mournful dragons and phoenixes' cries. However, such devastating losses were not in vain. In that great battle, 44 royal lords of the Black Ink Clan perished, along with several million Black Ink clansmen. As for the Black Ink giant spirit god holding open the Territory Gate, it was also severely injured, its infuriated roars ringing so loudly that they could clearly be heard in neighboring Wind Mist territory. It could be said that the war for the barren territory was the most tragic battle between the two races. Even though the two races suffered heavy losses in both the battle outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and at the No-Return Pass, this was undoubtedly the most tragic one. One after another, the injured Ninth Order Masters and the Royal Lords fell. Never before had there been so many lives of such powerful masters lost in such a short time. After the dust settled, Old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were the only Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters of the human race that remained. On the Black Ink clan side, only 2 royal lords remained. One guarding the no-return pass while the other had charged into Wind Mist territory before the final battle. All the Ninth Order masters entered this final battle to drag down the royal lords with them. They understood that, in order to give the youngsters an opportunity to grow, there couldn't be too many top masters on the enemy's side. However, in order to kill the royal lords, they had to put their lives on the line. With such a mentality, and knowing what the end result would be, they still went forth boldly without hesitation or regrets. The outcome was indeed quite fruitful. Even though they were outnumbered, the old ancestors struck with such speed and ferocity, catching the enemy completely off guard, that they managed to eliminate almost all of the royal lords. In fact, if not for the Black Ink giant spirit god, at least 10 of them could have survived. All of the Ninth Order masters that went to war that day, however, perished due to the Black Ink giant spirit god's interference. After that battle, the Black Ink clan and the human race both had essentially depleted their top combatants. Besides the old ancestors and the royal lords, the human race still had a giant spirit god, Fu Guang, the divine dragon who became the new leader of the dragon clan, and another giant spirit god, Ada, whose current whereabouts were unknown. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan was left with 2 royal lords, one of which was seriously injured, and 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods, again one of which was badly injured. It could be said that the majority of challenges that the human race would face in the immediate future had been eliminated by the sacrifice of the Ninth Order old ancestors. As for the longer future, the youngsters would have to take care of that for themselves. The Barren Territory was a battle of significant impact, a battle that changed the status quo of both the human race and the Black Ink clan. After this war, word about Black Ink's strength could no longer be kept a secret and quickly spread throughout the Great Territories, sparking terror for some time. Fortunately, the vast human army had retreated from the Barren Territory. Under the command of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, and soon split up into numerous divisions that were deployed to the various Great Territories to maintain control of the situation and begin evacuations. Even the Great Territories occupied by the Cave Heavens and Paradises would soon be emptied out. At this point, Wu Qing's decision to withdraw the army had proven to be the correct one, because enough troops had been preserved to implement this mass migration. Since all these cultivators had personally taken part in the battle against the Black Ink clan and were aware of how bizarre and difficult to handle Black Ink's strength was, none of them slacked or dallied in this task, working as swiftly and diligently as possible. 3 months later, a few hundred masters returned from a bloody journey to Void Territory. Among these people, led by the heavenly moon demon spider Zhu Jiuyan, were people like Yang Kai's wives Yu Rumeng and Su Yan, great emperors like Iron Blood Zhan Wu Hen, rising stars like Li Wu Yi, and Yang Kai's friends who he met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary like Xiangying, Fang Yu, and Yang Kai's subordinates like Hui Gu, Luan Baifeng, and more. Even the Dragon Clan members from the Star Boundaries Dragon Island returned for the first time since they left for the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land to cultivate. Because these individuals shared the same origin, they were all integrated into the Great Evolution Army by old ancestor Xiao Xiao before being divided into various divisions and battalions on the Barren Territory battlefield. Divisions like theirs could be found throughout the Great Territories now. Old Man Baishi could feel the aura of these people soon after they entered Void Territory, and so he swiftly opened the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array to let them in. After learning the result of war in the Barren Territory from Zhu Jiuyin, Old Man Baishi sighed heavily. Yang Kai's words were prophetic indeed. This day has really come. Then, Yu Rumeng asked in surprise, "Senior, you spoke with that little bastard?" Old Man Baishi nodded. Yang Kai once returned and told me to take care of it if Voidland needed to be relocated. He did question Yang Kai about the severity of the situation on that day, but the latter simply said it was a precaution. But, looking back, Yang Kai probably had a vague premonition of what was going to happen today, or else he wouldn't have made such a solemn request. Turning his head, Old Man Baishi said to Xiao He, "Tell Lu Shui and Chan Tianfei to prepare." Xiao He nodded and left upon hearing this command. With Yang Kai's previous warning, Voidland had gotten adequately prepared, so when the time came to evacuate, they could depart at a moment's notice, bringing along those from Void Star City and even the other great forces from Void Territory. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5482. Returning to the chaotic dead territory. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai fled through the void as space principles undulated. Behind him was a royal lord who was hot on his heels, attacking Yang Kai with various secret techniques, forcing him to dodge from side to side. Yang Kai was unaware of the state of the battle in the barren territory, and was also unaware that the last of the Ninth Order old ancestors died with the royal lords of the Black Ink clan to pave the future pathway for the human race. The only remaining Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were Wu Qing and old ancestor Xiao Xiao. He didn't even know that the human army had evacuated from the barren territory, as he was currently running for his life. Previously, he was single-handedly intercepting and killing the Black Ink clansmen flooding out from the barren territory battlefield into Wind Mist territory. Under his attacks, heaven and earth quivered, and the blood of his enemies flowed and pooled into an ocean. The Black Ink clan was naturally enraged by his actions, and immediately, a royal lord passed through the passageway and entered Wind Mist territory. Yang Kai dared not hesitate once he sensed the royal lord's aura. So without pause, he turned and fled. Although he had killed the sheep-headed royal lord by himself outside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai knew that was due to the multiple coincidences and accidents that aided him. Even so, Yang Kai had to use 4 soul-rending thorns in quick succession in that battle, which caused his consciousness to become vague and blurry. So he wasn't even sure how he killed the sheep-headed royal lord. All he knew was that when he regained his senses, he was already holding the head of the sheep-headed royal lord. Although his strength had significantly improved since then, Yang Kai understood that he was still not capable of defeating a royal lord in a conventional battle. When he was young and weak, he had experienced being hunted down by masters far stronger than him. But what frustrated him so was that even after reaching the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and becoming extremely powerful, he was still being chased after and hunted by more powerful masters. At this point, only royal lords and Black Ink giant spirit gods were strong enough to defeat Yang Kai, but he had actually experienced such situations twice in just a few hundred years. As he was escaping this time, Yang Kai secretly swore that after he ascended to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he would hunt down lone royal lords and give them a taste of their own medicine. While he was still a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master, he could barely escape from the sheep-headed royal lord with the aid of purifying light, but now that he was in the Eighth Order, his situation was significantly better, even without the assistance of purifying light. In other words, though he might not be the royal lord's opponent without the strength or ability to isolate space, it would purely be a dream for such a master to want to kill Yang Kai. Flee if unable to put up a fight was a principle Yang Kai had been living by and implementing throughout his entire life. However, it was still difficult to shake off a royal lord. Without the aid from the purifying light, there was no way for Yang Kai to isolate himself from the royal lord's aura with his strength alone. That was not to say he couldn't escape, but Yang Kai had some reservations about doing so. The current situation was not only because he was not as strong as the opponent, but also because he had other intentions as well. What worried Yang Kai was Wind Mist territory. Although he had previously stopped and slain numerous Black Ink clansmen, many more managed to escape. Now that he was gone, the Black Ink clan army would undoubtedly charge right in. He knew that Wind Mist territory was likely to fall in short order, and the catastrophe would subsequently expand to the nearby Great Territories. Yang Kai could only hope that the human race would be able to react quickly and effectively, as he no longer had any control over problems relating to the survival of the entire race. In the midst of fleeing and dodging attacks, Yang Kai took a glance back and noticed that this royal lord was nearly as strong as the sheep-headed royal lord he previously met. Both of them were innate royal lords directly created by Mo, unlike Mo Zhao from Great Evolution Theater, who cultivated to that realm step by step. The strength of this sort of innate royal lords was exceedingly strong from the moment they were born, equivalent to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm masters. However, the one drawback was that their strength was essentially fixed at birth, unable to develop any further. Both the innate royal lords and innate territory lords were the same. It could be said that all innate territory lords had no possibility of ascending to become royal lords. Although they were born with the combat power on par with the strongest Eighth Order human masters, they did not have the chance to advance further. One would know that just by observing Territory Lord Che Kong, who was an innate territory lord killed by Yang Kai. Che Kong had been born hundreds of thousands of years ago, Yet he remained a territory lord. Everything had its pros and cons. Even an ancient supreme entity like Mo could not resolve such issues. This royal lord was not particularly large, so if it weren't for the surging of black ink strength from him, he would not appear much different from an ordinary human. He attacked Yang Kai the moment he emerged from the territory gate on the command of the black ink giant spirit god. Initially, this royal lord thought this would be a simple task, but he never expected that this eighth-order human would be as slippery as an eel, with each of his attempts to capture Yang Kai failing miserably. The royal lord raged after some time of pursuing Yang Kai, vowing in his heart to rip this annoying human to pieces the moment he caught him. Yang Kai had no idea how the battle in the barren territory was progressing, but neither did the royal lord. He had no idea that pursuing Yang Kai actually helped him escape death, because it was only moments after he crossed the boundary wall that the ninth-order old ancestors of the human race launched their attack and killed off all other royal lords. Great territory after great territory, he pursued Yang Kai. The royal lord couldn't help but marvel as he passed through the flourishing great territories where he beheld the stunning and picturesque sights. Since the day he was born, he had lived inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, where there was only endless black ink strength and darkness. Afterwards, despite the black ink clan army's entry into the barren territory, it was completely empty with not even a dead universe world to be seen. He had never witnessed a spectacle as breathtaking as this, particularly in those universe worlds, where the world force was exceedingly rich. The world force in those universe worlds was nothing less than the most delectable banquet for a royal lord like him. The aroma of it wafted from afar to his olfactory senses, tempting him to rush over to devour it. But he suppressed his inner thrills and continued to pursue Yang Kai, all while picturing the wonderful scenario in his head of when the Black Ink clan army eventually conquered the 3,000 worlds. With these many prosperous great territories serving as their base, the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly grow rapidly, and by that time, the whole 3,000 worlds would transform into a strong source of nourishment for the Black Ink clan. After the humans had been entirely defeated and the number of royal lords had reached a certain number, they could return to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to free Mo. However, finishing the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master under his nose was currently the most urgent issue. The royal lord's icy eyes glared at the fleeing figure in front of him, and his pace increased by another 30% as his black ink strength surged. Yang Kai seemed to flee like a stray dog being chased, but in reality he could keep pace with the royal lord quite easily. Space principles flared from time to time as he traveled through the territory gates and great territories one after another while leading the pursuer behind him. After a year, Yang Kai finally slowed down, much to the joy of the royal lord, who had been pursuing him day and night as he assumed that Yang Kai had finally run out of energy. Over these days of pursuit, the royal lord had used up a lot of his energy too, so nothing more need be said about a mere 8th Order human. In fact, it was astonishing that Yang Kai could persist for so long. The distance between them continued to narrow before a territory gate came into view. The royal lord judged from the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's direction that he intended to cross this territory gate next. The royal lord had had enough of this chase, so he pushed his strength and unleashed a secret technique, allowing him to condense a hand from pure black ink strength that reached out to seize Yang Kai from a distance. Soon after, Yang Kai was tightly gripped in the palm of the powerful hand. The screams of that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were like music to the ears of the royal lord. But suddenly, the human sprang up and broke free from the black gigantic hand as a burst of light blazed. Immediately after, Yang Kai flashed away into the territory gate in front of them. The royal lord was furious as his prey managed to escape again, despite having been captured. Unable to tolerate it, he followed Yang Kai and recklessly plunged into the territory gate. The royal lord had experienced such situations many times along the way. He was initially extremely cautious since he was afraid that Yang Kai would ambush him on the other side of the territory gates. But since that had never happened, he was no longer on alert. Because there was a significant strength disparity, plotting an ambush was pointless. The only sensible course of action was to flee. This time, however, after entering the great territory on the other side of the territory gate, the royal lord immediately sensed something strange. There were extremely violent energy fluctuations clashing with one another here. Two types of energy appeared to have very different elements. They continually clashed and ground against each other in a seemingly endless struggle. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he had been pursuing was nearby too, looking a little stunned. And Yang Kai was indeed stunned. The reason he led the Royal Lord who was chasing him all the way here from Wind Mist territory was not because he was escaping randomly, but rather because there were allies here who could bring down this Royal Lord. Two of them, in fact. This was the Chaotic Dead territory, the home of the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer. Yang Kai originally intended to come to the Chaotic Dead territory to request Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to descend the mountain and help save the 3,000 worlds. But since a Royal Lord had been pursuing him, Yang Kai felt the best place to lead him was here. However, Yang Kai was shocked by what he discovered when he arrived at the Chaotic Dead territory. Two gigantic armies were battling against one another in the endless void, fighting a war that was no less intense than the battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Each army here had millions of soldiers, and their clash was so intense that space itself shook, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart, leaving behind endless fields of corpses. The two armies appeared to be stone-like statues rather than living beings of flesh and blood, very different in both size and strength compared to the small stone race Yang Kai was familiar with. Among them were the top combatants, whose auras were actually on par with Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. These giant stone figures each had a body no less than 1,000 meters tall, making them exceptionally conspicuous on the battlefield. Although these two grand armies appeared to be of the same race and shared a similar appearance, the energy and power they wielded were diametrically opposed. The power held by one of the grand armies was blazing hot. The moment they lifted their hands, it was like a flaming sun had risen into the sky, shining with such blazing heat that the void seemed to melt under it. The other army held a power that was icy cold, and as they activated their secret techniques, a crescent moon appeared and cast its frigid glow onto the void, acting as the nemesis of that flaming Sunday. Both the blazing suns and the crescent moons melted into nothingness one after another, creating an endless cycle that was both shocking and breathtaking. Martial Peak, Chapter 5483, Stroke of Inspiration. The two armies fighting each other were also quite distinct. Each had a different emblem on their chests. One was a sun and the other a crescent moon, which perfectly corresponded to their respective strengths. When Yang Kai entered this place and saw these two strange armies, his mind went completely blank. What the hell are these things? When did the Chaotic Dead territory come to have these things? Where is Big Brother Huang? Where is Big Sister Lan? Upon closer inspection, though, Yang Kai could actually find some resemblance between the small stone race and the soldiers of these two armies. But compared to the small stone race he had raised in his small universe, the ones in front of him were undoubtedly larger, and their strength was also incomparable. Could they be the small stone race I left behind? Yang Kai found it a little hard to believe. When Yang Kai had visited the Chaotic Dead territory in the past, he gifted some of the small stone race in his small universe to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan so they could use them to resolve the dispute that had plagued them since the dawn of their existence, who was the big brother or big sister. Instead of fighting personally, the two supreme existences would raise armies of small stone race and then have them battle it out to determine the winner and loser between them. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan found this solution very appealing, and over several years, the two had both racked up numerous wins, earning the privilege of being the older sibling until they were defeated. Yang Kai too had gained quite a lot from this experience. The yellow and blue crystals he had taken to the Black Ink battlefield had all been obtained from the Chaotic Dead territory, and over the years, he had used purifying light condensed from those crystals to save countless human soldiers who had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength. If it weren't for the fact that he had spent a decade escaping a royal lord, and then another 4,000 years in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon cultivating, the yellow and blue crystals he had would not have been used up so quickly. To Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, the battle between millions of the small stone race was nothing more than a simple game, a way to more peacefully and conclusively settle their issues. But now, after 1,000 years, these small stone race members seemed to have undergone some kind of inexplicable change. Looking at the small stone race members raised in his small universe, and then at the two armies of small stone race members currently engaged in an epic war that spanned as far as they could see, Yang Kai really wanted to ask those two how they raised them. Among the small stone race in Yonkai's small universe, the strongest ones were only about the height of an ordinary human and had the strength of an initial element or chi transformation realm cultivator, certainly more powerful than a mere mortal but still an ant compared to true masters. On the other hand, the most powerful beings here were more than 1,000 meters tall, and every part of their body was emanating a fierce and majestic might that was in no way inferior to an eighth-order open heaven realm master. If these two armies were to leave this place on a mission of conquest, no single sect in the 3,000 worlds would be able to stop them, not even the cave heavens or paradises. In fact, these armies would even be able to put up a fight against a Black Ink clan army of similar size. But after recalling how the true source of the yellow and blue crystals, Yonkai no longer found it strange for the small stone race under the burning light and serene glimmer to undergo such a transformation. Yonkai first discovered the small stone race in a new great territory connected to the star boundary. It was a race that no one had ever seen before. The small stone race were very similar to ants in that they had a strict and clear hierarchy. As long as there was an existence similar to an ant queen and ample resources, this race could rapidly multiply and flourish. Their demand for resources was extremely low, as well as anything with energy could become food for them. The reason why Yonkai had raised many small stone race members in his small universe was because the benefits each individual of this race provided in terms of generating world force were about 10 times the benefits of an ordinary human. The time flow of his small universe was much faster than the outside world. In other words, if he raised many small stone race, it would save him a lot of time in cultivation and allow his strength to rapidly increase. After ascending to the 6th order open heaven realm, Yonkai broke through to the 7th order in only about 300 years, with a lot of credit being due to the small stone race. In fact, his breakthrough to the 8th order open heaven realm was not only because of the great sea celestial phenomenon but also because of the proliferation of the small stone race. Be that as it may, Yonkai didn't dare to allow the small stone race to develop too much. The small stone race in his small universe had always been maintained in a stable range, because once their numbers reached a certain limit, the demand for resources would become too much to bear and some thinning would be required. Such a problem was obviously non-existent for Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. In terms of resources, the chaotic dead territory was the most abundant place in the 3,000 worlds, with yellow and blue crystals literally floating around the void as they were simply the remnants formed from the clash between the burning light and serene glimmer's energy. In other words, if these two were willing, they could allow the small stone race to expand almost without end. Clearly, after 1,000 years of such rapid evolution, the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory had developed to the point where elites comparable to 8th order masters had emerged from their ranks. Yonkai had come to the chaotic dead territory for two reasons. Firstly, to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to leave the chaotic dead territory, and secondly, to deal with the tail chasing him. But as soon as he entered this place, the sight of two small stone race armies fighting with each other really caught Yonkai by surprise. By the looks of it, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's game is still ongoing, and it has already developed to such a ridiculous state. By the time he figured out the reason behind these changes, the royal lord had caught up to him. Just as Yonkai was about to continue fleeing though, a sudden and unexpected change occurred. The two small stone race armies that were engaged in a fierce battle suddenly all stopped fighting the moment the royal lord appeared. All of the small stone race members, regardless of their height or strength, turned their eyes towards the royal lord, as if they were drawn in by some kind of irresistible force. The next instant, the 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members roared angrily towards the sky and beat their chest with both hands, sending pieces of rocks flying off everywhere, before charging straight towards the royal lord. Yonkai could clearly see unbridled hatred burning in the small stone race's eyes. The two armies instantly converged into two torrents of yin and yang that crashed into the royal lord. The royal lord was enraged. He was already in a foul mood after having failed to catch Yonkai time and time again for over a year. So when the two small stone race armies started pestering him for no reason, how could he tolerate it? A thick wave of black ink strength surged from him, transforming into a vast black ink cloud that covered a massive stretch of the void. The wave of black ink strength ripped the small stone race members to pieces. Even the small stone race members that were 1,000 meters tall couldn't withstand this kind of force for more than a few breaths before they were broken apart. Nonetheless, the two armies courageously pressed forward like moths to a flame, soon surrounding the black ink ocean in multiple layers, as if they were not afraid of death. From the start, the small stone race didn't fear death. Firstly, they didn't have the cognizance to do so as their intelligence was too low for that, and this trait seemed to have remained unchanged, even if the strength of the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory far exceeded that of their ordinary clansmen. Secondly, this kind of slaughter was just a day-to-day occurrence to them. Normally, the small stone race armies would keep fighting and never retreat a single step unless Big Brother Huang or Big Sister Lan gave the order to withdraw. Even when they were facing the royal lord right now, the thought of backing down never crossed their minds. More and more small stone race members were sent flying as bits and pieces of rock almost filled the entire void. The fearless charge of the small stone race members sent the Black Ink clan royal lord into a fury, and he kept attacking them without mercy. Amid this fierce battle, he tried using his black ink strength to corrupt these strange creatures and turn them into his slaves. But after a few attempts, he was shocked to discover that black ink strength, which had terrorized the human race for millions of years, was completely ineffective against these ignorant creatures. This left the royal lord perplexed, wondering what the hell these things were. Much to his shock and dismay, there were living beings in this world who could completely ignore black ink strength. Even divine spirits like the dragons and phoenixes only showed a strong resistance against black ink strength, but could not totally disregard it. These creatures had wildly varying strength, and they looked as if they were made from stone and had no flesh or blood. The royal lord even saw many small stone race members cannibalizing the corpses of their fallen comrades, grabbing bits and pieces of rocks and tossing them into their mouths before chewing and swallowing. Soon after, the aura of those particular small stone race members grew stronger. Yang Kai was somewhat surprised by the actions of the two small stone race armies until suddenly, he recalled his second visit to the chaotic dead territory. At that time, he had come here in hopes of finding a solution to the corruption of human cultivators by black ink strength. It was then that he had obtained the Great Sun and Great Moon marks. Using these two marks on the backs of his hands, Yang Kai could extract the power of the yellow and blue crystals to create purifying light. Back then, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan showed obvious looks of disgust when they sensed black ink strength. Back then, Yang Kai had not come into contact with many ancient secrets as his strength was low. He did not have a clear idea of the situation back then, but now he had some idea. If the burning light and serene glimmer really were related to the primordial light, it was only natural for them to hate and reject black ink strength, as black ink strength was the primordial darkness opposite the primordial light. Basically, black ink strength and purifying light, which was based on Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's power, opposed and countered each other. This was probably the reason why purifying light could dispel black ink strength. The small stone race, which had inherited these two strengths, naturally had an instinctive hostility towards black ink strength. That was why, the moment the royal lord appeared in the chaotic dead territory, the two small stone race armies, who were locked in a fierce battle against each other, stopped fighting and attacked the royal lord, driven by their instincts. After sacrificing many of their companions, the two armies split up and surrounded the royal lord. Furthermore, as these two armies had inherited the power of burning light and serene glimmer, from a distance, it looked as if they had transformed into a giant yin-yang symbol that enveloped the massive black ink cloud. Be that as it may, these two armies couldn't stop this royal lord, and if given enough time, the latter would surely be able to wipe these small stone race members eventually. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt the back of his hands become hot. When he looked down, he saw that the Great Sun and Great Moon marks that generally remained hidden had appeared on their own. At this moment, Yang Kai had a stroke of inspiration. The next instant, he fiercely stretched his hands out. A wave of world force fluctuations spread out from him as two enormous illusory palms emerged from his hands. As he curled his fingers and pulled his hands closer, causing the two enormous palms to mimic his actions, enclosing the battlefield in the center. Great Sun and Great Moon marks had also appeared on the back of the giant palms, and each mark was equally massive. The yin-yang fish that had enclosed that enormous black ink cloud also changed at this moment. Under the guidance of the two marks, streams of energy emerged from the small stone race members before fusing together. The next moment, an extremely pure white light began to bloom within the darkness. In an instant, the white light lit up the entire void like it was high noon. Purifying light. Usually, Yang Kai displayed purifying light that could disperse black ink strength by drawing on yellow and blue crystals with the help of the two great marks. Although he didn't have any yellow or blue crystals with him now, the small stone race members on the battlefield were equivalent to pieces of the yellow and blue crystals. Martial Peak, Chapter 5484. Your little brother is in danger. Yang Kai had never used purifying light on such a huge scale. With the support of the yin and yang elements of the two small stone race armies, this purifying light seemed capable of illuminating the entire chaotic dead territory. The thick black ink cloud began to rapidly evaporate under the brilliance of the pure white light, revealing the hidden royal lord whose face was filled with shock, obviously unable to understand what just happened. The unstoppable black ink strength that struck terror into the hearts of the human race and all other living beings was actually restrained by some other force. The royal lord was immediately struck with panic. Under the guidance of the great sun and great moon marks, the two armies of different attributes interweaved together, chasing after each other in a circle like a giant millstone. Every time the yin-yang millstone completed a circle, black ink strength surrounding the royal lord's body would be ground away. As a large part of the energy was drained from the small stone race members, they quickly shrunk back to their normal size. The royal lord, on the other hand, increased the pace of his merciless onslaught. No small stone race member was able to approach within a 100-kilometer radius of him, owing to his surging black ink strength. But after a short while, the royal lord felt his strength rapidly depleting. Only now did he catch sight of Yang Kai in the distance and understand that he was behind all of this. This sent the royal lord into a frenzy. He let out a fierce roar as his humanoid body suddenly ballooned into a hideous giant. The next moment, he forcefully broke out of the encirclement of the two small stone race armies by relying on his profound strength and charged straight towards Yang Kai. Be that as it may, his aura was unstable at the moment, clearly having taken a huge hit under the purifying light. Nonetheless, Yang Kai had no intention of fighting him to the death. When he saw the royal lord break out of the encirclement, he simply turned around and ran while shouting, "Big brother Huang, big sister Lan, your little brother is in danger. Save me." The relentlessly pursuing royal lord furrowed his brow after hearing this. He had no idea what was so special about this big brother Huang and big sister Lan that Yang Kai was requesting for their help. But anger was now blinding him, so the only thing on his mind was to catch Yang Kai and tear him to pieces to calm his rage. In the chaotic dead territory, it wasn't just two armies that were fighting each other. There were in fact many other armies fighting each other as well. These armies varied in size and numbers, ranging from a few thousand to even a few million. It was just that the two armies that Yang Kai saw just after entering the chaotic dead territory were comparatively larger. At first, Yang Kai was already surprised by the fact that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had raised armies like these too. But to his astonishment, he learned that what he saw was just a small part of their forces. By the looks of it, the entire chaotic dead territory was engulfed in the war of the small stone race, rendering Yang Kai speechless at the sight. Furthermore, every single small stone race member would immediately stop and attack the royal lord the moment they sensed his aura. Be that as it may, they were unable to stop the royal lord. Even if Yang Kai used their energy to create a mass of purifying light, he could only delay the pursuing royal lord for a moment, that was all. Yang Kai had no intention of fighting the royal lord head-on, so he kept rushing to the depths of the chaotic dead territory, shouting non-stop. Only when he suddenly felt two shocking auras approaching him did he finally stop and call out, his face beaming with joy, "Big brother Huang, big sister Lan, your little brother has come to see you." The pursuing royal lord behind Yang Kai also sensed the burning light and serene glimmer's auras, and his complexion immediately changed. Abruptly coming to a halt, he focused his senses for a moment before hurriedly turning around and fleeing. Obviously, he had noticed the strength of the burning light and serene glimmer and also understood why Yang Kai had lured him here. It was to seek help from these two beings. However, just as the royal lord was trying to escape, a golden chain appeared behind him all of a sudden. The chain was emanating an extremely rich yang element aura. Obviously, it was created from Big Brother Huang's strength. The chain wrapped around the royal lord like it had a mind of its own. The royal lord was quite strong too, and his black ink strength surged as he tried to shake off the chains. But suddenly, a small head popped out of the chain. Who knows when Big Brother Huang hid in this chain? But when he did appear, he just lightly blew at the royal lord. This action might have seemed ordinary, but it sent the royal lord tumbling through the void. By the time he regained his balance, a little girl in a light blue dress happened to be standing in front of him, gazing down at him with an innocent and pure gaze. Enraged, the royal lord punched straight at her. The little girl raised her skirt with both hands and gently lifted her foot, kicking the oncoming fist lightly. Oddly though, the little girl's figure remained motionless while the royal lord was sent flying like an arrow fired from a bow. The royal lord was completely terrified. Who the hell are these two? Much to the royal lord's shock, the two humans were tossing him like he was a piece of trash. What terrified the royal lord even more was the fact that he had a faint instinctual fear towards these two insignificant humans. The royal lord tried his best to regain his footing, but right then, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan shot towards him, leaving two trails of light, one yellow and one blue. The two circled around the royal lord, and at first, he could still make out their figures, but gradually, he lost sight of them as his vision filled with streaks of yellow and blue light slowly forming a huge net around him. Yang Kai heard the royal lord's roars and snarls. The next moment, the yellow and blue colors fused together, transforming into a pure white light. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan also simultaneously stopped and drifted away. In Yang Kai's sight, the royal lord's figure was no longer visible, leaving only a white cocoon that was radiating a pure and gentle light. This light had the same aura as the purifying light he used, but it was many, many times stronger and more intense than his own purifying light. This wasn't a surprise though, as Yang Kai condensed purifying light from mere remnants of the burning light and serene glimmer strength, while this purifying light was directly condensed by the two supreme beings. With a deafening bang, the cocoon of light exploded into countless wisps of light. As for the royal lord who should have been trapped in this cocoon of light, he simply vanished. Yang Kai was even unable to sense remnants of his aura. Yang Kai was bewildered at the sight of this as he inwardly praised Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan as truly being worthy of being the ancestor of all the divine spirits. Even a master as strong as a royal lord was disposed of with ease by the two of them. If he could persuade them to come forward, there would be no need to fear the Black Ink clan again. Yang Kai estimated that these two would even be able to kill the Black Ink giant spirit gods without much difficulty. Yang Kai then enthusiastically greeted the two. Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, long time no see. Your little brother has missed you very much all these years. Now that I've seen your noble bearing once more, this little brother's longing for you has finally been quenched. Big Brother Huang completely disregarded his flattery as a furrow appeared at his brow and he asked, "Where did that foul thing come from?" Big Sister Lan rebuked, pursing her lips. "Had you not been chased by him, why would you even think of us? You didn't even come to play with us all these years. I think you must have forgotten about us." Yang Kai put on an earnest look as he defended himself. "Of course not. Your little brother has been thinking about you day and night ever since we parted. Unfortunately, this little brother was dispatched to a distant battlefield and was unable to return. However, the moment I came back, I immediately came here to see you." Big Brother Huang lightly snorted. "You also brought an enemy with you and asked for our help? Am I right?" Yang Kai stated, embarrassed. "Little brother's skills are lacking. As I was not his opponent, I had no choice but to turn to you. It's only natural for big brothers and big sisters to take care of their little brothers." Yang Kai's face was filled with flattery when he was in front of the burning light and serene glimmer, which suddenly made him realize how Chun Tianfei must have felt when facing him. That fatty is still quite good. I should treat him better when I return and stop trying to scare him. Big Brother Huang stated, waving off. "Forget it. We big brother and little sister can't win against you in a war of war." Before he could finish, The nearby big sister Lon shouted, "Big brother and little sister?" "Humph! It's big sister and little brother." Big brother Huang shot a disdainful glance at her. "Wait until you have defeated me in this battle. We are big brother and little sister until it is over." Big sister Lon suddenly became a little dispirited and depressed. Apparently, she had lost the last round. As someone who had accompanied these two for a few years, Yang Kai was not surprised by this familiar sight. Big brother Huang then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Tell me, what made you come here this time?" Before Yang Kai could say anything, he interrupted, "Don't say it's because you really missed us." Yang Kai first smiled in embarrassment before he quickly cupped his fist and requested, "The Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds and is about to wreak havoc upon all the innocents living in it. Little brother earnestly requests you to descend the mountain and help resolve the human race's crisis." Big brother Huang slightly frowned. "The Black Ink clan? Like the one who died just now?" Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. Indeed, he was a royal lord of the Black Ink clan, equivalent to a human Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "How many royal lords like him are there?" Yang Kai answered, "Originally there were 200 or so, but now there are only a few dozen left. But the biggest danger posed by the Black Ink clan is not how many royal lords they have, but rather the unique characteristics of their black ink strength. You too must have seen it, so you should know how peculiar it is." Big brother Huang nodded his acknowledgement. Yang Kai continued, "The Black Ink clan uses something called black ink nests to create more clansmen. So long as they have ample resources, they can keep creating more soldiers. Originally, the humans tried to eliminate them on the Black Ink battlefield, but unfortunately we were defeated and our defenses were breached a year ago. Now, the Black Ink clan has broken through the boundary walls and invaded the 3,000 worlds. If we don't find a way to stop them, the human race will be finished and we will have no place left in this world. The humans can take care of the Black Ink clan army, but the Black Ink clan has 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods whose strength is too much for us. Unless Big Brother and Big Sister take action, there will be no way to stop them." Having finished speaking, Yang Kai cupped his fist again. "I earnestly request that the two of you come out of seclusion and save the 3,000 worlds, saving the human race from this crisis." Big brother Huang let out a long sigh. "Things have become so grim." Yang Kai nodded. "It will only get worse from here." When he escaped from Wind Mist territory, the passageway had already been fully opened. A year had already passed by now, so he had no idea about the situation in the 3,000 worlds. Big Sister Lon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stated, "But we can't leave here." Yang Kai was taken aback. "Even now?" Big Sister Lon explained, "Since you know our identities, I believe you've also heard the rumors about us from the humans, and those rumors are not exaggerated. We are physical representations of death and destruction. We've told you this before. It's fine if we are in the chaotic dead territory as it has no vitality. But wherever we go, every place will become part of the chaotic dead territory." Naturally, Yang Kai had heard of these rumors before and understood what the consequences of them taking action would be. Big brother Huang heaved a long sigh. Originally, the chaotic dead territory wasn't so big. It was only the size of an ordinary great territory, but later it became this. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5485. Exploded? Big brother Huang started speaking but hesitated to continue. As such, Big Sister Lon took over. "Long ago, our consciousnesses were muddled, which resulted in the destruction of many great territories, and that's how the current size of the chaotic dead territory came to be. After we gained sentience, we no longer dared to freely wander about, so we stayed here to avoid harming other places." This sounds a little familiar. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that the formation of the Black Ink battlefield was quite similar to the chaotic dead territory. Both were the fusion of many great territories. However, the Black Ink battlefield was the result of the wanton release of Mo's Black Ink strength, whereas when the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer came to realize the dangers of their power, they chose to remain isolated in the chaotic dead territory. "I see. Is there really nothing we can do about it?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other before answering in unison. It's because we can't control our own strength. Yang Kai was dumbstruck by this revelation for a moment, but then, he recalled the scene when he first came to the chaotic dead territory and realization instantly dawned upon him. That makes sense. After all, there were so many yellow and blue crystals here. The first time he came to the chaotic dead territory, things were not as peaceful as they were now. At that time, the chaotic dead territory was filled with the energy leaking out of the burning light and serene glimmer. The yin and yang element energies manifested into a myriad of strange avatars that kept clashing with each other everywhere in the chaotic dead territory, literally shaking the void. Had giant spirit god Air not accompanied him at that time, how would Yang Kai, who was just in the sixth order open heaven realm, have survived unscathed? He would have died the moment he entered, leaving not even a trace of his existence behind. This was a place where even the eighth order open heaven realm master could not survive for more than a few breaths. The entrance to the chaotic dead territory was always guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, with an eighth order ancestor and several seventh order masters stationed all year around. It was a mission assigned to eighth order masters in turn. Normally a dozen masters would be present at the entrance, tasked with monitoring the chaotic dead territory and the movements of the burning light and serene glimmer. This mission was both wonderful and terrible. It was terrible because it was very dangerous. Even though the chaotic dead territory did not expand often, sometimes remaining unchanged for thousands of years, and the burning light and serene glimmer never came out, if someday these two supreme beings got bored and decided to take a walk, the masters monitoring the entrance would be the first to suffer. On the other hand, the reason why it was wonderful was that the eighth order open heaven realm masters stationed here would have the opportunity to collect some yin and yang element materials at the outskirts of the chaotic dead territory. If they were in luck, they could easily harvest some seventh order or even eighth order materials. Yang Kai had visited the chaotic dead territory twice and had met the eighth order open heaven realm master guarding the entrance both times, but he had not seen anyone this time. Similarly, there was no trace of the cultivators he left behind last time to help serve as generals for these two's war games. Most probably, they had already left to fight against the Black Ink clan. It was precisely because of the dangers of the chaotic dead territory that there was such a shortage of yin and yang element materials, despite the entire chaotic dead territory being absolutely filled with yellow and blue crystals. If the burning light and serene glimmer could perfectly control their own strength, there would be no yin and yang avatars to confront each other, and neither would there be any yellow and blue crystals. It was precisely because they couldn't control their own strength that their energies would leak from their bodies, which would cause all other things. Later on, when Yang Kai left the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory, the two had tried to directly channel their energies into the small stone race, which ultimately caused the small stone race to mutate. It didn't make sense that Yang Kai's small stone race still remained the same after tens of thousands of years in his small universe, while the chaotic dead territory's small stone race had undergone an astonishing transformation. Surprisingly, even members comparable to eighth order open heaven realm masters had been born here, but when the pure energy of the burning light and serene glimmer were taken into account, it was only natural for evolution to occur. The continuous fights between the small stone race were mainly driven by the characteristics of their race, as well as by the burning light and serene glimmer's energies. It could be said that the confrontation between the yin and yang in the chaotic dead territory had never stopped. Only the way they were clashing had changed, and the reason for this change was because it was deliberately directed by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Naturally, Yang Kai already knew of this. It was just that he couldn't understand how beings as powerful as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan couldn't control their own strength. Logically speaking, the stronger one was, the greater the control they had of their own strength, but when it came to burning light and serene glimmer, it was the exact opposite. Nonetheless, if what they said was true, the destruction they would cause might be even worse than the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai really wanted these two to leave the chaotic dead territory to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit gods, but by the looks of it, this was just wishful thinking on his part. Unwilling to give up though, Yang Kai asked, "Are you two completely unable to restrain your strength?" Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan both vigorously shook their heads like rattled drums. Yang Kai rubbed his aching brow and asked, "Have the two of you ever tried to fuse together? Like this?" Big Brother Huang sent a wisp of his great sun force. Big Sister Lan didn't say a word as she also sent a wisp of her great moon force. The two wisps of energies of two different colors slowly converged together and quickly fused into a flash of white light. Yang Kai stated, "I don't mean merging your energies, but you two merging together." The burning light and serene glimmer both stared at him in a perplexed manner. "How do we merge?" For a moment, Yang Kai didn't know how to explain. All he could do was elaborate. There is a black ink battlefield just outside of the 3,000 worlds, which is the front line where various cave heavens and paradises resisted the Black Ink clan. The humans and Black Ink clan have been fighting on that battlefield for countless years. Little brother went to the Black Ink battlefield more than 1,000 years ago, and about 500 years ago, the human race army embarked on a grand crusade to the source of the Black Ink clan, where I met an ancient supreme master and came to learn of some ancient secrets. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't interrupt him. Rather, both of them summoned a ball of energy that transformed into a mat. They sat down on their respective mats and stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as if they were waiting for him to continue. It had always been just the two of them in the vast chaotic dead territory, so it was quite boring for them. They rarely got to hear something interesting about the outside world, so naturally, the two were quite happy and excited. Yang Kai shot a profound stare at them. "Some of these things may have something to do with you too." "NN." Big Sister Lan repeatedly nodded while Big Brother Huang listened attentively. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel as if he was storytelling, with two loyal listeners sitting in front of him. Rumor has it that, when the chaos separated into heaven and earth, the first primordial light appeared in the world, along with its counterpart, the primordial darkness. When he reiterated everything he had heard from Tsang about the first ray of light and darkness, nothing was exciting about it, it was just going back in time. Big Brother Huang clucked his tongue and rebuked, furrowing his brow. "Not interesting." Big Sister Lan also nodded in agreement. Both of them felt that if they kept listening to Yang Kai's nonsense anymore, they would be bored to death. Yang Kai helplessly stated, "You too. It's not a question of whether it is exciting or not. Don't you have any ideas?" Big Brother Huang voiced his thoughts. According to that old man named Tsang, Mo is the manifestation of primordial darkness. If we want to eliminate him, do we need to find the world's first light, the primordial light? "Yes." Big Sister Lan asked, "Do you suspect we are born from the primordial light?" Yang Kai nodded. Purifying light is the nemesis of Black Ink strength, and purifying light is the result of the fusion of your energies. I can't help but think they are related. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan glanced at each other before the former sighed. "I didn't expect that after hiding for so many years, it would still be discovered." Big Sister Lan also sighed and added, "There's nothing we can do if we're discovered." "You two really are born from the primordial light?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with anticipation. If Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were really born from the primordial light, then he had found a way to deal with Mo, the source of the Black Ink clan. As long as he could solve the problem of the source of the Black Ink clan, sooner or later, the entire Black Ink clan would be wiped out. At that time, peace would return to the 3,000 worlds. "What should we do?" Brother Huang looked at Big Sister Lan. "We can only do that," Big Sister Lan replied solemnly. Yang Kai watched as these two spoke in riddles. He was afraid that they would try to silence him. Fortunately, the burning light and serene glimmer didn't have such intentions. After exchanging a few words, the two of them stood up and, just like when they had killed the royal lord, their figures intertwined with each other, swirling in the void. Yang Kai clenched his fists, his face filled with excitement and anticipation. As expected, these two were born manifestations of the universe's primordial light, but somehow separated into two entities. However, the burning light and serene glimmer were seemingly able to fuse into one body at critical moments. The Black Ink clan crisis could be resolved with the primordial light. Even Mo, the source, could be eliminated. The two small figures intertwined faster. The yellow and blue colors quickly fused together and transformed into a dazzling white light. Soon, Yang Kai saw the light cocoon again. Earlier, the royal lord had been wrapped in this white cocoon of light, And when it shattered, the royal lord had simply vanished into nothingness. Now that this light cocoon had reappeared, Yang Kai's heart was rapidly pounding in excitement. After a while, the light cocoon completely stabilized and floated in front of Yang Kai like a real cocoon. Yang Kai called out a few times, but there was no response from Big Brother Huang or Big Sister Lan. So he gently stretched out his hand and touched the cocoon. It was like a solid object, soft and supple, as if he was touching the skin of the most tender baby in the world. Yang Kai couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch it. With a bang, the cocoon of light blew up into countless wisps of light. There was no aura, nothing, as though it had never existed. Yang Kai's entire body went completely cold, as if he had fallen into a frozen river before he panicked. Exploded? I pinched it casually, but it blew up? The cocoon of light exploded. Did I just destroy the primordial light? Impossible. Am I going to become the eternal sinner of the human race? In the future, whenever someone mentioned Yang Kai's name, they would say that it was he who had destroyed the light cocoon and destroyed the world's primordial light, causing the human race to lose the means to deal with the Black Ink Clan. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind like lightning, filling his chest with regret and indescribable pain. But the next moment, he was completely dumbstruck. Two small figures appeared from behind these glowing specks of light. Big Brother Huang asked with a huge smile, "Are you surprised?" Big Sister Lan excitedly asked, "Are you surprised?" The two of them had a look of joy on their faces, like their prank had succeeded. In that moment, filled with both relief and rage, the veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged and he unconsciously raised his fist and socked two naughty children over the head. Martial Peak, Chapter 5486, Emptying the Family Coffers. Of course, after his fist landed on their heads, Yang Kai abruptly came back to his senses. How could these two be so easily beaten by him? Even with his current strength, if either of these two even sneezed too hard at him, he would be vaporized. Yang Kai's head was filled with indignation and anxiety at that moment and acted without thinking, only wanting to teach these brats a lesson. Naturally, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were also struck dumb by this, and both of them stared blankly at Yang Kai, holding their heads. This was probably the first time someone had ever knocked on their heads. Yang Kai had also fallen into a daze. Looking at their figures before him, he suddenly recalled that while he might address them cordially as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, they were two of the most powerful masters to have ever lived. Of course, they were still children at heart. The ancient Supreme Master's MO was also childlike, so how could the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer, who were from the same era and possessed the same level of strength, not be similar? It could be that countless years of isolation from the outside world had prevented them from maturing. Or it might just be the universe trying to achieve some kind of balance. Yang Kai had placed all his hopes of defeating MO on them, and had even asked for them to merge together, yet he had never asked their opinion. Right now, they are Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. But what if they really merged? What would become of them? Feeling somewhat guilty, Yang Kai sighed and gently rubbed their heads. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan seemed to have sensed the change in Yang Kai's mood. Big Brother Huang tilted his head to avoid his hand and stated, "If we really could merge, we would have discovered it long ago. Why would we wait for you to remind us?" Big Sister Lan also nodded, but she didn't avoid Yang Kai's hand. Rather, her eyes became slightly narrow as a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. But Big Brother Huang's tone suddenly changed. "We sensed something strange over the years." "Like what?" Yang Kai asked. Big Brother Huang thought about it for a moment, as if he was trying to sort out his words. After a while, he finally replied, "We have a vague memory from the time when our consciousnesses were not fully developed. It's as if we brother and sister once existed together somewhere. But one day we suddenly left that place and appeared in the chaotic dead territory." Yang Kai's eyes lit up after hearing this. "What kind of place was that?" Big Brother Huang shook his head in response. "We were ignorant at that time and we only have some vague memories of it now." Big Sister Lan added, "I think it's not that we left, but rather that we were abandoned." "Abandoned?" Yang Kai was shocked. These two were already among the strongest beings in existence the moment they were born, so how could they have been abandoned? Nonetheless, the only thing he was certain of now was that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were deeply related to the primordial light, or else their combined strength would not have been able to restrain the black ink strength so easily. The primordial light and black ink strength were basically complete opposites. According to Tsong, the primordial light should have gained sentience a long time ago, and now, it might not be in the form of a simple light. It could be a tree, a flower, or anything else in this world. Combined with what Big Sister Lan had said, Yang Kai suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that after the primordial light gained sentience, it stripped away the great sun force and great moon force from its body? That great sun force eventually became the burning light, and the great moon force turned into the serene glimmer. But in that case, where is its main body? Perhaps Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's inability to control their own strength was related to this, because they themselves were only two parts of that primordial light. Currently, they are damaged and incomplete, so naturally, they are unable to control their strength, leading to the continuous confrontation between their innate forces. But in that case, why did primordial light strip these two from its body? What form did it take afterwards? Unable to figure anything out, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something else and asked, "The world reveres the two of you as the ancestors of all divine spirits, but did the two of you really give birth to the divine spirits' bloodlines?" Big Sister Lan immediately blushed red. "We're still children. What nonsense are you spouting?" Big Brother Huang also stuttered, "Don't talk nonsense. We're brother and sister." Sister Lan corrected him, "Sister and brother? It's sister first, then brother." Oh. The two of them began arguing like usual while Yang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Before he had met Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he had not given much of a thought to the fact that the burning light and serene glimmer were progenitors of all divine spirits, but after meeting these two and getting to know them, he became highly suspicious of this claim. How could these two give birth to the divine spirits? Moreover, there were so many different types of divine spirits, so was it even possible for them to be the common ancestors to all of them? By the looks of it, these two being the so-called divine spirit progenitors was also just a misunderstanding. However, the reason why Yang Kai's dragon vein could improve so quickly was because of the energy bestowed by them all those years ago. From this, it could be seen that they had some kind of close relationship with the divine spirits, but it no longer seemed like they were the legendary ancestors. History was shrouded in multiple veils of ancient secrets that had been obscured over millions and millions of years. If one did not belong to that era, there was simply no way to uncover the truth anymore. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to think about such matters now, though. The main reason he had come here was to ask these two to descend the mountain and deal with the black ink giant spirit gods. Now that he knew they couldn't control their own strength, though, his plan had failed before even beginning. However, since he was here, he naturally couldn't just return empty-handed. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai cupped his fist and requested, "Big brother, big sister, the human's entire existence is at stake. The purifying light created by merging your energies is the nemesis of black ink strength. So little brother must earnestly request that the two of you bestow upon us some yellow and blue crystals to prepare for battle." Hearing this, the two of them stopped arguing and Big Sister Lan agreed, nodding, "No problem. How much do you want?" Yang Kai solemnly answered, "The more the better. Also, is there a way for you to allow me to bestow the great sun and great moon marks to others?" Without these two seals, the yellow and blue crystals were just cultivation materials. Only by activating these two marks could the yellow and blue crystals fuse into purifying light that could counter the Black Ink clan. But Yang Kai had come here alone and didn't know what he should do to carry the great sun and great moon marks and bestow them to someone else. It would be great if Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had a solution to this problem, but if they did not, he would have no choice but to ask someone else to come to the chaotic dead territory and leave them to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. He was considering this now because he was currently the only one who could create purifying light. Even if he had enough yellow and blue crystals, the efficiency was still quite low while the risk was also quite high. If more people had the great sun and great moon marks, though, things would be much simpler. Big Brother Huang explained, "These two marks are formed from our source strength, So while we can bestow a few more to you, it can't be too many. Moreover, these 2 marks can only be borne by one with a divine spirit bloodline. You must remember this, for if one doesn't have the body or bloodline of a divine spirit, they will die trying to refine our 2 marks. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. Big Brother Huang continued, "We'll get you some yellow and blue crystals first." Saying so, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's figures flickered before a boundless pressure emanated from them. Even though Yang Kai was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he still felt completely insignificant before them as his heart clenched tight. The next moment, surging waves of energy gushed out from their bodies, transforming into enormous yellow and blue clouds. The moment these 2 clouds appeared, they immediately flew at each other and collided non-stop as powerful energy fluctuations began spreading throughout the chaotic, dead territory. As they collided, the 2 clouds constantly scattered and recondensed, creating massive amounts of yellow and blue crystals of various orders. Nonetheless, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan didn't stop. They constantly pushed their strength as clouds of various sizes appeared, one after another, flying off in different directions. It was true that these 2 were unable to control their own strength, so once they clashed with the energy in their bodies, they were simply unable to direct the result. Their energies would automatically clash once unleashed. Be that as it may, their strength seemed to be limitless. The entire void was filled with clouds of various shapes and sizes in just a few days, and soon after that, yellow and blue crystals were floating everywhere. All the yellow and blue crystals varied in sizes and qualities. Some were as small as beads while some were as large as mountains. Since Yang Kai didn't stop them, they had no intention of stopping. While Big Brother Huang kept pushing his strength, he also taught Yang Kai a set of secret techniques. According to him, Yang Kai could create great sun and moon marks by activating this secret technique with his divine spirit source, supplemented with part of their source strength. Yang Kai was naturally overjoyed by this, and carefully memorized this secret technique. After Yang Kai had completely mastered this secret technique, Big Brother Huang stretched out his hand and pointed towards him as an orange-yellow bead appeared before him. Big Brother Huang pointed 10 times, for a total of 10 beads. Each bead was created using his source strength and was also the foundation for cultivating the Great Sun Mark. On another side, Big Sister Lan also followed suit, creating 10 blue beads. After they had done this, Yang Kai could clearly feel that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were a bit exhausted. Obviously, extracting so much of their source strength was detrimental to them. Putting away the 20 beads, Yang Kai wore an earnest look and thanked the 2, cupping his fist. "Little brother thanks Big Brother and Big Sister on behalf of the human race and all living beings in the 3,000 worlds." Big Brother Huang stated, shaking his head. "We can't help you much. This is all we can do." Big Sister Lan exhorted, "You must be careful. Don't die so easily." Yang Kai grinned, "Don't worry. How could your little brother die so easily if the Black Ink clan is not destroyed?" Changing the topic, he pointed towards the distance and requested, "Little brother also has another request. Can I take some of your small stone race armies?" The small stone race in the chaotic dead territory had been raised so well by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan that even 1,000 meters tall clansmen comparable to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had appeared. It would be a waste to leave them here just to kill each other. The small stone race were unafraid of the corruption of Black Ink strength, so they could become a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were both a bit speechless as they felt that Yang Kai's visit this time had nearly emptied out their entire family's fortune. He had asked for yellow and blue crystals and also requested the Great Sun and Great Moon marks, and now he was even coveting their small stone race armies. Yang Kai quickly proposed, "I also have many small stone race members with me. I can exchange them with you too." Although his small stone race looked weak, if they were trained by these 2, presumably they would turn into an elite army in a few hundred years at most. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5487, Gathering the Small Stone Race. "Forget it," Big Brother Huang snapped. He could see through Yang Kai miles away. The small stone race multiplied rapidly. As long as there are stone kings, they won't be exterminated. so there's no need for you to exchange them for yours. He might have seemed reluctant, but Big Brother Huang still gave him permission. Go collect them yourself. Yang Kai was moved to tears. Many thanks. A moment later, Yang Kai came back flying in helter-skelter. There was a massive small stone race army chasing behind him as blazing suns and crescent moons kept flying at him one after another, pushing him into a corner. The small stone race lacked intelligence, only knowing how to act according to their instincts. Normally, they would fight each other because of their different natures, but when Yang Kai tried to collect them, he broke this balance, inviting their wrath. Worse, Yang Kai couldn't fight back. After all, they were going to be his allies in the fight against the Black Ink clan. He wanted to collect them, not kill them. As such, it didn't take long for him to be pushed into dire straits. Big brother, big sister, do you two have any good ideas? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. It was quite interesting that though, as he flew over to Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's side, the pursuing army behind him stopped in their tracks. Obviously, they had sensed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's auras. As far as the small stone race was concerned, the burning light and serene glimmer were the source of their creation and strength, so naturally, they couldn't act presumptuously before these two. Big Brother Huang snapped, "Are you stupid? Don't you know how to use the Great Sun and Great Moon marks?" Yang Kai came to a sudden realization. The Great Sun and Great Moon marks were created from the burning light and serene glimmer's source strength. So, if he wanted the small stone race to obey him, using these two marks was naturally the best option. Previously, Yang Kai had used these two marks to draw energy from the two small stone race armies and fuse them into a purifying light to deal with the royal lord, which was a similar kind of act. Having obtained the answer, Yang Kai turned around and rushed towards the two small stone race armies. He activated the Great Sun and Great Moon marks before even reaching them and, as expected, the armies did not attack him and he was able to smoothly pull them into his small universe. To prevent them from causing trouble in his small universe, Yang Kai had deliberately set up two regions and sealed the small stone race with his world force. One region was used to house Big Brother Huang's Great Sun's small stone race, while the other was used for Big Sister Lan's Great Moon's small stone race. After several months of hard work, one small stone race army after another was taken in by Yang Kai, their total number crossing into the millions. Among them, there were 100 or so 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters that were comparable to 8th Order humans. There weren't many of such small stone race members, as only an army of 1,000,000 small stone race would have one or two. At first, Yang Kai was a bit worried that his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm small universe wouldn't be able to accommodate these small stone race members. After all, if they were true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters, he wouldn't be able to put them into his small universe at all. Everyone's small universe had a limit, and higher order Open Heaven Realm masters could only take in lower order Open Heaven Realm masters. If they tried taking in someone of the same order, they would be helpless. But after giving it a try, Yang Kai found that it was not a problem to take in the 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members. Giving it another thought, he realized that these 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members were not true Open Heaven Realm masters. They might be as strong as 8th Order masters, but that was just raw strength. They could not be lumped together with true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters who had vast small universes. By the time Yang Kai was done, he had collected almost all of the small stone race forces in the chaotic dead territory. A few months later, when Yang Kai came to bid farewell to the burning light and serene glimmer, Big Brother Huang shooed him away before Yang Kai could say anything. "Get out of here." Yang Kai's first two visits could be considered acceptable, even mutually beneficial, but this time, he had basically emptied the entire chaotic dead territory. Even Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan felt their hearts bleed witnessing such wanton plundering. Putting everything else aside, it took them over 1,000 years to raise their current small stone race armies, so it would naturally take them just as long to nurture another such army. Yang Kai also knew that he had gone too far this time, yet he had no choice but to be this shameless for the sake of the human race. After a moment of silence, he stated, "I'll come visit you when I have the time." Big Brother Huang rolled his eyes. "I'd rather you not." An embarrassed but polite smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Do you know how to find the giant spirit gods? There were two giant spirit gods he knew of. One was Ada, who had appeared outside the star boundary all those years ago, and the other was Aer, who had led him into the chaotic dead territory. Aer was previously seen in the barren territory, battling with the Black Ink giant spirit god, but there was no news of Ada. The Black Ink clan had two giant spirit gods, and as Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan couldn't descend the mountain, Yang Kai felt that it would be best if he could find Ada so that the humans could make up for the lack of top masters among their ranks. Hearing this, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan both shook their heads, but Big Sister Lan added, "If it's the giant spirit gods, you don't need to look for them. If the Black Ink clan is as you say, then no matter where the giant spirit gods are hiding, they will be provoked by the Black Ink clan sooner or later." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before realizing that this was indeed the case. He cupped his fist and bade his farewells. "Little brother understands. Big brother, big sister, please take care. This little brother will take his leave now." Turning around, he transformed into a streak of light as he flew straight towards the territory gate. A few days later, Yang Kai finally exited the chaotic dead territory. He then immediately took out his universe chart, and after confirming his route, he made straight for the next territory gate. Although he didn't know the current situation on the barren territory battlefield, he knew it was now connected to Wind Mist territory thanks to the Black Ink giant spirit god. The appearance of this gap in the boundary walls meant that the human race had suffered a strategic defeat on the barren territory battlefield. Regardless of what advantages the humans might be able to gain on the main battlefield, the fact that they were unable to stop the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds could only be considered a complete failure. The main forces of the human race were all gathered in the barren territory, while the Black Ink clan had invaded Wind Mist territory through the newly opened territory gate. In other words, the human race could no longer contain them. It had been roughly a year and a half since the Black Ink clan army broke out of the barren territory, so it was hard to say what the current situation of the 3,000 worlds was. Yang Kai was not worried about the star boundary, as with the world tree clone present there, the star boundary would be the foundation of the human race's future. If he was right, the cave heavens and paradises would protect the star boundary at any cost, because only by protecting the star boundary would there be hope for the human race. If Yang Kai was one of the old ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises, he would definitely have the remnants of the human race retreat to the star boundary and use high heaven territory as the final pure land to resist the Black Ink clan, defending it at all costs while they waited for the younger generations to grow. There was no need to worry about Void Land either, as, before all this, he had warned Bai Shi. With a mature divine spirit like Bai Shi around, it should not be too dangerous for Void Land if they wanted to evacuate. As both the star boundary and Void Land were safe and sound, the most pressing issue right now was to assess the current situation of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai quickly found his bearings and flew in a certain direction. In less than a day, a beautiful universe world appeared in his sight. From afar, this universe world looked like a sapphire gem floating in the void, radiating a mesmerizing luster. But quickly, Yang Kai noticed that something was amiss. He could feel the fluctuations of someone fighting coming from the periphery of this universe world. A furrow appeared on his brow as he sped up. Soon, he arrived at that side of the universe world and, as he had expected, he found a battle taking place. On one side were obviously cultivators of some sect in this universe world. Their cultivations were quite varied, and many were even first and second order open heaven realm masters. But their opponents were actually the Black Ink clansmen. Having said that, the Black Ink clansmen here were not strong either, probably just a detached squad from the main Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clansman leading this squad was only a high-rank clansman, equivalent to a 6th order open heaven realm master. Obviously, the human side held the advantage in numbers, but the situation was extremely dire for them. Nothing was surprising about this, as the peculiarities of Black Ink's strength forced human cultivators into a difficult position. These cultivators had clearly never come into contact with the Black Ink clan before and didn't know how difficult it was to deal with them. So by now, many of their weaker disciples had already been turned into Black Ink disciples. How could the other cultivators, who had never heard of Black Ink's strength, bare to kill their fellow disciples, who were fighting alongside them just moments ago. On the other hand, Black Ink disciples had no scruples about slaughtering their former brothers and sisters and even focused their attacks on their vitals, pushing them into dire straits. Many had lost their lives, and the survivors were completely dispirited. Mourning cries could be heard everywhere. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight of this. This was a great territory adjacent to the chaotic dead territory, far, far away from wind mist territory, yet the Black Ink clan had already reached this far. Clearly, the Black Ink clan could no longer be contained. Probably, Black Ink clansmen or Black Ink disciples could be found in almost every great territory of the 3,000 worlds by now. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt his chest tighten up as an uncomfortable feeling surged in his heart. The cave heavens and paradises had been doing everything they could to stop the invasion of the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia. Countless heroes had laid down their lives, their corpses piled up into countless mountains. Yet all their efforts had now proven futile. A single misstep had led to their defeat. The Black Ink clan army had invaded every great territory, and many universe worlds had been reduced to barren wastelands. While countless people must have lost their wives, their sons and daughters, their entire family, was the crusade a mistake? No. Every generation had taken the complete eradication of the Black Ink clan as their goal, so the crusade was a must. Even if no crusade was carried out in this generation, one would have been launched by the next. It would have happened no matter what. This generation was the closest to success, but also the one who had sacrificed the most. The only mistake was that the human race's understanding of MO was simply too low. No one had expected MO to be so powerful, or that the Black Ink giant spirit gods were actually soul clones created by MO. Even the Black Ink giant spirit god killed countless eons ago by the divine spirits of the ancestral land, and the one on the late ancient era battlefield had been awakened by MO. Only after uncovering this information did the humans finally have some understanding of the ancient supreme being that was MO. However, despite things not currently looking bright for them, the humans would definitely be able to completely annihilate the Black Ink clan and drive them out of the 3,000 worlds one day. Yang Kai firmly believed this. The old ancestors who had fought to the death in the barren territory firmly believed this as well, which was why they had gone forth without hesitation. Everyone's efforts and sacrifices would not be wasted. They would only serve as the foundation for the future victory. The day the Black Ink clan was destroyed, the 3,000 worlds would finally regain its peace and prosperity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5488, Profound Abundant Sect. The Profound Abundant World was nothing when compared to the entire Swallowing Seas territory. For instance, there were quite a number of universe worlds like Profound Abundant World in this great territory. The development of these universe worlds' martial Tao differed, with some being strong and some being weak. The stronger universe worlds had given birth to some open heaven realm masters, while the weaker universe worlds were like the star boundary in the past, where cultivators couldn't even escape from the world's shackles. The Profound Abundant World could be considered average and was the homeworld of Profound Abundant Sect. According to the classification of various sects in the 3,000 worlds, Profound Abundant Sect could barely be considered a second-class great force with 3 fifth-order open heaven realm masters assuming command. Such a force could be found anywhere in the 3,000 worlds. They were neither at the top of the ladder nor were they at the bottom, most of the time having to rely on the stronger second-class great forces to survive. The most powerful force in the entire Swallowing Seas territory was undoubtedly the Swallowing Seas sect, hence the name for this great territory. Nearly a month ago, Swallowing Seas sect announced that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds on a massive scale. As the hegemon of Swallowing Seas territory, the Swallowing Seas sect ordered all the great forces, whether they were big or small, to immediately make preparations to evacuate. When the news came out, everyone in the Profound Abundant sect was completely dumbfounded. Naturally, they were confused as to what the Black Ink clan was. They had never even heard of this clan before, and now they were invading. After asking around a bit, Profound Abundant sect eventually came to learn that the human race had an ancient enemy, the Black Ink clan. The masters of the cave heavens and paradises had been trying to stop the invasion of the Black Ink clan in a place known as the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia. But unfortunately, the human race had suffered a great defeat a few years ago and their defensive lines were broken one after another, giving the Black Ink clan the chance to invade. As for the conscription order issued by the Cave Heavens and Paradises a few hundred years ago, that was to summon every Open Heaven Realm Master available to the battlefield to provide reinforcements. During that conscription period, 2 of the 3 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Profound Abundance Sect had been taken away, leaving only Zhu Guxingwei, the Vice Sect Master, to oversee the sect. Zhu Guxingwei found himself under a lot of pressure, finding it extremely hard to handle everything all on his own. When the Swallowing Seas sect sent word about the Black Ink clan, Zhu Guxingwei gathered all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the sect in the conference hall to discuss the matter. Profound Abundance Sect was a little lost as to what to do when they received the order to evacuate and relocate. This was no simple task. Open Heaven Realm Masters could cross the void and escape from Swallowing Seas territory. But what about Profound Abundance Sect's disciples who had yet to reach the Open Heaven Realm? What about all the living beings in the Profound Abundant world? This was the place where almost all of them had been born and raised. It was always difficult to leave one's homeland, and no one wanted to abandon their foundation and family. Who would be so cruel-hearted to do so without even trying to resist? What's more, if they left, who would protect the Profound Abundant world? Furthermore, these Open Heaven Realm Masters here did not have high cultivations, with the strongest of them being in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, not having the ability to take away all the mortals from Profound Abundant world. With the Black Ink clan about to arrive, anyone left behind would undoubtedly die. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of the sect were quickly divided into 2 camps. One side prioritized their own safety, with the opinion that only by surviving could one still have hope. They believed that since a powerful enemy like the Black Ink clan was upon them, they should quickly follow Swallowing Seas sect's orders. The other side felt that they should defend Profound Abundant world to the death and resist the Black Ink clan to the end. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of both sides kept endlessly arguing, with neither of them able to convince the other. Watching this, Zhu Guxingwei had a huge headache. He was only a Vice Sect Master. Generally, it was the Sect Master who made decisions of this gravity, but now that the Sect Master and the other Vice Sect Master had been sent to the front lines, it was a little difficult for him to bear the weight of Profound Abundant Sect alone. As such, he remained silent, not giving his opinion. Before Profound Abundant Sect could come to a decision though, a disciple suddenly rushed in, reporting that the enemy was already here. Shocked, Zhu Guxingwei led the other elders of the sect to investigate, encountering a squad of Black Ink clansmen just outside Profound Abundant world and immediately getting into a fight with them. Human squads were basically composed of 10 to 15 soldiers, but the Black Ink clan squads were different, numbering anywhere from several dozen to over 1,000 members. Compared to the human race, the Black Ink clan always had dominance in number. This time, not many Black Ink clansmen had come to Profound Abundant world, only numbering about 70. Although Profound Abundant Sect wasn't big, they still had some 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters, but most of their orders were quite low with few real masters among them. 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters versus 70 or so Black Ink clansmen. At first, Profound Abundant Sect did not feel any kind of pressure, but after noticing the peculiarity of the Black Ink strength, everyone began to panic, especially the disciples who were now being attacked by their fellow disciples who had been corrupted. They found this whole scenario hard to come to terms with. When the high-rank Black Ink clansman leader in the rear revealed his powerful aura, Profound Abundant Sect finally realized how dangerous the enemy they were facing was. The Black Ink clan squad leader was comparable to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In the entire history of Profound Abundant Sect, there had never been a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Fortunately, this Black Ink clansman didn't seem to have any intention of personally participating in the battle. Rather, he seemed intent on remaining on the sidelines and simply observing the situation, as if he was afraid that something unforeseen could happen, allowing Profound Abundant Sect disciples to hold on until now. Otherwise, they would have already lost. Zhu Guxingwei was filled with sadness. Sect Master entrusted Profound Abundant Sect to me before he left. Will the sect fall today? How can I face the ancestors of Profound Abundant Sect? He even tried to sneak attack that high-rank Black Ink clansman, but though he managed to close in on him, He had been sent flying by that Black Ink clan master with a single slap. Not only had he failed, but he was even contaminated by some of the Black Ink strength. At this time, nearly 30% of the many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Abundance sect had been turned into Black Ink disciples, 20% had died, and another 30% or so had been contaminated by Black Ink strength. From the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Everyone was filled with despair. At this point, even if they tried to escape, they would not be able to. The only thing waiting for them was either being turned into Black Ink disciples or being killed on the battlefield. There was no third option. At that moment, a streak of light flew over from afar, drawing the disciples' eyes as someone shouted, "Elder Pang has returned." The original low morale was suddenly uplifted. Elder Pang's cultivation wasn't high, just 4th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he had been sent by Zhu Guoxingwei to seek help from the Swallowing Seas sect. When Zhu Guoxingwei noticed that things were not looking good, he sent Elder Pang straight to the Swallowing Seas sect, which had 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command. Zhu Guoxing hoped that with the help of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the tide could be turned. Hearing this, Zhu Guoxingwei, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, turned his head in the direction of Swallowing Seas sect and saw Elder Pang's approaching figure. Despite that, Zhu Guoxingwei didn't show any signs of relief, because Elder Pang had returned alone, without any reinforcements. Elder Pang was a courageous and stalwart man. Although he had cultivated for many years, he had not lost his drive to improve. At this moment, he charged straight at the high-rank Black Ink clansman. Be that as it may, a 4th Order cultivation was too weak. The moment Elder Pang arrived in front of the high-rank Black Ink clansman, he was lifted high up by the neck by the Black Ink clansman. "Elder Pang," a disciple called out. Elder Pang's face turned red as the rich Black Ink strength began corroding his small universe, only able to roar, "Run! Swallowing Seas sect is besieged by the Black Ink clan army. They can't even defend themselves, let alone send help here." The reason he had risked his life to rush back here was to convey this message to his sect so that they wouldn't wait for anything. His words sent chills down every Profound Abundance sect disciple's spine. Originally, they had hoped that Swallowing Seas sect would be able to come to their aid and save them from this crisis, but with the Black Ink clan army attacking them too, how could they possibly send support? In fact, Elder Pang wasn't the only one who had gone to ask for help. Another elder had gone to another sect that was on good terms with Profound Abundance sect. That sect was very close to the Profound Abundance sect, so logically speaking, they should have arrived to help long ago. After hearing Elder Pang's words, how could Zhu Guoxingwei not know that the situation of that sect was likely the same as theirs? Even the elder who had gone to seek help had most likely died. Profound Abundance sect was really going to be exterminated today, and Profound Abundant world would also be destroyed. In fact, the entire Swallowing Seas territory was about to be conquered by the Black Ink clan. In such a desperate situation, Zhu Guoxingwei suddenly didn't feel anxious anymore, as if he had just thrown away some kind of burden. The long sword in his hand shook as he prepared to charge the leading high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Even if they were to die here today, they could not allow the Black Ink clan to look down on Profound Abundance sect. But before he could do anything, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The next moment, the surrounding space started to distort as void cracks began to emerge like the cracks on a mirror. The next moment, the Black Ink clan squad that made the entire Profound Abundance sect helpless was sliced into pieces by the innumerable cracks. Zhu Guoxingwei clearly saw a crack appear on the neck of the high-rank Black Ink clansman, cutting right through it. The enemy leader's face was filled with shock. Obviously, he still could not understand what just happened. Immediately after, a fountain of Black Ink blood spurted from his neck as his head separated from his body. Elder Pang, whose neck had been squeezed to the point where he could barely breathe, finally managed to extricate himself. He instantly shot a palm at the high-rank Black Ink clansman's corpse, blowing it to pieces, while he became completely drenched in Black Ink blood. This sudden change shocked everyone. In the blink of an eye, all of the void cracks disappeared and space returned to normal, leaving behind bits and pieces of Black Ink clansmen floating in front of everyone. All the Black Ink clansmen had been killed on the spot, leaving only the black ink disciples behind. Be that as it may, this shocking turn of events left everyone perplexed, unable to understand what just happened. Zhu Guxingwei, on the other hand, seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly turned his head and saw a young man slowly approaching. His aura wasn't obvious, so Zhu Guxingwei couldn't determine his cultivation either. But the only thing this vice sect master of Profound Abundance sect was certain of was that the one who had saved them and killed the Black Ink clansman was this young man. He should be at least a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Zhu Guxingwei was overjoyed. As far as he was concerned, a Cave Heaven or Paradise Master had appeared. The next moment, he saw the opposite party bring his hands together before a pure and gentle white light enveloped the entire battlefield. The pure white light rapidly dispelled the black ink strength wherever it passed. Even the black ink disciples who had been corrupted by black ink strength let out miserable screams as black wisps of energy emerged from their bodies and rapidly vanished into nothingness. When he was on the black ink battlefield, Yang Kai was quite conservative and restrained when using purifying light. After all, he didn't know how long he would be on the black ink battlefield, and the yellow and blue crystals could only be produced in the chaotic dead territory. If all of them were used up, he would be unable to replenish them. But Yang Kai had just cleaned out the entire chaotic dead territory now, nearly emptying out all of Big Brother Huang's and Big Sister Lan's possessions, leaving him with dozens of mountains worth of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe. His current stock of resources was so rich that he no longer needed to mine this kind of extravagant expenditure. Martial Peak, Chapter 5489, Stepping Forward. Soon, all of the black ink strength was dispersed by purifying light. Just as Zhu Guxingwei was about to thank Yang Kai, his figure flickered before it vanished from Zhu Guxingwei's sight. Only a voice could be heard from afar. "I'm heading to Swallowing Sea's sect. You should heal yourself first, we'll talk later." A load was immediately lifted off everyone's mind. They might not know where this high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master appeared from, but he had obviously heard what Elder Pang had said and was planning to assist the Swallowing Sea's sect. Swallowing Sea's sect should be safe and sound with the appearance of this master, and so should Swallowing Sea's territory. Zhu Guxingwei was about to lead his disciples back to the sect to rest and recover when he suddenly heard someone break into loud sobs. He immediately looked over and saw a disciple surnamed Zhou holding a woman's corpse in his arms. The disciple, who was usually stoic and rigid, was now weeping mournfully. His face was filled with incomparable grief. Profound Abundance sect wasn't very big. As such, Zhu Guxingwei knew all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters here and recognized this disciple at a glance. This disciple surnamed Zhou was corrupted by that strange black ink strength and turned traitor during the battle. The woman in his arms was his Dao companion whom he had been together with for hundreds of years. They were completely in love with each other. But in the battle, he had killed her, showing no mercy. Even though this was the first time they had fought the Black Ink clan, the first time they had faced Black Ink strength, this scene made everyone understand just how treacherous it was. This was an energy that could completely warp a cultivator's mind and will. Once they were completely corrupted by this energy, they would no longer recognize their friends and family. It wasn't just the disciple surnamed Zhao who had switched sides and killed his fellow disciples. At this moment, many other disciples' faces were filled with pain and guilt. As for the rest, they were vigilantly staring at these people and maintaining a certain distance from them, as if they were afraid their fellow disciples would attack them again. Zhu Guxingwei believed that this was highly unlikely. After all, that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had just used some kind of secret technique to dispel all the black ink strength, but he still didn't know how to resolve this situation. Friends and families had turned against each other, and an air of distrust filled the surroundings. Zhu Guxingwei had deeply experienced the terror of the Black Ink clan today. Their strength was not just reflected in their combat power, but also in the insidious nature of Black Ink strength. "Senior Brother Zhou," someone suddenly shouted in panic. Zhu Guxingwei's expression changed as his figure shot towards the disciple surnamed Zhou before coming to a stop as a heavy sigh escaped his lips. The disciple surnamed Zhou, who was holding his sweetheart, let out a heart-wrenching cry before he shattered his own small universe. His world force swiftly leaked out and his aura started to rapidly wane, Even his vitality began to decrease with the dissipation of his aura. Obviously, the cultivator surnamed Zhou couldn't bear the guilt of killing his beloved with his own hands, so he ended his life to accompany her to the next life. On the verge of death, the teary-eyed disciple surnamed Zhou turned to Zhu Guxingwei and begged, "Vice Sect Master, please bury us in the apricot forest." Profound Abundant Sect had an apricot forest, which was the place where he and his companion first fell in love. Zhu Guxingwei reluctantly nodded his assurance. "This old master will." A smile finally appeared on the disciple's surnamed Zhou's face. "Many thanks, Vice Sect Master." Just like that, he passed away. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Zhu Guxingwei quickly stated, "All of you follow me back to the sect. We'll wait for that senior's return." He was truly worried that the other disciples wouldn't be able to bear the guilt in their hearts and chose to end their own lives like the disciple surnamed Zhou. So he immediately mustered his strength and wrapped everyone in it before flying towards the Profound Abundant Sect. As the hegemon of Swallowing Sea's territory, the Swallowing Sea sect was quite powerful, almost comparable to the Void Land of 1,000 years ago. After many years of accumulation, they had 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 2 of whom had the qualifications to break through to the 7th Order. However, as were they scared of what might happen and lacked the necessary resources, they did not dare to casually attempt a breakthrough and had languished in the 6th Order until now. Previously, half of the Swallowing Seas sect 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had left under the Cave Heaven and Paradise's conscription order. 2 months back, a squad claiming to belong to the Mo Sha Western Army arrived at Swallowing Seas sect, asking them to send a message to all the sects in the Great Territory to prepare for evacuation and relocation. The Black Ink Clan army was approaching. Swallowing Seas sect had never heard of the Mo Sha Western Army. They only knew of Mo Sha Heaven, which was one of the 36 cave heavens. Swallowing Sea's territory itself fell under the loose jurisdiction of Mo Sha Heaven. One of the members of the squad belonging to the Mo Sha Western Army was a 6th Order elder who had been recruited from their Swallowing Seas sect. This elder had participated in the battle against the Black Ink Clan in the Barren Territory, and was the last surviving 6th Order elder who had been recruited from the Swallowing Seas sect. The other 3 6th Order elders, including one of their vice sect masters, had all died in battle. After this elder, who was originally from Swallowing Seas sect, explained everything, Swallowing Seas sect quickly understood the dire crisis they were facing. How could they dare to be negligent after hearing straight from one of their own elders? Disciples were quickly sent out to the various great forces to relay the evacuation orders while the sect actively prepared to withdraw. Unfortunately, the Black Ink Clan army arrived before they could depart. Worse, they were faced with a true Black Ink Clan army. Although no territory lord was overseeing this army, there were a dozen feudal lords and some 50,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers. Swallowing Seas sect's entire roster did not exceed 3,000, of which only about 10% were Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could they be a match for such a powerful enemy? Fortunately, the squad belonging to the Mo Sha Western Army was quite strong. They had a total of 13 soldiers, of which 2 were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They also had a somewhat functional squad-class warship. Much to everyone's shock, this squad actually charged the Black Ink Clan army, killing one of the Black Ink Clan feudal lords and injuring another. Be that as it may, 2 fists could not block 4 palms, and the squad was forced to withdraw. Their warships had suffered serious damage during the battle in the Barren Territory, and after going through another deadly conflict, it was all but scrapped now. Without the help of a warship, the squad's combat effectiveness dropped dramatically, and they were left with no choice but to retreat to Swallowing Seas sect to take advantage of their sect defending array to contend with the Black Ink Clan. Swallowing Seas sect's sect defending array was also quite extraordinary, as over the millennia it had been reinforced and enhanced by the sect's array masters. Although it was not impregnable, it would not be a problem to hold on for 3 to 5 months. The difficult part was how to break out of this encirclement. One day, the array would be broken, and if the Swallowing Seas sect had not managed to escape before then, they would all die. But now, 50,000 soldiers of the Black Ink Clan army had surrounded the Spirit Province where the Swallowing Seas sect was situated. Basically, they had no route to escape. At this moment, Swallowing Seas sect master Yang Qing looked towards the rioting Black Ink clan army outside the Grand Array with a worried frown. Standing not far from him was the squad leader of the Mo Sha Western Army's squad, Wang Xianyi. According to the elder who had evacuated with the squad, their mission was to assist in the evacuation of Swallowing Seas territory's cultivators. Many squads like them were dispatched to different great territories of the 3,000 worlds. The evacuation and migration was not only limited to Swallowing Seas territory, but rather included all other great territories. Yang Qing had also asked where they should retreat to. Wang Xianyi had told him that their destination was the great territory where the star boundary was located. The two remaining old ancestors of the human race, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, felt that the star boundary was the foundation and hope for the revival of the human race, so it had to be protected no matter what. That place would be the last pure land for the human race to survive in. At first, Yang Qing was a little reluctant to part with Swallowing Seas sect and its 10,000-year foundation, but Wang Xianyi, on the other hand, gave him a wry smile. The 10,000-year heritage of Swallowing Seas sect was light compared to the millions of years of inheritance the cave heavens and paradises would be abandoning in the current situation. Yang Qing felt a little better after hearing this. If even behemoths like the cave heavens and paradises were forced to retreat, how could Swallowing Seas sect escape the calamity? At this point, though, the question was no longer whether to retreat or not, but whether they could retreat or not. Turning around, Yang Qing asked, "Squad leader Wang, will there be no other reinforcements from the army?" Wang Xianyi slowly shook his head in response. The human race army suffered heavy casualties on the barren territory battlefield. Although old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing promptly ordered our forces to retreat, the number of troops who maintained combat effectiveness was still insufficient. Everything related to Swallowing Seas territory will be handled by our squad. Our original plan was to rush to the Mo Sha Territory Universe Temple within 3 months, where we would rendezvous with people from other great territories before heading to the star boundary. If we don't arrive at Mo Sha Territory Universe Temple in time, though, no one will wait for us. Yang Qing's face turned slightly pale. He was well aware of the heavy losses that Wang Xianyi had mentioned. Although he had not gone to the barren territory to participate in the battle, Swallowing Seas sect had sent 4 sixth-order elders, but only one of them had returned alive while the other 3 had died after just a few years of fighting. Yang Qing could imagine how intense the battle was from this fact alone. It would be impossible to break out of this encirclement without reinforcements, so most probably, a horrible end was waiting for Swallowing Seas sect. Before Yang Qing could ask any more questions, Wang Xianyi flicked his sleeve and stepped forward. "I will lead my squad to launch another attack. If we can kill a few of the feudal lords, Swallowing Seas sect's crisis will be easily resolved. The chances of that happening aren't high, but in the worst-case scenario, my men and I will try our best to create an opening in their lines. Sect Master Yang, at that time, lead your men and rush out. Take as many as you can." Yang Qing raised his hand, wanting to say something, but eventually swallowed the words hanging on the tip of his tongue. A deep sense of respect welled up in Swallowing Seas sect master's heart at the sight of Wang Xianyi's departing figure. For countless years, he had never had a good impression of the so-called elites who came from the cave heavens and paradises. He felt they were just luckier and had a better background. If he was also from the cave heavens and paradises, he might have been able to reach the 7th Order open heaven realm. But now, after learning that the cave heavens and paradises had sacrificed so much to protect the human race for hundreds of thousands of years on the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Qing couldn't help but feel ashamed. At this moment, even though Wang Xianyi knew that facing tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen would only result in death, he still stepped forward. Could Wang Xianyi escape? With his 7th Order open heaven realm cultivation, if he really tried to flee, the Black Ink clan probably wouldn't be able to stop him. Nonetheless, he didn't run and instead chose to fight to give the Swallowing Seas sect even a small chance to survive. People who had no connection with the Swallowing Seas sect were sacrificing themselves for their sect. Yang Qing's heart, which had turned to stone after cultivating for many years, could not help but start beating once more, truly touched. Facing the departing figure, Yang Qing kowtowed and didn't get up for a long time. He believed just like Wang Xianyi here, hundreds of thousands of others just like him were working to save the various sects of all the other great territories. Martial Peak, Chapter 5490. Squad Leader Wang's might is unparalleled. Swallowing Sea's sect was located on a spirit province, which was the foundation of their sect. As the hegemon of Swallowing Sea's territory, the Swallowing Sea's sect was not like Profound Abundant sect which was situated on a universe world with many mortals. Swallowing Sea's sect was similar to Void Land in this respect. Void Land was also located on a spirit province, though that spirit province was actually formed atop by Xi's shell. At this moment, the 3,000 disciples were gathered in one spot within Swallowing Sea's sect, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Many of the young and tender faces were filled with restlessness and nervousness, while many of the women were softly sobbing, helpless and panic-stricken. Just now, the sect's higher-ups had ordered the entire sect to prepare to evacuate. Be that as it may, how could it be that easy to evacuate when the Black Ink clan army still surrounded Swallowing Sea's sect? These disciples might not have gone through the fires of war before, but that did not mean they were fools. They knew that few, if any of them, would survive this evacuation. But if they didn't try, only death awaited them. Meanwhile, every remaining Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the sect, along with Yang Qing, looked up. The other disciples could not clearly see what was happening outside due to the sect defending array around them, but Yang Qing and the others could. Under everyone's attentive gaze, Wang Xianyi's squad bravely charged the Black Ink clan army in their half-destroyed warship. One after another, secret techniques and artifacts lit up the void, killing and injuring the Black Ink clansmen in their path. This was a veteran squad that had gone through countless fights, with every member having fought at least 100 battles against the Black Ink clan. How to draw out the most strength to cause the most damage in this dire situation was something their squad knew better than anyone. They also understood that this would be their final battle. As such, they unleashed their strongest attacks without holding anything back, determined to go out in a blaze of glory, taking as many enemies with them as possible. The brazen attacks of the human squad quickly drew the ire of the feudal lords, and it was not long before 10 feudal lords surrounded them from all sides. These feudal lords also knew that this squad was the only real combat force the humans had here. As long as they had eliminated this squad, the rest would be nothing more than fish on the chopping block, completely at their mercy. Therefore, the feudal lords reached a consensus to concentrate all their power to kill this squad as quickly as possible. The feudal lords immediately launched a joint attack, their powerful energy fluctuations clearly felt by everyone back in the Swallowing Sea's sect. Yang Qing and the others couldn't help but become nervous. Their eyes cracked wide open as they stared fixedly without even daring to blink. The warship, which was already not that far from being sunk, exploded under the bombardment and several squad members were heavily injured. Even Wang Xianyi and his vice squad leader were thrown out by this powerful wave of attacks, their responses becoming more and more sluggish. Furthermore, the feudal lords launched another salvo of attacks before they could recover. Wang Xianyi's expression became grim as he shouted, "Formation!" In the blink of an eye, the 13 members of the squad moved closer, standing in a crisscross manner as their auras linked with one another. In the blink of an eye, the 13 soldiers formed a rudimentary battle formation with the 2 Seventh Order Masters acting as the core. As everyone simultaneously circulated their world force, a dazzling flash of light blinded everyone outside. The next moment, the 13 figures were nowhere to be found. In place of them was a monstrous sword. The might of this enormous sword was simply otherworldly, and its sword intent rippled across the open sky. Nonetheless, when the attacks of the feudal lords and Black Ink clansmen rained down on it, its aura rapidly began to dwindle as groans and the sound of someone coughing up blood came from inside. Obviously, some of the squad members were critically wounded. Still, the giant sword condensed of pure world force managed to maintain coherence before flying straight at the 2 nearest feudal lords. Seeing this, the 2 feudal lords quickly tried to retreat and hide behind the army they commanded to move forward, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them and they were simply unable to move. The next moment, the enormous sword of light brushed past the 2 feudal lords, splitting them in half like tofu. The two feudal lords' eyes bulged in shock and disbelief, as if they were unable to understand how they died. Inside the giant sword, Wang Xianyi was also slightly taken aback. Although the battle formation they had assumed was good, it should not be this strong. Nonetheless, the current situation was critical, so he did not have time to dwell much on it, and simply assumed that these two feudal lords had been overconfident and careless. As such, the sword of light spun around and flew towards the next closest feudal lord. The dissipation of the two feudal lords' auras could clearly be felt through the sect-defending array of Swallowing Sea's sect. Such an obvious movement was noticed even by the disciples of lower cultivation. This immediately sent many disciples into a panic, having no idea whether the ones who had fallen were friends or foes. Sensing the restlessness among his disciples, Yang Qing raised his arm and shouted, "Don't panic! Our Seventh Order allies just killed two of the feudal lords." Swallowing Sea's sect had a rough understanding of the classification of the Black Ink clan through Wang Xianyi and the others' explanations over the past few days. As such, they knew that the so-called feudal lords were on par with the Seventh Order master. As far as Swallowing Sea's sect was concerned, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters were unreachable existences. Yet now, two such feudal lords had been killed. How long had it been since the battle began? After hearing this news, the taut nerves of the disciples relaxed significantly. Although they couldn't see anything, everyone still turned their eyes towards the outside, hope and expectation returning to their faces. As soon as Yang Qing's voice fell, everyone could feel the dissipation of another master's aura. Immediately after, they felt another, and another. The disciples were completely dumbstruck, completely oblivious to what was happening outside, all of them turning to sect master Yang Qing, hoping for an explanation. Yang Qing's face flushed red as he shouted, "5 of the feudal lords have been killed. Team leader Wang and his men's might is truly unparalleled." The other Sixth Order elders around him nodded in agreement. At this moment, everyone wondered if the feudal lords were just weak. If not, how could they be killed like chickens by Wang Xianyi's small squad of 13? This didn't make sense though, as the strength the feudal lords had displayed earlier was quite amazing. Could it be that Wang Xianyi and the others had been hiding their true strength all along? Was this the full extent of their power? Whatever may be the case, the death of 5 feudal lords was good news for Swallowing Sea's sect. They were already prepared for the worst, so they never expected Wang Xianyi's squad to be so fearsome. Half the feudal lords had already been killed, so if just a few more could be killed, the Black Ink clan army's leadership would completely collapse. Without a master to organize them, Wang Xianyi's squad would have no trouble routing the common Black Ink clan soldiers. Soon, everyone could sense the feudal lords' auras dissipating one after another. Yang Qing and the others couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises are astonishing. They can easily kill Black Ink clansmen of the same realm like they are slaughtering pigs and dogs. On the other hand, Wang Xianyi was also dumbstruck, along with all the members of his squad. Yang Qing and the others might be unaware of how strong feudal lords were, allowing them to think that while they had a high realm, their strength was severely lacking. But how could an experienced squad be so ignorant? Although a feudal lord was indeed weaker than the average Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master, that did not mean they were easy to kill. If the feudal lords were really so worthless, the human race wouldn't have suffered so much damage over the years. But now, their giant sword formation had become completely unstoppable, and all the feudal lords here were basically powerless to resist even a single blow. The squad members' excitement was through the roof, but Wang Xianyi and the other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master keenly noticed that something was strange about this entire affair. It did not take long before they realized that some master was secretly helping them. It wasn't that the feudal lords weren't trying to dodge or resist. Rather, they were simply unable to do so as some powerful force was locking them in place. This was the reason why they were succeeding so easily. Understanding this, Wang Xianyi no longer had any scruples. Controlling the giant sword formation with his vice squad leader, they raced back and forth across the Black Ink clan army, killing all in their path without any resistance. In short order, all the feudal lords were killed and the remaining Black Ink clansmen broke into pandemonium. Immediately after, an even bigger commotion could be heard from the outer edge of the Black Ink clan army. At some point in time, the sounds of battle rang out from the periphery as numerous blazing suns and crescent moons rose into the sky one after another, illuminating the entire void. Wang Xianyi was now at a loss as he had no idea what was going on. He immediately drove the giant sword formation towards the periphery of the Black Ink clan army to investigate, but when he reached there, he was left completely dumbfounded. Much to his surprise, he was greeted by the sight of numerous strange creatures engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Ink clan army. The sighting of blazing suns and crescent moons was caused by these creatures. Wang Xianyi had never seen such creatures before. All of them looked quite gruff and even a bit simple, like they did not have any sentience. What's more, it was like their entire body was made up of rocks. He even saw one of them being torn apart by a Black Ink clan soldier. But instead of blood flowing out, it was simply reduced to a pile of rubble. What are these things? He might not have any idea where these creatures popped out from, but they were currently attacking the Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clan army of 50,000 soldiers, which had completely surrounded Swallowing Sea's sect, was now surrounded by these strange-looking creatures. It was exactly as the old adage goes. Life is full of ups and downs. These creatures looked quite naive, but when they fought the Black Ink clan, they were both ruthless and fearless. Furthermore, the Black Ink strength which the Black Ink clan was so proud of was completely useless against them. Wang Xianyi wanted to take a closer look, but he quickly noticed that the giant sword formation's momentum was growing noticeably weaker. While carrying out the previous attack, not only had his squad members consumed too much world force, but many of them had also suffered injuries, making it difficult to maintain the formation. When he set out earlier, he had done so with the determination to die in battle, but it seemed his predestined time had not yet arrived. The Sword of Light turned around as Wang Yuanyi led his squad back to Swallowing Sea's sect, sending a divine sense transmission from afar. Sect Master Yang, please open the array. Yang Qing didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly formed a hand seal before pointing towards the grand array. The next moment, a gap cracked open in the shield, allowing the giant sword formation to rush inside like a bolt of lightning, falling onto the main square of Swallowing Sea's sect. The dozen or so squad members were no longer able to maintain the formation and immediately sprawled out on the ground, gasping for breath like fish on the verge of death. Yang Qing and the others came to greet them, and when he saw the pale faces of Wang Xianyi and the others, as well as the blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, his eyes immediately turned red as he respectfully bowed. Many thanks for your life-saving efforts. Waving them off, Wang Xianyi and his squad members took out pills and swallowed them before sitting down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. Martial Peak, Chapter 5491, Hope for the Future. Wang Xianyi and the others had already returned, but the shockwaves of people fighting could still be felt coming from the void and auras were dissipating one after another. Yang Qing and the others looked up, and the next thing they saw left them completely dumbfounded. The Black Ink clan army surrounding Swallowing Sea's sect was fleeing like stray dogs. Furthermore, bright suns and crescent moons also appeared frequently. What's going on? Yang Qing and the others were confused and wanted to ask, but Wang Xianyi and the others were currently healing. It would be improper to disturb them, so they could only wait quietly. At first, the battle in the void was quite intense, but it gradually calmed down. After an hour or two, everything went still and they did not feel or hear anything more. The Black Ink strength spread out after the deaths of the Black Ink clansmen had filled the void outside Swallowing Sea's sect and nothing could be seen through it. Not the shining stars or the moon, nothing at all. The Black Ink strength had isolated everything, causing the entire Swallowing Sea's sect to become extremely dim. Swallowing Sea's sect's sixth-order masters were a little perturbed. After all, they had no idea what the current situation was. At this moment, Wang Xianyi opened his eyes. Although he hadn't fully healed, he could be considered to have recovered enough to move. He stood up and got straight to the point. A master is helping us. Yang Qing and the others were shocked. Wang Xianyi was already in the seventh order, so how strong was this master he spoke of? Still, He now understood why Wang Xianyi and the others had been able to kill the feudal lord so easily. It was because someone was secretly assisting them. Wang Xianyi bowed towards the void. Mo Sha armies, Wang Xianyi thanks Senior for your assistance. Could you please grace us with your presence? As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly distorted as a figure appeared out of thin air. Yang Qing and the others were all appalled as their sect defending array was still active. No one could enter their sect without his permission, but this person had come in, ignoring the isolation of the sect defending array entirely. Furthermore, no one, not even he, sensed any abnormal reaction from the sect defending array. In other words, their sect defending array was no different from heir to this person. What was even more surprising was that this man looked extremely young. Although it was hard to judge a cultivator's age from his or her appearance alone when their cultivation was profound, time still left its marks over a long period of cultivation. As such, it was possible to roughly judge a cultivator's age from the air around them. When this man appeared before them, everyone could tell that he was truly young. No one present here felt that he was older than them. The one who had come was naturally none other than Yang Kai. He wasn't trying to act mysterious, he just wanted to observe the battle between the Small Stone Race Army and the Black Ink Clan Army without his direct interference. When Yang Kai arrived from Profound Abundant Sect side, he happened to see Wang Xianyi's squad's warship being destroyed. Immediately after, their 13 members quickly assumed a formation that took the shape of a giant sword. Yang Kai quietly assisted them in killing the feudal lords while setting up a perimeter around the Black Ink Clan army. If he wanted, he could have easily wiped out the Black Ink army himself. Be that as it may, since he had brought the Small Stone Race army from the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai wanted to test their strength. As such, he pulled out 2 armies of Great Sun and Great Moon Small Stone Race, about 100,000 each. The Small Stone Race's intelligence was far too low, only knowing how to act according to their instincts. Even 1,000-meter-tall Small Stone Race members that were comparable to 8th Order Masters were no exception. If he could not find a way to control them, their usefulness would be greatly reduced, and this experiment greatly disappointed Yang Kai. Unless he activated his Great Sun and Great Moon marks, he was basically unable to command these Small Stone Race members. Against the Black Ink Clan, they would simply charge at them and randomly attack, without any form of tactics or strategy. The only advantage was that the Small Stone Race's senses were extremely sharp when it came to Black Ink strength, almost treating those that possessed it as mortal enemies. Yang Kai suspected that their brains were only the size of a green bean. Otherwise, how could they be so stupid? What further rendered Yang Kai speechless was that, after killing the 50,000 or so Black Ink clansmen, the 2 Small Stone Race armies began to fight amongst themselves, sending rocks flying in all directions. He quickly activated his Great Sun and Great Moon marks to collect what was left of them. The reason why they were like this was because of the burning light and serene glimmer's energy. The energies of these 2 supreme masters inherently opposed each other. As a result, the Great Sun and Great Moon Small Stone Race viewed each other as enemies. After this, Yang Kai secretly decided that next time he would not release the Great Sun Small Stone Race and Great Moon Small Stone Race together. As soon as Wang Xianyi requested to meet him, Yang Kai appeared. As for the sect defending array of Swallowing Sea's sect, with Yang Kai's current mastery of the Tao of Space, it might as well not exist. After Wang Xianyi's self-introduction, Yang Kai knew that this squad belonged to Mo Sha army, so he nodded and introduced himself. Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai. Wang Xianyi was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. So it is Division Commander Yang. Obviously, he had heard of Yang Kai. However, after he had noticed that Yang Kai broke through to the 8th Order and couldn't help but marvel at his cultivation speed. Compared to him, I've been living like a dog all these years. Yang Kai didn't have the time to exchange pleasantries with him and simply asked, "Why are you here? How is the situation in the barren territory battlefield?" He had been attacked by a royal lord in Wind Mist territory and had no choice but to flee to the chaotic dead territory for help. At that time, the boundary wall between Wind Mist territory and the barren territory battlefield had already been broken through. Although Yang Kai knew that the Black Ink Clan's invasion could no longer be stopped, He really didn't know what the current situation was. Wang Xianyi's expression immediately became gloomy after hearing Yang Kai's question. The barren territory battlefield has been abandoned already. In the final battle, 32 old ancestors, led by Pure Yang Cave Heaven's old ancestor, managed to kill the 44 royal lords and severely wound the newly appeared black ink giant spiritual god. However, they also sacrificed themselves. The dragon and phoenix clan leaders also died in battle. After that battle, the human race army withdrew from the barren territory and split up into squads that were deployed to the various great territories to assist in the evacuation. We are responsible for Swallowing Sea's territory. The higher-ups ordered us to lead the Swallowing Sea's territory cultivators to Emo Sha Territory's Universe Temple, where we will rally together with the surrounding great territories cultivators. The plan is to evacuate to the star boundary. Yang Kai's head started ringing as if he was struck by lightning. All he heard Wang Xianyi mention was that 32 Ninth Order human race masters, and even the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders had perished. He did not hear the rest. After the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction and the No-Return Pass battles, not many of the 100 or so Ninth Order old ancestors were left. But now, 32 more had fallen on the barren territory battlefield, which was almost all of the human race's top masters. Does the human race still have any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters left? In an instant, Yang Kai's face went pale as he stumbled. Yang Qing and the others also wore blank expressions. For 6th Order Open Heaven Realm masters like them, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters like Wang Xianyi were already unparalleled existences, while 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters like Yang Kai were simply beyond their ability to meet. Yet the human race had lost 32 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters on the barren territory battlefield, along with the leaders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The leaders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans were legendary existences that were rumored to be as, or even more powerful than the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. When they heard about this from the 6th Order elder who had evacuated from the barren territory battlefield, their response was far more dramatic than Yang Kai's. Division Commander Yang. Division Commander Yang. Wang Xianyi called out several times before Yang Kai's lifeless eyes slowly focused on him. Yang Kai's loss of cool did not go unnoticed by him, and he could empathize with his current mood. The death of so many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters was an eternal sorrow for the human race. Every surviving soldier would remember the shame of retreating from the barren territory battlefield. He wanted to comfort Yang Kai, but he didn't know what to say as any words seemed hollow and pointless. In the end, he simply pursed his lips and sighed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, suddenly asked, "How many royal lords are left now?" Wang Xianyi answered, "All the royal lords on the barren territory battlefield were wiped out. As for whether there are royal lords left in other places, I have no idea." Yang Kai immediately understood the old ancestors' intentions. They were paving the way forward for the younger generation. All the royal lords on the barren territory battlefield were annihilated, while the royal lord who had chased Yang Kai to the chaotic dead territory was killed by the burning light and serene glimmer. In that case, there was only one royal lord left, and that was the one who was guarding the no-return pass. Yang Kai had met him before and was forced to use the corpse of the Black Ox and Azure Void Old Ancestor to deal with him. At the moment, all the royal lords were innate royal lords, and even the territory lords were all innate territory lords. There was no way for innate territory lords to become royal lords. In other words, if the Black Ink clan wanted to produce new royal lords, they would need to raise them from scratch, which would take a very, very long time. As such, the human race had gained some breathing room to grow. The old ancestors knew that their current generation was unable to solve the problem of the Black Ink clan, so they had left their hopes to the next generation. For this reason, they were even willing to sacrifice their lives to take out all of the royal lords on the barren territory battlefield. Was there any hope for humanity's future? Yes, there was. It was none other than the star boundary. Yang Kai could even say that he himself was that hope as well, because whether it was the star boundary or his own small universe, both received feedback from a world tree clone, which could produce a large number of prodigies, especially his small universe where the flow of time was 7 times faster than the outside world. In some ways, he was even more useful than the star boundary. Of course, the star boundary was much larger than his small universe, and so was its population. This was something his small universe could not compete in. Overall, the star boundary and small universe had their advantages and disadvantages. Combined with what Wang Xianyi had said before, the goal of the evacuation was the star boundary. The old ancestors' plan was quite obvious. The next generation would shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing the human race. It was both a pressure and motivation. Only by purging the universe of the Black Ink clan could they live up to the sacrifices of the many old ancestors. Yang Kai wasn't a fool. When he first learned that the old ancestors had died in battle, he had lost his composure, but after he had calmed down, he instantly understood their intentions. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai asked again, "Are there still any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left?" Wang Xianyi nodded his affirmation. "Right now, there are two left. One is Old Ancestor Wu Qing and the other is Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao. Both Old Ancestors are currently guarding the Wind Mist Territory's passageway against the heavily injured Black Ink Giant Spiritual God, just to be on the safe side." Yang Kai finally calmed down. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao was still alive. Among all the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he undoubtedly had the most contact with Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao, and she had also taken care of him the most. He was glad to hear that she was alive. It was truly a small blessing among so many misfortunes. Martial Peak, Chapter 5492, Refining the Profound, Abundant World. Yang Kai silently calculated the difference in strength between both sides. On the Black Ink clan side were two Black Ink Giant Spiritual Gods and one Royal Lord, whereas the human race had one Giant Spiritual God, two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and if the Dragon Clan's Fu Guang didn't die, the Dragon Clan also had a Divine Dragon. Furthermore, there was also the Giant Spiritual God Ada, whose whereabouts remained unknown. As such, in terms of top combat strength, the human race actually had the advantage once Ada was added. Be that as it may, since the Barren Territory's defensive line was broken and the Black Ink clan had launched a massive invasion on the 3,000 worlds, these top masters alone couldn't stop them. Black Ink's strength was quite treacherous and extremely difficult to deal with, able to turn an entire great territory into the Black Ink clan's territory in an extremely short time. In addition, the human race army had suffered heavy losses over the years. Who knows how many great territories were suffering with the heavy losses the human race army had suffered. It was also unknown how many great territories were currently tormented by the Black Ink clan. Who knows how many humans had been corrupted by Black Ink strength and turned into the Black Ink disciples. A mass evacuation of the 3,000 worlds was a must. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem. What about the mortals and the countless cultivators who can't cross the void? A great force like Swallowing Sea's sect still had the ability to evacuate the entire sect. After all, they only had a few thousand disciples, so with some flight-type artifacts, everything was solved. But what about Profound Abundant Sect? What about the Profound Abundant World? Just like the star boundary, the Profound Abundant World had billions, if not trillions of mortals living on it. Profound Abundant Sect couldn't take all of them away, nor did Swallowing Sea's sect. If they were to be left behind, the only thing waiting for them was to be turned into Black Ink disciples, enslaved and ruled by the Black Ink clan, completely at the enemy's mercy. Yang Kai had never given much thought to this before. In the current situation, evacuating and relocating to the star boundary was the only option, but only now did he suddenly realize this huge problem. Gloom immediately took over Wang Xianyi's face as he replied, pursing his lips, "There's nothing we can do." He and the other Seventh Order's small universe could accommodate some living beings, but there was always a limit, and once they exceeded this limit, it would affect their strength. There were over a dozen universe worlds in Swallowing Sea's territory, each one massive in both size and population. The two Seventh Order Masters' small universes couldn't contain so many mortals in them no matter what. The evacuation of the 3,000 worlds was quite a quandary, and every squad responsible for this mission had considered this issue. In the end, all they could do was bring as many with them as possible, but most of them would have to be abandoned. This was an extremely cruel decision to make, but also the only option. Yang Kai remained silent for a moment before stating, "Squad Leader Wang, assist swallowing seas sect in evacuating. I'll go to the profound, abundant world." Wang Xian heaved a sigh and consoled, "Division Commander Yang, there is a limit to everyone's ability. All we can do is try our best." Obviously, he had misunderstood something. He thought that Yang Kai couldn't bear to stand by and watch, and wanted to go to the profound, abundant world and use his small universe to bring out as many people as possible. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement before handing a space beacon to Wang Xianyi, instructing him to keep it close to him before disappearing. Using instantaneous movement, it only took Yang Kai half an hour to arrive in the outer void of profound, abundant world. It was quite a beautiful world. A huge universe world was like a lustrous sapphire in the starry sky. Once a beautiful universe world like this was occupied by the Black Ink clan, though, this beautiful gem would be covered in dust. There were more than a dozen such universe worlds in Swallowing Sea's territory and countless more across the entire 3,000 worlds. Did the human race really have to abandon them all? Yang Kai was extremely unwilling and racked his brain to think of a way to resolve this issue. After staring for a while, Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged before his divine sense started surging towards the vast universe world like a tidal wave. Although profound, abundant world was quite big, the divine sense of an 8th order open heaven realm master was extremely powerful. Not to mention, it was Yang Kai, whose soul was abnormally strong. Even an ordinary 8th order open heaven realm master would be able to cover the entire profound, abundant world with a single thought. So much less needed to be said about him. The next moment, Yang Kai began manipulating space principles, squeezing the void from all directions. At the same time, his hand quickly formed hand seals as beams of light shot towards profound, abundant world. These beams of light disappeared into the universe world before dazzling flashes lit it up. He wanted to refine the entire profound, abundant world into a world bead. Yang Kai had refined world beads a long time ago in the star boundary. At that time, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't very high, only in the Emperor realm. Even his mastery in the Tao of space wasn't very high, but he was still able to refine simple world beads. World beads were a kind of storage artifact based on Yang Kai's original small sealed world and could accommodate living beings. In the past, when the star boundary and the demon race's armies fought, the armies of the star boundary were extremely mobile thanks to these world beads. Even Su Yan and the other women who were close to Yang Kai had obtained many world beads. But their world beads were not used to accommodate an army but to kill enemies. Although the world beads were only the size of a small bead, they were actually refined from massive asteroids and even some dead stars. There was no need for any special technique. Just throwing such a massive amount of mass at an enemy would cause considerable damage. At that time, Su Yan and the others had used the world beads given to them by Yang Kai to kill many powerful enemies. Anyway, Yang Kai had not refined world beads since then because there was no need, so the technique remained somewhat rough. After breaking free from the universe world shackles and leaving the star boundary, Yang Kai had spent all his time focusing on his own cultivation. So how could he be in the mood to engage in such pointless research? Now, however, with the Black Ink clan launching a large-scale invasion, countless living beings on thousands of universe worlds had no one to rely on. Since Yang Kai couldn't take all of these people away on his own, he figured he could just pack up the entire universe world. In this world, perhaps Yang Kai was the only one who could come up with such a bold and crazy idea. When he was in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai had been able to refine world beads from small dead stars, so now that he had advanced to the 8th order open heaven realm, his strength was thousands of times greater than when he was in the Emperor realm, while even his mastery over of the Tao of space was far beyond what it was back then. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't think that refining the entire profound abundant world into a world bead was just wishful thinking. What's more, his current achievements in the Tao of artifact refining and Tao of spirit arrays were also extraordinary. As long as he regarded profound abundant world as a kind of artifact refining material, and used his understanding over the Tao of spirit arrays, Tao of artifact refining, and Tao of space as a foundation, his idea was completely possible. There was only one problem. Yang Kai had to be extremely careful when refining this universe world into an artifact. If he made a single mistake, it would likely cause the entire profound, abundant world to collapse. At that time, the living beings of the profound, abundant world were destined to suffer massive casualties under natural and man-made calamities. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had no other choice. He couldn't just teleport away all the living beings in this world before refining it. Profound Abundant Sect, led by the acting sect master Zhu Guxingwei, had previously received Yang Kai's assistance and instructions, and was now preparing to evacuate. The sect was not as powerful as Swallowing Sea's sect, but the number of disciples they had was a dozen times higher, reaching the tens of thousands with widely varying cultivations. After all, occupying an entire universe world made it easier to select, accept, and house disciples. Profound Abundant Sect, of course, had its own flight-type artifacts. A few ships of different sizes, which were normally only used by the sect's top masters when they went out, but now they were being repurposed as evacuation ships. But even if these ships were filled to the brim, they could only carry 5,000 people at most. So it had become a huge problem to decide who would leave and who would stay from tens of thousands of disciples. Everyone had family and friends, and no one wanted to leave them behind. In less than half a day, the quota of 5,000 people had been filled after much deliberation by the elders, but there were still many whom they needed to bring with them. For a moment, the elders in the main conference hall broke into a heated argument, giving Zhu Guxingwei a massive headache. He was the acting sect master, but how could he have imagined that during his tenure, he would be faced with an event that would put the survival of Profound Abundant Sect in jeopardy? Just as everyone was arguing, everything began to lightly shake. Faintly, something seemed to have changed in this universe world. Everyone was shocked and quickly came out to investigate. Upon looking up, they saw beams of light shooting towards them from all directions and disappearing into various parts of Profound Abundant World. Every time a beam of light fell, the Profound Abundant World would slightly tremble. Zhu Guxingwei's expression changed greatly as he quickly linked his consciousness with Profound Abundant World, wanting to investigate. The reason he was able to accomplish this was not because of his extraordinary strength. His cultivation of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm might be strong, but it was not that strong. He was able to do this because when he was in the Emperor realm, he had been recognized by the Profound Abundant World's will, making him a great emperor. His identity was similar to Yang Kai's status in the star boundary. Having received the acknowledgement of this world's will, Zhu Guxingwei's perception of the changes in the Profound Abundant World was naturally sharper than others. After examining the situation for a while, a look of shock could not help but appear on his face. The entire Profound Abundant World seemed to be undergoing some kind of refinement. The method of this refinement was extremely profound and left markings all across the universe world. Zhu Guxingwei had no idea what the purpose of this refinement was. He didn't dare to neglect this, but just as he was about to go out to investigate, a large hand pushed aside the clouds in the sky as a massive face appeared. Zhu Guxingwei glanced up and immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, Senior." He recognized this person as the young man who had just saved them from certain death. Yang Kai slightly nodded to him, but did not waste time explaining himself. He just gave an order, "All Open Heaven Realm Masters, come out." How could Zhu Guxingwei dare to refuse? He quickly summoned the Open Heaven Realm Masters in his sect and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters had disappeared from the Profound Abundant World. When they arrived in the void, Zhu Guxingwei saw Yang Kai sitting cross-legged, his hand constantly forming seals. Fraught with restlessness, he stepped forward and asked, "What instructions does Senior have?" Yang Kai replied, "None, you're just a hindrance inside." They were indeed a hindrance, especially since this was Yang Kai's first time refining an entire universe world into a world bead. He wasn't very familiar with the process, and the Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Profound Abundant World were creating further disturbances in his refinement. Now that they had all left Profound Abundant World, the process became much smoother. A look of distress appeared on Zhu Guxingwei's face. He had no idea how he and the others were hindering Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. The group of over 200 open heaven realm masters could only silently stand on one side, watching Yang Kai. Slowly, they discovered that the void in front of them was starting to distort and couldn't help but be shocked. They knew that this senior expert was about to do something astonishing to their profound, abundant world. Martial Peak, Chapter 5493, Success. Zhu Guxingwei was restless. His mind was filled with many questions, but he did not dare to ask, which only fueled his anxiety. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "How many universe worlds does this territory have?" Zhu Guxingwei quickly replied, reporting to Senior, counting the profound, abundant world. "There are a total of 14. Yang Kai nodded in response. "Pick 13 people and send them to these 13 universe worlds. Give each of them one of these and tell them to wait for my message." Saying so, he sent out 13 space beacons with a wave of his hand. Yang Kai knew that time was of the essence as the Black Ink clan had launched a large-scale invasion. If he could save even a little bit of time traveling, perhaps he could save more people. He had these open heaven realm masters of profound abundance sect take the space beacons and head to the universe world to wait for him, because once he was done here, he could just arrive at the next location in a flash using instantaneous movement. Zhu Guxingwei took the space beacons, picked 13 of his subordinates, and handed them one each before sending them on their way. While Yang Kai was busy refining, the profound abundant world was shaking violently, sending countless living beings into a panic. After all, this was the first time he had attempted to refine an entire universe world into a world bead, so his process was a bit jerky. Even though he was being extremely cautious, his efforts still brought some natural disasters to the profound abundant world. Tsunamis, earthquakes, mountains collapsing, continents drifting apart, and many more were happening all across the profound abundant world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had remained vigilant all the while. Once he spotted something wrong, he would immediately act to salvage the situation. This way, he didn't cause too much of a disturbance in the profound abundant world, nor did he cause any casualties. Be that as it may, fear and panic inevitably made its way into everyone's heart. Gradually, the huge, profound, abundant world became more and more distorted. Zhu Guxingwei and the others who were standing nearby all felt as if the profound, abundant world had entered a different time and space. It was clearly right in front of them, but it gave everyone an extremely illusory feeling. Soon, Yang Kai had reached the critical point. At this moment, he faintly felt that he was only a step away from refining the profound, abundant world into a world bead and achieving the goal he had originally envisioned. However, upon reaching this point, he found that he was unable to continue. The entire profound, abundant world was showing resistance, which was preventing him from completing the refinement. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before faintly understanding the cause of this. This resistance was none other than this world's will. Every universe world had its own will. The star boundary had one, and so did the profound, abundant world. This was also the fundamental reason for the differences between universe world, along with their grand Daos and martial Daos. The stronger the world's principles, the higher its corresponding grand Daos and martial Dao would be. 1,000 years ago, the star boundary's grand Dao could be said to be very weak, so it could only give birth to great emperors while no known open heaven realm masters had ever appeared. But after receiving the blessings of the world tree clone, the star boundary's world principles were no longer inferior to any universe world in this vast 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, the profound abundant world was able to give birth to profound abundant sect, which had some 200 open heaven realm masters. Its grand Dao could be said to be extraordinary. This universe world's principles were extremely profound, which also affected how strong its will was. Ordinary people would not be able to sense this kind of will. Only those who were shockingly talented could resonate with the world's will, obtaining its acknowledgement and becoming great emperors, were even fully aware of it. Now, when Yang Kai was refining the profound abundant world, the world's will instinctively resisted. After all, Yang Kai was an outsider, so how could the profound abundant world accept being refined by him? Yang Kai could forcefully refine it, but if he did so, the world's will and principles would inevitably be damaged. Yang Kai was unaware of what would be the consequences of such actions, but he was certain that it would not be good for the profound abundant world. Perhaps the cultivation of the cultivators in the profound abundant world would become more difficult, and the chances of giving birth to new masters would also be lower. This did not line up with his original intentions. Frowning, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he transmitted the images of what he had seen on the black ink battlefield, about what happened to the universe worlds occupied by the black ink nest. The world's will could not be considered fully sentient, but it was an extremely special existence nonetheless. Yang Kai had no idea if this would have any effect, but if he wanted to smoothly refine the profound abundant world, he could only make the world's will cooperate with him and stop resisting his refinement. As the saying went, the world lives. Yang Kai was hoping for the world's will to understand his intent and cooperate. Yang Kai's original intention was to let profound abundant worlds will understand what would happen if it was occupied by the Black Ink clan. It was destined to become the same as the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield, where the world force would be devoured and turned into a dead universe world. Much to Yang Kai's surprise, it actually worked. After showing the scenes he had seen on the Black Ink battlefield, the resistance of the profound abundant worlds will became much weaker. Yang Kai was overjoyed by this discovery. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued to transmit what he had seen to the worlds while using his divine sense. The world's will's resistance became weaker until it was almost non-existent. At this moment, a heavy sigh suddenly rang in Yang Kai's mind, like the tolling of a loud bell. Yang Kai's mind instantly went blank as he faintly felt as if he had become one with the profound abundant world, and there was no disjunction between the two. Another inexplicable feeling surged in Yang Kai's heart before his consciousness crossed a vast distance and arrived at an unknown place in a flash. There was nothing but endless darkness around him, and for some reason, he could not lift a finger. He was even unable to sense his own existence. Yang Kai was beside himself, not understanding how he had encountered such a strange phenomenon when he was only refining the profound, abundant world. He calmed himself down, though, and didn't panic. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. After an unknown amount of time, a tiny bit of light appeared in the endless darkness. When the primal chaos first parted, and heaven and earth were created, a fearsome power capable of destroying the entire universe erupted from this point. This kind of power was something even the Black Ink giant spiritual god, or even MO itself, could not compare with. This was the power of the entire universe. Suddenly, the constraints binding the light instantly disappeared as everything expanded endlessly, transforming into one great territory after another. These great territories then gave birth to primitive universe worlds. The profound, abundant world was one of them. After an unknown period, the profound, abundant world gradually gathered the 5 elements, yin and yang, and was acknowledged by the heavenly way. It slowly perfected its world principles, transforming into a true universe world. Slowly but surely, the deathly still world started to gain vitality. This vitality rapidly spread, gradually transforming, filling it with life. Yang Kai understood that this was the process of the profound, abundant world's formation. He seemed to be personally experiencing it after merging with its will. In fact, he had experienced this feeling once before, when he was acknowledged by the Star Boundary's will and became a great emperor. However, the current experience was different from the last. This time, the feeling was clearer, and the history of this place was even more ancient. Yang Kai suddenly realized something and made a bold guess. It was just that he was temporarily unable to investigate these insights as his cultivation was too low and he did not have the time. He had no way of verifying this conjecture either. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had experienced these events for, but to Zhu Guxingwei and the others, it had only been half a day. In just half a day, Yang Kai's entire body became distorted and illusory like the profound, abundant world, as if he didn't exist. Zhu Guxingwei and the others also had no idea what had happened to Yang Kai. As there was a massive gap in their strength, and in the way they cultivated, they didn't dare to disturb him. Only after some time did Yang Kai's figure suddenly materialize, allowing them to once again perceive his existence. The profound, abundant world, on the other hand, was still the same, the void around it distorting as if it was not in the same space as them. Suddenly, Yang Kai broke into a long laughter and stood up. Success! Saying so, He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the profound, abundant world. What Zhu Guxingwei and the others saw next was quite difficult for them to accept. Yang Kai's hand pierced through the void, seemingly passing through the surface of water, gently scooping something out of it. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, the warped space suddenly collapsed and the profound, abundant world disappeared. Zhu Guxingwei was beside himself in shock and could not help but cry out, "Where is the profound, abundant world?" The 200 or so open heaven realm masters were also alarmed and bewildered. The profound, abundant world that had raised them had actually disappeared right before their eyes. How could they accept this? They still had friends and families in the profound, abundant world. "Don't panic." Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand towards everyone. "Take a look at this." Zhu Guxingwei and the others shot a glance over and saw a round bead in Yang Kai's palm. The surface of this bead was gray, but deep blue inside, as if a sapphire was embedded inside it. The sapphire embedded inside was extremely familiar, whether it was its shape or color distribution. It was the same as the profound, abundant world. The only difference was its size. After all, the profound, abundant world was a universe world, extremely vast, whereas the object in Yang Kai's hand was only the size of a large marble. Zhu Guxingwei focused his gaze, trying to see through the fog on its surface. Immediately, he saw the true appearance of the sapphire embedded in the bead. It was the profound, abundant world. He even saw a profound, abundant sect, its tens of thousands of disciples inside as tiny as dust particles, completely crowding the main square. Many of them were looking around with blank expressions on their faces. He even saw his cave mansion, and also his wife and concubines, who were hurriedly packing up and preparing to escape after receiving his orders. He then shifted his gaze and saw the scene of peddlers shouting and hawking in a city close to the profound, abundant sect while people went about their daily lives. Zhu Guxingwei was completely astounded and couldn't believe his eyes. The profound, abundant world has been refined into a bead? How can anyone do this? Is it even possible? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed this feat even in his dreams. Soon, his face beamed with excitement. Previously, the elders of profound, abundant sect were arguing about who to bring away and who to abandon. But now that the entire profound, abundant world had been refined into a bead, there was nothing to worry about. Not to mention the tens of thousands of profound, abundant sect disciples, even the billions of lives on the profound, abundant world could be brought with them. It was only now that he understood Yang Kai's painstaking efforts and what he had been refining. This senior's means are truly astonishing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5494. A Sudden Thought. Many people who saw the true appearance of the bead like Zhu Guxingwei were beside themselves in shock. Zhu Guxingwei calmed himself down. He wanted to thank Yang Kai, but just as he was about to, Yang Kai casually tossed the world bead to him. A chill shot up through Zhu Guxingwei's spine. Even if he was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he was still thrown into a fluster as he tried to catch the bead. Holding the world bead refined from the profound, abundant world in his hands, Zhu Guxingwei's smile was even uglier than when he was crying. He looked at Yang Kai, stuttering, "Senior, this? What do I do now?" Although it was good news that the entire profound, abundant world had been refined into a world bead, how could he keep it? He was afraid that if he made any slight movements, he would cause the entire profound, abundant world to collapse. Yang Kai, on the other hand, waved his hand in a totally unconcerned manner and stated, "There's no need to be so cautious. I've also refined the void around your profound, abundant world to insulate it. As long as you keep it close to you and prevent it from coming into contact with any powerful shocks, like the attacks of an open heaven realm master, the profound, abundant world won't be in any danger." Zhu Guxingwei suddenly understood why the outer layer of the bead was gray. It was actually a buffer space surrounding the profound, abundant world. This revelation finally put Zhu Guxingwei at ease. Following Yang Kai's instructions, he put the world bead in his pocket close to his chest, and also patted it to check. Even then, he was still not completely at ease, but it would have to do for now. Then, he earnestly bowed to Yang Kai. Senior's great kindness is something that the entire profound, abundant world will never forget. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement before stretching his hand out, poking into the void. The next moment, a portal appeared in front of him, one that led to Swallowing Sea's sect with the help of the space beacon he had given to Wang Xianyi. Go in and join up with Swallowing Sea's sect. Zhu Guxingwei thanked him once more before leading his 200 or so disciples through the portal. The next moment they arrived at Swallowing Sea's sect, where they saw Wang Xianyi, Yang Qing, and the others. After chatting, when everyone came to learn about Yang Kai's feat of refining the profound abundant world, they were thoroughly shocked. Even someone like Wang Xianyi, who was someone from the cave heavens and paradises, had never heard of people refining a world into a bead. Thus, he was in great shock. But more than that, he was overjoyed. Originally, the evacuation and relocation could only ensure the safety of the top cultivators from various sects and great forces. They were completely powerless to help the myriad living beings in all the defenseless universe worlds. Now, thanks to Yang Kai, everyone in the entire Swallowing Sea's territory could evacuate. Not just Swallowing Sea's territory, as long as there was enough time, the same feat could be repeated in many other great territories. Wang Xianyi couldn't help but recall the question Yang Kai had asked him before, "What about the mortals?" His answer at the time was that they were powerless to do anything. Even so, Yang Kai had come up with a solution in just a few days, causing an enormous sense of admiration to well up in his heart. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already arrived at another universe world's location via a different space beacon. Previously, he had asked Zhu Guxingwei to gather 13 disciples and send them to the 13 other universe worlds in this territory carrying a space beacon each, which saved him the time he would have spent on traveling. This universe world was the closest to the profound abundant world, and it also had a sect overseeing it with strength similar to profound abundant sects. They also had a good relationship with profound abundant sect. Previously, when profound abundant sect's open heaven realm masters were fighting with the Black Ink clan, Zhu Guxingwei had sent 2 elders out to seek help. One of them was Elder Pang, who had gone to the Swallowing Sea's sect. When he saw that Swallowing Sea's sect was besieged by the Black Ink clan army from a distance, how could he go and ask for their help? He had no choice but to return empty-handed. The other elder had come to this universe world, but they had lost contact with him after that. After everything profound abundant sect had gone through, Zhu Guxingwei lost his cool and forgot to mention this to Yang Kai. On the other hand, profound abundant sect's elder, who was responsible for bringing the space beacon to this world, was quite prudent. He did not rashly approach and instead hid some distance away, concealing his aura and waiting for Yang Kai. A few days later, Yang Kai appeared beside him, nearly frightening the life out of him. When this elder saw that it was Yang Kai, though, he finally relaxed and quickly reported everything that had transpired. A deep furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow after hearing the report. He immediately focused his gaze towards the universe world, and as expected, he saw some Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples moving about. The sect governing this universe world had been completely defeated by the Black Ink clan, and almost all the surviving cultivators had been converted into Black Ink disciples. Fortunately, these Black Ink clansmen were not that strong and were not many in number, just a squad about the same size as the one that had gone to attack the profound abundant world. The leader of this Black Ink clan squad was only a high-rank clansman, that was all, not even qualified to own their own Black Ink nest. If a feudal lord was here, and if he had planted his Black Ink nest, the entire universe world would be flooded with Black Ink strength, at which point it would be impossible to reverse the situation. Although the current situation was not something to rejoice, it was still salvageable. For Yang Kai, it was as easy as snapping his fingers. The profound abundant sect elder standing next to Yang Kai only saw the latter stretch his hand out and grasp towards the universe world. And when he pulled his hand back, the profound abundant sect elder saw several dozen strange-looking Black Ink clansmen appear in front of them. These Black Ink clansmen had no idea what just happened. They were suddenly captured and brought out into the void, so they were completely confused. Immediately after, a fearsome force swept through them from all directions, wiping out these several dozen Black Ink clansmen in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai then brought his hands together as a beam of purifying light shot down towards the sect below, enveloping all the Black Ink disciples and dispelling the Black Ink strength in their bodies. After having taken care of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai waited for the cultivators in the sect below to recover before sending a divine sense transmission. A moment later, a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, leading a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, rushed over to greet him. Yang Kai didn't waste time chatting with them and directly opened a portal to Swallowing Sea's sect's space beacon, ordering them to head over and meet up with the others. Seeing that Yang Kai was an 8th Order Ancestor rank figure, the 5th Order Master didn't dare to object and simply led his subordinates into the portal. After the profound abundant sect elder responsible for bringing the space beacon here had also left, Yang Kai began refining the universe world. Having done it once before, this second attempt was naturally smoother and he did not even feel resistance from the world's will. This second universe world gave Yang Kai the feeling that it was actively cooperating. This only further confirmed his suspicions. Just like that, Yang Kai traveled from one universe world to the next. After arriving at each universe world, he would open a void corridor to the Swallowing Seas sect and order the Open Heaven Realm Masters of the respective universe worlds to go on ahead. Without the complication of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai was then able to smoothly refine the world bead. Not every universe world had Open Heaven Realm Masters. Every single universe world in Swallowing Seas territory had humans living on them, but the level of their martial Daos differed quite significantly. The higher the level, the easier it was to cultivate and give birth to Open Heaven Realm Masters. The strongest cultivators in some of the universe worlds were just Emperor Realm Masters though, with no Open Heaven Realm Masters overseeing them. In other words, refining them was even easier. After more than a month, Yang Kai had finished refining all 14 universe worlds in Swallowing Seas territory. Aside from the original profound abundant world, which had been handed over to Zhu Guxing Wei, Yang Kai had kept the remaining 13 with him. With this matter settled, Yang Kai's next stop was the Swallowing Seas sect. At this point, Swallowing Seas sect and the other cultivators who had rushed to this place, under the leadership of Wang Xianyi and his squad, were prepared to move out at a moment's notice. When they noticed Yang Kai's arrival, Wang Xianyi hurried over to salute him. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yang Kai came to learn that everyone was ready to leave, so he immediately stated, "There's no time to delay, we need to set out right away." To evacuate, the Swallowing Seas sect would first head to Mo Sha Territory's Universe Temple, where they would rendezvous with cultivators from the neighboring Great Territories, and then they would head to the Star Boundary under the protection of Mo Sha Cave Heaven's Masters. Although it would be quite a lengthy journey, with Mo Sha Cave Heaven and Mo Sha Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters protecting them, it would still be much safer than the cultivators of each great territory heading out alone. The evacuation plans of every Cave Heaven and Paradise were basically the same. For example, the dozen-plus great territories under Pure Yang Cave Heaven's jurisdiction all needed to arrive at the Pure Yang Territory's Universe Temple within a set period of time, where they would coordinate with the Pure Yang Army's masters. Furthermore, Pure Yang Army squads like Wang Xianyi's squad had gone to various great territories to assist the local sects and forces in their evacuation. This was a great migration that involved the entire 3,000 worlds with no sect being able to avoid it. Just as Wang Xianyi had said before, even colossal forces like the Cave Heavens and Paradises would have to abandon their sect's ancestral foundation, which had been passed down through countless millennia. As long as they were alive, they would be able to take back their foundations sooner or later, but if all of them died, then nothing would be left. Already, not much time was left before the deadline. If Swallowing Seas Territories group couldn't arrive in time, Mo Sha Army's masters wouldn't wait for them. This was something that had already been agreed upon. So no matter what, they had to arrive at Mo Sha Territory's Universe Temple before the deadline. "Is Division Commander Yang not coming with us?" Wang Xianyi asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I must head to the other great territories." Wang Xianyi immediately understood that Yang Kai wanted to refine more universe worlds and save more people. Wang Xianyi was filled with deep veneration and cupped his fist. "Division Commander Yang, please take care. Although all the royal lords have been wiped out and the 2 Black Ink giant spiritual gods are restrained, the number of territory lords is still quite high. The current territory lords are all innate territory lords, who are as strong as our strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." He thought that since Yang Kai had just broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, He should not be that strong, thus his warning. How could he have known that territory lords were no longer Yang Kai's opponent? Not to mention territory lords, Yang Kai had even killed a royal lord. If he knew, he would probably be overwhelmed in shock. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. You must also be careful as you may encounter the Black Ink clan along the way. Saying so, Yang Kai was suddenly struck with an idea. As he wanted to go to another great territory to refine more universe worlds, he couldn't afford to escort the evacuees from Swallowing Sea's territory. He might not be able to personally guard them, but he had a great army of tens of millions of small stone race members. These creatures might have low intelligence, but they were more than capable of dealing with some Black Ink clansmen. The small stone race hated Black Ink's strength above all else, so if the Black Ink clan appeared in front of them, they would immediately attack. Swallowing Sea's territory survivors would naturally be much safer if they were escorted by a small stone race army. Unfortunately, the small stone race was difficult to control due to their low sentience. If Yang Kai could solve this problem, the small stone race would be of great help to the human race's evacuation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5495. Only by surviving can victory be achieved. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly came up with a plan. Afterwards, he looked left and right before suddenly shouting, "Everyone, prepare to depart." Wang Xianyi had no idea what Yang Kai had in mind, but since everything was set, and they could set out at any moment, he immediately ordered everyone to leave. The Open Heaven Realm masters of all the sects in the entire Swallowing Sea's territory were gathered here. There were not that many of them, just over 1,000 or so, and their orders ranged widely. Swallowing Sea's sect had 3,000 members, but naturally not all of them were in the Open Heaven Realm. Flight-type artifacts were summoned, and in an instant, more than 100 ships and palaces of different shapes and sizes appeared in the void. Standing on the deck of the largest ship was Wang Xianyi, who was gazing down at Yang Kai. Yang Qing was also standing next to him, following suit. Both of them wanted to see what Yang Kai was planning on doing. The next thing they saw left the two completely astounded. Swallowing Sea's sect, which should have been very close to them, was looking like a mirage now, distorted and indistinct. Clearly, it was very close, yet it seemed so far away that it was impossible to grasp. Yang Qing suddenly came to the realization. Division Commander Yang wants to refine my Swallowing Sea's sect's spirit province into a world bead. Although he had never seen Yang Kai refine a world bead, he had heard Zhu Guxingwei describe the process, so how could he not understand Yang Kai's intentions? His heart was filled with joy. From the start, he had been reluctant to abandon Swallowing Sea's sect's heritage that had been passed down for generations, but he was helpless regarding this matter. Now, when Yang Kai wanted to refine it into the world bead, all his worries were easily resolved. Hearing this, Wang Xianyi only nodded in agreement, also thinking that Yang Kai was refining Swallowing Sea's sect's spirit province into a world bead. Nonetheless, he failed to understand why Yang Kai was doing this. The Swallowing Sea's sect disciples were already set to evacuate, leaving just an empty spirit province behind. The Black Ink clan would probably not be interested in it, so there was no need to bring it along. Ah! Yang Qing suddenly cried out as piercing pain filled his heart. And why would it not? The glorious spirit province in front of him suddenly collapsed into at least 100 fragments. Each and every one of them was almost the same size. Obviously, Yang Kai had done this on purpose, demonstrating extreme power and control. Yang Qing wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. If they could not bring the spirit province with them, then so be it. Swallowing Sea sect still had a chance to return and rebuild their sect after defeating the Black Ink clan. But all his hopes had been shattered to pieces, just like this spirit province. His initial joy quickly disappeared as he couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to ask any questions. He just consoled himself that Yang Kai's actions must have a deeper meaning. Soon, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed towards the distorted void. Every time he did so, an asteroid would disappear, and soon all of them were collected. After silently working at something for a while, Yang Kai appeared on the deck where Wang Xianyi was using instantaneous movement. He then handed him over 100 newly refined world beads before instructing. Each of these world beads contains 10,000 small stone race soldiers. If you run into a Black Ink clan army, use them to defend yourselves. Wang Xianyi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are these small stone race soldiers the ones who were attacking the Black Ink clan before? Previously, he had also witnessed the two small stone race armies brutally attacking the Black Ink clan outside Swallowing Sea's sect. Although these strange creatures seemed simple, even somewhat stupid, they were perfect for dealing with the Black Ink clan as they seemed to be able to ignore the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. So, when Yang Kai mentioned this, Wang Xianyi immediately understood. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. He himself couldn't escort these people all the way to Mo territory, but it was no problem for him to pack up a small stone race army and send them with these people. Even if Wang Xianyi and the others couldn't control the small stone race, all they needed to do was toss them out when they encountered the Black Ink clan, and the small stone race members would immediately attack. The reason why Yang Kai had divided the million-strong army into 100 smaller groups was because he had also considered how difficult it would be to retrieve the small stone race after a battle. As Wang Xianyi and the others didn't have the Great Sun and Great Moon marks, the small stone race would not obey their orders, and if they really released them, there was a high chance they would simply run off. 1,000,000 small stone race soldiers was enough to protect them from any kind of threat. Also, they would be of great help even to the other cultivators in Mo territory. With 1,000,000 small stone race soldiers escorting them, their journey to the star boundary would be much safer. Many thanks, Division Commander Yang. Wang Xianyi bowed in gratitude, amazed by Yang Kai's generosity. He had never seen or heard of the small stone race before, but now Yang Kai had gifted him 1,000,000 of them in one go. That was truly generous. Their warship had already been destroyed, which had greatly affected their squad's combat and defensive strength, but 1,000,000-strong small stone race army was more than enough to make up for that. Yang Kai added, I only recently obtained these small stone race soldiers, so I haven't been able to figure out how to control them effectively. Their characteristics are that their intelligence is extremely low, and they rely mostly on their instincts to act. If any of you is proficient in beast taming techniques, I suggest you experiment and try to find a way to control them. It was not probably impossible to control the small stone race using beast taming techniques, but as Yang Kai wasn't versed in any good beast taming techniques, he couldn't run these tests himself. Wang Xianyi's eyes lit up after hearing this and repeatedly nodded. Understood. Many cultivators more or less knew a beast taming technique, though the quality and profundity varied wildly. If they could find a feasible method, it would give them far better control over the small stone race in battle. Go! Yang Kai waved off. Wang Xianyi cupped his fist and bid his goodbye. Take care, Division Commander Yang. Having said his farewell, he gave a shout as the fleet of 100 or so flight-type artifacts filled with cultivators led by Swallowing Sea's sect's largest ship flew towards the territory gate, rushing towards Mo territory. On the lead ship, Wang Xianyi looked back, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Calming himself down, he gathered a group of sect masters and sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the various sects and gave each of them a world bead with an army of 10,000 small stone race members. Then, following Yang Kai's instruction, he asked them to look for cultivators who were proficient in beast taming to begin searching for an effective method to control the small stone race soldiers. All of them were overjoyed after obtaining the army of 10,000 small stone race members. Wang Xianyi then deployed them to various ships to guard the fleet. Like this, all the cultivators in Swallowing Sea's territory began to evacuate. At the same time, fleets from every great territory were rushing towards the great territories where the various cave heavens and paradises were located. Some of the evacuation went completely smoothly. After all, the Black Ink clan would need some time to invade all the great territories of the 3,000 worlds. So if the cultivators could gather before the Black Ink clan reached their lands and immediately rush to the designated Universe Temple, they would encounter no dangers. Other great territories were less fortunate though and were invaded by the Black Ink clan army before they could evacuate. Many sects were occupied by the Black Ink clan and their cultivators all transformed into Black Ink disciples. There were other instances where Black Ink clan armies pursued fleeing evacuation fleets, leading to battles of different scales breaking out across the 3,000 world, throwing everything into chaos. After parting from Wang Xianyi's group, Yang Kai immediately rushed to the adjacent Great Territory. This Great Territory was still under the jurisdiction of Mo Cave Heaven, and the situation here was similar to Swallowing Sea's territory. The Black Ink clan had already invaded, but the cultivators of the various sects were still desperately resisting. Just like Wang Xianyi's squad, there was also a human race squad in this great territory, responsible for coordinating the evacuation. When Yang Kai arrived, he easily eliminated all of the Black Ink clan invaders and then sent away the fleet. He also gave them 100 or so world beads containing small stone race troops. After that, he began refining the universe worlds where the human race lived. He knew that he couldn't save everyone as the Black Ink clan's invasion was happening everywhere. He could save the humans of a few great territories, but there were more than 1,000 great territories in the 3,000 worlds, so how could he possibly save them all by himself? All he could do was try his best. At first, the situation in the great territories Yang Kai arrived at were still manageable. For example, in the Swallowing Sea's territory, he had refined a total of 14 universe worlds into world beads, saving almost all the humans living there. But as time passed, the situation of the great territories deteriorated rapidly. After the order was issued, all the cultivators of various great territories were forced to evacuate, leaving behind only weaker cultivators and mortals who were unable to break free from their universe world's shackles. These people were completely powerless to resist the Black Ink clan's invasion. The further Yang Kai walked, the more heartbroken he became. Some of the universe worlds already had Black Ink nests planted on them, absorbing the world force of the entire world. Rich Black Ink strength enveloped such universe worlds, corrupting all the living beings inside. Yang Kai could do nothing in the face of such situations. With his 8th order open heaven realm cultivation, he could completely destroy these universe worlds if he wanted to. But if he did so, the billions of innocent lives living on them would also be lost along with the Black Ink clan soldiers. These people might have been reduced to Black Ink disciples, but there was still hope for them to be rescued in the future. How could Yang Kai bring himself to ruthlessly slaughter them? The only option he was left with was to destroy the Black Ink nest and all of the Black Ink clansmen around. There was nothing else he could do. At this point, he also got to experience the helplessness Wang Xianyi felt when he answered his question. The universe worlds, which had been completely devoured by Black Ink strength, now were filled with billions of Black Ink disciples. Even if he didn't lack yellow and blue crystals, he couldn't purify them all. It would drain a lot of yellow and blue crystals and was too time-consuming, while time was what he was most short of. The faster he moved, the more people he would be able to save. Along the way, Yang Kai not only witnessed scenes of disaster and despair though, he also had encountered many heroic deeds. Many sects and cultivators weren't strong, but they had the courage and determination to fight to the death with the Black Ink clan, refusing to withdraw with the other cultivators of their great territory, and instead choosing to remain with the universe worlds that had raised them, using their lives and blood to protect them for as long as they could. Cultivators of many such sects faced total annihilation in the battle, leaving not one survivor behind. Such resistance deeply angered the Black Ink clan, so what awaited them was death. Yang Kai's mood became even gloomier when he saw such scenes. The order to retreat was not given because they were timid or cowardly, but because it was the best course of action in this situation. After all, only by surviving could they turn the situation around. Their decision to stay and fight to the death may have been praiseworthy, but from a strategic standpoint it was utterly meaningless. Who was right and who was wrong, nobody could say for sure. It was just a matter of one's choice, and everyone had to face the consequences of their actions. Just like Yang Kai, who had chosen to roam various great territories and refine universe worlds into world beads to save more lives, causing him to bear witness to far too many tragedies. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5496, Old Tree. 20 years went by in a flash. Over the past 20 years, Yang Kai traveled to hundreds of great territories and accumulated over 2,000 world beads. Each world bead was a complete universe world with its 7 elements, will, and world principles intact. The number of humans he had saved was difficult to calculate, but this was already the limit. There were still many great territories Yang Kai had yet to set foot in, but now that 20 years had passed since the Black Ink clan's full-scale invasion began, it was difficult for him to find any universe world that had not been devoured by Black Ink strength. The Black Ink clan could be found in every great territory, and almost every universe world that had a living being on it had a Black Ink nest planted on it. Countless mortals and cultivators with low cultivations had been reduced to black ink disciples, and the world force each universe world had accumulated over countless eons had been reduced to nourishment for the Black Ink clan. Of the tens of millions of small stone race soldiers he started with, Yongkai was now left with less than 10 million, the rest were all given away to others. Over the past 20 years, the number of Black Ink clansmen who had lost their lives at Yongkai's hands was also incalculable, with just the number of territory lords who had died at the end of his spear reaching over a dozen. Now, with only one royal lord left alive, and the two Black Ink giant spiritual gods being occupied, the territory lords were the top masters of the Black Ink clan. Be that as it may, if any of these innate territory lords ran into Yongkai alone, they would only be courting death. Even if there were 2 or 3 of them, Yongkai was confident he could eliminate them after paying a price. In these 20 years, those who should have evacuated had already evacuated, and those who couldn't leave could only stay and bear the fate of being turned into Black Ink disciples. Yongkai estimated that the cultivators who had evacuated from the various great territories should have all reached the star boundary by now. He knew in his heart that this mission to save the remaining humans of the 3,000 worlds had come to an end. Even if he continued, it would just be a fruitless endeavor. Looking at the dim stars in the void and the universe worlds enveloped in Black Ink strength, a heavy sigh escaped Yongkai's lips as he shouted, "Old tree, do you still want to hide? I think it's time we meet." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious change started to occur in this great territory. Immediately after, a rolling fog appeared in the distance and swept towards Yongkai. Seeing this fog, Yongkai knew that his guess was correct. 20 years ago, when he refined the profound abundant world, he had a vague guess in his heart. But at that time, he hadn't refined enough universe worlds, so whether this conjecture was just his imagination or if it was true, he still had to verify it. Over the past 20 years, he had refined more than 2,000 universe worlds, which was more than enough to confirm his previous speculations. Because every time he refined a universe world, he would sense an invisible connection with that unknown place. After refining more than 2,000 universe worlds, this connection had become pretty strong. So, even if the other party didn't respond, Yongkai still had a way to force his way into this unknown place. The rolling fog soon arrived before him, and Yongkai allowed it to envelop him, concealing his figure. When the fog dissipated, Yongkai's figure was nowhere to be found. When he reappeared, Yongkai was already in a mysterious place that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. There happened to be some kind of suppression in this mysterious place, preventing anyone from completely displaying the might of the open heaven realm, no matter what one's order was. The great ancient ruins boundary. When Yongkai was just an emperor realm master, he had been swept up by a mysterious fog and thrown into this sealed world. It was in this sealed world he got his hands on a world tree clone, which he used to save the star boundary that was on the verge of shattering. It was also from here that he brought out the heavenly moon demon spider, Zhu Jiuyin. According to Tsang, the world tree was one of the most ancient existences in the universe. In the past, the 10 martial ancestors had relied on the world tree to comprehend the mysteries of the open heaven realm, which they later passed down to the wider human race, allowing it to gain a foothold in the universe where the monster race ran rampant. The people who obtained the favor of the world tree were also a means of protection for the mysterious heavenly way. Tsang's group of 10 were chosen by the heavenly way, and they had sealed Mo in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction for millions of years. If not for their actions, how could the current 3,000 worlds still exist? Perhaps the entire universe would have become the Black Ink clan's paradise eons ago. After Tsang's group, there were likely more candidates. The world tree clone in Yongkai's small universe also belonged to a previous candidate who had fallen ages ago. As for Yongkai himself, he should have been chosen recently. This method of self-preservation was seemingly performed through the world tree. So no matter what, the world tree was an indispensable and important link. Mo had said that the old tree had always been hiding from it, afraid of it. In the past, Yongkai didn't know what Mo meant by this. Both of them were among the most ancient of existences, so although Mo's strength was hard to imagine, how could it be that the world tree was weak? Why would it hide? Now, Yongkai finally understood. Because the world tree was a direct manifestation of the entire 3,000 worlds. The relationship between the world tree and the 3,000 worlds was one of mutual destruction and prosperity. Mo's existence had severely threatened the survival of the 3,000 worlds. If Mo really ruled over 3,000 worlds, then black ink's strength would be everywhere, and every universe world would die. At that time, the world tree would also be completely destroyed. Inside the great ancient ruins boundary, Yang Kai, who was swept up by the rolling fog, looked up and saw a towering tree in front of him. Compared to the world tree Yang Kai had seen in the past, this one was far larger and more majestic. The tree was absolutely filled with world fruits. But different from the past, the current world tree seemed to be seriously ill, looking very weak and sickly. Many of the world fruits hanging on the world tree were gray, as if they had rotted. Yang Kai could even feel black ink strength coming from these fruits. He had actually witnessed this scene before, when he used his sun and moon divine will just outside the great sea celestial phenomenon. Space and time became chaotic, allowing Yang Kai to glimpse into the future. One of the scenes was of him holding the head of the royal lord, and the other scene was of a large, sickly tree filled with rotting fruits. Yang Kai stared blankly for a long time before a sigh escaped his lips. "Old tree, you're quite pitiful." The world tree's body swayed slightly as its huge leaves rustled, looking like it was protesting Yang Kai's ridicule. Yang Kai quickly stated, "Don't get agitated. Each of these fruits corresponds to a universe world. If you shake them off, it won't be a good thing." When he first came here, Yang Kai's strength, vision, and insight were all too shallow. So he only knew that the world fruits could help a person break through to the next order of the open heaven realm. He was totally oblivious to the true mysteries of these world fruits. Now, after reaching the 8th order, having refined more than 2,000 universe worlds scattered across hundreds of great territories, and coming into contact with ancient supreme masters like Mo and Song, how could Yang Kai not see the profundities of these fruits? As he had just said, each of these world fruits corresponded to a universe world in some great territory, and was the source of those very universe worlds. It could be said that the world tree was connected to all the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds. It was precisely the convergence of these universe worlds that had given birth to the world tree. Now that these universe worlds had been devoured by black ink strength and occupied by the black ink clan, it had affected the world tree, making it and those world fruits appear sick. If a certain universe world was completely destroyed, the corresponding world fruit would also cease to exist. Vice versa, if a new universe world was born, the world tree would bear a new fruit. Yang Kai finally understood why the world fruits had such potent effects. This was because these world fruits contained the mysteries and essences of an entire universe world. A low-rank world fruit corresponded to a world with a low level of martial Tao, a mid-rank world fruit corresponded to a world with a mid-grade martial Tao, and a high-rank world fruit corresponded to a high-grade universe world, the best possible. Such universe worlds might be where the various cave heavens and paradises resided. If someone were to pick a world fruit and swallow it, what they were actually eating was not the fruit itself, but the essence of the universe world. So naturally, this would rapidly increase their strength and even increase their order. But as a result of this, the martial Tao of the corresponding universe world and even the perfection of its world principles would be greatly affected, taking thousands, if not tens of thousands of years to recover. A universe world with sufficient martial Tao would have its own principles and will. These wills could be said to have come from the universe world itself, but they could also be considered the wisps of the world tree's consciousness. The great emperors of every universe world had obtained the acknowledgement of their respective world's wills, but at its root, it was really the world tree who had acknowledged them. As such, every time Yang Kai refined a universe world, he would gain the approval of the world tree, allowing him to sense the latter's existence. Yang Kai had not understood these mysteries previously, but now he got the complete picture. If 3,000 worlds were completely occupied by the Black Ink clan, the world tree would definitely perish. Currently, only about 20% of the fruits on the tree remained intact, with most of them corresponding to the world beads Yang Kai had refined. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand as over 100 world beads refined from universe worlds flew out. Each of the world beads looked like a glorious pearl, a magnificent sight indeed. As soon as these world beads appeared, each of them resonated with a world fruit and disappeared into them. The world bead had not really disappeared, but had instead become one with the fruit. It did not affect the living beings inside the world beads either, and when peace had returned to the 3,000 worlds once more, when the Black Ink clan was eliminated, the world tree would be able to send these world beads back to the corresponding great territory, so that they could regain their former prosperity. Yang Kai was just giving it a try. After all, it was quite troublesome and risky to carry so many world beads on him. The world beads might look small, but as each world was formed from a universe world, they were actually quite massive in size. It was impossible for him to store them into his small universe or space ring, so Yang Kai could only sew together a huge backpack to carry them that way. All these years, Yang Kai had been carrying a bag filled with world beads on his back, which was extremely inconvenient. Now that he had discovered that these world fruits could accommodate the corresponding universe world, it naturally saved him a lot of trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 5497. A scourge lasts 1,000 years. After some time, Yang Kai had finally tossed all 2,000 or so world beads to the world tree for safekeeping. What surprised Yang Kai was that after obtaining these 2,000 or so world beads, the world tree's condition seemed to have improved a little, but he was not sure. It might have just been his imagination. On top of that, Yang Kai was also concerned about the still intact world fruits on the world tree. The world fruits corresponding to the universe worlds he had refined were intact because they were saved and not corroded by Black Ink strength, but in addition to those world fruits, there were several dozen more that were still completely healthy. These fruits were not showing any features similar to the other ruined fruits. Neither were they emanating any Black Ink strength. Yang Kai even had a special connection with one of these fruits, feeling very close to it. This feeling greatly surprised him. It was just a world fruit, so how could he feel close to it? After examining it for a moment, though, Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Is this the world fruit of the star boundary?" He was a great emperor recognized by the star boundary's will, so the world fruit corresponding to the star boundary naturally gave him a different feeling from the rest. This world fruit was a mid-rank world fruit. In other words, if one ate it, it could allow a cultivator in the 3rd order to the 5th order open heaven realm to advance an order, and allow them to have better future prospects by increasing their innate limit. But correspondingly, the star boundary would have to pay a huge price. Perhaps its martial Tao level would be greatly affected and its world principles would be damaged. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he recalled the low-rank world fruits and mid-rank world fruits he had obtained. Back then, he had obtained more than a dozen or so fruits from the old tree, causing harm to some universe worlds. As if the world tree sensed his thoughts, it swayed again. Although the world tree did not speak or transmit anything via divine sense, Yang Kai could clearly tell what it wanted to say. The corresponding universe worlds of the world fruits he had taken back then didn't have any highly sentient life forms on them, so his actions didn't cause much harm overall. At most, it would have delayed the development and evolution of those universe worlds by a few thousand years. Knowing this, Yang Kai felt less guilty, but very soon he had another feeling. By using this world fruit corresponding to the star boundary as a beacon, he might be able to create a passage to the star boundary and return to it. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly checked the other world fruits that were still intact. After checking them with his divine sense, he discovered that his guess was right on mark. He could indeed open a void corridor with the help of these world fruits and arrive directly at the universe worlds corresponding to these fruits. He could even tell which great territory these universe worlds were located in by observing the void around them through this link. Yang Kai's expression changed as he couldn't help but ask, "Old tree, could this place be considered a transit point for 3,000 worlds?" The world tree's body swayed again as if saying it was a given. This was not surprising, though. The world tree was the physical manifestation of all the universe worlds in 3,000 worlds, with each of its fruits corresponding to a universe world. It was closely connected to all the great territories and universe worlds in this way. It was no wonder that the great ancient ruins boundary was so ethereal, and why the rolling fog through which one could enter the great ancient ruins boundary was able to appear in any great territory. Because theoretically speaking, one could enter the great ancient ruins boundary through any universe world, depending on whether this old tree was willing to let them in or not. With this discovery, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued as he carefully examined the intact world fruits. These fruits corresponded to the universe worlds in the star boundaries territory, while another dozen or so were linked to the universe worlds in New Great Territory, which was adjacent to the star boundary. The New Great Territory was something Yang Kai had inadvertently discovered when he was fighting with Zuoquan Hui of Thousand Cranes Paradise. No one from the 3,000 worlds had stepped foot in it before. The small stone race was also brought out from the New Great Territory. Apart from those, there were about 30 more intact world fruits, which meant that there were an equal number of universe worlds in 3,000 worlds that had not been occupied by the Black Ink clan, scattered across various great territories. Realizing this, Yang Kai quickly requested, "Old tree, please assist me." Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shot towards one of the world fruits. This fruit was only the size of a baby's fist, but at this moment, it suddenly enlarged in Yang Kai's eyes, allowing him to enter. The moment he entered the world fruit, Yang Kai immediately sensed the corresponding universe world's location. Space principles flared, and a void corridor leading to a distant great territory was opened with help from the world tree. In a flash, Yang Kai shuttled through the void and appeared in the vicinity of the universe world. The universe world was both big and beautiful, but it probably hadn't been long since it was born. Its environment could not be considered good either. It was suitable for inhabitation, but its principles were still relatively lacking. In other words, if the martial Tao evolved here, its level would be extremely low. Scanning it with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't find any humans, just some low-level creatures. He took out his universe chart and checked its location, soon concluding that the reason it was not occupied by the Black Ink clan even after 20 years was because it was located in a remote region. It was quite likely that the Black Ink clan had simply not discovered its existence, which had allowed this place to escape disaster. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would have definitely not let go of a universe world like this. Without further delay, Yang Kai quickly began refining it. After having refined over 2,000 universe worlds, he was now quite familiar with this process. After a couple of days, this universe world was refined into a world bead and collected by Yang Kai. This time, he didn't even have to ask the old tree to pick him up. Rather, Yang Kai opened a void corridor with the help of the connection between the world bead and world tree before stepping inside. When he reappeared, he was already standing beneath the world tree. Yang Kai didn't even stop to catch his breath. He simply handed the new world bead he had refined to the world tree for safekeeping before identifying another intact world fruit and setting off. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Had he known that the world tree could connect to the various great territories and universe worlds, he would have contacted it long ago. He could have easily traveled to other great territories with the help of world tree, saving him massive amounts of time. Had he done so earlier, he might have been able to save even more universe worlds. It was just that he had no idea about the world tree's stance, so he didn't dare to rashly disturb it. It was only after he had refined more than 2,000 universe worlds and was closely connected to the world tree that he called out to it. 30 universe worlds were not that many, and Yang Kai could refine a universe world in just a few days now. These universe worlds were all quite remotely located, which was why they were never discovered by the Black Ink clan and thus avoided being poisoned by Black Ink strength. Most of the universe worlds did not have any humans, only 7 or 8 in total, but their martial Daos were not very high. Even when Yang Kai was refining the entire universe world, the human inhabitants never noticed a thing. Today, Yang Kai arrived in the vicinity of another universe world with the help of the world tree. But just as he started refining it and reached a critical point, he noticed fluctuations of battle coming from the distance. Yang Kai was quite taken aback by this discovery and could not understand why someone was fighting in such a remote location. Logically speaking, the humans had already evacuated from the greater 3,000 worlds. Those who should have left had already left, and those who hadn't were doomed. There should not be anyone in such a remote place, but the commotion caused by the battle was quite obvious. Furthermore, the person who was fighting was quite strong, at least in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Who could it be? Yang Kai's heart was filled with suspicion. Although he was alone, he wasn't worried about being disturbed. After all, he still had some 10 million small stone race soldiers on him. If any enemy was to come here, even if he could not divert his attention, Yang Kai could just summon a small stone race army to protect himself. He paid no heed to the battle and decided to only take a look after he had refined the universe world before him. But contrary to his plans, the battle was getting closer and closer, as if both sides of the battle were approaching him. Yang Kai still ignored it. The other party's approach shouldn't be intentional, but it was still good news for him. The only ones who could be fighting at this time would be humans and Black Ink clansmen. If they were to approach him, he might be able to provide some assistance to the human side. About half an hour later, the sounds of the battle really grew closer, and now a strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face because he felt a familiar aura. Yang Kai was immediately overjoyed. What a coincidence! I was planning to look for him after finishing with this business, but who would have thought that I would run into him here? As the old saying goes, a good man does not live long, but a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Guess that makes this bastard immortal. The next moment, Yang Kai sent a message to the other party via divine sense. The human who was fighting with the Black Ink clan was momentarily taken aback, but was soon overjoyed and quickly started approaching Yang Kai's position. From the distance, he saw Yang Kai using some kind of strange technique, causing the universe world in front of him to twist and distort like a reflection in the water, which greatly surprised him. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai snapped back. "Why do you care? What are you doing here?" It was none other than Wu Kuang, his entire body covered in blood, cutting quite a sorry figure. Wu Kuang broke into carefree laughter after hearing Yang Kai's question and replied, "I'm currently being pursued by a team of Black Ink clansmen." He was acting smug, as if being chased around was something to boast about. Yang Kai also admired his shamelessness before glancing behind Wu Kuang and frowning slightly. "Is there a territory lord?" Wu Kuang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and had mastered the heaven-devouring battle law. It was a simple matter for him to deal with ordinary feudal lords. Since he was being pursued and in such a sorry state, obviously, a territory lord must have taken action. Wu Kuang secretly circulated his strength, preparing to flee at any moment. If you can't fight, then it's better to run away. Otherwise, there will be no one to even collect your corpse. He could also tell that Yang Kai was currently doing something important, and got worried that he wouldn't be able to help. Yang Kai smiled proudly. "It's just a territory lord. Don't worry and take a rest. Just wait and watch how I take care of him." Just a territory lord. Wu Kuang was beside himself in shock, unable to believe that such arrogant words were coming from Yang Kai's mouth. He then scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense before his expression changed greatly. "You've reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Martial Peak." Chapter 5498. Old Thief. "Don't touch my small stone race soldiers." Wu Kuang and Blood Crow had talked quite a bit while fighting in the Barren Territory battlefield, so Wu Kuang had learned a lot about Yang Kai and knew that the latter had long since broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and had even killed a number of territory lords. However, Yang Kai had disappeared after the battle outside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, with no one knowing if he was dead or alive. So Wu Kuang also had no idea. In truth, he didn't care much about Yang Kai's life or death, so it was a huge surprise to actually run into each other in this place. Furthermore, Yang Kai was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Wu Kuang's heart was filled with bitterness. He knew that he would not lose to anyone in this world when it came to cultivation speed. After all, the heaven-devouring battle law was both exquisite and ingenious. It was definitely the best cultivation technique in existence. Even Blood Crow, who cultivated the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, was forced to admit defeat before him. Yet, it had not been long since Yang Kai had advanced to the 7th Order, so how could he already have reached the 8th Order so quickly? "Did you secretly cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law?" Wu Kuang made a wild guess. Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think I use it so haphazardly like you?" Wu Kuang sized him up before vigorously shaking his head left and right. "Then this doesn't make sense. If he hadn't cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, how could his cultivation increase so rapidly?" Yang Kai wasn't like him, so he would only be dooming himself if he cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law without the flawless purifying golden lotus. Yang Kai disdainfully sneered. "This king's aptitude is not something you can fathom." Wuquang could not wait to slap him to death. No one had ever dared act so arrogantly in front of him. While the two were bickering, an army of about 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had already arrived, led by a territory lord and a dozen or so feudal lords. Wuquang still maintained a ready-to-flee posture, and was no longer in the mood to bicker with Yang Kai. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, hurry up and use them. If you delay anymore, I'm afraid we'll both die here today. Yang Kai snorted lightly before opening a portal to his small universe. The next moment, a 1,000-meter tall small stone race member stepped out, followed closely by another. He had collected millions and millions of small stone race members from the chaotic dead territory back then, and these 1,000-meter tall small stone race members were all comparable to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the beginning, Yang Kai had over 100 of these 1,000-meter tall giants, but after distributing most of the small stone race army to the evacuating human forces as protectors, he was left with just 10 million small stone race soldiers, of which just 2 were 1,000-meter tall. On one side was an innate territory lord, while on the other was 2 1,000-meter tall small stone race masters. It was a fairly even match. Right behind these 1,000-meter tall small stone race members, though, was a densely packed army of the small stone race. In an instant, hundreds of thousands charged out of Yang Kai's small universe, and more were still appearing. Wuquang gawked, faintly feeling these creatures were a little familiar. He had spent some time in New Great Territory in the past and had seen ordinary small stone race members. However, the small stone race he had seen was the most primitive of beings, so how could they possibly give off the same awe-inspiring aura as the ones right before him? The small stone race army instantly detected Black Ink strength after stepping out of Yang Kai's small universe. The two leading 1,000-meter tall small stone race masters furiously roared towards the sky before leading their army towards the Black Ink clan, as if they had just seen an absolutely irreconcilable enemy. The territory lord on the opposite side couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They had come here chasing a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm human, but now they were suddenly attacked by a massive army. He was caught a little off guard, but soon the territory lord recognized these small stone race members. Over the past 20 years, the Black Ink clan had encountered armies of similar creatures when they were pursuing the humans through the various great territories. These creatures were extremely valiant when they fought with Black Ink clan army, causing them to suffer defeat many times at their hands. More importantly, though, these creatures didn't fear the corrosion of Black Ink strength at all, which gave the Black Ink clan a serious headache. Apart from directly killing them, the Black Ink clan had yet to find an effective method to deal with them. The territory lord had never imagined that he would encounter such a formidable enemy here. Moreover, the enemy's numbers were several times greater than his own. On top of all that, there was even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm human staring at them with hostility. The territory lord instantly wanted to retreat, but before he could do so, the two 1,000-meter small stone race members had already surrounded him. Helpless, the territory lord could only retreat while fighting. As for his own army, he couldn't give a damn about them right now. In this situation, his life was naturally more important. The sudden appearance of the small stone race army had thrown the Black Ink clan pursuers into disarray. Wuquang, on the other hand, was in high spirits. He was chased by this Black Ink clan army for several months already, during which time he had several brushes with death. In short, he was dead tired. Any other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have long succumbed to exhaustion. It was only thanks to the wonders of the heaven-devouring battle law that he was able to keep his life. Since the tables had turned with Yang Kai's help, how could he just sit back and watch? Of course, Wuquang wanted to take revenge. Activating the heaven-devouring battle law across a wide area, Wuquang began drawing everything into himself. Not only did he devour the Black Ink clan's Black Ink strength, but he also devoured the energy of the small stone race. If it had only happened once or twice, it could have been explained as an accident, but after tasting the benefits contained in these small stone race, Wuquang became more unrestrained, and the heaven-devouring battle law's range enlarged. Not only did the Black Ink clan endlessly cry out in grievance, but even the small stone race army suffered numerous casualties. The small stone race in Yang Kai's hands had all evolved with the help of the burning light and serene glimmer, so to Wuquang, their energy was far more beneficial than Black Ink strength. Yang Kai saw this and immediately cursed, "Old thief! Don't touch my small stone race soldiers." It was only because he had reached a critical juncture in his refinement of the universe world that he couldn't handle other matters. Otherwise, he would definitely beat Wu Kuang up. Wu Kuang assured, laughing loudly, "It was a mistake. A mistake. Don't worry about it." But at least after that, he acted with some discretion. Yang Kai quickly concentrated on refining the universe world, and half a day later, he stretched out his hand and made a scooping gesture in the void, as if he was trying to pluck the moon's reflection from a lake. The next moment, the universe world disappeared and a world bead appeared in his hand. Having finished, Yang Kai arrived in front of the territory lord who was being attacked by the two 1,000-meter small stone race members in a flash. Not even using his azure dragon spear, he just unleashed a simple punch. However, this one punch made the territory lord's chest cave in as he spurted a mouthful of blood. The territory lord was already struggling under the two-pronged attacks of the two small stone race giants. So how could he resist Yang Kai's sudden attack? It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but the 1,000-meter tall small stone race members' attacks were too strong and fearsome, giving him no room for escape. The Black Ink clan army under him had suffered continuous casualties at the hands of the small stone race, dropping to around 30,000 in total from an original 100,000. Now, with the Eighth Order Master joining in, he knew that his death had come. Driven into desperation, the territory lord became ruthless. His Black Ink strength started madly surging, making it look like he was prepared to die as long as he could drag them down with him. Be that as it may, how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? Utilizing numerous Dao strengths, one after another, Yang Kai beat the territory lord dizzy. Coupled with the cooperation of the two small stone race masters, the territory lord was completely powerless to do anything. In the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, the territory lord was blown to pieces by Yang Kai's fists, spurting black blood everywhere. Wu Kuang, who saw everything from a distance, had his brow twitching visibly. When Yang Kai had scoffed at it being just a territory lord, he thought that this brat had become a braggart. Even if Yang Kai was an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have had his hands full against a territory lord. By the looks of it, this brat's strength was simply abnormal. Although he was assisted by two small stone race members, Yang Kai's strength was the key. Wu Kuang was still secretly absorbing some of the small stone race members' energy, but after witnessing Yang Kai's strength, he didn't dare act presumptuously anymore, lest he be beaten black and blue. He was someone who had been famous for tens of thousands of years before Yang Kai was born, so being taught a lesson by a junior like him would have made him lose all face. Without the support of the territory lord, the remaining Black Ink clan army found it even harder to resist the encirclement of the small stone race army. Yang Kai did not make any further moves, whereas the two 1,000-meter tall small stone race members fought their way into the encirclement, wiping out all of the Black Ink clan soldiers in less than half an hour. Only then did Yang Kai activate the Great Sun Mark and collect this Great Sun small stone race army to prevent them from running about. After having dealt with this, Yang Kai turned to Wu Kuang and asked, "Why are you here?" When he was in the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai had asked a pair of Heavenly River Palace disciples about Wu Kuang's whereabouts, but they could only tell him the latter had disappeared some years ago. The Shattered Heaven Masters should have already been evacuated back to the star boundary. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected to encounter Wu Kuang here either. Wu Kuang casually replied, "After the human race army in the barren territory retreated, this king decided to wander off alone. As far as others were concerned, retreating to the star boundary with the army was the safest option, but to Wu Kuang, this was a good opportunity to apply his talents. When he was in the Shattered Heaven, he had still restrained himself a little. After all, the heaven-devouring battle law was not a glorious cultivation technique. If some master from one of the cave heavens or paradises decided to exterminate evil and uphold righteousness, they might just kill him. Even when he was extra careful, Wu Kuang still managed to provoke Withering Flame Divine Monarch and was hunted all the way to the Shattered Ruins. By some chance and coincidence, he entered the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land and then followed a group of Divine Spirits to the Barren Territory battlefield. When he arrived at the Barren Territory battlefield, Wu Kuang finally let himself loose. There, no one would care what kind of cultivation method one used. So long as one could kill the Black Ink clan, they would be comrades. On the barren territory battlefield, Wu Kuang had obtained quite a harvest, and his cultivation had also risen rapidly. Unfortunately, the good days didn't last long. The Black Ink clan broke through the boundary wall leading to Wind Mist territory, forcing the human race army to retreat. Wu Kuang couldn't be bothered to move with the others, so he found an excuse to leave. When he was fighting together with the other humans, Wu Kuang always had to worry about accidentally injuring his allies, but now that he was alone and surrounded by enemies, he had completely let himself go. Not only did he devour many Black Ink clansmen, he even dared to devour the energy from universe worlds occupied by the Black Ink clan. Along the way, his cultivation rose at an astonishing pace, but this also provoked the Black Ink clan, who started pursuing him. Wu Kuang would really have been in danger if he hadn't met Yang Kai here today. It was also because of this encounter that Wu Kuang faintly felt that his strength was still too low. Although the Black Ink clan could no longer deploy royal lords to the battlefield, they still had plenty of territory lords. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Wu Kuang was still a little lacking when facing a territory lord. Only after advancing to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm could he truly act without restraint. Unfortunately, even with the heaven-devouring battle law, it was not easy to break through to the 8th Order. The fact that Yang Kai was already an 8th Order Master made him quite envious. Martial Peak, Chapter 5499. The Secrets Behind the Clone's Feedback. How could Yang Kai have known what Wu Kuang had gone through all these years? He only thought that Wu Kuang had been hiding in the Shattered Heaven all this while, so he was extremely surprised when he heard all about Wu Kuang's experience. You went to the barren territory battlefield? Wu Kuang proudly declared. This king has obtained outstanding military merits. I'm also famous in your great evolution army. Seeing his smug look, Yang Kai found it funny and proposed, waving off. Let's talk later. Come with me. Yang Kai had many things he wanted to ask Wu Kuang, and he also needed Wu Kuang's cooperation in a plan he had in mind. But he did not forget there were still many intact universe worlds waiting for him to refine. Having said that, he reached out to grab Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang hesitated a little, but chose to go along with him. Since the day he became famous, he had become the target of everyone's hatred. He had long developed a lone wolf persona, but if there was anyone in this world he was willing to believe, then it would probably be Yang Kai. In the past, it was Yang Kai who secretly brought him to the Shattered Heaven. Otherwise, he would have remained hidden in the new great territory all this time. After all, myriad demons' heavens pay when Xian had died at his hands. Space principles started fluctuating, and Wu Kuang felt as if the entire world had flipped upside down. By the time he came to his senses, he found himself standing in an inexplicable place. Yang Kai ordered, "You stay here and recuperate. I'll talk to you later." Yang Kai turned around and vanished in the blink of an eye. Wu Kuang didn't find this strange at all. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and now that his cultivation was an order higher than Wu Kuang's, it was indeed difficult for Wu Kuang to catch his movements. Wu Kuang started looking around and soon had his attention focused on a huge, towering tree in front of him. The tree seemed to be ailed by some kind of illness, as it looked sickly and most of its fruits were even rotten. Wu Kuang furrowed his brow as he kept staring at the tree. He vaguely found the towering tree a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Oddly enough, he even got the feeling that there was some kind of bad blood between them. In another place, Yang Kai once again arrived outside a completely intact universe world, and this time the refining process was quite smooth. After refining that universe world into a world bead, Yang Kai returned to the great ancient ruins boundary and saw Wu Kuang sitting cross-legged in front of the world tree, staring at it. He didn't pay the sight any heed and continued using the world tree as a transit point to head towards the next universe world. After several more trips, he finally finished refining all of the still intact universe worlds. When Yang Kai returned to the great ancient ruins boundary for the last time, he was beside himself in shock at the sight before him. The towering world tree was nowhere to be seen, while Wu Kuang was hugging the lower half of a short, stubby old man. By the looks of it, he was pestering the old man, begging for something. The dense and thick hair on the old man's head looked like branches, and countless fruits were growing on them. The old man's lower body did not have any legs either and was instead something weird that looked like it was composed of countless roots. Although Yang Kai had never seen this old man before, he could tell that he was the world tree at a glance. After all, the branches on his head and the roots on his lower body were too obvious. What surprised him was that the world tree could actually transform into such an appearance, something he had never seen before. The old man was also holding a walking stick in his hand and looked completely incensed as he beat Wu Kuang's head with it. Wu Kuang appeared to be in quite a sorry state, bleeding from his head with red liquid pouring down his face. Even so, Wu Kuang was still tightly holding onto the old man's lower body, refusing to let go. Yang Kai could even sense him using the heaven-devouring battle law. Wu Kuang was pleasantly surprised after seeing Yang Kai appear, and shouted, "Yang boy, this is the world tree. Quickly help me refine it." It had taken him a long time to recognize that this was the legendary world tree, but once he had, how could Wu Kuang resist the temptation of such a precious treasure? Over the past few years, he did not even let off black ink strength, so Wu Kuang immediately expressed his desire to refine the world tree with practical actions. If he really succeeded in refining it, he would definitely be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At that time, not to mention territory lords, he would be able to devour even royal lords with ease. Had he still been able to use his 7th order open heaven realm cultivation, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state, but this was the great ancient ruins boundary where no matter what one's order was, it was difficult for him or her to mobilize the world force of their small universe. At most, one could only display the strength of the Emperor Realm. A mere Emperor Realm master couldn't do anything against the world tree. The old tree kept bashing Wu Kuang's head with the walking stick to the point that Wu Kuang had started to feel dizzy. Be that as it may, Wu Kuang held on, seemingly willing to die for his great cause. The roots of the old tree's lower body also kept lashing him like thousands of whips, tearing his skin and flesh. While they were entangled with each other, Yang Kai walked over. Old Tree immediately voiced his grievance. "Boy, why did you bring someone like him here?" The old tree was not just angry, he was also exasperated and even a little frightened, for this was actually not the first time something like this had happened. He had faced a similar situation a very long time ago. At that time, when that fellow named Sher saw him, he had also acted in such a manner, clamoring to refine him, making him panicked. What's more, at that time, the secret art Sher had used was exactly the same as the one in front of him was using. The old tree immediately understood that the fellow in front of him was definitely connected to Sher somehow. Otherwise, how could he come to possess the same secret art? Yang Kai was also rendered speechless by the scene before him. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wu Kuang by the neck, lifting him up with a little force. Having escaped from Wu Kuang, the old tree quickly hid far away and breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Kuang, who was being held by Yang Kai, turned to the latter before stoically and indifferently stating, "This king is still your senior, is this how you treat me? Put me down." Apparently, he was more ashamed of being held like this than anything else. Yang Kai put him down and warned him in a distressed voice, "Stop messing around." Wu Kuang adjusted his clothes as if nothing had happened, but the bruises and bloodstains on his face made him look miserable still. "Why aren't you restricted by this place?" Wu Kuang asked curiously. His cultivation had been suppressed to the Emperor Realm, but clearly Yang Kai had not been suppressed and was still able to display the strength of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to pick him up like a chicken. Yang Kai explained, "I have refined many universe worlds and obtained the old tree's approval, so naturally I am not restricted here." Wu Kuang was absorbed in his thoughts after this revelation. Yang Kai then looked at the old tree and asked, clicking his tongue in surprise, "You can even take human form? Since you could assume human form, what was the point of shaking your trunk to communicate with me?" The old tree replied, "This old master has lived for so long, it would be stranger if I was not able to transform like this. Anyways, why did you bring him here? Quickly take him away." Although Wu Kuang's cultivation was locked at the Emperor Realm, the old tree didn't feel safe with him. Yang Kai agreed, "I'll be leaving immediately, But before I leave, old tree, I have a presumptuous request. Old tree looked at him vigilantly. Tell me. Yongkai bowed to him before stating. The Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds on a large scale. We humans had no choice but to retreat to the star boundary. Many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sacrificed their lives on the barren territory battlefield in order to buy time for our younger generations. This junior sincerely asks Old Tree to take pity on us and bestow upon us some of your clones to nurture our human race's talents. Judging by the Old Tree's expression, it appeared as if he had expected this request. As soon as Yongkai spoke about a request, he had already guessed what it would be. After pondering for a moment, he asked, How many do you want? Yongkai pondered about it for a moment. When he saw Wu Kuang secretly gesturing to him, he immediately stated, Not much, 100 roots should be enough. Wu Kuang gasped, secretly shocked by Yongkai's unreasonable demand, for he had clearly gestured for 10. The old tree chuckled as a kind look appeared on his face. Boy, you're quite interesting. How can 100 roots be not much? Why don't you just let him refine this old master instead? Wu Kuang immediately took a step forward, expressing that he was ready at any moment. It was just that the old man was not inviting him. Yongkai tentatively asked, Then 90? Old Tree stated angrily, Do you know that every time this old master cuts off one of his roots, it will severely damage my foundation? This old master's body is related to the universe worlds of the entire 3,000 worlds. If this old master's foundation is greatly damaged, that damage is distributed back to the universe worlds, damaging all of them as well. Moreover, you don't understand the secret behind the feedback of my clones at all. If you understood its intricacies, you wouldn't have made such ridiculous demands. Yongkai had really never thought about the feedback of the World Tree clone. He only knew that the World Tree clone was extremely beneficial to the living beings below the Open Heaven realm, but he had never thought about the reason behind it. After hearing the old tree say so much though, he realized that there was some great secret behind it. He thus humbly requested, Please enlighten me, old tree. The old tree looked at him deeply before answering, The reason why this old master's clones are able to nourish a universe world is not because of its own abilities, but because all my clones are closely related to this old master. My clones draw energy from other universe worlds through this old master's body to nourish that particular world. Still, this extraction will affect the development of all other universe worlds as well. Realization suddenly dawned upon Yongkai. Does old tree mean that the reason the star boundary is so prosperous now is that it extracts good fortune and energy from other universe worlds to nourish itself? Old Tree nodded his affirmation. Exactly. This was the first time Yongkai had heard of such a thing, but since it was mentioned by the World Tree himself, it was obviously not a lie. And after he gave it another thought, Yongkai found this answer quite reasonable. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that having more clones isn't the better choice? Yongkai immediately realized that the benefits of these clones did not lie in themselves. The nourishment provided by these clones did not actually come from them, but rather was the energy extracted from other universe worlds. This extraction could not be without limitations under the premise that it did not damage the development of other universe worlds. If there was only one clone, this kind of feedback would be extremely powerful, but if there were 2 clones, the feedback energy would also be divided into 2. The more of them there were, the less the feedback there would be. After all, the total number of universe worlds in 3,000 worlds was fixed. No wonder Old Tree had said that if he understood the mysteries behind it, he wouldn't have made such a ridiculous request. If the benefits of the clones were because of the energy extracted from the other universe worlds, then having too many clones would be useless. Yongkai suddenly thought of something and asked, What about the clone in a cultivator's small universe? The old tree replied, Naturally, the same is true for it too. Your small universe also has one of my clones. Previously, it was difficult for you to detect it, but now that you've refined so many universe worlds, if you calmly sense it, you'll definitely be able to see through it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5500. Acknowledge me as your master. Yongkai didn't place much importance on these concerns before, but he quickly performed a deeper investigation and realized that, just as the old tree had said, the World Tree clone in his small universe drew its nourishment from somewhere else, and the direction it drew nourishment from had a lot to do with the universe worlds he refined. So that's how it is. The nourishment from the clone feedback was not created out of thin air but from the strength of many universe worlds. The prosperity of the star boundary was also due to the power drawn from other universe worlds. But, Old Tree, now that most of the universe worlds have been conquered by the Black Ink clan, why don't I feel a reduction in the incoming nourishment? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. If what the Old Tree claimed was true, only the 2,000 or so universe worlds that he refined among the rest remained intact, whereas the rest were conquered by the Black Ink clan. Most of the universe worlds conquered by the Black Ink clan already had a black ink nest planted on them, consuming their world force clean. There were far fewer universe worlds now, which should have meant less nourishment from the World Tree clones. However, Yang Kai did not feel that was the case. Instead, the nourishment from the World Tree clone in his small universe remained the same as it was previously, and it was most likely the same for the star boundary. Old Tree replied, "If you only need to nourish one world, input from only a few universe worlds is required, somewhere between 100 to 200. The universe worlds you saved far exceed that number." Understanding this, Yang Kai rejoiced. If he hadn't saved all these universe worlds throughout these years, the nourishment from the World Tree clones would have vanished altogether after the Black Ink clan had taken control of every universe world. By that time, the star boundary would no longer deserve its title as an open heaven realm cradle, and even the clone in Yang Kai's clone in his small universe might lose its power. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Fortunately, he had been working hard to refine universe worlds these past 20 years, which led to this unexpected benefit. Wu Kuang secretly asked Yang Kai, "How many universe worlds did you save throughout the years?" "Around 2,000, he simply replied. After some silent calculation, Wu Kuang said again, "If that's the case, it shouldn't be a problem to have another 15 World Tree clones." According to the World Tree, it only required 100 to 200 universe worlds to share their power to nourish a universe world. So if there were more than 2,000 left, it shouldn't be a problem to have 15 more World Tree clones. Realizing that, he hurriedly told Yang Kai, "Hey, brat, I want one." Who in the open heaven realm wouldn't crave the mystical effects of a World Tree clone? Though Wu Kuang was proficient in the heaven-devouring battle law and his cultivation had advanced rapidly and without problems throughout the years, he could sense some instabilities in his foundation. If he managed to acquire a World Tree clone to protect and sustain his small universe, all those potential problems would be solved. It was precisely because of this consideration that after recognizing the World Tree, Wu Kuang anxiously wanted to refine it. However, due to him being relatively weaker than the other, he was beaten back by Old Tree. Unfortunately, Yang Kai realized something and shook his head. "I'm afraid there won't be that many." With a nod of approval for Yang Kai, the Old Tree remarked, "Indeed." Wu Kuang might be unclear about it, but Yang Kai and Old Tree knew clearly that though it only required 100 to 200 universe worlds to nourish a World Tree clone's world, there was an issue. There were currently 2 active clones out there, one in the star boundary and one in Yang Kai's small universe. However, the latter required an immense number of universe worlds as time flowed significantly faster there than in the outside world. Understanding this, Yang Kai respectfully asked, "Old Tree, how many more can you offer?" After a moment of deep consideration, the Old Tree tapped the walking stick in his hand and sighed, "Only 3 more. Anything more than that will affect the strength of nourishment." Wu Kuang's expression turned dark. If there are 15 more, he may be able to get one. But if it was just 3, Yang Kai might not be willing. After all, he wasn't that close to Yang Kai. Without trying to negotiate, as he knew it would be pointless, Yang Kai bowed and said while cupping his fist, "Old Tree, please give me 3 of your clones." The continuance of the World Tree was linked to the survival of 3,000 worlds, so Yang Kai believed that at times like this, Old Tree would not be stingy. 3 World Tree clones was likely the maximum he could offer. The Old Tree gave a light nod, and the numerous roots on its lower body squirmed. 3 of them eventually broke off and sprouted into 3 tiny saplings. Just as Wu Kuang prepared to dash forward to snatch one, space around him froze and he became immobile. He knew clearly that it was Yang Kai's doing. This brat who manipulated space principles was stopping him. causing him to squirm and glare at Yang Kai. Yang Kai naturally ignored him. After carefully putting the 3 clones into his small universe, he thanked the old tree. The old tree waved his hand. This old man can only do so much. The future of the 3,000 worlds is in the hands of you humans. If you win, I can continue to live. Otherwise, I will inevitably perish as well. Old tree may rest assured. The human race will not be defeated. However, Junior may come visit you somewhat frequently in the future, stated Yang Kai immediately. Now that he could use the World Tree as a transit point to travel around the Great Territories, he would undoubtedly arrive here frequently in the future. However, this method of travel had its limitations. After using the World Tree to travel back and forth many times, Yang Kai realized that, though this approach enabled him to connect to the World Tree at any moment and arrive at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had to connect to a universe world of a particular great territory if he wished to travel from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to that great territory, as he needed to make use its world will. The reason he could travel across almost every great territory currently was even though most of the universe worlds were occupied by the Black Ink clan, the universe world's wills had yet to completely vanish. As long as the universe worlds still had some semblance of will, it indicated that the World Tree was still linked to it. But after some time, it would become difficult for Yang Kai to do this. Even right now, he couldn't go to the Black Ink battlefield because the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield had been dead for many, many years, with their wills all having been destroyed long ago. The old tree nodded lightly, and without delay, his figure shook and his body returned to its majestic towering tree form again. Most of the fruits on the tree were sick and rotting, a worrying sight. By the way, old tree, this junior wants to bring out all the divine spirits here since they have strong combat abilities. Yang Kai made such a request. There were no other sentient living beings in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary except for the divine spirits. These divine spirits' strength were restricted by the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary as well, so they weren't very powerful. Even once they departed from here, it would take many years before they completely familiarized themselves with the outside world's principles and slowly restored their true strength. This was the case with Zhu Jiuyin back then. She had power equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yet when she first left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she could at most display power similar to a 7th Order Master. After that, it took decades to slowly return to her peak. There were quite a number of divine spirits in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, with Yang Kai having seen dozens of them back when he first came here. There were also a number who he had not met. Every single divine spirit here was like another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so bringing them along would be of great help now that the human race was in a vulnerable state. Additionally, these divine spirits had always wanted to escape from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so Yang Kai thought that they would also be willing to leave with him. Old Tree replied, "If you wish, this old master has no objection, but do keep in mind that the ancestors of these divine spirits have histories of wicked deeds that put the 3,000 worlds in jeopardy. The current generation is innocent of those crimes, but you should be careful." Yang Kai now understood why there were so many divine spirits gathered here. It was because these divine spirits' ancestors had done something to threaten the stability of the 3,000 worlds. Therefore, the old tree imprisoned them here. However, he was not a merciless jailer and gave a chance for these divine spirits to escape this prison. Each time the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary opened, the divine spirits could select a bearer from among the humans that were swept inside to engage in the spirit-seizing war, and the bearer that won would be able to leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary with the divine spirit that chose them. Back then, Zhu Jiuyin had chosen Yang Kai. Otherwise, she would not have been able to escape the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. To the human race, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was a sealed world that they yearned to enter, but to the native divine spirits, it was a prison. Many divine spirits never got the chance to leave this place and simply passed away here. After all, the opening of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was too rare. This junior will tame them well. Saying so, he flashed and disappeared into thin air. Wu Kuang, who was still left frozen in place, cursed Yang Kai furiously. The next moment, a branch from the old tree flicked over and knocked Wu Kuang to the ground, causing the latter to explode in rage. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life of cultivation, not even in the brutal battle with other great emperors in the Shattered Star Sea. In a certain mountain valley, a divine spirit resembling an ox with a height of about 3,000 meters was sleeping soundly. It looked exactly like a mountain as it lay there, with white smoke puffing from its nostrils as it snored. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, the divine spirits remained essentially inactive because there were no other sentient beings besides them on usual days. It was not until the opening of the grand ancient ruins boundary that humans would flood in, making the atmosphere slightly livelier. While this divine spirit was sleeping soundly, a voice sounded next to his ears. "Zhu Jian, recognize me as your master, and I shall bring you along to leave the grand ancient ruins boundary. Are you willing?" The next moment, Zhu Jian awoke, and as he opened his eyes, he saw a human figure. He briefly felt lost for a moment before bursting with excitement. A human? Does that mean that the grand ancient ruins boundary opened? Every opening of the grand ancient ruins boundary was an extremely rare opportunity for the divine spirits who were trapped here. The remaining divine spirits had been jealous of Zhu Jian for many years ever since she escaped from here last time. Now that an unfamiliar human had arrived and was standing right in front of him, Zhu Jian believed that his chance had finally come. Rising slowly and purposefully releasing the pressure of a divine spirit, Zhu Jian looked down onto the tiny human and laughed sarcastically. "You want me to accept you as my master? Are you dreaming? Have you ever heard any divine spirit acknowledging any other as their master?" Yang Kai thought for a while before shaking his head. No. The divine spirits had always been arrogant beings. How could it lower their heads for a mere human? Martial Peak, Chapter 5501. Submit to me. There has never been a precedent, but after today there will be many. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhu Jian couldn't help but laugh. Given your tiny figure, you have quite a big mouth. How would you be able to make this majestic Zhu Jian recognize you as my master? Instead, I will give you some opportunity if you submit to me. The divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary and their chosen bearer had a mutually beneficial relationship. These chosen human cultivators could often benefit from the divine spirit and quickly get stronger. Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, Ning Dao Ran, and other powerful youths from that time were all the same. The divine spirits also wished for these bearers to be as strong as possible because they would be taking part in the spirit-seizing war. Only when their bearer was powerful would they be able to seize the opportunity to leave this cage. Zhu Jian wasn't lying when he stated he would give Yang Kai opportunities, as he actually planned to do so. The notion was, of course, that Yang Kai must pass some of his assessments. Zhu Jian would not want to waste his time if this human was mediocre. Saying so, Zhu Jian raised a hoof and pressed it down at Yang Kai. Though his movements weren't particularly fast, the pressure of a divine spirit became stronger with every meter it descended. Zhu Jian could almost foresee the sight of the human trembling under his majestic self. He had done this many times before, and each time, those humans would submit and become well-behaved. However, this time was destined to be an exception. Yang Kai simply lifted his hand and stopped Zhu Jian's hoof dead in its tracks. The sight was akin to an ant lifting its limb and holding up an elephant's foot. "I'm short on time, so let's stop the nonsense and get right to the point." Just as the voice of the human sounded in Zhu Jian's ears, he immediately found himself lifted before being slammed down onto the floor. There was a huge explosion as it seemed like the entire grand ancient ruins boundary shook. The mountain valley cracked, with spider web-like fissures spreading out from a massive depression that had just been opened up at its center. From inside the crater, Zhu Jian's figure could be vaguely seen through the dust and debris. Zhu Jian was so flabbergasted he didn't even get angry from being smashed to the ground. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, Zhu Jian could unleash strength equivalent to a second-order open heaven realm master, which, while powerful, was a huge gap from his true strength. Still, how could Yang Kai toy with him like this when all humans who arrived here were no stronger than Emperor Realm Masters? Hong hong hong. More bangs and explosions sounded one after another as in a flash. Zhu Jian's rising wrath transformed into terror. He became dizzy as a result of being repeatedly thrown around and smashed into the ground. He had never before, since his birth, come across a situation that made him feel this helpless. Only after 100 times did Yang Kai release him. Zhu Jian lay limp on the ground, twitching all over as if all the bones in his body had been dislocated. His eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. "Acknowledge me as your master, and I will take you out," repeated Yang Kai as he stood on the bridge of Zhu Jian's nose and stared straight into his eyes. As if just waking from this nightmare, Zhu Jian roared in fright. "You're not suppressed by the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Yang Kai's might was clearly not that of the Emperor realm, but of the open heaven realm. Despite never having witnessed the true strength of a human open heaven realm master, Zhu Jian could instantly identify that the human in front of him was someone in the high-rank open heaven realm. "Stop talking nonsense and recognize me as your master already," Yang Kai urged impatiently. There were a lot of divine spirits in the grand ancient ruins boundary, so he didn't want to waste time convincing each one of them. He only wanted to dispatch these divine spirits to the battlefield as swiftly as possible so that they could be of some use against the Black Ink clan. Despite how humiliated Zhu Jian felt, a divine spirit's pride was not something that could be dampened so easily. As for submitting to an inferior, that was impossible. Thus he roared, "In your dreams, this Zhu Jian will not submit so easily." Yang Kai nodded lightly, then complimented him. "Seems your backbone is quite sturdy." Immediately, Yang Kai lifted his hand, and the 3,000-meter-tall Zhu Jian floated up into the air. Zhu Jian frantically struggled, but it was of no use as there seemed to be an invisible set of shackles which kept him in place. The next moment, Yang Kai raised a flame from his free hand, within which a 3-legged exotic bird cawed. Throwing the golden crow's true fire in his hand towards Zhu Jian, it soon exploded and burned furiously, enveloping the whole beast. Then, Yang Kai took out a massive knife from somewhere as he swept his gaze back and forth across Zhu Jian's juicy, meaty body. By now, Zhu Jian was panicking. The golden crow's true fire made him suffer excruciating pain, but that was still barely bearable. After all, he was a mature divine spirit whose power was just being suppressed by the grand ancient ruins boundary. It was an imposed weakness which did not affect how intrepid his body was. Though the golden crow's true fire was indeed impressive, flames of this intensity could not burn him to death. However, looking at the giant knife and seeing Yang Kai's behavior, it was obvious that he was going to grill him up and eat him. "What are you doing?" Zhu Jian shouted in panic. Yang Kai took out an equally giant honing steel from who knows where and grinned menacingly as he said, "I've been told about the taste of a certain powerful black ox whose flavor was supposed to be quite exquisite. I've always wanted to try such meat, but in the end, L wasn't able to get my hands on some. You look quite similar to that black ox, which should be able to fulfill my wish. What's more, a divine spirit should be more appetizing than an ordinary black ox." "You wouldn't dare," Zhu Jian roared angrily. "I wouldn't." With a snort, Yang Kai approached Zhu Jian with the now gleaming knife in hand, eyeing Zhu Jian's rib roast section, lifting his blade as if preparing to slice off a piece. When Zhu Jian saw this human was being serious, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he hurriedly cried out, "Wait, wait, wait, we can talk this out." Yang Kai's knife rested on his flank as he said, "If you want to say something, speak quickly before it's too late." Zhu Jian was agitated. "I'll leave you with all I've collected during my life. I own many treasures that are very helpful for humans to cultivate with." Yang Kai sneered, "Your treasures are all useless to me." Zhu Jian tried again, "Then I will give you some of my source strength. With it, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the innate divine ability of my clan." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What is the bloodline talent of your clan?" He was oblivious to it previously, but during his trip to the no-return past to cultivate, he had come to understand that every divine spirit clan had their own bloodline talent which would awaken once they matured thanks to their bloodline inheritance. For example, the Dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, while the Phoenix clan's was the Tao of Space. Since he didn't interact with other divine spirits much, Yang Kai didn't know much about them. Seeing that his interest was piqued, Zhu Jian immediately continued, "The bloodline talent of my clan is one of strength. If you comprehend this innate divine ability, your physical strength will be boundless. Garbage. Yang Kai immediately lost all interest. When it came to raw physical strength, none exceeded the Dragon Clan. It was a purely useless bloodline talent for Yang Kai. Zhu Jian felt like breaking down. How could he have offered some of his source strength if he hadn't been forced into a dead end? The loss of even a bit of his source strength would have a significant detrimental effect on him. Yet such huge sacrifices were dismissed as garbage by this human. If you have anything else for me in exchange for your life, speak up. Or else, I will start my meal. Yang Kai threatened. Zhu Jian sighed, appearing to accept his fate. What more do I have when you don't even seem pleased by my source strength? Forget it. This is my fate. Please start. Even if you die, you still won't recognize me as your master? Yang Kai questioned. Zhu Jian was greatly humiliated. Even so, his words oozed contempt as he spoke. Trivial human. It will bring shame to all divine spirits for this Zhu Jian to submit to you. Instead, death will be a relief for me as I will finally be able to escape this prison. What if I wasn't a human? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian's heart tightened as he saw Yang Kai step onto his nose once again and gave him a stern look. When those words came out, even though Yang Kai's figure remained the same, the phantom image of a dragon head appeared behind him and intense dragon pressure erupted forth. You're from the Dragon Clan? Zhu Jian asked in shock. As a divine spirit, Zhu Jian could naturally feel the extremely pure dragon pressure that washed over him in that instant, something that only a true dragon could possess. Under this dragon pressure, even a divine spirit like him couldn't help but feel inferior. The dragon head disappeared as Yang Kai nodded and declared, Indeed, I am from the Dragon Clan. Why didn't you expose your true identity first if you are from the Dragon Clan? Zhu Jian almost wept. Still, the next moment he attempted to sound intimidating by declaring, Even if you are a true dragon, I won't recognize you as my master. The way he spoke, nonetheless, was not nearly as forceful as it had been before. Clearly, Yang Kai's revelation of his identity caused Zhu Jian to reconsider his decision. Of course, Yang Kai, on the other hand, knew what he was thinking. Thus, he tempted him again. I can bring you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. Zhu Jian looked at him for a while, then shook his head and said, Impossible. All divine spirits that have entered the grand ancient ruins boundary will never have a chance to leave unless they win that fleeting opportunity. This applies to those in the Dragon Clan as well. Yang Kai only replied nonchalantly at this statement. If I say I can do it, I can do it. Just because all of you can't leave doesn't mean that I can't. For a brief while, Zhu Jian pondered before asking, Do you dare to swear upon your bloodline? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Why would I not? At this point, Zhu Jian no longer had any doubts. To any divine spirit, an oath sworn on one source was binding, while one sworn on their bloodline was of even greater significance. Violating a bloodline oath would result in a bloodline backlash. In light cases, their bloodline would forever be destroyed, whereas in the worst case, they would lose their life. Worse yet, a bloodline oath concerned not just an individual, but an entire clan, meaning it was a matter of honor to one's whole race and would be enforced with a corresponding level of intensity. This was one of the most ancient oaths in existence. How are you going to get out of the grand ancient ruins boundary? Zhu Jian inquired while frowning. Yang Kai shook his head. Of course, I have my own means. You don't need to ask. Even if you are from the Dragon Clan, I can't possibly acknowledge you as my master. Even so, I can swear loyalty to you, Zhu Jian stated after giving it some thought. What's the difference? Yang Kai thought. However, seeing how Zhu Jian would rather die than agree to his original request, proved how the divine spirits indeed exhibited unyielding pride and arrogance. This level of conviction was unbreakable, even in the face of death. That works too. Yang Kai nodded, not actually intending to enslave the divine spirits here, just to bring them out to fight against the Black Ink Clan. Recognizing him as a master was for nothing but to give it an easy title to understand. When Zhu Jian cautiously turned to look at Yang Kai, he added, This type of loyalty needs to be limited to 100 ye. It was clear from what he observed that Yang Kai was not someone who could not be reasoned with. Thus, he intended to negotiate and gain some advantages for himself. 3,000 years. You will swear loyalty to me for 3,000 years, and I will swear to release you when that time is up. Yang Kai cut him off and firmly declared. Martial Peak. Chapter 5502. Gifts blind the eyes. Zhu Jian seemed to be unwilling. Even for a divine spirit like him, 3,000 years was a long time, but before he could even speak, Yang Kai interjected. There's no need for any further discussion if you can't even guarantee 3,000 years. When Zhu Jian saw there was no space for negotiation, he sighed dejectedly and said, Good, 3,000 years. It was only then that Yang Kai put him down and retrieved the Golden Crow's true fire. This was followed by both sides swearing oaths upon their bloodlines. In that oath, Zhu Jian swore loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years after Yang Kai brought him out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. Lead me to the other divine spirits. Yang Kai ordered. Zhu Jian understood instantly that this human did not only intend to subjugate him but all the other divine spirits in the great ancient ruins boundary as well. No one could escape from him. However, this matter was not necessarily a bad thing for the divine spirits of the grand ancient ruins boundary. They had always wanted to escape from here, so now that there was such an opportunity, nobody would be willing to pass it up. Understanding this, Zhu Jian stopped being long-winded and immediately led Yang Kai to the closest divine spirit. After an hour, in front of a cave, Yang Kai waited patiently for Zhu Jian to discuss with the divine spirit inside. Sometime later, a three-headed, 3,000-meter-long snake emerged from the caves and looked down at Yang Kai while keeping his head high up. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that this was Fei Yi, who had Chu Hua Shang as his bearer. The middle head of Fei Yi's three heads asked, You were able to take me out of the grand ancient ruins boundary? Yang Kai nodded. I dare not go against my bloodline oath. Fei Yi nodded. If that's the case, I can work under you for 3,000 years. Yang Kai was spared a great deal of hassle thanks to Zhu Jian's mediation. The two parties once more swore an oath, just like Yang Kai did with Zhu Jian. For the next half a month, Yang Kai wandered around the grand ancient ruins boundary and met one divine spirit after another. The subdued divine spirits helped convince the new ones, making things simpler. As Zhu Jian was the first to surrender to Yang Kai, he played a vital role in the subsequent subjugation process, so he also subconsciously took on the role of leader. When Yang Kai returned to the old tree again, there were over 100 divine spirits of various shapes and sizes following him. These divine spirits had a wide range of strength, but the one undeniable fact was that all of them were at least on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The 100 or so formed quite a strong force. On the other hand, Wu Kuang remained immobile and stuck in place. He was so furious after seeing Yang Kai's return that his nose puffed smoke. If he were able to speak, he would have cursed Yang Kai to death. In front of the world tree, Yang Kai bowed. Old tree, I want to send them to the star boundary through you. On the trunk of the world tree, old tree's face emerged. Help yourself. Yang Kai nodded and connected to the world fruit on the world tree that corresponded to the star boundary. Then, he manipulated space principles which prompted a void corridor to appear in the next instant. He turned to look at the numerous divine spirits following behind and declared, You can enter the 3,000 worlds from here. Now that the 3,000 worlds are at war, we need you to help us in our fight against our enemies. Go to the star boundary's high heaven palace and search for a woman named Hua Qingxi. Tell her that I sent all of you as reinforcements. Remember, you must obey her commands when I am not around. If you dare to commit crimes or disobey her orders, I have plenty of ways to make you suffer. Many divine spirits felt the foreign aura coming from the portal, making them thrilled. Despite Yang Kai's repeated assurances that he would lead them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, it wasn't until they saw his ability in action that they were able to completely trust him. After going through this portal, they could finally escape the restrictions of the grand ancient ruins boundary and restore their power as true divine spirits. Zhu Jian cupped his fist and said, Sir, may rest assured, since we have established a bloodline oath, We dare not violate it. And go. Yang Kai responded with a nod and a wave. The first to rush towards the portal was Zhu Jian, who was soon followed by several more divine spirits. They all shrunk their figures to travel through the portal, disappearing one after another. It was only after all of the 100 or so divine spirits crossed the portal that Yang Kai shut it. There would certainly be a disturbance with the arrival of 100+ divine spirits at the star boundary. But that was not Yang Kai's concern now. Grabbing Wu Kuang, Yang Kai addressed the world tree. Old tree, I need to go to Black Territory. May I ask you for guidance? Each fruit on the world tree represented a universe world which still had its grand Tao intact. These universe worlds were scattered throughout the great territories, but there were none in Black Territory. This was because the entire Black Territory was a dead territory, with no universe worlds remaining. Yang Kai couldn't enter the Black Ink battlefield or Black Territory directly, so the next best option was to travel to the Great Territory adjacent to Black Territory and enter from there. Yang Kai could only consult the old tree, because he was unsure which world fruit corresponded to the relevant universe world closest to Black Territory. Given that the world fruits were grown on the world tree, it would know better than anyone which world fruit corresponded to which universe world. After hearing what Yang Kai had said, the old tree said nothing, but one of its fruits immediately lit up. Yang Kai understood what this meant. As he looked up, he saw a black, almost withered fruit emanating black ink strength from within. Such fruits were not uncommon and represented universe worlds that had been corroded by the Black Ink clan, quickly losing their world force and grand Tao. This was not the worst-case scenario, but it also wasn't a good situation. After a few years, the sickly fruits would ultimately become completely black, and in the end, they would eventually wither and fall off. Take care, old tree. Yang Kai offered his thanks and headed towards the world fruit while carrying Wu Kuang. The small world fruit got bigger in front of their eyes and transformed into a universe world. When Yang Kai and Wu Kuang recovered, they had already arrived on the outskirts of the universe world. Looking from afar, a black ink nest was ravenously absorbing the remnants of its world force. Furthermore, dense black ink strength enveloped this whole universe world. Yang Kai sighed even though he had encountered numerous situations like this throughout the years. This universe world was on the brink of falling. There was no longer a need to refine a universe world that was filled with black ink strength like this one. All the living beings here had already been transformed into black ink disciples, becoming servants of the Black Ink clan. Of course, Yang Kai could destroy the entire universe world, but that meant killing all the transformed black ink disciples as well. There were hundreds of millions of them, so how could Yang Kai be merciless enough to slaughter them? At this moment, Wu Kuang finally managed to break free from Yang Kai's grasp and erupted into a fit of rage, roaring, "You brat! I will remember this and never let you off." But, with a single sentence, Yang Kai tamed his enormous rage. "I'll give you a world tree clone." Wu Kuang was momentarily stunned, his anger fizzling out as he asked in disbelief, "Really?" Yang Kai had obtained 3 clones from the world tree. Though Wu Kuang desperately wanted one, he knew Yang Kai wouldn't be willing to give it to him. If it wasn't because he was weaker than Yang Kai, he would have already snatched one away. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai offered a clone to him willingly, which made him both shocked and delighted. If he were given this clone, which would stabilize and fortify his small universe, Wu Kuang would not need to worry about signs of his small universe being unstable due to any sudden increase in strength. He could also maximize the effects of his heaven-devouring battle law with no need to worry about any kind of side effects in the future. Yang Kai then replied, "But, you'll have to follow me somewhere." Wu Kuang became alert at once. "Where?" "Don't ask so much. You'll know when we arrive." Saying so, Yang Kai simply took out a world tree clone and threw it to Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang quickly accepted it and made sure that it was real before becoming overjoyed. As soon as he put it in his small universe, he felt that his aura grew somewhat denser. He could feel that his small universe started getting perfected after he had placed the world tree clone inside, and in time Wu Kunag was confident there would be even more benefits as the world tree clone grew. He also learned about the mystery of the world tree clone from the world tree, like how it absorbed the power of other universes' worlds. With this world tree clone, he would be able to save many years of cultivation and ascend to the ninth order open heaven realm in no time. Unlike other cultivators, Wu Kuang was not bound by the restrictions of the open heaven realm. Nobody knew how or why, but after acquiring the body of great demon god Mo Shang, he directly ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm. Logically speaking, the seventh order open heaven realm should be his limit. Wu Kuang was currently in the seventh order open heaven realm already, but despite that, he felt that his martial Dao had not reached its peak. He could still ascend to the eighth order open heaven realm or even the ninth order open heaven realm. Over the years, Wu Kuang had thought about this matter a lot, and in the end, he concluded that the heaven-devouring battle law he created was so exceptional that it broke the innate restrictions of the open heaven realm. On the other hand, it was unfortunate that the heaven-devouring battle law could only be safely cultivated by him. If it was someone else, he or she would first notice rapid advancement during the early stages of cultivation, but as they continued to cultivate, the backlash would grow. Furthermore, there was only one solution to this, the flawless purifying golden lotus. However, there was only one such lotus in existence. Having obtained a world tree clone, Wu Kuang squinted at Yang Kai. "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" To which Yang Kai returned a sneer. "You can try." Wu Kuang's expression instantly darkened. Although he was in the seventh order, Yang Kai was already in the eighth order. On top of that, this man was proficient in the Tao of space. In the face of someone superior in both cultivation and speed, Wu Kuang had no confidence he would be able to escape under his watch. He immediately surrendered. "Gifts blind the eyes. Now that I received a world tree clone from you, I shall follow you wherever you go." Yang Kai gave him a long, thoughtful look. "How carefree of you to say that. I hope you won't regret this in the future." Although Yang Kai had no intention to destroy the universe world in front of them, he did not intend to leave the black ink nest in this universe world alone. As he extended his palm and slammed it down, the few thousand meters tall black ink nest was crushed into dust. This caused the black ink clansmen in the universe world to panic, wondering which human race master had come. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5503, to solve the problem at its source. Universe worlds were beginning to fall, all of them with black ink nests planted on them. The dense black ink strength permeated throughout the universe worlds, transforming countless living beings into black ink disciples. As Yang Kai and Wu Kuang traveled, what they witnessed and heard shocked them. Yang Kai would not hesitate to eliminate any targets that could be rapidly removed along the way, but he was not focused on removing those black ink nests. His current task was more pressing. After a few days, the two came across a universe world that had a black ink nest on it. One could tell that it hadn't been here for long by the sparse black ink strength and by how much of the world force remained. Yang Kai examined it and asked, "Now that you also have a world tree clone to stabilize and protect your small universe, do you want to keep some living beings inside? If there are living beings living and breeding in your small universe, it can greatly help you with your cultivation." Of course, Wu Kuang desired it. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master had already evolved from immaterial to material, capable of hosting living beings in it. However, owing to how often one would engage in battles, and how detrimental that would be to a small universe, few high-rank masters would ever raise living beings in their body. With a world tree clone or one of the 4 universe pillars to stabilize their small universe, though, such an option became viable. The safety of the living beings within Wu Kuang's small universe could only be ensured if it remained unaffected by external shocks. Wu Kuang already wanted to house some living beings when Yang Kai first handed him the world tree clone. It was just that he was short on time and had no source of such beings. Once Yang Kai asked, though, he understood what Yang Kai meant and thought that this brat was quite a good friend for bringing him to a universe world like this one. Immediately, he nodded and said, "I'll go in and look around." Saying so, he rushed towards the universe world. If Yang Kai and Wu Kuang chose to ignore this universe world, the living beings within it would all transform into black ink disciples after a few years. This universe world's world force would be completely gone and it would break apart and die soon enough as well. In this vast universe, there were countless universe worlds like this one. When Wu Kuang entered the universe world, he recklessly took in all the living beings he could find. Yang Kai was able to see clearly how Wuquang immediately incorporated all of the busy, packed cities of living beings into his small universe. Even the Black Ink Nest and the Black Ink Clan that were plundering this universe world were not spared. Wuquang's heaven-devouring battle law could consume everything and anything, so while it might be difficult to take in and resolve Black Ink's strength for others, to Wuquang, it was just another method to enrich his heritage. In less than 10 days, there were no more living beings in this universe world. They had all been taken into Wuquang's small universe. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel surprised. Even though this universe world was fairly small, and it had recently been attacked by the Black Ink Clan, there were still a billion living beings inside. Being able to take in all those people as a mere 7th-order open heaven realm master demonstrated that Wuquang's small universe was far from average. When Wuquang returned happily, Yang Kai purged all the Black Ink strength from this universe world and began to refine it. This confused Wuquang. There are no longer living beings in this universe world, and its world force is also close to being completely depleted. It can't be saved, so why bother? I have my reasons, Yang Kai replied. Without wanting to bother him, Wuquang simply sat cross-legged beside him and began to sort the living beings in his small universe. Now that he had collected over 1 billion of them, he had to properly settle them in and provide what they needed to survive, otherwise it would be a waste to have taken them in. Thus, they both worked in silence. 2 days later, Yang Kai refined the universe world into a world bead. The only difference from the others that he previously refined was that this one was empty and devoid of any living beings and had barely any vitality. After informing Wuquang, they continued traveling. Through this adjacent great territory, Yang Kai led Wuquang into Black territory. As expected, there was no trace of the Black Ink Clan here. This great territory simply contained an empty void, so the Black Ink Clan would certainly not be interested in it. The two arrived at the center of Black territory after a few days, where the void corridor connecting to the Black Ink battlefield was located. Previously, Yang Kai used this void corridor to return to the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield. He never imagined that a few years later, he would have to return to the Black Ink battlefield from here. He felt as if fate was playing with him. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Wuquang. Do you mind entering my small universe? Since he was in the 8th order and Wuquang was in the 7th order, it would not be a problem for Yang Kai to keep the latter in the small universe, as doing so would be more convenient for the next leg of their journey. After all, traveling through the void corridor involved many dangers. If Wuquang needed to be taken care of on top of that, it would be more burdensome for him. Wuquang frowned. Why? Under normal circumstances, cultivators of higher orders would not allow strangers into their small universe unless they had complete faith in one another, because if the detained person caused disturbances in their small universe, it was very likely that they would also go through serious issues. Those of lower order were also apprehensive about entering another's small universe, as doing so basically gave the other party control over their life. Even though he knew that Yang Kai would not harm him, Wuquang couldn't help but ask. After Yang Kai explained the reason, Wuquang nodded. Why should I be afraid if you're not? Come on then. Yang Kai opened up his small universe, and Wuquang plunged into it without hesitation. Without Wuquang to burden him, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and reopened the void corridor that he previously shut, flashing into it. As he traveled forward, Yang Kai closed the path behind him. This void corridor was an unknown route leading to the Black Ink battlefield, so Yang Kai definitely did not want it to be revealed so easily, as it might come in handy one day. After some time, Yang Kai eventually made his way through the void corridor and returned to the Black Ink battlefield once again. He then released Wuquang from his small universe as soon as possible and gave him a stern look. Bastard! How shameless can you be? Yang Kai's rage was, however, understandable, considering that Wuquang activated his heaven-devouring battle law while being in his small universe and devoured some of his heritage while they were traveling through the void corridor. This was simply unacceptable. Though Yang Kai quickly overpowered and sealed him, Wuquang still got a taste. Faced with Yang Kai's scolding, Wuquang simply chuckled and asked, Where are we going now? Yang Kai only glared at him in response. Indeed, old ginger is spicier. Shamelessness has already seeped into his bones. If it wasn't for his value, I would definitely beat him up without mercy. Originally, he had intended for Wu Kuang to stay in his small universe indefinitely, making it easier for him to travel. However, as a result of what just happened, Yang Kai was no longer confident about keeping this menace. Luckily, Wu Kuang hadn't consumed much of his heritage, or he wouldn't have let him off that easily. After calming his frustration for a time, Yang Kai grumbled, "Come with me." The pair traveled in silence. Only a few days later, Wu Kuang suddenly realized, this is the Black Ink battlefield. Despite never having been to the Black Ink battlefield, he knew a little about it because he used to be a member of the Great Evolution Army in the Barren Territory. There, he hung out with Bloodcrow, so he knew that the human race were defeated on the Black Ink battlefield and were forced to retreat to the Barren Territory. The void was pin-drop silent here, and the universe worlds they saw along the journey were all dead, some with traces of mining. Wu Kuang, who was not a fool, recognized this as the Black Ink battlefield right away. This is the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai nodded. Wu Kuang grew excited at once. We're taking the fight to the enemy? There was obviously something big waiting for them, or Yang Kai wouldn't bring him to the Black Ink battlefield for no reason and even give him a World Tree clone as a token of his appreciation. Wu Kuang believed that all royal lords were completely wiped out, and that the two Black Ink giant spirit gods were restrained. Thus, the strongest Black Ink clansmen around were the territory lords. As Wu Kuang had previously witnessed how strong Yang Kai was, effortlessly able to kill a territory lord, he misunderstood and thought Yang Kai had brought him here to raise chaos behind enemy lines. This was precisely what he wanted. When Yang Kai killed the territory lord earlier, he didn't dare to simply consume the remnant strength since his strength had advanced too quickly over recent years, and he needed to stabilize his cultivation. But with a World Tree clone, Wu Kuang's small universe had now been completely perfected, and he could even vividly perceive how his world force was constantly being refined and purified by it. Now that his foundation would consolidate itself all on its own, the more strength he devoured, the better it would be. Yang Kai glanced at him suddenly, nodded and said, We're going to solve the problem at its source." He didn't want to explain himself, but secretly hoped that Wu Kuang would not despise him too much, as what they were about to face might cost him his life. The pair flew forward while Yang Kai left a trail of space beacons behind. The placing of space beacons could save Yang Kai a lot of time when he returned. Wu Kuang, who had originally been eagerly anticipating being able to have a sumptuous meal, eventually came to realize that something was wrong as the days passed. They hadn't even come across a single Black Ink clansman along the way, only the never-ending void. After he asked Yang Kai multiple times, the latter simply said that the Black Ink battlefield was too vast and that the Black Ink clansmen were all assembled around the Norreturn Pass right now. So, the two of them still had a long way to go. Of course, Wu Kuang had no idea where the Norreturn Pass was. He only heard from others that the Norreturn Pass was originally the only route connecting the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield. Initially, it was guarded by the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, but now the pass had fallen into enemy hands. Therefore, Wu Kuang could only follow Yang Kai obediently, despite the fact that he still had some doubts in his heart. He also dared not leave on his own since they had already gone far, and this place was devoid of anything that could be used as a landmark for him to find his way back. Anyone unfamiliar with Black Ink battlefield would undoubtedly become lost in this never-ending void. It took a few years, but the pair eventually reached the late ancient era battlefield. Wu Kuang immediately realized the dangers of this place and soon after bore witness to the magnificence of the celestial phenomena, something that absolutely could not be witnessed in the 3,000 worlds. It took his breath away. The late ancient era battlefield contained not only the remains of the late ancient era, but also the remnants of the human race army as they retreated from the primordial heaven source grand restriction hundreds of years ago. Yang Kai even spotted a lot of shattered warship debris along the way. When the human race army was retreating from primordial heaven's source grand restriction to the Norreturn Pass, he was being chased by the sheep-headed royal lord, so he did not know how the human race army was defeated while they were evacuating. However, after viewing the remnants of the battle, he could imagine the valiant struggle of his allies at that time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5504, Still Not Awake? Years passed before the two finally crossed that late ancient era battlefield. Wu Kuang could no longer stand it. Brat, what are you planning? We've been traveling for almost 10 years. Are you certain this is where the no-return pass is? Over the last 10 years, the world tree clone in his small universe had grown significantly, and the living beings he had taken in had gradually settled in, but they had yet to encounter a single black ink clansman, which made Wu Kuang lose patience. When Yang Kai knew that lying was no longer an option, he said, "We're not heading to the no-return pass." Wu Kuang exclaimed in rage, "You lied to me?" Yang Kai ignored him and continued, "From chaos, heaven and earth first split apart, and the first primordial light was born alongside the primordial darkness." Yang Kai began to speak of the many secrets he heard from Tsang back then. Since Wu Kuang had lived longer than him yet never heard about any of this before, he was quickly fascinated and set aside his anger. The divine spirits of the primordial era, monster race of the early ancient era, the human race of the late ancient era. The change of dominance of these races represented the change of each era. Though Yang Kai explained it nonchalantly, Wu Kuang felt as if he personally experienced the unfolding of the events during that time and finally understood the origins of Mo. After Yang Kai finished speaking, Wu Kuang pondered for a long time and asked, "As you said, if we want to completely eradicate the Black Ink Clan, we need to find the primordial light." "Indeed." Wu Kuang frowned. "How do we find that thing? I already have some clues, but you shouldn't be concerned about this." "I'm too lazy to care anyways," Wu Kuang thought. "Wu Kuang, is the heaven-devouring battle law really a secret art created by you?" Yang Kai questioned afterwards. Wu Kuang snorted. "Of course it was created by this king. In this world, is there anyone else who can use this secret art?" Yang Kai shook his head in response. "The star boundary is located in a remote corner of the 3,000 worlds where the martial Dao is still quite underdeveloped. No matter how gifted you are, without having been in contact with the outside world, how would you be able to create such a magnificent secret art like the heaven-devouring battle law? Have you ever wondered why this secret art can assist you to quickly enhance your cultivation even up to this day? 1,000 years ago, the strongest masters in the star boundary were the great emperors. It would still be reasonable if the heaven-devouring battle law was only useful up to that level, as it would still remain within the scope of what the star boundary's martial Dao allowed. However, this secret act was still helping Wu Kuang climb through the open heaven realm, which should be impossible. Wu Kuang frowned this time, but instead of speaking aggressively, he just asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I don't think you personally created this secret art. It may be regarded as your creation in a certain sense, but it may not be created by you in this life." Wu Kuang was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a menacing gleam in his eyes, but that was ignored by Yang Kai. Only after a long time did Wu Kuang calm his thoughts. After all, Yang Kai revealed his biggest secret in one go, which utterly shocked him. Then Wu Kuang nodded. "Yes, the heaven-devouring battle law may not have been created by me. However, when I was young, I frequently dreamed of some fragments of this secret art in my sleep, which is the foundation of the heaven-devouring battle law. If I cultivated according to it, my strength grew steadily, and the heaven-devouring battle law was fully perfected once I became a great emperor." It was not as if Wu Kuang hadn't given this matter any thought. He understood why he had dreams about the secret art and knew that with it, he could become a great emperor. It was because, in his previous life, he was already one. In the Shattered Star Sea, he killed multiple great emperors all on his own thanks to the heaven-devouring battle law. Over the years, as his cultivation strengthened, Wu Kuang frequently saw visions that he had never experienced before and vaguely suspected that there was more to his origin than met the eye. Wu Kuang had also come into contact with the theory of reincarnation, even suspecting that he was such a case, but he had no evidence either way. It was just that he did not expect nor wish for all of this to be revealed by Yang Kai so suddenly. "Is there something that made you aware of this?" Wu Kuang asked solemnly. Yang Kai remained silent and just led him forward. After a short pause, Wu Kuang stopped asking. He knew that Yang Kai would tell him when it was time. If he refused to say anything now, then it was not time yet. Half a year passed before Yang Kai finally stopped and Wu Kuang hurriedly halted as well. Just as he was going to ask, he felt something, looked up, and his pupils immediately shrank. A massive void filled with warship debris and innumerable dismembered black ink clansmen could be seen in front of them. Wu Kuang even caught a glimpse of a magnificent great pass that was seemingly ripped apart by some overwhelming force. This was a grand battlefield. Wu Kuang quickly came to his senses. This must be a recent battlefield, as the warships seemed familiar to Wu Kuang, like the ones the humans used when he was fighting with the Great Evaluation Army in the Barren Territory. This is... He turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai kept his silence before saying, "The battlefield outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. This is where the human race's crusade force first arrived, and where we met our first defeat." Wu Kuang immediately understood, as he had heard about the battle at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction too. He just did not expect that he had followed Yang Kai all the way here, traveling for 10 years straight. Yang Kai then pointed forward. Beyond this battlefield is the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, which is also the origin of the Black Ink clan. There, the true body of Mo is sealed. Wu Kuang experienced a startling surge of emotion. The origin of the Black Ink clan was already not a secret. The royal lords, territory lords, feudal lords, and even the Black Ink giant spirit gods were all created by Mo, showing how powerful Mo was. At the end of the late ancient era, the 10 martial ancestors received enlightenment from the world tree to comprehend the open heaven realm. It was under the instructions of the heavenly way. Those 10 were well aware of the dangers Missouri posed, and they worked extremely hard to set up this primordial heaven source grand restriction to seal it. Though they were able to seal Mo, they were unable to completely destroy it. After millions of years, guarding this place, they passed away, one after another, leaving only one in the end. When the human race army arrived here, we met an individual who called himself Tsong. It was also through him that the human race learned about the secrets of the past. Unfortunately, Tsong also passed away during the battle here. Currently, this place is no longer guarded. Though Mo is still in a deep sleep thanks to the final trick left behind by another master, no one knows when it will awaken. If no one stands guard over this place, no one will be able to stop it, and the 3,000 worlds will be unable to resist. Fortunately, before Tsong passed away, he gave me something, and now, I will hand it over to you. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out a finger towards Wu Kuang. Instinctively, Wu Kuang wanted to dodge, but that was impossible in the face of Yang Kai's vastly superior strength. As space principles inundated, he was made immobile. Wu Kuang could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai tapped a golden light onto his forehead with his fingertips. In an instant, Wu Kuang trembled hard and his vision went blank. "Sure. Are you still not awake?" Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Although his voice was soft, it rang like a bell in Wu Kuang's head. Following the burst of the golden light that Yang Kai placed on him, memories of the past flooded Wu Kuang. That golden light was actually a piece of Wu Kuang's past life soul, which had preserved all of his memories. Back then, when Tsong activated the heaven-devouring battle law in front of him, Yang Kai immediately recognized it and hit the mark with a single comment. Tsong was equally as shocked. After all, an old friend of his created this secret art millions of years ago. However, Yang Kai was able to recognize the heaven-devouring battle law at a glance, which revealed a lot to him. After talking with Yang Kai, Tsong learned that there was a man named Wu Kuang in this world who also cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. Since then, Tsong concluded that Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of his friend, because the heaven-devouring battle law was a secret act created by Shi. For precisely these reasons, Tsong offered Yang Kai the part of Shi's soul that the latter had left in his keeping. Yang Kai wasn't aware of what he had been given at the time. Still, a royal lord pursued him all the way to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon for it. Over the years, Yang Kai had also come to understand the importance of the mission Tsong had given to him before he passed away. Subsequently, he began to inquire about Wu Kuang when he was in the shattered heaven, hoping to find him. In the end, by fate, Yang Kai met Wu Kuang in a random great territory, as ordained by heaven's will. Now that he had returned that soul wisp, completing the mission entrusted to him by Tsong, Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief while turning to stare at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Though Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of that martial ancestor, he was not sure himself. Before Shi was about to pass away, he sent another piece of his soul away, hoping to be reincarnated, in an effort to find a solution to destroy Mo after his death. After so many years without any news, Song thought Shi had failed. Now that Wu Kuang was brought back by Yang Kai and given back the preserved bit of Shi's soul, Yang Kai wasn't sure if Wu Kuang would do as Song wished. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction needed to be guarded. Otherwise, once Mo woke up, it could not be held captive. The best person to guard this place was none other than Wu Kuang. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that if Wu Kuang was unwilling, he would beat him until he was willing. After all, Wu Kuang was currently not his opponent. So, doing so would not be hard. The soul fragment exploded, and information about Shi filled Wu Kuang's mind, causing his expression to continuously change. Several days later, Wu Kuang regained consciousness and was plainly lost in thought. Rather than the free and unfettered heaven-devouring great emperor, he was now unexpectedly burdened with tremendous responsibility, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After observing him in silence for some time, Yang Kai asked, "Do you now understand everything?" Wu Kuang nodded. Many questions in this life had now been answered, including how he was able to acquire the heaven-devouring battle law in his dreams when he was a child, and why there were no restrictions when he broke through, even in the open heaven realm. Although he only directly ascended to the 5th order, he felt that he had the potential to reach the 9th order. After he received that bit of soul left by Shi, Wu Kuang now possessed vastly more knowledge than Yang Kai. Now, Wu Kuang couldn't even tell if he was the heaven-devouring great emperor or Shi. Martial Peak, Chapter 5505, Creation Realm. Now that you understand, you should know the reason why I brought you here, so make a decision. Whether you stay here and guard this place for Tsong, or leave this place and be free, Yang Kai commented. Wu Kuang glanced at the azure dragon spear that Yang Kai was playing with and his brow twitched. If I say no, are you going to stab me to death? Yang Kai shook his head. How could I? Shi is Shi and you are you. You are both separate individuals. Shi is one of the martial ancestors who guarded the primordial heaven's source grand restriction every day with the world in mind. Even when he died, he did so for the human race. He is a true role model. You, on the other hand, are an infamous bandit. Your story is used as a lesson for misbehaving children in the star boundary. I can understand if you say you don't want to stay, considering that guarding this place is not a matter of a day or two but a matter of thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not everyone can endure such solitude. Even as Yang Kai spoke such words though, the azure dragon spear glinted an icy light. Sneering, Wu Kuang said, "Stop speaking nonsense. Took you more than 10 years to bring me here. I'm afraid that if I say one wrong word, I'll die on the spot." You misunderstand me deeply, Yang Kai stated firmly. Yang Kai received a cold snort in response before Wu Kuang turned and glanced in the direction of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. But, there is no need for you to threaten me. I will guard this place from now on. Yang Kai raised his brow. This matter is not forced on you. Wu Kuang shook his head and said, I'm not forced. If I did not want to, I would rather you kill me than stay. This is my own choice. With a serious expression, Yang Kai retrieved the azure dragon spear and lowered his head to Wu Kuang. Senior is indeed kind and understanding. This Yang Kai would like to thank Senior on behalf of the 3,000 worlds and Song. If Mo can be destroyed in the future, much credit will belong to Senior. Wu Kuang snorted coldly at his words. When Yang Kai did not need help from him, he would only address him by his name. Now that he had needed help though, he was suddenly Senior. This brat's skin was just too thick. Yang Kai added, May I ask Senior, why are you willing to endure thousands of years of loneliness to guard the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Wu Kuang glanced at him, knowing that this brat was still not assured about him. After all, everything was just a verbal promise at this point. When Yang Kai left, he would have the chance to leave this place. Thus, he explained, Rest assured, though I am in the 7th order open heaven realm, I am still not strong enough. You know more about the characteristics of the heaven-devouring battle law than anyone other than me. The heaven-devouring battle law can help me to greatly enhance my cultivation, and in the vast universe, there is no place I can benefit more from than this primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Yang Kai instantly understood. You're planning to devour the black ink strength here? The black ink strength here is many times denser and purer than in any black ink clansman. If I can consume the black ink strength here, it will be much more beneficial than killing a few feudal lords outside. Wu Kuang laughed wickedly. Senior, you're indeed wise. Don't pat my ass, it's pointless. Yang Kai continued. Although Mo is now in a deep slumber, I don't know when it will awaken. Senior is currently only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Are you even strong enough to guard the primordial heaven source grand restriction? This was a legitimate concern. It was possible that Wu Kuang, who was currently in the 7th Order, wouldn't be able to exert even 1% of the primordial heaven source grand restriction's power. In which case, he might not be able to restrict Mo. Wu Kuang gushed with pride. Within 3,000 years, this king can ascend to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. As long as Mo does not wake up before then, there will be no problem. Nobody else in this world except for Wu Kuang dared to boast about being able to cross from the 7th Order to the 9th Order in a mere 3,000 years. It was, however, true that Wu Kuang, who cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, could borrow the power of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to rapidly enhance his strength. This was something he was absolutely confident about. Once Wu Kuang really ascended to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, he would be able to somewhat control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After all, he was not any ordinary master but the reincarnation of Shi. He and his 9 old friends created the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so naturally, he was more familiar with this place than anyone else currently alive. Still, 3,000 years was a steep hurdle to vault. If Wu Kuang found it hard, what more needs to be said about the entire human race? After 3,000 years, even if Wu Kuang ascended to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm and completely took control of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, there was still no way to resolve Mo if the human race did not have sufficient strength to fight back and did not find the primordial light. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then, I hope Senior's path in the great martial Tao is as you wish. About the primordial light? Wu Kuang frowned. Did you ask the burning light and serene glimmer already? Previously, when he asked about the primordial light, all Yang Kai said was that searching for it wasn't his concern. But, now that Wu Kuang obtained that part of Shi's soul, and recalling his current life's experiences, it was no surprise that Wu Kuang guessed that the burning light and serene glimmer had some relationship with the primordial light. I did. What did they say? Yang Kai shook his head. They couldn't explain it clearly. Right now, the only thing that can be said with certainty is that those two do indeed have some connection to the primordial light. They might be a part of it but were separated from it somehow. They even did as I asked and tried to fuse together, but it was to no avail. We are still missing a key component. Wu Kuang frowned. The key was missing. If they couldn't find out what the one missing key was, they would never be able to locate the primordial light. Turning his head to look in the direction of primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Wu Kuang paused and said, Do you know why Shi took the risk of reincarnation when he hadn't reached his predestined time of death? If he hadn't done so, with the heaven-devouring battle law, he would still have been able to live on for many years, yet he chose to give that all up. Yang Kai instantly felt more energized. Despite hearing many ancient secrets from Tsang, he had never personally lived during that period. He had a slight feeling that he might have learned a big secret when Wu Kuang asked this out of the blue. Immediately, he replied seriously, Senior, please enlighten me. To eliminate Mo, finding the primordial light is one way. It was just that Shi sensed that the primordial light might not be able to be found, so we could only try the second option. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said in a deeper voice, To reach the same realm as Mo or surpass it, and crush it with absolute power. Yang Kai was shocked. What realm is Mo in? Mo possesses the power of creation, so it is in the creation realm. This realm is also the realm that Shi and the other 9 had been pursuing, but it is a pity that none were able to achieve it. A little distracted, Yang Kai muttered. The creation realm. He still remembered that when he and the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors visited Song, they inquired about that realm from him. Song only chuckled and claimed that he was only in the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, just further along that path than others. At that time, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that there might be a higher realm above the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. His guess was now confirmed by Wu Kuang. There was indeed a realm above the Ninth Order Realm, which was the Creation Realm. Being in the Creation Realm, Mo could create royal lords, territory lords, and even black ink giant spirit gods. This was the might of the Creation Realm. Back when Mu dove deep into the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, she witnessed Mo use hints of power that should only belong to the Creation Realm. Through that, she knew that its breakthrough to the Creation Realm was just a matter of time. Due to the characteristics of black ink strength, Mo was born with an innate advantage. So, not long after she returned from inside the grand restriction, she sacrificed her life to the restriction to fortify it, leaving behind one last trump card for Tsang to play, which must be the reason why Mo is in deep sleep right now. Wu Kuang recalled the past while seemingly sifting through his new memories. Although Mu was an unparalleled talent, she was still a woman, which made her hesitate and act more conservatively. That trump card she left behind can only temporarily keep Mo in check. It is unable to resolve the issue entirely. Compared to her, Shi chose another approach. To reincarnate? Yang Kai slightly lifted his brow. Wu Kuang gave a nod. Shi and the other 9 used the power of the World Tree to reach the Open Heaven Realm, but it was also due to this that they couldn't go beyond the Open Heaven Realm. No matter how high they climbed, they would never surmount the Ninth Order. One needs other means to break this shackle, so Shi chose to reincarnate, hoping to find a way to break through the Ninth Order in his next life. Is there any chance for Senior to do so now? Yang Kai inquired. Wu Kuang smiled and said, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have consistently been the most powerful supreme masters of the human race since ancient times. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm is the limit. Not to mention, I'm only in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm at the moment, making such a breakthrough even more challenging. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, maybe I will discover more when I reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, but for now, my cultivation is just too low. Yang Kai was aware that this situation could not be rushed, but finding a way to surpass the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed another option. The Creation Realm. Yang Kai couldn't help but yearn for it. Then again, he remembered that the Eighth Order was his limit in this life. To want to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm was already close to impossible, not to mention reaching the Creation Realm. Wu Kuang seemed to have noticed what was going on in his mind, so he turned and asked, you have already reached your limit as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Stop thinking about other nonsense. With a trace of Shi's soul, Wu Kuang gained quite a bit of a senior demeanor. Yang Kai only smiled in response. There's always hope. The Universe Furnace? Wu Kuang sneered. Innate Open Heaven pills from the Universe Furnace can indeed help you break through that barrier. But the Universe Furnace is the most mysterious entity in the universe. Nobody knows when it will appear. Let's say it does appear one day. Do you think you'll have a place among all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all the cave heavens and paradises? Do keep in mind that the number of Open Heaven pills that a furnace produces is limited. Yang Kai thought secretly in his heart. If the Universe Furnace shows up one day, and the human race manages to obtain its innate Open Heaven pills, I should be able to take some for my breakthrough. After all, I have always fought with those above my realm. To allow me to ascend to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm is a better choice than any other. The only issue was that the Universe Furnace was nowhere to be found, and no one knew when or where it would appear. Other than the Universe Furnace, there is actually another way. Wu Kuang smirked. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately bowed again. Senior, please enlighten me once more. Martial Peak, Chapter 5506, Go All Out. Wu Kuang didn't explain the method to him directly. Instead, he said slowly as he recalled, at that time, Song and the other 9 each had their own accomplishments. Even though Mu was the only female among them, she was undoubtedly the strongest. Due to this, The other 9 were willing to listen and follow her requests. Let's not talk about what the other 9 are skilled at. Do you know what Shi is best at? How would I know anything about something so long ago? Yang Kai muttered in his heart, but he kept his expression completely neutral and simply shook his head. Wu Kuang did not intend to keep him waiting and simply explained. Shi was unmatched when it came to developing techniques. Many secret techniques and arts in the 3000 world stem from Shi's creations. For example, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture cultivated by Bloodcrow is a semi-finished product created by Shi, one he came up with when trying to develop the heaven-devouring battle law. Therefore, these two are quite similar. Honestly, what Shi was first deducing was the Bloodlight scripture. It was after he gained more comprehension that the heaven-devouring battle law was created. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat at those words. The Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was a magnificent secret art, one that could refine the blood essence of others for its user to quickly enhance their cultivation. Previously, he also felt that the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture had many similarities with the heaven-devouring battle law. Both had the ability to refine the energy of others, but the heaven-devouring battle law was unquestionably superior as it could devour anything and everything rather than just blood. Yang Kai had no doubts about Wu Kuang's claim when he said that Shi was best at deducing and creating secret arts and techniques. After so many years of cultivation, Yang Kai had never come across any secret art superior to the heaven-devouring battle law. Although it had certain limitations, which was the challenge of cultivating it without the flawless purifying golden lotus, this drawback did not diminish its power. If even such a secret act could be created by Shi, there was absolutely no doubt in his ability to understand or create other secret arts. Yang Kai understood. Shi came up with a secret art to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm back then. It's more of a combination of a secret technique and secret art, but yes. Do you want to learn it? Wu Kuang nodded. Of course. Yang Kai responded immediately. Yes. Then, I'll teach it to you. Saying so, Wu Kuang stretched out a finger and lightly touched his forehead, just like Yang Kai did before. Yang Kai did not resist. When Wu Kuang's finger met his forehead, an abstruse secret art instantly appeared in his mind and Wu Kuang's voice rang in his ears. This secret art was inspired by the primordial heaven's source grand restriction itself. Although it is considered complete, nobody has ever cultivated it to this day, so I'm not sure if it can be successfully used. But if you choose this path, you will have to take responsibility for yourself. Don't hold me accountable if something goes wrong. Yang Kai remained silent as he processed the profundities of this secret art, and eventually, he understood why Wu Kuang had chosen to give it to him. This was because he knew that Yang Kai carried the soul-warming lotus. Though it was not essential for this secret art, it provided great convenience. There might not be anyone who was better qualified than Yang Kai to cultivate this secret art. Realizing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. He thought that if this secret art could help the human race to break through the innate limits of the open heaven realm, it could dramatically increase their strength in short order. There were numerous peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the many cave heavens and paradises, but they were all stuck there due to their natural limits. If this secret art could be popularized, many 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could quickly be created. There were only 2 9th Order's old ancestors currently, but if there were even a few more, it would not take long before the Black Ink clan that invaded the 3000 worlds could be driven back. They might even be able to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit gods with just 10 more 9th Order masters. However, this dream was simply not meant to be. After all, the first step to cultivating this secret art was a life-threatening gamble. Without the protection of the soul-warming lotus, the risk of simply dying right from the start was extremely high. Even so, Yang Kai again bowed his head. Many thanks, Senior, for enlightening me. After Wu Kuang received his gratitude, he spun around and hurried into the battlefield. From afar, his voice could be heard. If the human race does not defeat the Black Ink clan within 3,000 years, our race will face extinction. Brat, you're on your own now. Yang Kai sighed softly as he watched Wu Kuang's figure vanish into the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Although 3,000 years seemed like a long time, when compared to how long it took for a cultivator to fully mature, it was incredibly short. Nobody could predict what would occur 3,000 years from now, so the only thing the humans could do now was to strive to grow stronger. Soon after, Yang Kai took out a world bead, the one he refined on the way here. It was from the yet-to-be-destroyed universe world, which had its living beings extracted by Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang had no idea what he was doing at that time, trying to refine this universe world. After all, there didn't seem to be a point. Although such a world was falling apart, Yang Kai halted its collapse as he intended to use it as a marker. He could go from one universe world to another by using the world tree as a transit point. If he left this world bead here, he would undoubtedly save years of arduous traveling when he returned in the future. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was a crucial location, and since it was challenging to transmit any news back to the 3,000 worlds from here, leaving a world bead behind in the vicinity would be more convenient for Yang Kai to travel back and forth between in the future. What's more, because this universe world had lost almost all its world force, it gave off barely aura, so it was almost impossible to detect. If Yang Kai had fully restored this universe world, it might attract the attention of the Black Ink clan, which could lead to trouble if they visited this place and found out what was going on. After finding a concealed location, Yang Kai set the world bead down and attempted to use it to link to the world tree. Confirming that there was no problem, he felt relieved. He then turned around instead of going back to the old tree. Following the direction of the trail of space beacons, he left on his way here. When he was coming here, he left a lot of space beacons along the way, and with them, he could easily find his way back to the void corridor leading to Black Territory. 3 months later, Yang Kai passed through the Spiritless Land and the late Ancient Era battlefield, arriving at the void corridor. It took him more than 10 years to travel one way, but just 3 months to return. This was the benefit of the space beacons. Without stopping, though, he continued on. His target was not Black Territory. Several months later, several majestic great passes came into Yang Kai's vision as he arrived at his destination. The No-Return Pass. This was the 3rd time Yang Kai came to the No-Return Pass. The first time he visited here was on orders of old ancestor Xiao Xiao to attend the grand ceremony of the Dragon Clan, which helped him to successfully become an ancient dragon. It was also during that time that he completely lost his identity as a human and transformed into a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. The second time was to bring Ouyang Lai and the group of remnant soldiers to the barren territory. During that time, Yang Kai had taken out the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor and the Black Ox to fight against the Royal Lord. To this day, the words of the Black Ox, "Go quickly. Nyo Nyo will stop them," still rung in his ears. This was the 3rd time. This time, Yang Kai came for no other reason than to raise havoc. The No-Return Pass, the only publicly known passage connecting the Black Ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds, was originally guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Now it had been taken over by the Black Ink clan, who made this place into their central base of operations. When the Black Ink clan and the humans were battling on the barren territory battlefield, it was from here that the Black Ink clan sent reinforcements and supplies, but Yang Kai put a stop to that after he sealed the territory gate. When he came here last time, Yang Kai discovered that there were many high-rank Black Ink nests and even more mid-rank Black Ink nests. In the present 3,000 worlds and in every great territory, countless Black Ink nests were planted on the many universe worlds. The majority of them were low-rank Black Ink nests, and these nests were capable of devouring the world force of those universe worlds and enveloping them in Black Ink strength. Of course, Yang Kai could easily destroy a couple low-rank Black Ink nests, but going around to each individual universe world to do so was far too inefficient. Instead, he intended to solve the issue at its roots. There was an intrinsic connection between lower-rank Black Ink nests and the Black Ink nest it was spawned from. The lower-rank nests simply could not survive without the higher-rank nest it belonged to. Subsequently, destroying one high-rank Black Ink nest was far better than squashing 100 low-rank nests. Once a high-rank Black Ink nest was destroyed, the mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests spawned from it would all wither and die. Yang Kai decided to go all out. His targets this time were those high-rank Black Ink nests. No matter how many mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests were destroyed, the Black Ink clan could replace them eventually with enough resources. On the other hand, since the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been shut and MO was now in a deep slumber, the number of high-rank Black Ink nests was fixed. Destroying one high-rank nest would mean there was permanently one less high-rank nest. If all those high-rank black ink nests could be destroyed, no new black ink clansmen could be born. Of course, Yang Kai was well aware that this was unrealistic as there was a royal lord guarding the no-return pass. As an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could easily cause chaos, but to destroy every single high-rank black ink nest was impossible. The best he could do was to destroy as many as possible. Outside the no-return pass, numerous great passes could be seen hovering the void. These great passes had been smashed and broken. Some were even completely destroyed, all bearing traces of battle between mighty masters. However, many of them were still partially intact. All of these were left behind when the human race army retreated as due to the incredible mass of each great pass, they could not be stored inside a small universe easily, not even the small universe of an old ancestor. This was humiliating for the human race. Furthermore, many universe fragments were floating outside the no-return pass. Those universe fragments were undoubtedly remnants of universe worlds that had been dragged back here from various locations on the Black Ink battlefield by the Black Ink clan. There were some universe fragments here when Yang Kai last visited, but there were many more today which should be the result of the Black Ink clan's action. Whether it was the great passes left by the human race or the many universe fragments though, they were all covered in black ink nests. Countless Black Ink clansmen flooded in and out of these black ink nests, delivering resources that had been mined from various places. The entire no-return pass was bustling. For several days, Yang Kai kept a quiet vigil but failed to locate the royal lord. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan had lost almost all of their top masters. Every 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master save for 2 had fallen on the barren territory battlefield to bring down all but 2 royal lords. Thanks to the burning light and serene glimmer, one more royal lord was dead, so currently only one remained. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5507, Destroying Black Ink Nests. Although Yang Kai did not find any trace of the last remaining royal lord, he was certain that he was in the no-return pass. This was currently the most important location for the Black Ink clan. So where else could their only royal lord be if not standing guard there as a precautionary measure? Is he trying to heal from his injuries? Previously, Yang Kai summoned the corpse of Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, who engaged the royal lord in an intense fight. Even though the old ancestor was already dead, what he left behind before he died was enough to help Yang Kai to hold the royal lord back with the might of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was impossible for that royal lord to escape without any injuries. The best way for Black Ink clansmen to heal was to rest inside a black ink nest. Thus, that royal lord was surely inside his black ink nest somewhere, as it had only been some 20 or so years since that fight. That being said, Yang Kai had no way of ascertaining which black ink nest the royal lord was in. After scouting around for days, he could tell that there were over 100 high-rank black ink nests here. This was in line with the reports the human race had previously gathered. A sizable number of royal lords came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restrictions, but most of them had been killed, at great cost to the human race. When the battle at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction ended, only around 100 royal lords were still alive, which matched with the slightly over 100 high-rank black ink nests here. Now, nearly all of those royal lords were also dead, but their black ink nests had been left behind. These were now ownerless, so if the Black Ink clan were to flourish again in the future, they could use these ownerless black ink nests to become royal lords and claim the black ink nest for themselves. Every high-rank black ink nest that was destroyed was akin to diminishing the chances of a new royal lord coming into existence. After deducing that the royal lord had to be in the midst of tending to his injuries, Yang Kai began scrutinizing the no-return pass even more closely. It would take a lot of energy to help the royal lord recover, which should be something traceable. Yang Kai wanted to locate the royal lord without being noticed, as he didn't want the latter to suddenly pop up when he was in the middle of something. While there were quite a number of Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass, the place was not closely guarded. This made sense though, as the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and the humans were in a desperate situation, so how would any of them come running over here? Furthermore, one had to pass through barren territory to get to the no-return pass. They would need to reopen the territory gate, not forgetting that there was a Black Ink giant spirit god there. Thus, the human race could not easily get here. It would not have crossed the mind of any of the Black Ink clan that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was just outside the no-return pass and eyeing them closely. Yang Kai did not try to rush things. He was about to do something exceedingly important, so he had to be prudent and patient. Time flew by in a flash, and soon several months had passed. Following Yang Kai's prolonged observation, he had a fairly good idea about which Black Ink nest the Royal Lord was in, since a few Black Ink nests were drawing in far more resources compared to the others. The Black Ink clan hauled large amounts of resources into these Black Ink nests every few days. While resources were also brought to the other Black Ink nests, new Black Ink clansmen would also emerge from them at regular intervals. This was true of both the high-rank Black Ink nests and the mid-rank Black Ink nests. Only a few of the high-rank Black Ink nests did not create new Black Ink clansmen. Where did the significant amount of resources go if no new Black Ink clansmen were being created? Obviously, the resources were being used by a powerful Black Ink clansman to heal. Yang Kai memorized the locations of these high-rank Black Ink nests before he started selecting his targets. He was aware that he might not have many chances to attack, and his first move would be the most successful, as the Black Ink clan would not expect an attack from a human race master at this point in time. Thus, the more Black Ink nests he could destroy with his first strike, the better. To accomplish this, Yang Kai switched hiding spots a few times to observe the dispersion of the Black Ink nests from all sides. After many more days passed, he finally settled on a plan of attack. There was a great pass that was approximately 300,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass. Yang Kai did not know exactly which great pass it was, but he chose it because there were 2 high-rank Black Ink nests there. The other remnant great passes had only 1 high-rank Black Ink nest at most, or several mid-rank Black Ink nests instead. He would reap less of a reward by striking those areas. Therefore, as long as he acted swiftly enough, he could at least instantly destroy 2 high-rank Black Ink nests. Furthermore, there were a few universe fragments near this great pass, and one of them had another high-rank Black Ink nest. If luck was on his side, he could destroy 3 high-rank Black Ink nests with his first strike, along with a few mid-rank Black Ink nests. Since Yang Kai had decided on his target, he no longer hesitated. He did not have to do any preparations, and he didn't have to sneak in either. With a flicker of space principles, in the blink of an eye, he moved from his hiding spot to the top of that great pass. He had already summoned his Azure Dragon Spear earlier on, and now he smashed down with it. With his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, his attack was far from ordinary. As world force swirled, the looming shadow of the spear seemed to shroud the entire Great Pass. Within the Great Pass, numerous Black Ink clansmen who had only recently emerged from the Black Ink nests and were cultivating with the help of the surrounding Black Ink strength perished. Those who were weaker than feudal lords all died, and even the feudal lords had a hard time defending themselves from the power of that spear. Those that did not die were heavily injured. As for the 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, they exploded and scattered into countless shattered fragments. All of the Black Ink strength that had been stored inside the Black Ink nests burst out as well. From a distance, the Great Pass now looked like 2 enormous Black Ink clouds that were rapidly dispersing into the neighboring space. The moment Yang Kai's attack succeeded, he rushed to the 3rd high-rank Black Ink nest nearby. At the same time, within a high-rank Black Ink nest inside the no-return pass, a formidable will awakened from a deep slumber, and an enormous figure several meters tall lunged towards Yang Kai. The Royal Lord's reaction had been incredibly fast, far faster than Yang Kai had expected. The Royal Lord was already approaching him as soon as he landed his first attack. This meant that although the Royal Lord was still injured, it was not a serious wound. Otherwise, he would not have been able to react so quickly. A flash of imposing aura locked onto Yang Kai, and before the Royal Lord even arrived, waves of a powerful divine sense surged towards him. It was clear that the Royal Lord was trying to use his divine sense to suppress Yang Kai. An ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would at the very least be stalled by such an attack if he was lucky enough. However, a flash of coldness emerged in Yang Kai's mind, and that was enough to entirely rid him of that Royal Lord's influence. He did not stop moving, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 3rd Black Ink nest. The Royal Lord took this in from afar and roared, "Feeble ant, you court death. I will rip your corpse apart." One look and he could tell that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who suddenly appeared in the No Return Pass was the one who emerged from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield several decades ago. This was the same one who charged back from the barren territory battlefield and sealed off the territory gate. The memory of Yongkai was seared into his mind, as it was rare for a royal lord to suffer this much at the hands of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Over the past few years, the royal lord had sent Black Ink clansmen into the Black Ink battlefield to search for signs of Yongkai, but sadly, they found nothing. The royal lord had no idea that when Yongkai escaped from the No Return Pass back then, he took Ji Lao San with him through a secret void corridor and returned to Black territory. Thus, the royal lord thought that Yongkai was still hiding somewhere on the Black Ink battlefield. He never thought that this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would appear yet again and destroy 2 high-rank Black Ink nests as soon as he did. It even looked as if he was about to destroy a 3rd one. How could the royal lord allow that to happen? The high-rank Black Ink nests at the No Return Pass were the Black Ink clan's final pillar to rely on. The destruction of any one of them was an unquantifiable loss, as it was not merely the loss of a high-rank Black Ink nest, but the loss of all the mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests that were and could be created from it as well. The royal lord had not fully recovered from his injuries yet, but his wounds no longer affected him much. Thus, when he realized who Yongkai was, he immediately attacked with his powerful divine sense. However, what happened next floored him. The human seemed completely unaffected, and the attack that was supposed to have caught him off guard and injured him did nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, Yongkai was above the 3rd Black Ink nest. He was about to attack, when a Black Ink clansman with a slender, pole-like figure appeared from the Black Ink nest. From his aura, it was clear that he was a territory lord. However, in contrast to a healthy territory lord, this pole-like territory lord's aura was noticeably weak. Yongkai could even see the wounds on his body that had been left by Dao strengths. Yongkai immediately realized that this territory lord was injured and had been recovering inside the Black Ink nest. Territory lords also had to remain dormant inside Black Ink nests when they tended to their injuries, but it would not be easy for them to occupy a high-rank Black Ink nest. However, there were a lot of high-rank Black Ink nests in the No Return Pass that were ownerless, so naturally this territory lord could enter one. While the pole-like territory lord was not fully recovered, he was still an innate territory lord, and that was enough to pose some challenge to Yongkai. All he had to do was delay Yongkai for a short while, and the royal lord would be able to come over to deal with the rest. It was evident that the pole-like territory lord knew this as well. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he lunged straight at Yongkai. More than one hand was reaching out to Yongkai. In fact, over a dozen hands were flying towards him. 9 hands grew out on each of the 2 sides of the territory lord's body. The 18 hands seemed to envelope all the surrounding space, like a kind of cage. Faced with this assault, Yongkai did not retreat and instead charged forward with a flash of coldness in his eyes, unleashing a soul-rending thorn. Yongkai had long since gotten used to the pain of his soul being torn apart, so his expression did not even twitch as he thrust out his spear. The pole-like territory lord never expected Yongkai to fight this fervently and launch such a powerful attack right from the start. He was caught off guard, and his soul trembled violently as a needle seemed to pierce right through it. Immediately, he was struck by agony. He was heavily injured in the first place and did not have much strength left in him, so now that he was hit by a soul-rending thorn, he lost all ability to fight back. Yongkai followed his spear and brushed past the territory lord before sending a thrust right into the high-rank Black Ink nest in front of him, a great sun exploding into existence at the point of the spear. After striking this blow, Yongkai shot into the distance without even sparing a moment to look behind him. The royal lord was about to arrive, and if Yongkai did not leave now, he might not be able to. Furthermore, he sensed numerous other strong auras awakening in the No Return Pass. Without a doubt, the Black Ink clansmen who had been recuperating inside the Black Ink nests must have been awakened as well. Not too far behind Yongkai, the pole-like territory lord's head separated from his body and flew upwards as black blood spewed out from his neck. Once again, the royal lord's divine sense surged forward, and at the same time, a ferocious palm slammed into Yongkai from behind, causing him to stumble as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, he used the force from this attack to flee even further away. Martial Peak, Chapter 5508. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Yang Kai intended to use the great sun and moon marks to disrupt the royal lord's aura lock on him. But another thought occurred to him and he swiftly changed his mind. Instead, he dragged his injured self further and further away in an attempt to flee. By using purifying light, he could still use instantaneous movement and escape from the royal lord at a moment's notice. He was no stranger to performing such a feat back when he was under the attack of the sheep-headed royal lord. He had used this very trick to widen the gap between him and his foe, and in the end, he managed to flee into the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Today, Yang Kai succeeded in destroying 3 high-rank black ink nests and killing an innate territory lord along with tens of thousands of lower-rank black ink clansmen. So everything had been worthwhile. However, right now, Yang Kai was being doggedly chased down by an enraged royal lord. Once the royal lord charged out of the no-return pass, dozens of innate territory lords followed closely behind. These territory lords were mostly injured in some way and had retreated from the 3,000 worlds, planning to rely on the many black ink nests at the no-return pass to recuperate. Unfortunately, these territory lords were slower than the royal lord, and it was only an hour later that they all lost sight of the royal lord and Yang Kai. They had no choice but to return at that moment. Meanwhile, Yang Kai wanted nothing more than to gripe about his situation. It was not his first time being hunted down by a royal lord, but at this moment, he had to avoid using purifying light unless absolutely necessary, which meant that he could not shake off his enemy. The distance between them kept getting smaller, and the royal lord continued to launch attack after attack from behind. Each attack was powerful enough to shake the void around them, causing Yang Kai's body to toss and turn like a rag as more and more injuries piled up. Thankfully, Yang Kai had thick skin and a tough hide, so he could withstand quite a beating. With the blessing of his dragon vein, these long-range attacks were not enough to cause a fatal injury. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold out this long. In between the attacks, the royal lord did not stop sending wave after wave of divine sense at Yang Kai to make things even more difficult for the latter. However, with the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, even attacks from a royal lord's divine sense were ineffective against Yang Kai. And so, Yang Kai bided his time. He was waiting for the royal lord to lose all patience and utilize his royal lord's secret technique. Yang Kai did not know for certain whether or not his opponent would resort to the royal lord's secret technique, as this was not something he could control, so what he was doing right now was gambling. What he needed to do now was to keep taunting his opponent and enrage the latter. The royal lord's secret technique was a fatal move against any human below the 9th order. On the barren territory battlefield, a royal lord had used this exact move to turn Luen and 2 other 8th order open heaven realm masters into black ink disciples. Although that royal lord was severely weakened after using the secret technique and was quickly slaughtered, the Black Ink clan gained 3 8th order black ink disciples as a result, which then allowed them to revive the black ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land and establish a connection between the barren territory and wind mist territory. It could be said that the royal lord's use of his royal lord's secret technique was one of the most crucial pieces of the puzzle that led to the Black Ink clan's subsequent invasion of the 3,000 worlds. The royal lord who had been killed was a heroic martyr for the Black Ink clan. In this particular situation, Yang Kai did not have to go to any lengths to do anything else. All he had to do was focus on escaping. He had destroyed 3 high-rank black ink nests and killed an innate territory lord, so the royal lord who was trying to hunt him down was hellbent on killing him. If Yang Kai could drag this out long enough, there was a decent chance that the royal lord would resort to the royal lord's secret technique. Once the royal lord did that, then it would be Yang Kai's opportunity to strike back. During the fight outside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, the sheep-headed royal lord had used his royal lord's secret technique, which heavily weakened his foundation, and that was how Yang Kai managed to use the sun and moon divine will to land a devastating blow on the former before eventually killing him. It was partly luck that led to Yang Kai's successful killing of that royal lord, as Yang Kai himself did not know exactly how he managed to do it. Yang Kai was not fully confident that he would be able to repeat that feat, but if this royal lord did use his royal lord's secret technique, then even if Yang Kai failed to kill him, he would still be able to turn it into an equal fight with both sides suffering injuries. Even in that sort of a lose-lose situation, Yang Kai had the upper hand as he had his dragon vein and the essence of the immortal tree. Thus, his restorative abilities were far superior. The royal lord, on the other hand, would have to fall into a deep slumber inside a black ink nest for a long time to recover from grievous wounds. During such a time, Yang Kai could accomplish a lot in the no-return pass. These were the calculations he made that led to Yang Kai deciding against using purifying light to block the Royal Lord's aura before fully escaping. Since he wanted to provoke his opponent, he had to let his opponent see a glimmer of hope yet fail at every turn. This was an incredibly risky choice, as one false move and Yang Kai might truly end up dying. Still, he was willing to make this bet. The two figures, one the hunter and the other the hunted, traveled further and further away from the no-return pass, headed towards the depths of the black ink battlefield. Even after half a day of chasing, the Royal Lord still did not show any signs of using his Royal Lord's secret technique. Perhaps in his eyes, it would not be worth it to take such a huge risk just to hunt down a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Alas, Yang Kai could not hold out any longer. Yang Kai could not completely lose his opponent via conventional methods, as he was not as powerful either. Anyone would fail to hold out for long when being chased down like this. Upon seeing that his opponent was nearly as close to him as he could safely allow, Yang Kai knew that he might not be able to escape if he did not act now. Thus, he used purifying light and enveloped himself. Instantly, the aura from the Royal Lord which had locked onto him was broken off. With a flash of white light and space principles, Yang Kai's figure disappeared. The Royal Lord was stunned by this turn of events, never having expected that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have such a mysterious trick up his sleeve. This explained why the human dared to launch an attack on the no-return pass. It was clear that this tactic of his was his trump card. However, from the looks of it, the Royal Lord deduced that this technique could not be easily used. Otherwise, the human would not have avoided using it until now. The Royal Lord was fairly quick to react. Even though it was his first time encountering such an occurrence, just as Yang Kai's figure disappeared, a powerful wave of divine sense surged out and detected the lingering space principles where Yang Kai had disappeared towards. Following that, the Royal Lord sensed Yang Kai's aura in that direction. He was just about to give chase when even that aura suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was only in the 7th Order when he had been chased down by that sheep-headed Royal Lord, and his mastery of the Tao of Space was not as high as it was now. Thus, even when he used purifying light, he could only widen the gap between him and his enemy without being able to completely escape from their perception. Things were different now, though. Yang Kai was in the 8th Order and was more than 10 times stronger than he used to be. Cultivating within the Great Sea celestial phenomenon had made him even more proficient in the Tao of Space. Now, he no longer had to play any sort of games with a Royal Lord who was hunting him down. If one use of instantaneous movement was not enough for him to get his opponent off his tail, then he would do it twice. If twice was not enough, then thrice. Based on how strong Yang Kai was now, as long as he was not struck down in a single blow, or trapped with a heaven-sealing earth-locking array, then not even a Royal Lord could do anything to him. This was the reason why he had the gall to cause trouble in the no-return pass. The Royal Lord's divine sense no longer detected any sign of Yang Kai, and he had no idea how to find him again in this expansive void. He stood still for a moment before his expression changed. He turned back towards the no-return pass before clenching his jaw and growling, "Shit!" The several-meter-high figure instantly turned into a black streak of light as the Royal Lord shot back towards the no-return pass. He just realized that he might have fallen for what the humans would call a strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. His opponent's trump card was not something that could not easily be used. Instead, that human had intentionally not used it to lure him away from the no-return pass. The Royal Lord assumed that the human had a Dragon Clan companion. Considering the human strength and the Dragon Clansmen who had been taken hostage by the Black Ink Clan all those years ago, it would be easy enough for the two of them to work together to destroy a few more high-rank black ink nests. Anxiety filled the Royal Lord up as he pushed his speed as high as it could go. At the same time, Yang Kai was stuffing handfuls of spirit pills into his mouth and refining them. He had suffered some serious injuries during the chase. The Royal Lord thought that he had a Dragon Clan companion, which was Ji Lao San, whom Yang Kai had rescued from the no-return pass back then, but the Royal Lord had no idea that Ji Lao San was not on the Black Ink battlefield anymore. Yang Kai was acting alone. However, it was true that Yang Kai was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yang Kai had prepared two plans during this chase. If the royal lord did become enraged enough to use his royal lord's secret technique, then Yang Kai would make sure that neither one of them left without being heavily injured. If the royal lord did not give him the opportunity for that, then he had no choice but to drag his opponent as far out as possible before doubling back to launch another attack. Yang Kai did not intend to let the injuries he suffered be for nothing. By repeatedly using instantaneous movement, Yang Kai was a lot faster than the royal lord. Unfortunately, during his attempt to flee earlier, he could not leave any space beacons behind, or else he would have been able to travel even faster. Still, in less than an hour, Yang Kai could already spot the no-return pass in the distance, but he did not charge over right away. After everything he had done today, all those stationed at the no-return pass had gone on to high alert. The Black Ink clansmen were sweeping the surrounding area and their divine senses, forming a large, invisible web around the no-return pass. Several Black Ink clan squads also patrolled the local space, checking for signs of suspicious activity. Evidently, the loss of 3 high-rank Black Ink nests was hard for the Black Ink clan to stomach. Yang Kai stayed out of the Black Ink clan's surveillance range around the no-return pass and found a secluded spot to sit down and tend to his injuries. He had led the royal lord on a chase that lasted half a day and had arrived back at the no-return pass in just 1 hour. Even going all out, it would take the royal lord at least another 8 hours to return. Yang Kai could use this reprieve to recover from some of his injuries, though he did not have a lot of time to spare and would not be able to recover fully. However, under the circumstances, he would take whatever he could. The stronger he was, the better. I need to find some divine medicines that can rapidly heal injuries, Yang Kai thought to himself. The healing pills he had on hand were the ones he exchanged for military merits back in Great Evolution Pass all those years ago. They were not low quality by any means, but they were not the best there were either. The effects of these healing pills were especially limited when in a time crunch. Yang Kai quieted down as he focused on refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and stimulating his dragon vein to heal the wounds on his body. Within his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus also kept releasing a clear and cool sensation that swiftly restored his damaged soul. He did not dare to waste too much time. 4 hours later, Yang Kai stood up and turned towards the no-return pass, and with a flash of space principles, he charged forward again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5509. Wheeling around to strike again. Territory lords with varying degrees of injury were standing vigilantly around the no-return pass, their divine senses interlaced together. Half a day earlier, an 8th-order human surprise attack had completely humiliated them. Not only did that human destroy 3 high-rank Black Ink nests, he even killed a territory lord as well. Their royal lord had personally chased after the attacker, but they did not know what the situation was like over there. That being said, they all believed that there was very little chance for the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master to survive. After all, there was a huge disparity between an 8th-order human and a royal lord. Right now, what they were wary of was the possibility of that human having a partner. The royal lord was preoccupied elsewhere, and even though there were a large number of territory lords at the no-return pass, 80% of them were those who had returned from the 3,000 worlds to recuperate. Less than 10 territory lords here were uninjured. They could very well suffer a serious loss if a large number of human masters attacked them now. Yet, after waiting around for half the day and seeing no sign of any incoming attack, the territory lords let their guards down for the most part. After all, the Black Ink clan had taken control of the no-return pass and the humans had long since retreated to the 3,000 worlds. It was unlikely for a large number of human race masters to appear. Some of the more heavily injured territory lords had already returned to the Black Ink nests to continue slumbering away in recovery. The remaining territory lords were still standing guard, but they were not as vigilant as they were at the beginning. Just then, a familiar aura suddenly appeared in their midst. The territory lords were alarmed as they quickly turned in that direction. One look and they saw a human figure manifest out of the blue above a high-rank Black Ink nest as a great sun rose into the sky. A ferocious aura of destruction burst forth. The territory lords dashed over at once to attack. The human had somehow managed to evade the royal lord's chase. Not only did he not die, but he even wheeled around to attack once more and destroy yet another high-rank black ink nest. By the time the territory lords rushed to that high-rank black ink nest, there was no longer any sign of their enemy. Once the great sun exploded, the human Eighth Order master that had popped out of nowhere disappeared into thin air. All that was left was the remains of a high-rank black ink nest that had been shattered to pieces and a territory lord who was in a terrible state. This territory lord had been sleeping inside the black ink nest earlier to recuperate, and although his life was not in any danger right now, he had already been heavily injured, and after getting caught in Yang Kai's attack, his wounds became much more severe. He appeared after the black ink nest was destroyed, and right now he looked as if he was in a state of shock, though he was secretly thankful for being lucky enough to survive. The territory lords were infuriated. They could not believe how arrogant that human was for daring to return even though there were so many of them standing guard. He was clearly disdaining them all. They started wondering where their royal lord was as he had chased after the human. But the human had returned while the royal lord was nowhere to be seen. Alas, before they could figure things out, the same aura erupted from a different direction. Nearly all of the territory lords had gathered in front of the black ink nest that Yang Kai had just destroyed, which meant that the other areas were barely protected at all. Yang Kai had originally intended to attack just once and leave, but with such a good opportunity in front of him, he could not resist showing himself again. Just as he did before, he used Golden Crow Cast the Sun, and a great sun rose and crashed down onto another high-rank black ink nest. This attack turned the black ink nest into nothing but dust, and a host of black ink clansmen who were in the vicinity died as well. A large crowd of territory lords swiftly began rushing over to the newly destroyed black ink nest, but one of them was quick-witted enough to realize what was happening, and he roared, "Spread out quickly! Protect all the black ink nests!" They could not let themselves be dragged around by the nose like this. Their opponent could disappear and reappear on a whim, so even though they had the numerical advantage, their opponent showed no intention of engaging them in a fight. It was clear what this human was trying to do. He wanted to destroy all the high-rank black ink nests. Thanks to this warning, the territory lords quickly realized what was going on and immediately separated into different areas to guard all the high-rank black ink nests. Thus, Yang Kai could not strike as easily as he did earlier. As long as a single territory lord kept him occupied long enough, more could rush over and join the fight. After destroying the second high-rank black ink nest, Yang Kai wanted to back off and leave right away, but when he saw that the territory lords did not come after him and had, instead, scattered to guard the other high-rank black ink nests, he no longer felt rushed to escape. He simply remained standing where he was and observed them in silence. The territory lord who had spoken earlier noticed this, and his expression turned grim as well. This human was behaving far too arrogantly, and it was beyond what these territory lords could bear. His divine sense flickered as he communicated with those around him, and all at once, a number of territory lords rushed into action and charged towards Yang Kai. Half a day ago, they witnessed how Yang Kai appeared at the no-return pass and killed off a territory lord with just a single spear thrust, so they knew that this human was incredibly powerful. In a one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee that any of them could hold their ground against him. Furthermore, this human even managed to escape from a royal lord's pursuit, leaving the latter who knows where. They knew that Yang Kai was no ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master. He had to be one of the strongest human masters in that realm. Thus, the territory lords were joining forces because they feared their opponent. When Yang Kai saw the group of territory lords rushing over, he secretly praised the territory lord who had taken charge for coming up with an appropriate strategy. If they simply grouped together without thinking things through, then the high-rank black ink nests at the no-return pass would be left unguarded and undoubtedly suffer unimaginable damage. However, the territory lords had split up to guard different areas now and had even organized a group to subdue him. This was the optimal course of action for them. Yang Kai's situation was less than ideal. He was fairly injured after being chased down by the royal lord for half a day, and although he got to recuperate for 4 hours or so, he was only able to slightly restore himself. It would be hard for him to take on a single innate territory lord who was at full strength, let alone a group of them unless he used more soul-rending thorns. However, Yang Kai was not a reckless individual. Since he could not take these enemies on, he chose to avoid them instead. Yang Kai's eyes searched around before landing in a specific direction. It was the direction of the first black ink nest he destroyed when he appeared earlier. He raised his hand and summoned his azure dragon spear before smiling in that direction. While it was true that the high-rank black ink nest had already been destroyed, a severely injured territory lord remained there. This territory lord was the unlucky one who had been recuperating inside the black ink nest and ended up getting caught in Yang Kai's attack. His injuries, which had taken a turn for the better at first, had now worsened instead. Thus, he was currently in a rueful mood. All of a sudden, a piercing aura locked onto him from afar, and the territory lord looked up, only to see Yang Kai flashing him a wicked grin. Damn it! The territory lord became alarmed. Naturally, he knew that he had become a target. He was now severely injured and could barely use half his strength. If this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had set his eyes on him, then he had no way of fighting back. So his immediate thought was to request help from his fellow Black Ink clansmen. However, after looking around, he realized that the other territory lords who had gathered near him earlier had all scattered off to defend the various high-rank black ink nests, leaving him all alone. The territory lord was in anguish. He felt as if nothing had gone right for him ever since he walked out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. In the next instant, Yang Kai appeared in front of the injured territory lord, and his azure dragon spear pierced straight into the latter's head. Yang Kai had been prepared to use a soul-rending thorn, as he was not in a situation to waste much time. Not only would the royal lord return at any moment now, but there were also a large number of territory lords in the no-return pass eager to kill him. He had to kill this territory lord at once before fleeing. However, even as his azure dragon spear pierced through the top of the territory lord's head, the territory lord did not react at all. Yang Kai deduced that it had to be because his opponent's injuries were too severe, which saved him the need to use a soul-rending thorn. By the time a group of territory lords rushed back to this place, there was nothing but a headless corpse with black blood spurting out. These territory lords were crushed by what they saw. They were overcome with a crippling sense of humiliation and felt extremely despondent. It was not just them, as all the other territory lords felt the same. Once again, scores of divine senses surged out from the no-return pass, guarding against Yang Kai, but they no longer detected any trace of that human. After a half cup of tea's time, the royal lord who had given chase earlier finally returned, and the territory lords who had been in a heightened state of anxiety the whole time could finally relax. The royal lord naturally saw that something happened at the no-return pass, as it had not been in this state when he left. His eyes swept over the place, and he quickly assessed the damage. 2 more high-rank black ink nests had been destroyed, and a territory lord had been killed as well. He did figure out that Yang Kai lured him away on purpose, so he knew that there would be another attack on the no-return pass, but he still could not accept such an outcome. Clenching his jaw, he roared, "Search everywhere. I don't care how many sacrifices need to be made. Just find me that human. I must shred his corpse into 10,000 pieces." With the order given, Black Ink clan squads began charging out of the no-return pass, heading out in all directions towards the Black Ink battlefield. Even the majority of the territory lords were deployed as well. Most of the territory lords who were injured wanted to bemoan their fate. They retreated from the 3,000 worlds because they needed to recuperate here, yet this was what they were faced with now. Not only did they not get to recover from their injuries, but they even had to risk their lives in a search for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. They would have just stayed behind in the 3,000 worlds if they had known that this would be the case. Still, seeing that even the Royal Lord was actively guarding the no-return pass instead of returning to his black ink nest to recover, none of them dared to voice their complaints and simply did as they were told. By now, Yang Kai had already fled far away. He was aware that after everything he did, the no-return pass would become heavily guarded, and a great number of the Black Ink clansmen would come looking for him. He did not mind seizing this chance to kill off a few more Black Ink clansmen, but right now it was more important for him to tend to his injuries. Thus, he continued fleeing at full speed for half a month before he finally located a dead universe world deep within the Black Ink battlefield. He made his way into it and opened a temporary cave mansion for himself. After setting up a series of simple arrays to conceal his aura, Yang Kai finally felt at ease enough to sit down. Even though Yang Kai sorely wished to destroy every single one of the high-rank black ink nests, he knew that was not a very realistic thought, unless he could somehow become a ninth-order open heaven realm master. As someone only in the 8th order, if he attacked one too many times, it was bound to backfire on him at some point and he would fail miserably at his goal. After all, if one walked by the river frequently enough, their shoes would eventually get wet. His first strike had been the most rewarding as the Black Ink clan had been taken by surprise. All in all, Yang Kai had destroyed 5 high-rank black ink nests and killed 2 innate territory lords, so he was pretty satisfied with the results of his efforts. It would not be this easy for him to launch another attack. In fact, Yang Kai could not even be certain whether or not he would have the chance to take action again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5510, Who Did It? It was not something that Yang Kai cared all that much about, though. While it would be good if he had the chance to strike again, he could simply return to the 3,000 worlds if he did not. After all, he had the secret void corridor, which had served him well the past few years. What he needed to do now was focus on his recovery. As Yang Kai lay low, the Black Ink clan went on a frenzied search for him all across the Black Ink battlefield. But in the end, they failed to find any trace of him. The royal lord was filled with pent-up fury and frustration. He had full knowledge of an enemy who was eyeing the no-return pass, and he knew full well that this enemy of his was not his equal in battle, but he could not find where this enemy was hiding, pushing him into a constant state of simmering rage. The existence of that 8th order open heaven realm master made him feel as if he had a sword hanging over his head, one that could fall at any moment. As a result of this incident, all of the territory lords, as well as the royal lord himself, feared entering into a deep sleep to recuperate. They had to put up with their injuries and remain on guard. 6 months after Yang Kai destroyed 5 high-rank black ink nests, the human race army's supreme headquarters, in a great territory which connected to the star boundary, had compiled reports from various great territories. This particular great territory previously did not even have a name of its own on the universe chart and was simply identified with the code E39. Numerous great territories like this one existed among the 3,000 worlds. These nameless great territories were usually those where the martial Tao had not matured much or did not possess any resources worth exploiting. Even though they were often home to several universe worlds, the cultivators in those places could not free themselves from the shackles of their universe worlds and venture out into the outer universe. Some of these great territories were even completely uninhabited. This had been the case for the great territory where the star boundary was, but due to the star boundary's soaring fame, along with the fact that the most powerful sect in the star boundary was High Heaven Palace, the great territory was at one point renamed High Heaven Territory. It had been several dozen years since the Black Ink clan opened the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory and invaded the 3,000 worlds. The human race army had retreated from Barren Territory under the orders of Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the 2 surviving 9th Order old ancestors. The armies were then broken up and squads were sent to the various great territories to organize the mass evacuation. By now, the humans had all retreated and migrated as planned. With the help of the human army, most of the great forces arrived safely in High Heaven Territory. However, significant losses were suffered along the way too. An example of this would be the Swallowing Seas territory. If it had not been for Yang Kai's intervention back then, all of the cultivators from the entire great territory might have been lost. Some evacuation fleets encountered Black Ink clan armies along the way and were either besieged or eliminated. Even now, some human refugees had been delayed for various reasons and were still making their way to High Heaven Territory. But the overall situation had been stabilized. The human race army was now deployed in a dozen great territories around High Heaven Territory to battle against the Black Ink clan army. Big and small clashes occurred constantly with the humans and the Black Ink clan army, both suffering casualties at an alarming rate. Many of the humans' finest elites now fought in these great territories, doing their best to hold the line and push back the enemy. Since Territory E30 neighbored the star boundary and was the only way into High Heaven Territory from the wider 3,000 worlds, the human race army turned it into their final stronghold in the war against the Black Ink clan. Thus, the Army Supreme Headquarters was set up in one of the universe worlds in this great territory. The human race had never had a Supreme Headquarters before, as on the Black Ink battlefield. Each of the great passes functioned essentially independently. No one held overall command. In fact, even in the individual Great Passes, the East, South, West, and North armies all had their respective army headquarters. However, in the present situation, the human race could no longer afford to work separately. They had to establish a place where the entire strategic situation could be overseen and general orders could be issued. This was how the Supreme Headquarters came to be. There was a single Supreme Commander and over a dozen Deputy Supreme Commanders at the Supreme Headquarters, all of them the most elite 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, holding positions above the individual army commanders. As old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were preoccupied with tying down the black ink giant spirit god, they could not pay attention to anything else. Therefore, the over dozen or so 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acted as the heads of the human race army. The strategies to be used in the fight against the Black Ink clan, the changes to the defense lines, the assignment of the soldiers, everything was coordinated through the Supreme Headquarters. Xiang Shan, originally the army commander of the Great Evolution Army's Eastern Army, was now a Deputy Supreme Commander. And Mi Jingluan had assumed the role of Supreme Commander. On this particular day, the dozen or so 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered to discuss the current state of the war. After a lengthy discussion, they came up with a new set of plans to implement. Xiang Shan glanced around at everyone. If there's nothing else, then we can adjourn now. These 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not just remain in this place. They were elites among the 8th Order, so they would still head out to fight the Black Ink clans now and again. However, for the most part, the majority of them remained on duty at the Supreme Headquarters so that they could quickly formulate strategies whenever a crisis cropped up. Just recently, Xiang Shan received a report that a territory lord had separated from the rest of the Black Ink clan army in one of the neighboring great territories. Thus, he had been working out a way to kill this territory lord. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike, so if there was nothing else that needed to be discussed, he wanted to get on with it. The other Deputy Supreme Commanders were quiet as they had nothing to discuss. But Mi Jingluan suddenly raised his hand. Please hold on, everyone. I've recently received a rather intriguing report. Please have a look. Bolts of light whizzed out of his raised hand. Jade slips soon landed in each of their hands as one of them queried with his eyebrow and commented, "A series of black ink nests self-destructed?" The Jade slip had a record of multiple reports from various great territories about the sudden collapse of numerous black ink nests. Most of these black ink nests were low-rank black ink nests, but there were a few mid-rank black ink nests among them as well. A fairly significant number of them had collapsed throughout over 100 different great territories. Xiang Shan was taken aback, looked up, and asked, "When did you get these reports?" 10 days ago, Mi Jingluan replied. All of the Deputy Supreme Commanders had important tasks of their own, while Mi Jingluan was in charge of gathering intelligence and reports. He was the first to know of any news that was transmitted back to the Supreme Headquarters. "Is this information reliable?" one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. Mi Jingluan nodded. Some of these incidents were spotted by hunters roaming through the great territories under the Black Ink clan's control, while some were even discovered from the dozen frontline great territories. We can't confirm the ones in the great territories that fully belong to the Black Ink clan, but I've sent people to check the dozen frontline great territories, and they've verified the reports. The hunters that he mentioned were those who had formed squads to sneak into the great territories under the Black Ink clan's control to hunt and kill Black Ink clansmen. Some of these hunters were the remnants of the various army squads that previously existed, but most of them were also formed by cultivators from the various second-class great forces. Cultivators from the second-class great forces had never taken part in large-scale wars before, and few of them were used to fighting in a structured army. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters decided to just leave them be. The cave heavens and paradises no longer restricted the second-class great forces, and many of the masters from those great forces had ascended to the 7th Order. Thanks to the existence of the hunters, the Black Ink clan suffered noteworthy losses every year. However, hunters generally worked in small groups no bigger than an army squad or a dozen or so people, which meant that it was extremely dangerous for them if they ran into a real Black Ink clan army. At the same time, being few in number meant they could move about more freely and stealthily, so there were pros and cons. The hunters mostly traveled through the great territories that the Black Ink clan had seized, and 6 months ago, a number of hunters reported witnessing many black ink nests in various universe worlds all of a sudden began to wither and die. At the same time, the same thing had happened in the dozen frontline Great Territories where the main human and Black Ink clan armies were clashing. Quite a few soldiers had seen massive Black Ink nests falling apart for no apparent reason. As supreme commander of the human army, Mi Jingluan was always kept up to date on the latest intelligence. So no one doubted his words. One of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's eyes brightened. Do we have a count of how many Black Ink nests were self-destructed? How many low-rank ones and how many mid-rank ones? For now, we've confirmed 637 low-rank Black Ink nests and 13 mid-rank Black Ink nests have withered, Mi Jingluan replied. However, this is only what we have found, and what we can find is only the tip of the iceberg. There were obviously a lot more Black Ink nests that had been destroyed than the ones the humans could discover. Mi Jingluan looked around at everyone. I'm sure you all know what this implies. It would not be a big deal if a few low-rank Black Ink nests self-destructed. That would only mean that a mid-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed somewhere. However, if multiple mid-rank Black Ink nests had self-destructed as well, then the information gleaned from this news was a lot more significant. Xiang Shan spoke up quietly. We have not found any high-rank Black Ink nests on any of the battlefields, which is why we deduced that the Black Ink clan left their high-rank Black Ink nests back at the no-return pass. The Black Ink clan would consider the no-return pass to be a very safe location as we humans are too busy defending ourselves to attack it. No one would head off to the no-return pass to try and mess with them. But from the looks of it now, someone did just that and even succeeded in destroying a high-rank Black Ink nest at the no-return pass. That's why the mid-rank and low-rank Black Ink nests self-destructed. But who is this person? Although we have no way of confirming the situation at the no-return pass, based on what Brother Ouyang Lai said back then, there is a royal lord who is standing guard there. No ordinary person can stir up trouble right under a royal lord's nose. Mi Jingluan declared. Ouyang Lai was with Yang Kai when they returned through the no-return pass to the Barren Territory, which meant that Ouyang Lai knew the situation at the no-return pass better than anyone in this room. He had naturally told Mi Jingluan about what he knew. Could it be that one of the two old ancestors made a move? One of the Eighth Order Masters suggested. Someone else shook his head and refuted that possibility. The two old ancestors are currently busy subduing the Black Ink giant spirit god. They can't go anywhere else, so they wouldn't have gone to the no-return pass. If they did, it would have meant that they defeated the Black Ink giant spirit god and we would have heard about it if that was the case. The crowd continued making various guesses, but they had no way of verifying any of them. Based on the reports they had, they could only figure out that at least one high-rank Black Ink nest at the no-return pass must have been destroyed. That would explain why many mid-rank Black Ink nests and low-rank Black Ink nests self-destructed. That being said, they had no way of knowing who did this or even if it was just one person or a whole team of people. All of a sudden, Xiang Shan looked over at Mi Jingluan. Their eyes met and they could easily tell what the other was thinking. Could it be? That brat's doing. They could not think of anyone who could accomplish such a feat. But if it was that brat, then perhaps it might be possible. Immediately, one of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked, Brother Xiang, who is this brat you speak of? Who do you believe is capable of doing this? Martial Peak, Chapter 5511, wreaking havoc one last time. Xiang Shan did not leave them guessing as he answered, Yang Kai. I'm sure you've heard his name before. Everyone nodded in realization. One of them piped up, I heard that he's now in the Eighth Order, right? Mi Jingluan nodded. That's right. Yang Kai is now in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. He's also the reason why Brother Ouyang Lai and his group were able to return from the Black Ink battlefield. The one who spoke up earlier continued, even if he's now in the Eighth Order, he has only just recently ascended. There's a royal lord standing guard at the no-return pass, not to mention countless territory lords as well. How could he do such a thing all by himself? Although this person who spoke knew of Yang Kai and heard about his past exploits, he was unfamiliar with Yang Kai, so it was not surprising for him to feel doubtful. He's no ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He can easily slaughter innate territory lords and he's definitely stronger, not weaker than any of you here. Mi Jingluan thought to himself. Yang Lai had told me Jing Luin some astonishing things, but as this information involved other matters as well, Jing Luin had classified the reports to prevent information leaks. Not many people knew of these things now, especially regarding just how strong Yang Kai was. This was a way of protecting Yang Kai to prevent him from getting exposed to the Black Ink Clan and being targeted as a result. However, judging by what was happening now, even though Jing Luin wanted to protect Yang Kai was not someone who would keep a low profile. He has already run off to the no-return pass and destroyed high-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink Clan surely view him as their highest priority target. After a moment of silence, Jing Luin said, "Perhaps it might be hard for him to accomplish this alone, but there's something you shouldn't forget, everyone. Even if he's acting alone, it doesn't mean he doesn't have help." The small stone race army. One of the Eighth Order masters exclaimed in realization. Jing Luin nodded. Exactly. Previously, Yang Kai traveled to various great territories and refined numerous universe worlds. He even gave out a lot of small stone race soldiers to the cultivators in those great territories for protection, which proved to be a massive boon. Without those small stone race soldiers, many more cultivators retreating from the various great territories would have died. According to my calculations, Yang Kai gave out at least 40 million small stone race soldiers, including nearly 100 who had the raw strength of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even though it was not the first time these commanders heard about this, they still could not help but feel thunderstruck when Jing Luin brought it up again. 40 million from the small stone race. Nearly 100 on par with Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even more that are on par with the Seventh Order, Sixth Order, and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were all curious as to how Yang Kai cultivated so many small stone race soldiers, creating a massive and powerful army all on his own. They had already investigated the origins of the small stone race and learned they were a unique species of living beings that came from a certain universe world in the new Great Territory, which was adjacent to High Heaven Territory. They were only found in that small universe world. In fact, there was no trace of the small stone race anywhere else. However, they had also studied the small stone race there, discovering that they were not fully sentient and quite weak as well. When compared to the massive small stone race soldiers that Yang Kai gave away, it was as if they belonged to completely separate races. Less than half of those 40 million small stone race soldiers remained now. The rest had died in the battle against the Black Ink Clan. Even so, for the humans, the 20 million strong small stone race army provided indispensable strength in battle. This was especially the case because the small stone race was not susceptible to the corruption of Black Ink strength. When in battle, they fought valiantly with no fear of death. These characteristics greatly benefited the human army in battle against the Black Ink Clan. As of now, the small stone race had made a name for itself across all the various battlefields, and the humans had also found a way to control and command them. While this method had not been perfected yet, it was still a lot better than before. It was no longer the same as the way it was last time when people would simply summon small stone race soldiers and have them freely battle the enemy. Under the original circumstances, once these released small stone soldiers killed off all the Black Ink clansmen. If they were not collected quickly, they would begin fighting among themselves or simply run away, which made things rather awkward. The human race's failure to command the small stone race partly contributed to the 40 million strong small stone race army's heavy casualties. Once the humans figured out how to control them though, the loss rate decreased significantly. Since Yang Kai could give away 40 million of them, it meant that he still had some on hand. Given his abilities, and with the help of a large number of small stone race soldiers, it was not necessarily impossible for him to destroy a few high-rank Black Ink nests at the no-return pass. Right now, the humans had only barely managed to set up a defense perimeter. They drew in all the forces they had and focused on the fight against the Black Ink Clan on a dozen different battlefields. But they could only defend themselves, not having sufficient leeway to launch a counterattack. However, Yang Kai was able to wreak havoc at the no-return pass all by himself. When comparing themselves to him, these veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt somewhat embarrassed. What a shame. Someone sighed. It was a shame that Yang Kai had become a fifth-order master back then. Even though he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, increasing his innate limit to the 8th order, that was still his limit. It would be hard for him to become a 9th order open heaven realm master. There was no sign of the universe furnace, and no one knew when it would show up. Even if it did, chances were it would lead to an even more frenzied bloodshed, as the Black Ink clan would not let the humans get their hands on the innate open heaven pills easily. That brat. Why wasn't he born into a cave heaven or a paradise? Another 8th order open heaven realm master remarked lamentably. Back then, it had been clear that Yang Kai could directly ascend to the 7th order. But in the end, he was forced to become a 5th order open heaven realm master. Everyone knew the reasons behind this situation. From the looks of it now, the attempt to suppress him back then was a grave mistake. But when considering the cave heavens and paradise's unspoken rules, they simply had no choice. Naturally, it was also partly due to the selfish motives of certain people. Still, if Yang Kai had come from a cave heaven or a paradise, who would have tried to keep him down? Quite the contrary. They would have showered him with resources to allow him to quickly reach the 7th order open heaven realm. Based on his rate of cultivation, if he had directly broken through to the 7th order back then, he might have already reached the peak of the 8th order by now and be set to become a 9th order open heaven realm master in the near future. He would surely achieve great things the moment he became a 9th order open heaven realm master. Xiang Shan gently rapped his knuckles on the table. There's no point looking back in hindsight now. Why did you bring this up, brother me? Mi Jingluan wore a serious expression as he commented. When Yang Kai was with the Great Evolution Army, I interacted with him many times. No ordinary cultivator can compare to him. He is a hero who has done many services for the human race. Without him, we wouldn't have purifying light or purifying black ink battleships or purifying black ink pills. Now that he's alone at the no-return pass, what I want to ask is, should we send help over to him? After a pause, Mi Jingluan added, that boy simply does not know the meaning of the word restraint, so he definitely won't stop. I'm afraid that if something happens to him, we might lose an essential talent. Help him? How are we going to do that? Furthermore, all of our front lines on the battlefield are barely holding on as it is. We can only manage to defend ourselves, so how can we pull a significant force off our lines to send over to him? An 8th order open heaven realm master immediately refuted Mi Jingluan's idea. He was not trying to go against Mi Jingluan on purpose, just stating the reality of their situation. The human race's defense lines had shrunk to a dozen great territories, but their situation still did not look too good either. Many of the others nodded in agreement. Someone spoke up and said, if we want to help an 8th order open heaven realm master like him, we would have to reassign several 8th order open heaven realm masters. But each 8th order master is indispensable on the current battlefield. Where would we pull them from? Mi Jingluan stayed silent for a moment before saying quietly, if we can't reassign anyone given our current defense perimeter, then why don't we give up one of the battlefields? Everyone's jaws dropped at his words, and the one who spoke earlier stared at Mi Jingluan in disbelief. Brother Mi, do you think the safety of Yang Kai is more important than the loss of an entire battlefield? Countless soldiers had shed blood to hold every single one of the dozen great territories. The front lines were formed from their sacrifices and could not be given up so easily. Mi Jingluan's suggestion shocked everyone to the core. Mi Jingluan shook his head. Giving up one of the great territory battlefields doesn't imply that Yang Kai is more important than them. However, we don't have enough manpower to maintain all of our current battlefields as it is. If we give up on one, we will reduce the pressure we are under. Also, everyone, don't forget that Yang Kai is the only one who can use purifying light. The 8th order masters fell silent, and moments later, the air was filled with divine senses as they began discussing among themselves. Xiang Shan gave Mi Jingluan a somewhat helpless glance. This had started as an ordinary conference, but Mi Jingluan was now suggesting that they abandon one of the battlefields. This was no small issue. If they did decide to do this, it would cause a lot of disapproval and dissatisfaction. So many soldiers had died in battle, each of them someone's brother or sister from the same sect. Who among the living did not yearn to avenge these deaths? who among them was willing to retreat. Even though they would still be heading into battle against the Black Ink clan on a different battlefield, it was not the same. If things didn't go well today, Mi Jingluan would become a target of everyone's anger and reproach. At this moment, Xiang Shan sorely missed the purifying light that Yang Kai had. The human race were having a hard time maintaining their current lines partially because of the lack of purifying light. The human race had nearly exhausted all the purifying light they had, with the little they had retained stored up inside just a few purifying Black Ink battleships. The Supreme Headquarters had set aside this supply of purifying light for special purposes, such as an army commander or other critically important characters being corrupted by Black Ink strength. They did not have the leisure to use it for day-to-day situations. Although purifying Black Ink pills could purge Black Ink strength when a person had not been fully corrupted, the efficacy paled in comparison to purifying light. Because of this, it felt as if the humans had their hands tied when fighting against the Black Ink clan. "You brat! Since you're not dead, hurry back and create more purifying light. Why are you messing around at the no-return pass?" Oh. Meanwhile, on the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai snuck over and was now hiding outside the no-return pass. It had been 6 months since the day he destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests. He had fully recovered from his injuries by now, but upon returning to the no-return pass, he saw that it was still heavily guarded. Along the way, he encountered countless Black Ink clan search teams with many feudal lords and even a number of territory lords patrolling around, keeping a vigilant watch over the surroundings. The Black Ink clan is being too cautious, Yang Kai grumbled to himself. What he did not know was that after the chaos he caused at the no-return pass earlier on, the royal lord flew into an absolute rage. It was not just the territory lords, but even he who was standing guard at the no-return pass, not daring to enter a Black Ink nest to recover from his injuries because he had to constantly be on alert in case Yang Kai launched another sneak attack. The Black Ink clan's caution made things difficult for Yang Kai. Originally, he wanted to attack a few more times and destroy as many high-rank Black Ink nests as possible, but from what he was seeing now, this was probably the last time he could act. In that case, let's raise some real havoc one last time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:12, Bold. Now that Yang Kai had made his mind up, he scanned through the no-return pass to find his target. Soon, he zeroed in on a high-rank Black Ink nest on the right side of the no-return pass. Despite not seeing any sign of the Royal Lord or detecting the latter's aura, Yang Kai knew that the Royal Lord had to be hiding somewhere, waiting for him to show up. Therefore, as soon as he made his move, he would be on the receiving end of the Royal Lord's counterattack. However, there was an obstacle in his path this time around. The Black Ink clan had not been on their toes when he attacked the last time. That was how he could easily destroy 2 high-rank Black Ink nests with just one strike. This time, the territory lords had spread out to guard the various Black Ink nests. No matter where Yang Kai showed up, he would immediately encounter a territory lord standing in his way. He chose the high-rank Black Ink nest on the right side of the no-return pass because the territory lord who was guarding that area looked quite worn out. Even his aura was unstable. He's heavily injured, which means he's an easy target. Most of the territory lords at the no-return pass were injured in some way or another. Yang Kai deduced that they had retreated from the battlefields in the 3,000 worlds. He did not study them closely the last time he was here, but after observing them this time, he confirmed his inference. The Black Ink clan had managed to reopen the territory gate to the barren territory, which he had sealed up back then. At the time, Yang Kai thought that he could cut off the Black Ink clan's supply lines entirely by simply blocking the portal. Later on, he realized that he had been wrong about that. The Black Ink clan had a way of reopening the sealed territory gates, but it would take some time and they would have to pay a heavy price to do so. To Yang Kai, this was not entirely bad news. Since the portal was open, it provided another escape route for him to take. If he made his way through the territory gate, the Royal Lord would not dare to chase after him quite so readily. Yang Kai did not need to test the waters with anything else. Launching a swift and direct attack was the best choice under the circumstances. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and in an instant, he was above the high-rank Black Ink nest, and with a forceful thrust of the Azure Dragon Spear, he stabbed right at the territory lord who was standing guard here. Yang Kai also immediately used a soul-rending thorn for good measure. Soul-rending thorns were incredibly effective against the heavily injured territory lords around the no-return pass, as Yang Kai had found when he had a taste of the sweet victory the last time he was here, so he was not stingy this time. All he had to do was sacrifice a small piece of his soul, which was something he could bear. This territory lord was unlucky. An Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had severely injured him when he was on the front lines of the war. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat to the no-return pass to recuperate. However, after only getting to rest for a few days, Yang Kai had rushed in and raised hell. The royal lord had given the order, and this territory lord no longer had the chance to recuperate. He had to keep watch over the area assigned to him in case that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master launched another attack. Half a year had passed, and after seeing no signs of the human, this territory lord had become less vigilant. Furthermore, he was quite severely injured. At this moment, he was refining the black ink strength that drifted out from the black ink nest to slowly tend to his injuries. It was not particularly effective, but it was better than nothing. When space rippled around him and Yang Kai's spear came crashing down, the territory lord could not react immediately as his injury-laden body numbed his ability to sense danger. The next instant, it felt as if a needle had pierced into his head and an agonizing pain coursed through his whole body, causing him to shudder violently and almost knocked him unconscious. The sharp spear grew increasingly larger in his vision as the territory lord wanted to defend himself, but try as he might, he could not draw upon his black ink strength. He had to watch as the spear pierced right through his skull. Yang Kai hit his mark with just one strike, and the formidable power behind his blow did not dissipate as it flew out and annihilated the high-rank black ink nest below. Another kill. At the same time, the territory lords who were standing guard nearby jumped into action. They charged towards Yang Kai from all directions, and the royal lord's enormous figure burst forth from within the no-return pass as well, a cold and menacing expression filling his face. He had underestimated this human's boldness and recklessness. Initially, he thought that the human would have to stay in hiding for several years, if not longer, but who would have known that he would show up again just 6 months? Thankfully, he did not let his guard down and thus detected Yang Kai as soon as he showed up. Unfortunately, even though the royal lord reacted quickly, he was not in time to save that territory lord. Yang Kai had killed another territory lord in the blink of an eye. However, the royal lord was not too affected by this. He considered the loss of a single territory lord and a high-rank black ink nest the price they had to pay in order to kill this pesky human right here, right now. No Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could escape with his life in a situation like this when a group of territory lords and a royal lord had him surrounded. The royal lord had also learned from his previous mistake and channeled much of his energy into disrupting the local space to prevent Yang Kai from escaping by using space principles. However, Yang Kai did not intend to escape this time. After destroying the black ink nest, he turned around and rushed deeper into the no-return pass, as if he wanted to have a showdown against the royal lord. The territory lords who were moving to encircle him were dumbfounded, wondering if this human had a death wish. Just as the territory lords were about to celebrate, they saw their closest fellow territory lord to Yang Kai howl in agony as he stumbled unsteadily. Yang Kai quickened his pace, and in a flash he broke through their encirclement. Yet another soul-rending thorn had been used, but Yang Kai did not have the time to kill the second territory lord. Between killing these heavily injured territory lords and destroying high-rank black ink nests, Yang Kai preferred doing the latter. Once he broke out of their siege, Yang Kai raised his spear, and in a burst of light, yet another high-rank black ink nest turned to dust. Bold human! The royal lord who was charging over roared in fury. If he included what happened 6 months ago, there were now a total of 7 high-rank black ink nests that had been destroyed and 3 territory lords who were killed by this single human, and all of this happened right under his nose, which made him feel deeply humiliated. The royal lord no longer wanted to simply rip Yang Kai's corpse apart anymore. He had made his mind up. If he managed to capture Yang Kai alive, he was going to extract Yang Kai's soul and refine it before torturing him until he begged for death. Even more territory lords stormed towards Yang Kai now, and their auras were all as sharp as knives as they sent a flurry of attacks towards him. The entirety of the no-return pass was in a frenzy, as if someone had dropped cold water into a boiling pot of oil. Even though a royal lord was charging over, Yang Kai's expression was still perfectly calm and tranquil. All of a sudden, he put away his azure dragon spear, and with a wave of his hands, 2 small stone race armies of over 1,000,000 each appeared, one bearing the symbol of the great sun, and the other the symbol of the great moon. The sudden appearance of so many small stone race soldiers startled the Black Ink clansmen. But soon, some of the territory lords recognized these strange beings. On the current battlefields, these beings fought against the Black Ink clan under the command of the humans. They did not fear being corrupted by Black Ink strength, nor were they afraid of death. As a result, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses at their hands. That being said, what could these dregs do when faced with so many territory lords and even a royal lord? No matter how large their numbers were, these strange stone men were no better than ants. Under Yang Kai's command, the 2 small stone race armies charged towards the royal lord. However, as soon as they came into contact with his aura, they were ground to dust. Countless of them turned into rock fragments as the royal lord was simply too powerful for the small stone race soldiers to even get close. Still, numbering 2,000,000 in total, there were enough to swiftly bury the royal lord in bodies. At the same time, Yang Kai found himself completely surrounded by the territory lords who came at him from all sides. One of the territory lords tried to land a deadly blow immediately, and the concentrated Black Ink strength turned into divine abilities that charged straight at Yang Kai. Even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not fare well if struck by such a ferocious attack, let alone an 8th Order Master. However, it was as if Yang Kai did not see the attack coming at all, as he simply stretched out his hands. The great sun and great moon marks on the backs of his hands started to burn before they lit up in conjunction with the 2 small stone race armies. The next instant, incredibly pure and concentrated great sun and great moon energy were drawn out and swiftly combined to form the purest light imaginable. The royal lord, who was surrounded by the small stone race, immediately had a bad premonition. The territory lords who surrounded Yang Kai also felt greatly disconcerted for no apparent reason. A tiny sun that looked just like the real sun suddenly exploded outwards with pure, dazzling white light illuminating the entire no-return pass. For a moment, several tens of millions of kilometers of the void seemed to glow with unimaginable white radiance. Countless lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen simply vanished under the intense light. Even most of the divine abilities and secret techniques, which were formed from Black Ink strength that came charging towards Yang Kai, disappeared without a trace, leaving just a few dregs to hit Yang Kai, causing him to stagger slightly. The territory lords all howled in pain as they felt their bodies being bathed in the most toxic poison in existence. Black Ink strength sizzled as it flooded out of their bodies. The blinding light lasted for 10 breaths before it slowly faded away. However, by the time the dust settled, the casualties suffered by Black Ink clan both within and outside the no-return pass had climbed to an uncountable height. Many new Black Ink clansmen had been born in the great passes nearest to where the light had shone, but now not even a tenth of them remained. Although things were a little better on the universe fragments and great passes that were further out, there were still significant losses there. Only the Black Ink clan masters who were on the outskirts of the great passes were less affected. The aura of over a dozen of the territory lords who were nearest to Yang Kai plummeted, dropping down to the level of feudal lords in one fell swoop, damaging their foundations permanently and sending their minds and souls into disarray. The royal lord, whom the 2 small stone race armies had completely surrounded, was equally stunned and shocked by what just transpired. The 2 1,000,000-strong small stone race armies had all turned into shattered rocks, obscuring the royal lord's disheveled figure. He had been at the center of that explosion of purifying light, so he had naturally suffered the most. Even though he was a royal lord, his aura had been thrown into utter chaos. He knew about the existence of purifying light, but never thought that someone could unleash such a massive amount of it all at once. Even he would not be able to withstand a few more attacks of such intensity. The aura of those territory lords had dropped to that of a feudal lord because their heritage had been ground away, so naturally, the royal lord did not escape unscathed either. Right now, about 10% of his foundation had been destroyed. While this was not enough for his cultivation to regress, even if the royal lord fully healed from his injuries now, He would no longer be as powerful as he once was and would need to cultivate for hundreds, if not thousands of years to return to his peak. If he was struck by another blast of purifying light of such might, he was not certain he could even remain a royal lord. Thus, once the light faded away, the royal lord instantly looked around to see where Yang Kai was, deeply afraid that the latter would repeat this stunt. Soon, however, the royal lord turned towards the territory gate and saw a pale-faced Yang Kai standing at its edge, staring back at him with a look of provocation and condescension. Martial Peak, Chapter 55:13, Restrained. Yang Kai and the royal lord locked eyes as Yang Kai made a slitting gesture across his neck, childishly taunting the royal lord before turning around and leaping into the portal. The royal lord was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. He was about to dash after Yang Kai when he quickly stopped, his expression darkening as he realized a hard reality. He couldn't leave. The no-return pass was the Black Ink clan's most important base, with all of their high-rank and many of their mid-rank Black Ink nests having been set up here. As he was the only surviving royal lord, if an unexpected crisis occurred at the no-return pass because of his departure, then it would surely threaten the entire foundation of the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though he wished more than anything to chase after that human and slaughter him, he had to suppress that impulse. "Sir," one of the territory lords approached the royal lord for orders. The royal lord had not given chase, and they did not dare to do so either. Over the last 6 months, 3 territory lords had died at the hands of that human and his spear despite him not even targeting them. His target had only been the high-rank Black Ink nests, which all of the Black Ink clansmen had figured out by now. If he had intended to assassinate territory lords instead, the number of dead would not be a paltry 3. Their opponent was far stronger than they could ever imagine. If they went after him without the royal lord, what would happen if that human had set up an ambush on the other side of the territory gate? No one wanted to be sent off to their death just like that. However, if the royal lord gave the order, then they had to give chase no matter how fearful they were. Thankfully, the royal lord had considered the same possibility. He had personally witnessed just how formidable Yang Kai was, and he knew that the territory lords here were mostly injured. Therefore, after mulling it over for a brief moment, he quickly said, "Don't bother going after him." His words washed over the territory lords like a pardon from the heavens. Still, all of them were heavy-hearted. It could not be helped as they had lost too much. Not only did they lose another territory lord this time, but 4 high-rank Black Ink nests and over a dozen mid-rank Black Ink nests had been destroyed as well. Initially, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had only destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests, but when the dazzling white light exploded around them, the Black Ink nests that were closest to the epicenter were shattered into dust as well, including 2 more high-rank Black Ink nests. Over a dozen territory lords had also regressed to feudal lords, while the others who were showered by the white light had their strength affected to varying degrees. Their fear and apprehension only increased when they noticed that even the royal lord's aura seemed to have weakened. 6 months ago, that human appeared out of the blue, destroyed 5 high-rank Black Ink nests, and killed 2 territory lords. Although he only destroyed 4 high-rank Black Ink nests and killed 1 territory lord this time, the total losses were actually more severe. And these losses did not even take into account the lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen, who were immediately vaporized when that burst of purifying light hit them. All of the Black Ink clansmen had one question in mind. What was that light and why did it have such a horrifying effect on the Black Ink clan? All they saw was the human summoning 2 small stone race armies, and then everything went white, literally. Now, the small stone race armies had turned into shattered rock and no longer existed. While the territory lords were caught up in their uneasy thoughts, Yang Kai was already waiting on the other side of the territory gate. But to his dismay, no one came after him, even though he waited for quite some time. Once he was certain that the Black Ink clan dared not come after him, he casually sealed the portal again. Although the Black Ink clan had the means to reopen the territory gate, it would take them significant time and effort to do so. Yang Kai was more than happy to make things a little more difficult for his enemy. After taking stock of the outcome, Yang Kai felt fairly satisfied. The only thing he felt bad about was the loss of 2 million small stone race soldiers. Still, this couldn't be helped. There was no way he could avoid making sacrifices if he wanted to oppose a royal lord. The only thing he could do now to face off against a royal lord was to use a large number of small stone races to set off a massive explosion of purifying light. Even the sun and moon divine will could not compare to this in terms of effectiveness. The sun and moon divine wheel was Yang Kai's most powerful secret technique, but it did not have the special characteristic of being able to directly counter the Black Ink Clan. Once the portal was sealed up once more, Yang Kai exhaled lightly. He achieved a lot in this risky gambit of his and suffered significant injuries in the process as, at the last moment, he had to focus on igniting the Great Sun and Great Moon strengths inside the small stone race soldiers, disallowing him to block the attacks from the various territory lords. While most of the attacks were significantly weakened or blocked entirely by the wave of purifying light, with so many territory lords attacking him at once, some of them inevitably hit their mark. However, none of the attacks had been deadly, so Yang Kai simply checked over himself a little without bothering to spend time recuperating. He then turned around and flew in a different direction where he sensed devastating shockwaves emanating from. The last time Yang Kai was in the barren territory, the Black Ink Clan and the human race were engaged in a fearsome battle that turned the entire Great Territory into a battlefield. Now all that remained were the scars left from that battle. As he made his way forward, he saw far too many scattered remains belonging to both the humans and the Black Ink Clan. There were also lots of wreckage from humans' warships, as well as tufts of black ink clouds of varying sizes. The shock waves would burst forth in irregular intervals, but each time they did, it seemed like the entire barren territory trembled. The closer Yang Kai got to the source, the clearer he could sense what was causing it. At last, Yang Kai stopped and stared into the distance as two enormous figures reflected in his eyes. They belonged to two giant spirit gods. One was Aer, and the other was the Black Ink giant spirit god who revived and came out of the late ancient era battlefield. Yang Kai had surmised as much when he noticed the commotion earlier, but still, he was dumbstruck by what he saw. Seemed these two really never tired. They must have been fighting for over 100 years already, yet they had not even paused to take a break. The humans and the Black Ink Clan had already retreated from the barren territory, but as the fight between the two giant spirit gods was still perfectly even, they continued duking it out. From the way things appeared now, there was no telling how much longer they intended to continue fighting. It was fortuitous that giant spirit god Aer had suddenly appeared and pinned down this Black Ink giant spirit god. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered catastrophic losses on the barren territory battlefield. The fight between two giant spirit gods was violent and brutal. They did not use any divine abilities or secret techniques and instead engaged in a simple hand-to-hand battle. But every blow delivered was enough to make everything around them quake and shudder. A region of over 10 million kilometers around these two was filled with volatile void cracks as space itself seemed unable to withstand the fury of their exchanges. Yang Kai even wondered whether the barren territory would completely collapse if their fight carried on like this for long enough. After silently observing them for a while, he raised his hands to form a cone around his mouth before yelling with all his might, "Aer, kill him!" As if Aer had heard Yang Kai's cheering, even his tuft of hair started giving off a formidable feeling as his attacks became more vicious. Yang Kai chuckled and watched them for a little longer before leaving. He could not get involved in a fight between two giant spirit gods. Though he was in the 8th Order right now, he could not even get close to them without being sent flying. Only 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could involve themselves in such a battle. Yang Kai still had a long road ahead of him. Half a day later, he arrived at a different part of the void. The place here was dark and covered in black ink strength, but strangely, the black ink strength did not scatter or move at all. It was completely concentrated together. The second Black Ink giant spirit god is standing guard here. This Black Ink giant spirit god was the one that Luen and his companion had revived back in the divine spirit ancestral land. At this moment, the Black Ink giant spirit god was sitting cross-legged in the void. His towering figure looked like a mountain, and in front of it was the passage that led from the barren territory to Wine Mist territory. The Black Ink Clan army had used this breach to invade the broader 3,000 worlds. One could even say that this place was the starting point that led to everything that happened later in the 3,000 worlds. When the portal had not been fully opened yet, Yang Kai had rushed to Wine Mist territory in time and tried to stop it, But the black ink giant spirit god rushed from the shattered heaven to the barren territory and forced his arm right through the half-open portal, managing to open up the territory gate. Even now, his arm was still stuck in the same position. It was not what this black ink giant spirit god wanted to be stuck here, it was simply that he could not move. Yang Kai looked over and saw abstruse runes that appeared and disappeared along half of that black ink giant spirit god's arm, which was thrust through the boundary wall. These abstruse runes were crawling around like snakes to form a large chain that locked it in place. Yang Kai detected a familiar aura from those runes. After calming his mind and focusing for a moment, it soon dawned on Yang Kai that it was old ancestor Xiao Zhao's aura. It was not just old ancestor Xiao Xiao that he detected either. There was another person's aura which was almost as powerful as old ancestor Xiao Zhao's. Wu Qing. Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. The humans only had 2 ninth-order old ancestors left. One was old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other was Wu Qing. This meant that the 2 ninth-order old ancestors were currently in Wind Mine territory and had used some sort of secret technique to restrain the black ink giant spirit god here. Naturally, these two were no match in a battle against a black ink giant spirit god. But Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had chosen the best opportunity to make their move. Back then, the two of them had commanded the human race army to withdraw from the barren territory before making a few arrangements and then immediately rushing over to Wind Mist territory. At that time, it seemed that in order to maintain the territory gate between the two great territories, the black ink giant spirit god could not retract his arm from the breach. The 2 ninth-order old ancestors arrived at Wind Mist territory before the black ink clan army had fully moved out, and then worked together to attach this chain-like secret technique to the black ink giant spirit god's arm. The black ink giant spirit god could have chosen to sacrifice his arm to free himself from these shackles, but he would lose a lot of his strength if he did so, and he was unwilling to do that. Therefore, for the past few decades, he had been engaging in a silent battle of patience with the 2 ninth-order old ancestors. The black ink giant spirit god sensed Yang Kai's arrival and was secretly shocked by the fact that the latter was still alive. At the time, a royal lord had specifically left the barren territory to hunt Yang Kai down. Yet here Yang Kai was, alive and well. If Yang Kai was alive though, then the fate of that royal lord was evident. However, the black ink giant spirit god showed no inclination of paying any attention to Yang Kai, as most of his focus was on trying to outwit the 2 ninth-order old ancestors. Simply put, he felt no need to spare a puny ant like Yang Kai any mind. He ignored Yang Kai, who did likewise. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he quietly took in everything in front of him. Martial Peak. Chapter 55:14. Who are you? Decades had passed and most of the traces of that great battle had faded away, but Yang Kai could still sense the tragic atmosphere looming over this place. In the last moments of the battle in the barren territory, 33 old ancestors sacrificed their lives here, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders. Only old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were spared from that tragedy. The 33 old ancestors managed to kill 44 royal lords and over 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers in their final blaze of glory. There was no denying how tragic the battle had been. And this was the very battlefield where the fight had taken place. Even though Yang Kai was not present during that last battle and could not witness it, as he stood here now and took in the traces left behind, he could almost imagine what it was like then. When the Black Ink giant spirit god left the shattered heaven and came to the barren territory, he smashed through the human race army's defense lines and came here before using his arm to force open the passage between the two great territories. This allowed the Black Ink clan army to swarm into Wind Mist territory. For the humans, the battle was lost at that moment as the invasion of the 3,000 worlds could no longer be stopped. Under those circumstances, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had two choices. One was to lead the human race army's retreat and leave the barren territory. They could then preserve their strength to fight another day. They were the most powerful of all the human race masters, and if they chose not to engage in battle, the Black Ink clan could not do anything to them. However, the Ninth Order old ancestors chose the second option. They chose to fight to the bitter end. The 33 old ancestors showed no regard for the cultivation and longevity that they had attained with great difficulty and fearlessly launched a final assault on the Black Ink clan. The Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders followed suit. 44 royal lords had been killed in that battle, which was every single royal lord there was save for the one who left the barren territory earlier to pursue Yang Kai and the one who stood guard over the no-return pass. Too much had been sacrificed in that battle, but it had also cleared the obstacles that stood in the way of the human race's future. The old ancestors had sacrificed their lives in exchange for giving the younger generation, including people like Yang Kai, time to grow stronger. It had been over 20 years since then, but as Yang Kai stood in this place, it was as if he had traveled back in time and witnessed the tragedies of that battle. His heart constricted and his dragon blood started to boil. When confronted with 33 old ancestors, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders, the Black Ink clan would have also put up a fierce resistance to withstand their sudden attack. Still, they could not resist the dying determination of these valiant souls. Once the royal lords had been wiped out, the surviving old ancestors did not retreat though and instead continued to attack the Black Ink giant spirit god who was pinned down here. In the end, none of them survived. What they had accomplished in that battle was still showing its effect now as the Black Ink giant spirit god did not come out of the fight unscathed. His colossal body was covered in wounds that could not heal due to the many Tao strengths that crisscrossed around them. Black Ink strength kept leaking out of the wounds, but the Black Ink giant spirit god would absorb it back into his body, and the cycle repeated. This was most likely the reason why Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing could restrain the Black Ink giant spirit god from afar. If he was completely fine, then even if the two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm had the advantage of making the first move, it would still be incredibly difficult for them to keep this Black Ink giant spirit god locked in place. It was the heroic sacrifice made by the old ancestors back then that allowed the current stalemate to exist. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over at the Black Ink giant spirit god as he coldly snorted, "Look at you now, Mo." Every Black Ink giant spirit god was one of Mo's soul clones, but because Mo was so powerful and was already in the creation realm, his soul clones were also powerful beyond comparison. Mo could not be bothered to trifle with Yang Kai. He ran into this human boy when he awakened in the divine spirit ancestral land and knew that while he was a weakling, he was incredibly proficient when it came to escaping. It was not as if he did not want to kill this human back then, but the latter did not give him the chance to act. It was even more impossible for him to kill this human now that it was restrained and could not move. Thus, Mo did not wish to respond to Yang Kai's taunting. What it needed to do now was to build up its energy and break free from the two old ancestors. Once it regained its freedom, no one in all of the 3,000 worlds could stop it. However, what Yang Kai said next would put an end to Mo's silence. Mo, I just came back from Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction after bringing someone over there. Who do you think it was? Yang Kai asked with a chuckle. Mo finally glanced at Yang Kai before answering coolly. It makes no difference who you sent over there. Mu's trump card has already been used and Song is dead. When my true body awakens, the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction will easily crumble apart. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Don't be so sure about that. Since I sent that person over, it means I'm confident about this. After all, that person is an old friend of yours. Mo's expression changed for a moment, but it soon snorted. Stop trying to scare me. All of the Supreme One's old friends died long ago. Since a soul clone like you knows that Mu's trump card has been used, then you should also know that Senior Tsong left me something before he died. You've lived since ancient times, so you must be very knowledgeable. Why don't you try guessing what it was? Why did Senior Tsong pass it to me just before he died? Yang Kai slowly said. Mo stayed silent. Yang Kai continued. How many years will it take before your true body awakens? A few thousand years? Over 10,000 years? What Mu left behind must have been quite powerful, right? But let me give you a word of advice. You should wake up sooner rather than later, otherwise it will be too late. Even if your true body wakes up, you still won't be able to do anything if you loiter for too long. Yang Kai was curious to know how much longer Mo's true body would remain unconscious. Wu Kuang had shamelessly boasted that he could become a Ninth Order Master in 3,000 years. But if Mo's true body awakened before then, the situation would become a lot more challenging. If that happened, Yang Kai would have to find a way to take Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing over to see if they could help Wu Kuang. However, if he did that, then the humans' only remaining two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be permanently occupied, and the black ink giant spirit god here would be completely free. Mo remained quiet for a long time before asking, "Who did you bring over there?" Yang Kai chuckled and started to reply, "That person. Don't tell it too much." A voice suddenly cut in from somewhere else and interrupted Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled at first, but he soon snapped out of it and asked hesitantly, "Old ancestor Wu Qing?" Wu Qing did not respond. Instead, it was old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice that rang out. "The black ink giant spirit god is exceedingly powerful. Be careful. It might try to corrupt you." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "How are the two of you doing, old ancestor? Is everything all right?" He never thought that Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing could communicate with him across the different territories, but now that he thought about it, the black ink giant spirit god had cleared the passage between the barren territory and wind mist territory, which meant that the passage was open the whole time. It was unsurprising that the two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the other side could still communicate through that gap. "We're all right," old ancestor Xiao Xiao replied. "As for you, you should hurry up and return to the star boundary. Your wives miss you dearly." Yang Kai chuckled embarrassedly. "You met them, old ancestor?" "Of course," old ancestor Xiao Xiao responded in a huff. "They joined the Great Evolution Army earlier on. Not only did I meet them, but that Yu Ru Meng, that annoying little girl, never gave me face at all each time we met, always demanding I compensate them for losing their husband." As old ancestor Xiao Xiao recalled this, she felt the urge to give Yang Kai a good beating. "Don't stay here too long," Wu Qing said. Yang Kai nodded and solemnly replied, "Junior understands." Mo had been silent for a time, but now it could not resist cutting in and asking, "Who did you bring over there?" Yang Kai grinned at Mo. "Why don't you tell me how many years it will take for your true body to wake up first?" Mo stared fixedly at Yang Kai and chose not to answer. "Did Song teach you how to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Why would he be asking about my true body if that wasn't the case? It's obvious that he's afraid my true body will wake up and break open the primordial heaven's source grand restriction." Yang Kai snorted, "Mo, don't waste time on these unnecessary questions. Why would I need Song to teach me how to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Mo frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai looked at Mo dismissively. "Why would I need someone to teach me what I already know?" Mo's expression changed as a thought flashed across his mind. "Who are you?" he asked quietly. "Take a guess." Yang Kai flashed him a smile. Mo was furious as it realized just how exhausting it was to communicate with the human in front of it. After a moment of silence, though, it said, "I can answer your question, but in return, you must tell me who you are." Yang Kai was startled. There was no rhyme or reason to the things he was saying at random. He merely wanted to see if he could trick Mo into telling him what was going on with its true body. It would be great if he did get the information he wanted, but even if he failed, there was no harm in that either. Plus, his vague and mysterious answers might even serve to rattle Mo. He was just doing it because he could. He did not expect Mo to actually lose its cool this quickly. However, after giving it more thought, Yang Kai realized that this was indeed a child's temperament. Regardless of how old Mo was and how many years it lived, it barely had any life experience. Thus, it had a childish personality which could be seen in the way it kept pressing on to find out what it wanted to know and was relentless if it did not get what it wanted. Yang Kai nodded at once. "That works, but how will I know whether you're telling the truth?" "Why would I need to lie to you?" Mo retorted arrogantly. "I can't prove whether you're telling me the truth either." Yang Kai agreed with him on that. "Don't tell him any secrets," Wu Qing reminded. Yang Kai chuckled. "Rest assured, old ancestor. I know what I'm doing." Wu Qing hummed in acknowledgement and did not say anything else. Yang Kai looked at Mo and said, "Go on. Tell me what's happening with your true body." Mo scoffed. "I won't stoop so low as to lie to you. But how do I know whether or not you'll keep your promise?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Shall I swear an oath first?" Mo's expression became extremely unpleasant. Humans' oaths are all worthless. From the looks of it, it had been tricked by a human's oath before. Yang Kai shrugged. There's no other way then. You'll just have to take the risk. Mo stared closely at Yang Kai as if it was trying to see right through him. After a long time, it finally said, There's no harm in telling you anyway. My true body will awaken sometime between 2,000 and 5,000 years from now. Yang Kai frowned. That's such a wide time frame. The answer was of no help at all. If Mo's true body awakened in 2,000 years, then Wu Kuang would definitely not be able to become a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but 5,000 would be ample time. Mo shook his head and said, I'm just a soul clone of my true body and can only make speculations regarding what's happening. How can I be sure of anything? However, my true body created 3 soul clones and was affected by the trump card Mu left behind, so it won't be waking up anytime soon. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-15, Profound Nether Territory. Even though Mo had reached the creation realm, splitting off 3 soul clones were still immensely taxing on it. Furthermore, it was also affected by the trump card Mu had left behind back then and thus fell into a deep slumber. 2,000 to 5,000 years. Yang Kai silently pondered to himself. 2,000 years from now, he would have to make regular trips to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to check on the situation, as Wu Kuang had no way of getting the word out if something happened there. As Yang Kai was deep in thought, Mo grew impatient and started urging, It's your turn. Yang Kai chuckled and did not speak. However, with a quick flash of a certain secret technique, large amounts of pure black ink strength poured out of Mo's wound, which Yang Kai then absorbed and refined. Mo's expression hardened. Sure, it's you. The heaven-devouring battle law was unique, so it went without saying that Mo recognized it at once. What's more, there was only one person in this world who could use the heaven-devouring battle law, the one who created it. Yang Kai stopped using the heaven-devouring battle law almost immediately, a faint smile lingering on his face as he remained quiet. He noticed that Mo seemed to fear Sure, and after giving it some thought, it made sense to him. The heaven-devouring battle law could refine anything, including black ink strength, which made things difficult for Mo too. As it was, Sure's efforts back then greatly contributed to the reason why the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction managed to restrict Mo all these years. He kept devouring black ink strength and refining it to weaken Mo. Among Tsang and the others, Mo showed the most respect to Mu, but the one it was most afraid of was Sure. I can't believe you're still alive. Mo stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Yang Kai remained silent with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, over in Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors, exchanged glances with puzzled looks on their faces. They knew about the situation in the barren territory, but they had no idea what the black ink giant spirit god was prattling about. Who was Sure? One of the 10 that included Song? What did Yang Kai have to do with this person called Sure? Although the 2 human Ninth Order masters could not figure out what was happening, the fact that the black ink giant spirit god was noticeably disturbed was great news to them. They quickly formed hand seals to strengthen their secret techniques, and in the next breath, more runes began creeping up the black ink giant spirit god's arm towards its shoulder. The symbols turned into large chains which were about to lock up its entire torso. Mo snapped out of its reverie and swiftly countered. Immobilizing one of the black ink giant spirit god's arms was already the most that the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors could achieve, and while they managed to make a move while Mo was distracted, their efforts were neutralized as soon as it fought back. All at once, the glowing runes began flickering, sometimes advancing, other times retreating. Yang Kai saw what was going on and he swiftly growled, Stop being so stubborn, Mo. Then, with a wave of his hand, a highly concentrated wave of purifying light launched straight at Mo. Wherever the light passed, the darkness receded. The pure light entered the black ink giant spirit god's wounds next in an attempt to move through its body. Mo let out a series of roars, and black ink strength gushed out once more to fend off the purifying light. The 2 lights, one bright and one dark, tangled together as they clashed and neutralized one another. Yang Kai did not use his small stone ray soldiers this time, as there was no reason for him to do so. Unlike the situation back at the no-return pass, Mo was a sitting duck here and could not move at all. All Yongkai had to do was extract power from the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and merge them into purifying light. Back at the no-return pass, using the small stone race army to confront a royal lord was a surefire way to catch the other party off guard. But the small stone race provided a great advantage, and Yongkai did not want to sacrifice them unless absolutely necessary. The dazzling white light continued to flow out, depleting massive quantities of yellow and blue crystals. Yongkai was not in a position to feel bad about using them now though. In any case, if he ran out, he could just go ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. He had never used purifying light this way before. The two lights continued their struggle in the void, but despite giving it his all, Yongkai failed to break through the black ink strength's blockade. It was as if the black ink giant spirit god had endless strength. Thanks to Yongkai's efforts though, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, the two Ninth Order old ancestors in Wind Mist territory, immediately felt the pressure they were facing lighten. While they did not know what Yongkai did, they could tell that he managed to draw most of the black ink giant spirit god's focus to himself. The two Ninth Order masters naturally did not hold back. World force flowed freely as they worked together, and soon, the chains around the black ink giant spirit god's arm became a lot stronger. This showdown lasted for almost an hour, which was long enough that 2 mountains worth of yellow and blue crystals in Yongkai's small universe were expended. Even the great sun and great moon marks on the back of his hands became burning hot. Initially, Yongkai had hoped that he could get rid of this black ink giant spirit god by using purifying light, but now that he tried it out for himself, he realized just how much of a dream that was. The black ink giant spirit god's aura did weaken slightly, but by Yongkai's estimate, even if he used up all of his yellow and blue crystals, it would still be insufficient to vanquish this opponent for good. Moreover, if things carried on like this, Yongkai could not be sure whether his great sun and great moon marks could hold out. The burning sensation on the back of his hands was getting stronger, and it felt as if his hands were about to explode. Still, his actions were not futile. At the very least, with his help, the two human Ninth Order masters managed to further suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Yongkai figured this attack would take the black ink giant spirit god at least 100 years to recover from. Perhaps I should come by now and then, to ease the burden of the two old ancestors. Yongkai thought to himself. Since he could not get rid of the black ink giant spirit god for good, he did not persist any longer. He withdrew his 2 marks and stopped drawing strength from the yellow and blue crystals. The dazzling white light lingered for a moment longer before being completely enveloped by black ink strength. Yongkai looked over at the black ink giant spirit god, whose expression was gloomy. Darkness swirled around the giant figure that was undoubtedly furious. It could have attacked Yongkai if it had not been immobilized, but after a moment of silence, Mo simply asked, "Who did you send to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Mo was still hung up on this question. Yongkai could not be bothered to entertain the black ink giant spirit god and instead turned towards the passage as he called out, "Old ancestors, rest assured, the human race won't lose." He originally wanted to head over to Wind Mist territory to check on the two Ninth Order old ancestors, but he did not need to anymore. With the two of them together, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would try to stir up trouble with them, so there was no reason to be worried about their safety for the moment. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice replied, "Go ahead, as long as Wu Qing and I are still alive. This Black Ink giant spirit god won't be able to leave the barren territory." Yongkai nodded before smirking at the Black Ink giant spirit god. "Stay strong, Mo. I'll come back and see you in a few years." Mo glared at Yongkai in fury without saying anything as it recognized this blatant threat. Yet it could not do anything about it. Yongkai laughed before his figure flickered and flew off. Two Black Ink giant spirit gods were held up inside the barren territory, and the only royal lord alive was standing guard over the no-return pass. Thus, the strongest masters among the Black Ink clan now were merely innate territory lords. The humans suffered heavy casualties throughout the many years of crusades, but the Black Ink clan fared no better. Many of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters had readily chosen to sacrifice their lives for the sake of clearing the way for the next generation. Their sacrifice had given the human race a chance to grow stronger. The younger generation would inherit the responsibility of the older generation, and all would work selflessly towards their common goal. Such was the human race's determination. With such will, how could they possibly lose? Furthermore, Yang Kai now had 2 world tree clones with him. If he could find a suitable place to plant them, the humans would then have 2 more star boundaries. In the future, the 3,000 worlds would surely belong to the human race. There would come a time when the Black Ink clan was completely wiped out, and order would be restored from chaos. Yang Kai firmly believed this and was eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. Profound Nether Territory was one of the dozen or so frontline great territories where the humans were now fighting the Black Ink clan. This great territory was named for Profound Nether Sect, a second-class great force. In the 3,000 worlds, Profound Nether Sect was not a prominent one. In fact, it was not even as powerful as the Profound Abundance Sect that Yang Kai went to previously. The Profound Abundance Sect once had 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks, but Profound Nether Sect only had 1 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, based on the way the great forces in the 3,000 worlds were classified, Profound Nether Sect was considered a second-class great force and thus had the right to claim hegemony over a great territory. If a sect did not possess sufficient strength, then the great territory that belonged to that sect would not be much either. Although there were quite a number of universe worlds within Profound Nether Territory, few were suitable for human inhabitation, and those that were did not have very flourishing martial daos. Second-class great force was a general term, and there was a wide disparity between those that fell under this classification. The top second-class great forces would all have multiple 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while the weakest of the second-class great forces might only have 1 4th-order master. Strong great forces naturally claimed the best great territories, so the weaker ones could only choose the places that few others wanted as their base. Now that Profound Nether Territory was one of the frontline territories in the war against the Black Ink clan, though, the human race had deployed over 1 million masters to this great territory. This was an alarming number as the over 1 million fighters were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Anyone below the Open Heaven Realm was simply not capable of fighting the Black Ink clan and did not enter the battlefield. Even if a few overeager Emperor Realm cultivators tried to force their way in, they would only end up becoming meaningless sacrifices. On the Black Ink battlefield, there were usually 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers posted at each great pass, all of them 5th-order masters and above, which was simply incomparable to the Grand Human Army in Profound Nether Territory. Now that the Black Ink clan launched a full-scale invasion of the 3,000 worlds, though, the order requirement for Open Heaven Realm Masters fighting back was not as strict as it was once. Even First-order and Second-order Open Heaven Realm Masters could join the battlefield to kill the enemy if they volunteered to. Naturally, this decision came with its own set of risks as well. The lower the cultivator's order was, the easier it was for Black Ink strength to corrupt them and turn them into Black Ink disciples, which would only benefit the enemy. However, purifying Black Ink pills greatly decreased the chances of this happening. As long as a purifying Black Ink pill was consumed before one fought the Black Ink clan, then before the medicinal efficacies wore off, even First-order and Second-order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. While this meant that the demand for purifying Black Ink pill ballooned, it was still good that more cultivators could join the fight. As of now, the human race were mainly focusing on defending against the Black Ink clan's onslaught, unable to go on the offense. This was the same across all the great territory battlefields. Here at Profound Nether Territory, the humans' forward outpost was set up right in front of the rear territory gate. This way, it was convenient for them to guard the territory gate and prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking through. Apart from that, in the event of a defeat, the human army in Profound Nether Territory could still retreat through the territory gate and avoid being completely wiped out. It could not be denied that such an arrangement had been done with a sense of sorrow and helplessness. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:16, Unwilling. Alas, such was the situation that the humans were in now. As things became more and more serious on the various battlefields, those at the Supreme Headquarters could not avoid planning for the possibility that the humans might be defeated. Thus, having the forward outpost right outside the territory gate was the best strategy. Among the dozen or so great territory battlefields, the fight between the humans and the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether Territory was not the most intense, but it was still fraught with tension. The 1 million-strong army's defense line had been quite long at first, But as the Black Ink clan army continued to press forward over the recent years, the front shrunk as well. Right now, the region that was under the humans' control was less than 30% of what they once had. Once the human race army retreated to a certain point, they would have no choice but to consider retreating from the territory altogether, regardless of how reluctant the humans in profound Nether territory were. It would not be easy to organize the evacuation of over 1 million soldiers. The human race had to prepare their exit strategy in advance, or else, if they showed any signs of disorder, the Black Ink clan would surely pounce and inflict massive losses. Compared to the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, the Black Ink clan's invasion now had led to battle between the two sides becoming far more frequent and fierce. Fights big and small broke out at every moment, and during each clash, both sides continued to suffer casualties. At the moment, somewhere less than half a day's journey away from the humans' forward outpost, the humans and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a relentless battle around a large universe fragment. The human race had 300,000 soldiers stationed at this universe fragment, which was covered in countless arrays and artifacts to aid them against the Black Ink clan's attacks. This battle had carried on for 3 months already. Thanks to the arrays and artifacts installed on the universe fragment as well as a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, the human race had managed to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks over 100 times and killed countless Black Ink clansmen. That being said, just like the human race had reinforcements, the Black Ink clan did too, and their numbers were far greater. As of now, the Black Ink clan occupied nearly all of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds and had planted Black Ink nests in all of their conquered land. As a result, the Black Ink clan army had an endless stream of new soldiers to throw into the war. Even though many hunters moved through these great territories and destroyed numerous Black Ink nests, this barely made a dent in the number of Black Ink nests there were. No matter how many low-rank Black Ink nests they destroyed, it was no use if the humans did not destroy their source, which were the mid-rank Black Ink nests. Each time the human race destroyed one low-rank nest, the Black Ink clan would immediately regrow another, so it was merely an exercise in futility that wasted resources. For the Black Ink clan, who currently occupied basically all of the 3,000 worlds, they did not lack resources, and furthermore, they were receiving more from the Black Ink battlefield as well. The battle was particularly fierce just outside the universe fragment. Scores of human warships flew about as the light from spirit arrays and secret techniques shot out to push the Black Ink clan army back. Atop the universe fragment, an imposing middle-aged man dressed in a set of golden armor sat cross-legged as he stared out into the battlefield with a look of concern. The situation in profound Nether territory did not look good, but the human race could not afford to lose this battle in particular. If they did, then the profound Nether army would have no other place to retreat to. They would have to give up the entire profound Nether territory, and the human race would lose yet another one of their front lines against the Black Ink clan. This outcome was hard for the human race to stomach, and a defeat here would surely cause a precipitous drop in morale. However, the difference in strength between the human race and the Black Ink clan was clear, so how were they supposed to hold onto profound Nether territory? The middle-aged man had no answer. He was not an expert in military strategy. What he excelled at was charging in and wreaking havoc. Yet, the situation was deeply worrying right now. Although he wanted to join the fight, his injuries were severe enough that he needed to rest and focus on healing right now, so he had to quell his itch to fight. All of a sudden, a figure fell from the sky and landed near him. The man stumbled and coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. The middle-aged man turned to look, and the newcomer grinned. "Tending to your injuries, old Wei? Isn't that obvious? Why would I be sitting here if I wasn't tending to my injuries?" Wei Junyang snorted to himself, but as they were old friends, there was no reason to stick to formalities. After thinking briefly, Wei Yungyang said, "Brother Ouyang, just focus on healing yourself. Don't force yourself to keep up." The person flashed a stubborn smile. "Don't just pay attention to my injuries. That territory lord isn't having a good time either. I was so close. I nearly bashed his head apart. Alas, what a shame." However, he did sit down cross-legged and stuffed a pill into his mouth. If Yang Kai was here, he would have recognized the person that Wei Junyang addressed as Brother Ouyang. It was Ouyang Lai, the one he brought back from the Black Ink battlefield a few decades ago. They were all well acquainted with each other as their paths crossed numerous times at Great Evolution Pass. The two Eighth Order masters shared a preference for charging straight towards the enemy. Thus, they got along well and had been friends for many years. There were quite a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound Nether territory, as the 1 million strong human army was made up of the remnants of the armies from over a dozen human Great Passes that fought on the Black Ink battlefield. This included Great Battle Pass and Great Evolution Pass. Wei Junyang was the army commander of the Eastern Army at Great Battle Pass. Over the past 500 or so years, the human race armies of the various Great Passes had gone through battles at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. These three major wars greatly depleted the human race's reserves. Thus, when the human race retreated to High Heaven Territory and the Star Boundary, the various Great Pass armies were disbanded and reorganized into armies named after the dozen or so Great Territory battlefields. The army here at Profound Nether Territory was the Profound Nether Army. If they failed to hold their ground in Profound Nether Territory, then the Profound Nether Army would be broken up and redistributed to the other armies. Right now, Wei Yungyang and Ouyang Lai were both commanders in the Profound Nether Army. As long as no Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master showed up, the veteran Eighth Order Army commanders would remain in charge. They were not the only army commanders here, though, as there were several other Eighth Order Masters who held such a rank. After quietly tending to their injuries for a while, Ouyang Lai abruptly said, "It's hard to fight against these innate territory lords. Compared to the territory lords they were used to facing on the Black Ink battlefield, these innate territory lords that came out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction were far stronger." Back on the Black Ink battlefield, Ouyang Lai could kill average territory lords if he pushed himself to his limits, though he would suffer serious injuries in the process. However, when facing off against innate territory lords whose powers were on par with his, even his most fervent attacks did not achieve similar results. Earlier on the battlefield, he was clashing with an innate territory lord for quite some time, but in the end, both of them were heavily injured and had to withdraw to tend to their injuries. Ouyang Lai and Wei Yungyang both ranked among the strongest Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so if this was the case for them, then it was not hard to imagine the pressure the ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters faced. On the Black Ink battlefield, Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally stronger than territory lords, but now the positions had been flipped. "That's to be expected," Wei Yungyang nodded coolly. "It's said that the innate territory lords are born straight from the Black Ink nests and possess a trace of Mo's source. They are born with immense strength, but have to sacrifice their future for it. Innate territory lords could not become royal lords because all their potential was exhausted from the moment they were created. But due to this, they possessed great strength from the moment they came to be and could stand toe-to-toe against the human race's most powerful Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." "I know that. I just don't like it," Ouyang Lai grumbled. Humans had to work hard and spend countless years to become Eighth Order Masters. Along the way, they had to brave numerous risks and perils. However, the Black Ink clan did not have the same problem. A high-rank Black Ink nest could give birth to numerous innate territory lords. All they needed was sufficient resources. Although Ouyang Lai considered the Black Ink clan his mortal enemy, he had to admit that their method of creating new masters was an unsolvable conundrum. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Lai asked, "What did those at the Supreme Headquarters say?" Wei Junyang sighed. "They said that if the Profound Nether Army can't hold out against the enemy, we need to start making preparations to evacuate." "Retreating again." Ouyang Lai's expression hardened as he snarled. "We've gone from the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to the No Return Pass, from the No Return Pass to the Barren Territory, and then from the Barren Territory to here. Why are we retreating further still? Will there be any space for the human race to survive in if we keep retreating like this? What are Big Head Me and Big Head Xiang doing? Aren't they supposed to be the best strategists? Can't they think of a way to ease the situation here? Sooner or later, I'm going to tear their heads off and kick them around like a ball." Wei Junyang shook his head. "It's not a failing on the army's part if we can't stand against the Black Ink clan. You know the situation that we're in right now. It's not necessarily a bad thing if the Profound Nether Army evacuates. The battles in the other great territories are just as intense and worrying. If the Profound Nether Army breaks up into smaller units to support the other great territories, we might be able to stabilize the situation. My guess is the Supreme Headquarters is considering giving up on profound nether territory because the other great territories can benefit from it. Ouyang Lai snorted. Is that the so-called making sacrifices for the greater good? Don't listen to that nonsense. If they can give up on profound nether territory today, they can give up on heavenly wolf territory tomorrow. And what about the day after tomorrow? Are they going to give up on twin poles territory too? Why don't we just give up on all the great territories? Everyone can just hide inside high heaven territory and gather all of the human race's strength together. I'm sure the Black Ink clan won't be able to force their way in then. Wei Yungyang eyed him and said, You and I both know that what you just said might very well happen. Ouyang Lai's expression twitched as he knew that it was a possibility. But still, he was unwilling. After centuries of retreating and evacuating, even their spirits had left as well. He did not want to retreat anymore. What about our reinforcements? The profound Nether army has 1 million people, but there are only 300,000 here. Where is the rest of the army? Ouyang Lai asked. Although he was one of the profound Nether army commanders, he was a man of action and not someone who could be left in charge of strategy and logistics. When the battle started, all he cared about was fighting the enemy. He did not care about plans or the bigger picture. The way he saw it, why make complicated strategies when you can just kill off all the enemies and be done with it? Thus, Ouyang Lai did not know much about what was happening with the overall profound Nether army. Wei Junyang sighed once more. Although there were 1 million of us in the profound Nether army at the start, over the years of battle, many have died. We now have just over 700,000 left. Some of them need to stand guard at the forward outpost at the territory gate, and some need to fend off the Black Ink clan at the various bases, so we won't be getting any reinforcements. Ouyang Lai opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, all he could do was curse at the situation. However, I've sent a message to the Supreme Headquarters and requested that they deploy the Divine Spirits to aid us. Judging by how many days it has been, they should be arriving soon. Divine Spirits? Ouyang Lai raised his brow. There were many Divine Spirits who fought alongside the human race now. Apart from the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which had stood guard at the Northern Pass, there was also a large group of Divine Spirits who came from the Divine Spirit ancestral land. What's more, just over a decade ago, some 100 Divine Spirits suddenly appeared outside the star boundary, which gave the human race masters who were on guard there a huge fright. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:17. What have you all been doing? These Divine Spirits were strange as they had appeared out of nowhere. They did not come from the Northern Pass nor the Divine Spirit ancestral land. After making contact, the Divine Spirit specifically stated that they wanted to talk to a woman named Hua Qingxi from High Heaven Palace. High Heaven Palace dared not do anything to slight them, and Hua Qingxi immediately came forward, finally figuring out that it was Yang Kai who convinced these Divine Spirits and sent them over from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to aid them. The human race cheered when they heard this news. They did not have enough combat power right now, so the sudden appearance of over 100 Divine Spirits was undoubtedly a great boost. Everyone thought that they would be a powerful backup for the army. However, no one would have expected that upon arriving at the star boundary, these Divine Spirits were not interested in standing with the human race in battle. Instead, they remained inside the star boundary and threw their weight around haughtily. In the end, Fu Guang, who had been tending to his injuries, had to come out and teach them a harsh lesson before they restrained themselves. Following that, Hua Qingxi acted as a mediator and communicated with the Divine Spirits who came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Eventually, they were willing to help the human race, but they refused to listen to anyone's orders. If the humans needed their help, the human race had to discuss the situation with them in advance, and they reserved the right to refuse. While the process had been difficult, the 100 or so Divine Spirits were still a force that could not be overlooked. Now, all Divine Spirits had been separated into several teams, not standing guard over any one battlefield, and instead being deployed by the Supreme Headquarters to any of the battlefields that needed aid. This way, the Divine Spirit's utility was maximized. There had been several times when the human race's defense lines in various frontline great territories had nearly been overrun when the Divine Spirits showed up and managed to turn the tide. Thus, one could say that the divine spirits played an essential part in moments of crises that allowed the human race to maintain their current lines. Therefore, when Ouyang Lai heard that Wei Junyang had already sent word to the Supreme Headquarters to ask for help from the divine spirits, he felt a lot less worried. However, he quickly started having concerns again and asked, "The divine spirits who are coming won't be the ones who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, right? Those divine spirits were a lot less reliable than the ones from the divine spirit ancestral land and the no return pass." Wei Junyang shook his head. "I'm not sure. There aren't many divine spirits, only 6 teams in total, and it's those at the Supreme Headquarters who have to decide which one to send to us." The two were still talking when something changed on the battlefield. Although the human race was under great pressure, they were still able to maintain a balance with the Black Ink clan. However, all of a sudden, over 10 incredibly powerful auras burst out on the battlefield. The human race army was caught off guard and multiple warships exploded one after the other. Open Heaven Realm Masters were slaughtered as well, and the Black Ink clan swarmed in from over a dozen different directions. Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai, who had been tending to their injuries, immediately got to their feet with stormy expressions. "What are those people at the Supreme Headquarters doing?" Ouyang Lai ranted. "Why didn't we get any news that over a dozen territory lords were coming over?" Although there was a disparity in numbers between the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the territory lords on the profound Nether Territory battlefield, it was only a slight difference and both parties were fully aware of each other's strength. However, the dozen-plus auras that suddenly appeared were all unfamiliar, which meant that they were new and had not been seen on this battlefield before. While over a dozen territory lords was not necessarily a high number, they were all innate territory lords, and with the element of surprise on their side, it was quite possible for them to break through the defense lines. Wei Yungyang's expression was also dark as he quickly said, "Perhaps they did not come from other territories. Every now and then, some territory lords disappear after suffering heavy injuries. Those at the Supreme Headquarters have guessed that they might have gone back to the no-return pass to heal, as they have many high-rank Black Ink nests there, which makes it easier for them to rapidly recover. There's a high chance that these territory lords came from the no-return pass." Both parties were stuck in a deadlock across all the various battlefields, so if over a dozen innate territory lords left any one of the front lines, there was no way that the Supreme Headquarters would not have noticed. Since the Supreme Headquarters did not send out any warnings, it meant that they did not know about the presence of these territory lords either. It was quite likely that these dozen or so territory lords came from the no-return pass. It was clear that they swarmed here because they wanted to break the profound Nether Territory's defense perimeter and claim the whole Great Territory for themselves. The 2 8th Order Army commanders could not spare any more time to tend to their injuries and immediately shot off into the sky, each of them heading for one of the newly appeared territory lords. At the same time, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all directions shot out as well. Both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai knew full well that this might very well be the end of the battle here in profound Nether Territory. The support of over a dozen innate territory lords was enough for the Black Ink clan to overrun the profound Nether Army's defense lines. Under these circumstances, the profound Nether Army could not even retreat, for if they did, the newly reinforced enemy would surely hit them from behind and inflict heavy casualties. Their only option now was to push back the Black Ink clan at risk of their lives, trying to open up a window to evacuate. This time, it had to be a fight to the death. The human race had encountered this situation far too many times, though. Thus, even though the crisis had been sudden, the human army did not panic or back down. In the next instant, masters from both sides began clashing. With the support of a dozen more territory lords, the Black Ink clan army instantly gained the advantage and began pushing into the human lines. Countless flashes of light sparked across the void in bursts of varied colors. In less than half a day, 30% of the 300,000-strong human race army had died, and 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died as well. Although the 2 8th Order Masters had given it their all before their death, they only managed to severely wound their opponents. None of the innate territory lords had died. The loss of the 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sent the human race army into a frenzy. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang Lai spat out mouthfuls of blood, but he showed no signs of retreating. He kept attacking again and again, However, he was already injured and could not exert his full strength, so how could he best an innate territory lord? Fortunately, Ouyang Lai's ferocity managed to make the innate territory lord he was facing somewhat hesitant. If that had not been the case, the latter would have killed Ouyang Lai by now. That being said, the territory lord was in no rush. The humans were on the verge of collapse and the Black Ink clan was sure to come out victorious. So the territory lord had no reason to risk his neck in this fight against Ouyang Lai. Even if he just dragged the fight out, his side would still win. Not to mention the fact that there were more territory lords than there were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage here. After more fierce battling, the territory lord abruptly shot a menacing smirk at Ouyang Lai, whose heart jolted at the sight as he had a foreboding feeling. Just then, a piercing murderous intent came at him from the side, and the territory lord in front of him charged towards him as well. At this life-or-death moment, Ouyang Lai did not choose to back away. He charged forward and spat a mouthful of blood essence on his weapon, which instantly glowed brightly. As the two passed each other, blood spewed out of Ouyang Lai's chest, and at the same time, a deep gash appeared on the territory lord's neck. It was so deep that bone was visible, and Ouyang Lai's sword intent lingered around the wound. The territory lord's expression darkened. Earlier, he had nearly died to his opponent's blade. It was true that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not be underestimated. Ouyang Lai slowly turned around and looked at his opponent, who had another innate territory lord beside him now. It was the one who had snuck up on him just now. As it was, Ouyang Lai could barely hold his own in a one-on-one fight, let alone if he had to fight two of them. What a pity! Ouyang Lai sighed lamentably to himself. If he had managed to kill his first opponent just now, his death would not have been in vain. But now it was unlikely that he would have the chance to do so. He looked around and saw Wei Junyang fending off two enemies despite his injuries. He was at a great disadvantage, and many of the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in similarly hopeless situations. How many of the profound Nether Army could survive this battle today? Ouyang Lai's vision was blurred by the blood dripping down his face, but he could still see that the two territory lords did not want to waste any more time and were charging at him together. Want to kill me, huh? One of you is coming down with me. Ouyang Lai laughed maniacally as the blade in his hand shattered into a burst of light that exploded across the void. This was an artifact that he had cultivated for many years, and now that it was shattering on purpose, the sudden surge of power it released was quite terrifying. The two territory lords who were charging at Ouyang Lai sensed danger and immediately moved backwards while he seized this chance to go forward. He had his eye on his first opponent and launched a flurry of attacks that left his opponent in tatters. Alas, that was all he could do. After his attack, Ouyang Lai's strength swiftly diminished, and the very next moment, he was a shadow of his previous imposing self. The two territory lords noticed this and knew that their opportunity had come. Both began unleashing their secret techniques, and a series of terrifying divine abilities came straight at him. Ouyang Lai's body moved slightly as he wanted to avoid the attacks but did not have the strength to do so. He could only sigh and resign himself to this. In a way, this was preferable for him. Over the last few centuries, the human race was forced to retreat again and again, driving him to the limit of his tolerance. Perhaps dying in battle was a better option than slinking away in defeat. The constant overexertion had left Ouyang Lai in a bit of a daze, so when a voice called out from nearby, he wasn't sure if he was hearing things or not. Exile. A deep voice rang out, and Ouyang Lai's figure became hazy as if he no longer existed. The two innate territory lords' attacks flew straight through Ouyang Lai's body, and the enormous strength shook the void, causing Ouyang Lai to cough up a mouthful of blood. But he was not dead. As the territory lords reacted in shock, a dense murderous intent fell over them. A great distance away, a golden light broke through the void like a shooting star, weaving through the battlefield from the rear of the Black Ink clan army, and wherever it passed, the Black Ink clan lines collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was right in front of them. Profound and mysterious strength swirled as the glow of a spear swiftly enlarged within the vision of one of the territory lords. The territory lord was terrified by the murderous intent that enveloped him. He wanted to fight back, but all of a sudden he felt a piercing pain in his head. Pain racked his entire body as his black ink strength no longer circulated properly. In the next instant, the spear covered in multicolored light pierced through the head of the powerful innate territory lord, causing his life aura to immediately swell up before bursting apart and dissipating. All of this only took a single breath, causing the other territory lord's expression to stiffen. He looked over and finally saw a young man with a cold look in his eyes withdrawing his spear. At the same time, the air seemed to quiver and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been on the verge of death immediately disappeared, seemingly sent off somewhere. The territory lord locked eyes with the young man who snapped icily, "What have you all been doing while I was gone?" While he spoke, space seemed to freeze, and the innate territory lord felt as if he was about to meet his doom. A Ninth Order human master? Wasn't it said that the only two left were held up somewhere else? Where did this Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master come from? However, upon closer inspection, the territory lord noticed that his opponent only had the aura of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which only confused him further. After all, how could a mere Eighth Order human kill an innate territory lord in one blow? Martial Peak, Chapter 55:18, How Useless. Ouyang Lai suddenly appeared on top of the universe fragment at the front lines of profound nether territory, covered in blood and in complete disarray. Even his aura was in total disorder. The intense battles against the innate territory lords seemed to have exhausted all of his energy. His mind was dazed and his head felt heavy. He was on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, and he figured it would take over a year for him to recover from his ghastly injuries. He should be celebrating his escape from the clutches of death, but he had no clue how he managed to survive and why he ended up here. However, a theory soon formed in his mind when he recalled the familiar voice he heard earlier. Thus, he gathered all the strength he could muster and looked out into the void. Immediately, he saw a familiar figure who was battling the innate territory lord who had snuck up on him earlier. It really is that brat. Ouyang Lai was thunderstruck. Moments ago, he had already come to terms with his impending death. Yet in that life and death moment, space around him warped. He sensed that he had somehow merged with the void at that instant, allowing him to survive the attacks from two territory lords. Space secret technique. He knew that Yang Kai was the only one who could do this. Yang Kai also had to be the reason why he suddenly appeared on this universe fragment. That brat must have used his space secret technique to move me here. It's good that he came. Ouyang Lai exhaled slowly before collapsing to the ground, no longer able to hold himself up anymore. All his strength seemed to evaporate at that moment. As he watched the innate territory lord scrambling around the battlefield to dodge Yang Kai's fierce attacks, a strange feeling formed in his heart. When did I start feeling a sense of relief whenever this brat shows up? It felt as if the humans would surely emerge victorious if Yang Kai was here. Ouyang Lai chuckled at the thought of how old men like him seemed so useless. Despite their millennia of cultivation, in the end, they had to rely on a younger generation when it came down to it. Yang Kai had saved him twice now if he included what happened back at the No Return Pass. Honored Master, take this pill. All of a sudden, a voice called out behind Ouyang Lai. Ouyang Lai turned around and saw his treasured disciple limping over to him with a bottle raised, one that contained valuable spirit pills. Gong Lian was severely injured as well. There was a large gash across his abdomen that had nearly cut him in half. He would not have retreated from the fight if it had not been for such grave injuries. Ouyang Lai glanced at his disciple's sorry state before glancing at Yang Kai's magnificence on the battlefield, and could not help but exclaim with a sigh, "How useless!" This disciple of his was someone whose talents surpassed many others. He would not have taken Gong Lian in if that had not been the case. Gong Lian was now a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master after Ouyang Lai took him under his wing and put a lot of thought and effort into training him. While Gong Lian was indeed a remarkable talent, that was still nothing in comparison to Yang Kai's achievements. Why did I not consider taking Yang Kai as my disciple? Gong Lian had purposely come over to give his honored master some medicine. He thought that this would lead to a touching moment between the master and disciple, so he did not expect to be criticized in such a manner instead and felt rather aggrieved. Honored master, the speed of this disciple's cultivation is already fast enough. It took him 200 years to become an emperor, another 100 years to condense his Tao seal, and yet another 100 years to break through directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then, in less than 1,000 years, he became a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. All in all, he had only been cultivating for about 1,500 years. Few people in all the 3,000 worlds became Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at such a young age. However, Gong Lian's honored master just called him useless. The comment made him feel as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Never mind. Not everyone is a freak like that brat. I can't demand it of you. Ouyang Lai sighed once more before taking the spirit pill from Gong Lian and consuming it. If his disciple was considered a genius, then Yang Kai was the most extraordinary genius among all geniuses. Gong Lian eked out a faint smile, but he felt even more crushed on the inside. Just then, they sensed the death of yet another innate territory lord. Ouyang Lai turned to look before loudly exclaiming, "Astonishing!" As expected, Yang Kai had killed the innate territory lord who snuck up on Ouyang Lai earlier. It had not even been 30 breaths of time since Yang Kai's appearance, but in that short span, he had killed 2 powerful innate territory lords. Ouyang Lai had a feeling that Yang Kai was even stronger now than he was back when they met at the no-return pass. "Look over there, honored master." Gong Lian noticed something unusual and pointed it out. Ouyang Lai followed Gong Lian's gaze and noticed that the rear of the Black Ink clan army was in chaos. A series of great suns and great moons illuminated the darkness. Under the glare of these lights, countless strange creatures were attacking the Black Ink clan army from the back, which caused their formation to crumble. Small stone race. Ouyang Lai's eyes brightened as he quickly figured out that Yang Kai must have brought these creatures here. In general, the human race masters did know that Yang Kai had many small stone race soldiers with him. After all, the small stone race found in all the various battlefields were handed out by Yang Kai previously. There were even some small stone race soldiers here in profound nether territory, though their numbers were fairly small. After so many years of fighting, a significant number of the small stone race that Yang Kai had given away back then had died. The small stone race was useful when it came to dealing with the Black Ink clan, but they had their weaknesses too. They were hard to control and varied greatly in strength. Based on the fighting prowess of each of the race's armies, when the numbers were equal, the humans were stronger than the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan was a lot stronger than the small stone race. Therefore, although the number of small stone race was tremendous, many were sacrificed in each battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters ran the numbers half a year ago. In total, Yang Kai had given away approximately 40 million small stone race soldiers. However, only about 17 million of them were still alive right now. The remaining 23 million had been slaughtered by the Black Ink clan. The loss of 23 million in just a few decades of fighting was deeply alarming. The human race would have long been driven to extinction if they suffered such casualties. There were just over 1 million small stone race soldiers in profound nether territory. Thus, including the 1 million strong human army, there were about 2 million soldiers. That being said, only 400,000 of the small stone race were deployed to the front lines of the battlefield, while the rest were spread out across the various auxiliary fronts, including the forward outpost. If that had not been the case, just the 300,000 humans here might not have been enough to hold the front lines of the battlefield. After the fierce battle, it was quite likely that most of the 400,000 small stone race would be sacrificed. Nevertheless, right now, countless great suns and great moons were streaking across the sky behind the Black Ink clan army, their blinding light illuminating nearly half of profound nether territory. How many small stone race soldiers did it take for such a display? Millions? Tens of millions? Ouyang Lai and his disciple did not know for sure, but they were certain about one thing. The Black Ink clan in profound nether territory was in serious trouble. "Come with me. Let's charge out at our enemies once more." Ouyang Lai's fervor for battle bubbled up once more, but as he stood up, blood gushed out of his wounds. Gong Lian jumped in fright. "Don't do anything reckless, honored master. You're severely injured right now and can barely exert 1/10 of your strength. How can you possibly join the fight?" You should be focusing on tending to your injuries right now. Ouyang Lai smacked Gong Lian across the head. Enough of your nonsense. I know very well what my condition is like right now. I can't kill any territory lords, but I can still kill a few feudal lords. Hurry up. Saying so, he rushed off without a moment's hesitation. Gong Lian was speechless, but since his honored master had rejoined the battle, he could only follow along behind him. The changes on the battlefield, which included the sudden emergence of a massive small stone race army behind the Black Ink clan, caused the entire flow of the battle to change. What's more, the death of 2 innate territory lords in a burst of golden light had caught everyone's attention. With this sudden change of fortunes, the Black Ink clan was fully aware that a powerful master had come to aid the humans. A master who could kill territory lords as if they were random chickens or dogs. The other territory lords were both shocked and furious. The Black Ink clan had been planning this operation in profound nether territory for some time now and had even secretly sent out the over a dozen territory lords for this purpose. They were right on the cusp of success, but none of them expected a sudden twist at the critical moment. None of the territory lords could accept this outcome. As the streaks of powerful divine sense weaved through the void, the territory lords could not decide whether to retreat or to continue the attack. Before they could discuss what to do, though, the aura of yet another territory lord swelled up before vanishing. When they looked at where the aura had vanished, they saw the same Eighth Order Master standing tall with his eyes sweeping across the battlefield condescendingly. A third territory lord had been killed. All 3 territory lords had been killed in less than a half cup of tea's time. The territory lords could not hesitate any longer. They were deathly afraid that they would be the next to fall, so they immediately shouted for their forces to retreat. After receiving the order from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army started withdrawing. Naturally, the experienced human race army could tell what was happening, so even without an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the soldiers began chasing down the retreating enemy. All at once, the Black Ink clan army was in the unfortunate predicament of being sandwiched between the human and small stone race armies. Yang Kai's figure continued flickering across the battlefield as well. Wherever his spear passed, Black Ink clan soldiers met their demise. He no longer targeted the territory lords, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Yang Kai had already reached his limit after using soul-rending thorns thrice in a short span of time. Right now, his soul was cracked and in great agony. If he tried to use another soul-rending thorn, he could very well lose consciousness, just like he had back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. If he did not use a soul-rending thorn, then with his current strength, it would be hard for him to kill an innate territory lord who was determined to escape. Since that was the case, he started slaughtering the other Black Ink clan soldiers instead. Attacked from 2 sides, the Black Ink clan army suffered calamitous casualties, but since the small stone race only acted according to their instincts, while they were courageous on the battlefield, they employed no form of strategy. It was fairly easy for the Black Ink clan army to break through the small stone race's siege with just a few sacrifices. The tides had changed in a flash for the human race who were on the brink of doom just moments ago. The void was thick with world force as the light from all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques blazed across the battlefield. The human race were victorious in this battle. Now, it was only a matter of how many of their enemies they could destroy today. The Eighth Order Masters were truly glad and relieved that victory was theirs. Just an hour ago, it seemed certain that the human race would lose. They were already considering sacrificing all the remaining small stone race soldiers to buy time for the human race's evacuation, but everything changed with the arrival of one person. In a flash, the human race army and the small stone race grouped together as they pursued the Black Ink clan for several million kilometers, slaughtering them as they went. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart jolted and he turned his head as he sensed a familiar aura coming from a certain direction. He swiftly leapt across the void, and in the next instant, he appeared before a certain warship. As he looked up, he was greeted by several familiar faces, including some that looked coquettish, some glamorous, and some dignified. Those on the warship had been alarmed by the sudden appearance of this figure, but once they took a good look at him, their hearts settled back into place. A gentle expression settled on Yang Kai's face as he smiled at these people. Marshal Peak, Chapter 55-19, I'm back. The cultivators on board this warship were all women with not a single man in sight. They were a true female army, and most of them had intimate relationships with Yang Kai. Earlier on, he rushed over because he sensed their auras. All at once, Yang Kai's heart was flooded with yearning. His mind raced with all that he longed to say to them. But in the end, all he said was a simple greeting, "I'm back." Yes, he was back. It had been around 1,000 years since he left Black territory, and now he was finally back. It was nearly 5,000 years since then if he included the time he spent in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. While it was a pity that he did not return triumphant, at least he was back. Yang Kai dreamt of this moment countless times during the crusade against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, and at last, his dream had come true. Yu Meng immediately rushed forward in agitation, and Yang Kai opened his arms as he waited for her to fly into his embrace. However, the charmed demon saint simply brushed past Yang Kai and sent forth a divine ability that battered the fleeing Black Ink clan soldiers in the distance. Yu Meng's cultivation had reached the 7th Order Open Heaven realm now. Enough of that nonsense. Our priority now is to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wore the most awkward expression possible as he stood frozen on the spot with his hands outstretched. This was not what he had been expecting. It has been 1,000 years since your husband left. Now that he's back, shouldn't you all be crying tears of joy and throwing yourselves at me? Shouldn't we be enjoying the sorely missed warmth and loving embrace? What's going on? Why are you ignoring my presence instead? Meanwhile, Su Yan and Ji Yao who were in front of him were frozen as well. Their eyes reddened, but before they could say anything, Yu Meng called out firmly, "Su Yan Yaoer, lower, come with me. Yuer, Huashang, Waner, Qinger, you all will form a team as well. Proceed with caution." The women's expressions became solemn when they heard this, and the others swiftly rushed forward as the 8 women formed 2 groups before charging out of the warship. They formed 2 4-symbols formations, which was the simplest battle formation that was commonly used on the Black Ink battlefield as all it required was sufficient numbers in the same order. Yang Kai had also used this battle formation with other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Dawn on occasion. While it was a simple battle formation, it allowed the cultivators to cover each other's backs and combine their strengths. Thus, it was incredibly useful in the chaos of the battlefield. There were only 10 people on board the warship, so now that 8 of them left, only 2 remained. "Greetings, Sect Master." Luan Baifeng, one of the last 2, bowed elegantly. Yang Kai nodded with the sternness that befitted his position as the Sect Master and waved his hand. At ease. Alas, it seemed his subordinates were more reliable. As for the madams, they seemed to be showing signs of rebellion. However, Yang Kai could understand their reactions. After all, he did basically abandon them for 1,000 years. It was not surprising that they were upset about it. These women had every reason to react the way they did. "Young Master," He called out with a choked voice. Yang Kai walked over and stroked her head with a smile. "Good. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. I see that you didn't neglect your cultivation." He was not the only one who was now in the 7th Order. In fact, all 10 women aboard this warship were in the 7th Order. It was not unexpected in the case of Yu He and Luan Baifeng. They were already in the 6th Order when Yang Kai left, and during this time, neither Voidland nor High Heaven Palace lacked the resources for cultivation. There was also a World Tree clone in the Star Boundary as well. For those in the Open Heaven realm like Yu He and Luan Baifeng, the clone's feedback effects did not give them any boost to their innate talent, but the environment still boosted their cultivation speed. Yu Meng and Yang Kai's other wives had directly become 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a number had even become disciples of ancestors from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Naturally, their cultivation would rapidly increase since they did not lack the resources or guidance they needed. This team of 10 consisted entirely of people Yang Kai trusted implicitly, so it was clear that someone had arranged this on purpose. No other squad could possess such a luxurious lineup. If 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they were even able to face off against a territory lord for some time. This was probably the reason why none of these women showed any signs of serious injury. Of course, there was another reason for this as well. Their worship was a little unique, and Yang Kai sensed it as soon as he came over. Based on age alone, he was much older than Yang Kai. After all, she had already been a veteran Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master when she first met him. However, the moment Yang Kai stroked her head, she could not stop her tears from flowing as she stared at him with a teary-eyed smile. "Kill!" Ru Meng shouted fiercely from in front of the worship. She did not hold back at all as she mercilessly slaughtered the Black Ink clan. Smelly man! How can he still be getting all sentimental at a time like this? Does he not know the meaning of the word death? Yang Kai bowed. "Senior, you must have had a hard time all these years. Many thanks for your care." The worship trembled slightly as an old voice rang out with a slightly teasing tone. "This old master didn't have to do much. You're the one who must work hard from now on." This was not a true worship but rather one of Baishi's soul clones. Naturally, this clone did not possess the full strength of Baishi's true body, but it was similar in strength to a veteran Seventh Order master, so it was not weak by any means. Furthermore, Baishi was most proficient in defense. It would not be easy for Ru Meng and the rest to encounter any form of trouble as they had the protection of such a worship. These 10 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were paired with one of Baishi's soul clones, and this combination was enough for them to fear nothing on the battlefield if they did not target the innate territory lords. Yang Kai did not know who the commanders were for the army here, but it had to be people who were well acquainted with him and knew about his importance. That was why they made these special arrangements for his family. Thus, Yang Kai made a note of the favor they had done for him. Yang Kai then turned around and said, "We'll catch up later. Please take over, Senior." That was all Yang Kai said before he rushed out in a flash. He did not focus on helping Ru Meng and the others and instead charged forward with his spear in hand. Under the looming shadow of this spear, the Black Ink clan who were trying to flee were shredded like paper. Occasionally, some would survive the onslaught from Yang Kai, but Ru Meng and the others who were following behind would easily deal with them. The human race army and the small stone race both chased down the retreating Black Ink clan, turning the once contested battlefield into a meat grinder filled with mournful screams and furious roars. "Withdraw!" All of a sudden, a piercing call echoed across the battlefield. The humans, who had been fervently hunting down their enemies, finally stopped. They could not continue chasing down the Black Ink clan anymore, lest they stretch themselves too thin and suffer serious losses from a sudden counterattack. Still, they had already dealt a crushing blow to the Black Ink clan army in profound nether territory, making this a triumphant victory. They could not destroy the Black Ink clan in one blow, and if they forced the Black Ink clan into fighting back out of desperation, the humans would also suffer greatly. Thus, withdrawing after gaining some benefits was the optimal strategy. Ru Meng and the others swiftly returned to the warship, all of them breathing heavily and covered in sweat with visible streaks of blood on their clothes. It was evident that they had suffered some injuries in this battle. No one could guarantee that they would remain unscathed in the chaos of the battlefield, as accidents would always happen. Yang Kai did not return to the warship right away and instead used his Great Sun and Great Moon marks to gather the surviving small stone race army first before rejoining the others. However, no one paid any attention to him. He wanted to talk to him, but a glare from Ru Meng forced her to remain still. "Ha! All is not well within the family." Yang Kai lamented to himself as he watched these women sitting down cross-legged, none of them showing any signs of wanting to talk to him. He could not help but miss his gentlest little senior sister. If little senior sister was here, she wouldn't ignore me like this. Although he did not see Xianing Chong, he knew that she would not be here on the battlefield as her specialty was not fighting. Alchemy was her strong suit. The human race army's need for all kinds of spirit pills was enormous, so alchemists like little senior sister had to remain behind in safety to refine spirit pills for those on the front lines. The human race could not afford to lose such talents, so the higher-ups would never allow them to join the battlefield unless there was no other choice. As the army retreated, numerous Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters passed by, but they merely nodded to Yang Kai in greeting and showed no intention of coming over. It was clear that they knew what Yang Kai's relationship with the women on this warship was. Since it was his first time reuniting with them, he would have a lot to talk about with his madams. They were not obtuse enough to disturb him now. However, they were also puzzled by what they saw. Something was amiss about the atmosphere on the warship. While there was no fighting, it felt as if the warship was a frigid purgatory, causing many of them to shudder lightly. They were also secretly exclaiming over the luck Yang Kai had with love, for he had so many wives who were all high-rank open heaven realm masters. They were truly envious of him. Bai Shi's quiet chuckle sounded, as if he was enjoying the show. Luan Baifeng was also glancing around at the others as she stood by the side. She was the only outsider among this group, but she did not treat herself as one. Instead, she was taking in the strange atmosphere in amusement. Everyone else was tending to their injuries. Thus, Yang Kai joined them awkwardly by sitting down cross-legged and stuffing a fistful of spirit pills into his mouth. He looked like an injured animal who was quietly licking his wounds, making for a pitiful sight. He felt a pang in her heart, but before she could do anything, Ru Meng's eyes flashed open and shot her a glare. He sighed. Although her heart ached for her young master, Madame Ru Meng seemed to want to teach him a lesson, and it was best for her to stay out of these family issues. She knew that all the other madams followed Ru Meng's leadership and would go along with what she decided. After thinking about it, He figured that it was probably a good thing to teach her young master a lesson so that he would not keep running around all the time. Previously, it was a little better as he only left for a few decades at most, which could not be considered long for cultivators of their realm. Plus, regardless of where he was still within the 3,000 worlds back then. However, this time, he left for around 1,000 years and had gone to an extremely dangerous place, constantly putting his life at risk. Amid the void, people were cleaning up the battlefield and retrieving the bodies of the fallen soldiers. This was done in silence as sorrow and grief spread through the area. While Yang Kai tended to his injuries, he checked with Bai Shi about the humans' current situation. After the battle at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, Yang Kai spent several centuries running around without even stopping for a moment. He did not partake in the battles at the No Return Pass and the Barren Territory either. Therefore, he knew nothing about the human race's present state. Now that he was back, the first thing he wanted to do was get some information. Bai Shi kept nothing from him. A long conversation later, Yang Kai had the gist of what happened with the human race in recent years. Back when the Black Ink clan broke through the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory, the human race began withdrawing and evacuating with their end destination being High Heaven Territory where the star boundary was located.